At Third Base City's first high, Mo Shao wakes up in the middle of a class transfer ceremony and sees a floating panel announcing that grade 12 student Mo Shao has successfully changed class into an S-class solo player. Still groggy, Mo Shao realizes none of this makes sense because he already graduated long ago, and the strange new world leaves him frozen in confusion. The supervising teacher brushes off his dazed state, tells him not to hold up the others, and pushes him out of the formation without much sympathy. Back with the class group in an unfamiliar uniform and unfamiliar school, Mo Shao starts to suspect the impossible. He may have transmigrated. A flood of memories crashes in and teaches him the rules of Blue Star, where a game merged with reality, monsters roam secret realms, and everyone at 18 changes class to grow stronger by hunting them. He also learns the hard truth about this body's life. This Mo Shao is an orphan top student and complete loner with no family and no friends. That lonely moment is broken when Su Wei, a rich kid who already dislikes him, strolls over with an exaggerated smile and starts mocking his new class. Su Wei rubs it in that solo player is a flashy S-class on paper, but in reality it is nearly crippled because it learns no natural skills and relies on absurdly expensive skill books. Mo Shao has no patience for the sarcasm and tells Su Wei to get lost. Su Wei flares up at once and threatens to strike him with lightning, showing he is exactly the kind of bully Mo Shao remembers. Mo Shao ignores the threat, shoves past Su Wei, and that brief contact suddenly triggers a bizarre notice in his mind saying he can copy Su Wei's skill. Barely believing it, Mo Shao mentally chooses to copy, and the system grants him Su Wei's skill lightning strike on the spot. Before Su Wei can escalate things, their homeroom teacher Li Sun grabs control of the situation and sternly warns him not to use skills on classmates at school. Li Sun gives Mo Shao a brief reassuring pat on the shoulder and tells him things will work out in the end. That simple touch triggers Mo Xiao's strange power again, and this time it offers him Li Sun's B-rank talent advanced reaction enhancement. Mo Xiao is rattled because Li Sun should be far stronger than him, yet his power still copied the talent with no problem. He opens his status and confirms the truth. As a level 1 solo player, he now has Lightning Strike, Advanced Reaction Enhancement, and the bizarre unique talent I just rub. The ridiculous name makes him curse under his breath, but he quickly understands the upside. This weird talent may be the reason his otherwise crippled class can still function. When the transfer ceremony finally ends, Mo Shao is ready to leave quietly until a girl calls out and asks if he wants to team up with her. The girl is Jiang He, an S-rank elven archer, and she blushes a little as she introduces her strength in monster hunting. Mo Shao rejects the offer immediately, still wary and not interested in depending on anyone. Jiang He does not give up and hurries after him, suddenly pressing a beginner longbow and quiver into his hands so they can still work together. As Jiang He runs off like a light-footed elf, her touch triggers Mo Xiao's talent again and copies Wind's spirit arrow from her. The copied skill is immediately upgraded by his bizarre talent into Hurricane Arrow, a wind-based area attack, proving the power is even stranger than he thought. Back to practical matters, Mo Shao checks the bow Jiang He gave him and sees it is only an ordinary white-quality beginner weapon, which at least means the favor is not impossible to repay. Just as he is about to put the gear away, his talent prompts him to rub the bow for a magical transformation. Embarrassed but curious, he cautiously rubs the longbow with his hand and watches it really transform. The plain weapon upgrades into a green mystic iron bow with stronger range and attack, and the arrows become green armor-piercing arrows too. He learns the weapon can only be upgraded once because of its low base quality, which keeps the power from becoming completely broken. The solo player passives let him equip the level-restricted bow anyway, and that makes him realize a rich solo player could become terrifying with enough resources. He quietly decides he will repay Jiang He later, puts the bow away, and heads straight out of school toward the monster area outside the base city. Instead of waiting for teacher advice like the other freshmen, Mo Shao boldly enters the rookie leveling zone by himself while it is still nearly empty. His first target appears almost immediately, a level 1 hooligan rabbit carrying a radish, fast but not very threatening at first glance. Mo Shao calmly works out the damage in his head and concludes 2 arrows should be enough to kill the rabbit. To open the fight, he tries his copied spell first and calls down lightning strike from the sky onto the rabbit. The damage is lower than he hoped, so he instantly switches tactics and draws the upgraded bow. His arrow hits the rabbit cleanly between the eyes for a critical blow, and kills it in one shot. With his first monster down, Mo Shao gains experience and finds real drops on the corpse, making the game-like world feel even more concrete. His talent activates on the loot too, upgrading the rabbit legs and turning the small bag into a larger storage bag. When he opens the upgraded bag, he finds edible carrots inside and realizes even ordinary drops can become more useful in his hands. That small success turns dangerous fast when a sharp sense of threat makes him spin around and find a human-sized elite rabbit standing right behind him. The new enemy is a level 5 ferocious mad rabbit, an elite with absurd strength, a brutal full-force strike skill, and a warning that rookies are supposed to run from it. Mo Shao can only stare and curse his luck because he has barely arrived in this world and already rolled the 1% nightmare spawn. The ferocious mad rabbit does not wait for him to think and swings its giant carrot down at him immediately. Mo Xiao dodges the first attack cleanly, proving his reactions are sharp enough to survive at least one exchange. Instead of fleeing like a sensible rookie, he decides to fight and fires a precise arrow straight at the rabbit's weak point. The shot lands for another critical hit, and Mo Xiao quickly judges that repeated weak point attacks can still bring the elite down. He follows up with Lightning Strike too, but the copied spell hits weakly enough that he cannot resist mocking Su Wei even in the middle of the fight. The elite rabbit suddenly bursts forward with a speed Mo Xiao did not expect and closes the gap in an instant. Before he can react, the rabbit slams its carrot into Mo Xiao's stomach like a club and sends him flying with a brutal hit. Reeling in pain and nearly blacking out, Mo Xiao is stunned again when the system declares that the ferocious mad rabbit just rubbed against him and copied its full force strike skill into his hands. Right after the fight, Mo Xiao freezes when a new system prompt tells him he can even copy abilities by rubbing against monsters, as long as they are elite rank or higher. Still aching from the hit, Mo Xiao drags himself back up, half greedy and half excited now that he knows his strange rubbing power really can work on monsters too. He steadies himself, aims at the ferocious mad rabbit's head, and fires full strength attack in one sharp counterstrike. The elite rabbit drops dead from the heavy hit, and the kill immediately pushes Mo Xiao up to level 2. Seeing how much experience an elite gives, Mo Xiao opens his stat panel and dumps all 10 free points straight into strength. Then he searches the corpse and finds useful drops, including rabbit meat, a spirit-filled carrot, and an elite storage bag. Once he rubs the loot, the rabbit meat becomes premium goods, the carrot turns into a permanent strength item, and the storage bag upgrades into a better version. The moment he realizes the carrot gives a permanent strength boost, Mo Xiao stops hesitating and eats it on the spot. Before he can inspect the rest, Su Wei shows up with his followers and starts mocking Mo Xiao for hiding in the forest to level alone. Mo Xiao dismisses them as nuisances and walks off without giving Su Wei the fight he wants. Su Wei is about to explode, but one of his men notices the giant rabbit corpse and points out that it looks like an elite monster. When Su Wei probes the corpse and confirms it was a level 5 elite, his arrogance gives way to stunned disbelief that Mo Xiao killed it. By then, Mo Xiao has already left the beginner zone and slipped into a deeper forest where the monsters are much stronger. Perched on a sturdy branch, he opens the fine storage bag and pulls out a black iron spear. One rub upgrades that spear into a blue-tier mystic iron spear, and Mo Xiao instantly recognizes how valuable a level 6 weapon like this is. To test the new weapon, he finds a rogue rabbit and drives the mystic iron spear straight between its eyes for an instant kill. The clean 3-digit damage makes it obvious to him that blue weapons are on another level. Just as he is ready to start farming hard, a sudden system chime opens an in-game chat window in front of him. Jian He messages him first, confirms he leveled up, and passes along the classroom news that the school will reward whoever reaches level 5 first. That reward is enough motivation, and Mo Xiao tightens his grip on the spear and rushes deeper into the forest to level faster. Back in the classroom office, Teacher Wang casually asks Li Sun who in their class will hit level 5 first. Li Sun jokes that Teacher Wang sounds ready to bet, and the talk quickly turns to which rare class student is strongest. Teacher Wang flatly says Jian He is the safest bet, and Li Sun agrees that her S-rank Elven Archer class is exceptionally strong. Then Teacher Wang brings up Mo Xiao's solo player class, and Li Sun can only pity how brutally expensive that path will be for an orphan with no support. Their conversation is cut short when an intern teacher bursts in with bad news that mutant monsters have appeared in East Gate number 3 and students are already hurt. The teachers shoot to their feet in shock and rush out immediately, because mutant monsters should never be inside a student leveling zone. Elsewhere in the wild boar forest, Mo Xiao keeps hunting from the trees and opens with full strength attack on another target below. His shot lands hard, but the next second a gigantic wild boar roars through the forest and charges straight at his tree. Mo Xiao's excitement spikes when his detection skill reveals it is not just an elite, but a level 5 boss with a savage charge and an armor-piercing passive. Before he can plan properly, the wild boar lord slams into the tree and sends Mo Xiao tumbling headfirst toward the boss. That ridiculous collision triggers his gift again, and by literally headbutting the boss, Missouri Xiao copies its armor-piercing skill and mutates it into brutal power with guaranteed armor ignore. Realizing what he just gained, Mo Xiao is stunned for a heartbeat because a 30-second guaranteed armor break is a monster hunting cheat skill. He does not waste the opening, instantly summons the mystic iron spear, activates brutal power and full strength attack together, and hammers the boss at point-blank range before jumping back. When the head hits do not crit, Mo Xiao quickly figures out this boss's weak point is probably not where he expected. So he switches back to his bow and starts peppering the wild boar lord from behind, where the critical hits finally start landing. Once the crit pattern is clear, Mo Xiao keeps the pressure on and refuses to let the boss even turn around. At last the giant boar gives a final cry and crashes to the ground, and Mo Xiao secures a solo boss kill above his own level. The reward is huge. The boss kill gives Mo Xiao a big experience jump, a bronze treasure chest for soloing a higher level boss, a bronze boss chest from the drop, and a level up to 3. When he sees the chest's item limits rise after upgrading, Mo Xiao gets even more eager to find out what opening them will bring. He rubs both chests at once, upgrading the bronze chest into a silver chest and the boss chest into a silver boss chest before opening either one. Before opening the chests, he checks the rest of the boss drops and spots a blue berserk ring and spirit fruit among the loot. The blue berserk ring stats are too good to ignore, so Mo Xiao slips it on immediately for a huge strength and crit boost. He also upgrades a spirit fruit into an agility spirit fruit, which convinces him these permanent stat items may become one of his best long-term resources. After that, he pours all his available points into strength again and checks the much stronger level 3 panel he has built. Only then does he open the silver treasure chest, and a purple skill book called Violent Strike rises out. True to habit, he rubs the skill book first instead of learning it, and the purple skill upgrades into Frenzy Strike. A new prompt reveals blue tier and higher items can be upgraded again, so Mo Xiao immediately rubs it a second time. That second upgrade turns the skill into 1000 Caddy's Force, a red tier ability with a 20% chance to deal 10 times damage on every attack. Mo Xiao can barely believe how broken that skill is, and the result only makes him more certain his rubbing power can carry him to the top. With his confidence soaring, he opens the silver boss chest next and pulls out a blue bow called Bow of the Wind. He rubs that bow too, pushing it from Bow of the Wind to Magic Bow and then all the way into the orange tier Bow of Stars. When the Bow of Stars panel appears with massive attack power, long range, self-forming arrows, and an auto-targeting skill, Mo Xiao is left staring at a weapon far beyond anything he expected to get this early. At the city gate, Li Sun checks Jiang He first, relieved she is safe until she tells him the real problem. Mo Xiao still has not come back. Li Sun jolts in alarm because every student from the beginner zone was already ordered back, and Jiang He can only guess that Mo Xiao wandered somewhere more dangerous. When Jiang He says Mo Xiao ignored all her messages, Li Sun curses the reckless kid and rushes to contact people who can search outside the city, because he personally cannot leave. Li Sun can only fret inside the base city, while Jiang He quietly watches him with a guarded, unreadable look of her own. Meanwhile in Wild Boar Forest, Mo Xiao happily opens his status panel after leveling, only to realize the next level now needs 5 times more experience. A flashing chat window breaks his focus, and he finally notices Jiang He has been spamming him with urgent warnings to return at once. The mention of a mutant elite makes Mo Xiao pause, remembering the elite rabbit he already killed and wondering if something even worse has appeared. He stops overthinking, sends a quick reply that he is on the way, and immediately turns back toward the base city. A few minutes later he exits the Wild Boar Forest and finds the beginner leveling area eerily empty, which makes the warning feel even more serious. With unease rising, Mo Xiao breaks into a full sprint for the city across the deserted training map. Before he can reach safety, a 3-meter armored giant ape crashes down in front of him and blocks the entire path. Mo Xiao throws distance between them and scans the monster, but the panel only reveals that it is a level 15 mutant elite with 3000 health and almost everything else hidden behind question marks. That hidden panel is enough to scare him, because now he knows the teachers pulled everyone back for a very real reason. The armored giant ape roars first and swings a massive iron-hard fist straight at him. Mo Xiao slips past the punch, summons the Bow of Stars into his hands, and fires back immediately. The shot only deals 31 damage, and that tiny number tells Mo Xiao the ape's defense is absurdly high. He instantly does the math and realizes that if the ape's defense is this high, its attack power is probably deadly too. Provoked by the arrow, the giant ape snaps out a heavy kick, and Mo Xiao tries to evade with all the agility he has. It still catches him cleanly and blasts him away for 190 damage, nearly taking him out in one hit. He scrambles back up and crams down the carrots he collected earlier, knowing one more hit like that could finish him. Then the hit triggers his copying talent, stealing the ape's war encouragement, and instantly evolving it into an even better support skill called Power Halo. When he sees that Power Halo grants a huge 30 strength boost in a wide aura, Mo Xiao's fear flips into confidence. His fear vanishes on the spot, and Mo Xiao stacks Power Halo, Brutal Power, Magic Arrow, and a full-strength shot, deciding to burst the ape down instead of running. 5 arrows slam into the armored giant ape in a row, and the last hit explodes for 1610 damage 1000 Caddy's Force procs. From the safe side of the leveling zone, students spot the fight and erupt in disbelief that the solo player they know is the one landing that damage. Some students outright insist he must be cheating or secretly be an advanced professional, because they cannot accept that a solo player could hit this hard. Jiang He cuts through the noise by calmly saying it really is Mo Xiao, and the crowd goes quiet under that reality check. Mo Xiao does not hear any of that, because he is still focused on the ape, and sees that just a little more damage will finish it before his burst ends. He targets the ape's furious red eyes and fires another full-strength attack with no hesitation. The shot lands for a ridiculous 6,440 damage and erases the mutant elite on the spot. That number blows the entire crowd's mind, and even Jiang He can only stare for a moment before breaking into a relieved smile. Jiang He quietly admits she even called her uncle for backup, but now it looks like Mo Xiao might be able to handle the elite monsters himself. Out on the field, Mo Xiao crouches by the corpse in a great mood as the reward notices start pouring in. The kill gives him 3,000 experience, pushes him all the way to level 5, and drops a silver treasure chest plus several valuable materials and blood-chi fruits. Before he can enjoy the rewards, Jiang He's voice cuts across the field with a sharp warning for him to run. He follows her warning and sees 4 new giant monsters closing in, each one looking even tougher than the ape he barely survived. The sight makes his scalp prickle, because against 4 elites at once he might not survive even the opening attack. A calm stranger appears at Emo Zhao's side out of nowhere, praises what he just saw, and says he will handle the 4 monsters himself. Emo Zhao tries to skin the man too, but his panel is even more unreadable than the ape's, which makes the newcomer feel terrifyingly high level. The man introduces himself as Jiangshan, Jiang He's uncle, and a light pat on Emo Zhao's shoulder lets Emo Zhao copy absurd S-rank speed talents from him. Just from those copy talents, Emo Zhao realizes Jiangshan is no ordinary professional at all. Jiangshan turns into a streak of white light and wipes out all 4 elite monsters before Emo Zhao can even process what happened. With the threat gone, Jiangshan casually tells Emo Zhao to head back because Jiang He is waiting for them in the city. Emo Zhao can only ask if Jiangshan is some kind of assassin, and Jiangshan answers with a vague almost but not quite. Then Jiangshan grabs Emo Zhao's shoulder and carries him back into the base city with speed that feels almost like teleportation. Back at the gate, Jiangshan immediately runs to Jiang He to show off and ask if he did well this time. Jiang He ignores the bragging and goes straight to Emo Zhao, anxiously checking whether her uncle hurt him at all. Jiangshan protests that he saved Emo Zhao instead of hurting him, but one glare from Jiang He shuts him up on the spot. She keeps checking on Emo Zhao anyway and even tells him to make her wealthy uncle compensate him if he feels unwell anywhere. Emo Zhao thanks her and says he is fine, and Jiang He answers softly that classmates do not need that kind of formality. That quiet moment lasts about 2 seconds before a crowd of students swarms Emo Zhao, now treating him like a sudden superstar. They bombard him with praise, wild questions, offers to follow him, and even shameless flirting, all because they still cannot believe what a solo player just did. Emo Zhao clearly dislikes the sudden mobbing, while off to the side Jiang He covers her mouth and quietly enjoys seeing him in the spotlight. The crowd keeps buzzing around Emo Zhao until he finally shoves through them and silences everyone with one cold stare. With the noise finally gone, Emo Zhao walks over to Jiang He and awkwardly thanks her without even looking straight at her. Before Jiang He can answer, he thrusts a fruit and a longbow into her hands as his return gift. Jiang He is still staring at the green tier bow when Jiangshan rushes over and blurts out that the permanent attribute fruit is an absurdly generous gift. Jiangshan jumps to the obvious rumor, asking if Emo Zhao likes her, and Jiang He blushes before denying it. She explains that Emo Zhao is only repaying her because she gave him his starting weapon, but Jiangshan is shocked because the bow Emo Zhao used earlier was orange tier. When Jiang He brings up the Emo family, Jiangshan instantly understands that Emo Zhao's situation at home explains the gap. Off to the side, Emo Zhao crouches over the mutant elite's loot and starts using his rub talent on everything he picked up. His materials all upgrade at once, and the silver chest is pushed even further into a shining golden treasure chest. The new physique fruit gives a full 5 permanent points, and Emo Zhao immediately eats it while thinking he needs to find many more like this. He opens the golden chest expecting something huge and pulls out a lucky medal that only seems mildly useful at first glance. Then he shrugs and upgrades the medal too, and the result is suddenly broken, a plunder medal that boosts drops and guarantees special item drops. Emo Zhao instantly realizes how strong that effect is, because any future quest or rare monster item should now be much easier for him to farm. He equips the medal and opens his character panel to sort out the 2 fresh levels he just gained. Seeing lightning speed already covers agility, Emo Zhao puts 10 points into strength and splits the other 10 between spirit and endurance. He still barely uses mana now, but as a solo player he decides it is smarter to prepare for future magic than wait until later. As Emo Zhao stands up wondering whether to leave the city and keep leveling, Suwei's smug voice cuts in again. Suwei appears with 2 hired escorts and mocks the so-called S-class job holder for hiding in a corner. Emo Zhao does not play along and calmly tells Suwei to get lost. Suwei explodes, shouting about being a lightning mage and threatening to strike Emo Zhao down if he dares repeat it. Emo Zhao calls the whole thing pointless, shoulders Suwei aside, and walks through him like he is nothing. Suwei tries to chase after him, but his own escorts stop him before he can make things worse. That only makes Suwei madder, and he starts screaming that even his own men are turning against him. The escorts finally explain the real problem. Emo Zhao's bow is orange tier, so Suwei at his current level is nowhere near his match. Suwei can only stare after him, completely rattled by the idea that Emo Zhao somehow got an orange tier weapon. After that clash, Emo Zhao heads into the fortress city's professional market, where the streets still feel like an old-world bazaar packed with sellers. He barely has time to look around before a goggle-wearing blacksmith enthusiastically tries to sell him beginner weapons and armor. Emo Zhao turns him down, but Uncle Tang quickly points out that he still has no real armor on him. Emo Zhao still does not bite, because with his new plunder medal he expects better gear to drop from monsters soon enough. Instead, Emo Zhao asks whether Uncle Tang wants to buy materials and drops a giant ape bone on the stall. The blacksmith nearly yells, because that bone is blue-tier crafting material and absolutely not something he expected from a new professional. When Mo Xiao treats it like no big deal, Uncle Tang realizes he truly does not understand how this market works yet. Uncle Tang explains that this district is mostly for ordinary professionals without backing, so blue-tier gear and materials usually get handled by stronger family or faction networks instead. He goes on to say that once a new professional shows real talent, powerful groups will try to recruit them, and the college entrance exam is the biggest shortcut of all. And Mo Xiao thanks him, and Uncle Tang tells him to save the giant ape bone for a better craftsman because he cannot do that material justice. Then Mo Xiao pulls out wild boar tusks and the much rarer Lord's tusks to see if those are useful instead. That completely breaks Uncle Tang's composure, because Lord's tusks only drop from the wild boar lord. When Mo Xiao casually says he only specialized an hour ago, Uncle Tang flips from shock to worship on the spot. Convinced he is looking at a future hero, Uncle Tang begs for an autograph and offers to forge a weapon from the Lord's tusks for free. Mo Xiao gets a little red from the praise, but he signs anyway and asks for a sword. Uncle Tang carefully takes the autograph and dives straight into forging, promising the tusk sword will be ready in half an hour. With that settled, Mo Xiao asks the blacksmith where he can buy spirit fruits. Uncle Tang says spirit fruits are usually just short-term buffs, but the stall at the very back sells them like ordinary fruit by the hundreds. He adds a rumor that the vendor found a secret realm packed with spirit fruit trees and maybe even treasures that permanently raise attributes. That is exactly the lead Mo Xiao wants, so he thanks Uncle Tang and heads straight for the back of the market. Soon he finds the spirit fruit stall, where piles of fruits sit under a blunt sign offering spirit fruits 2 for $10 with no bargaining. Mo Xiao skips the small talk and directly asks the reclined stall owner where the secret realm full of spirit fruits is. That finally gets a reaction. The lazy stall owner opens his eyes and focuses on the solo player carrying an orange-tier weapon. At the spirit fruit stall, Mo Xiao tries to inspect the vendor after the man casually calls out his class, and the result is blank across the board. The sleepy vendor tells Mo Xiao not to waste his effort, confirming that this ordinary-looking fruit seller is far more suspicious than he seems. Mo Xiao drops the probing and asks for the secret realm coordinates, but Zhuge Song immediately makes it clear that information has a price. When Mo Xiao asks to pay with loot, Zhuge Song sets a hard rule and says he only accepts blue-tier gear or better. Mo Xiao silently lays out all the armored giant ape materials and even adds the mystic iron spear, forcing the lazy vendor to finally sit up. Zhuge Song is genuinely startled that a kid can produce mutant elite materials, and Mo Xiao answers as if hunting them was the most normal thing in the world. Intrigued, Zhuge Song tries to buy Mo Xiao's orange bow and even offers to arrange a guide into the secret realm, but Mo Xiao refuses on the spot. The old vendor laughs it off, admits a first-tier orange weapon is rarer than some higher-tier ones, and switches back to a direct trade. A special trade panel pops open between them, and even Mo Xiao pauses when he sees the vendor put up $190,000 for the deal. Zhuge Song calmly explains the math: $150,000 for the skill-bearing weapon, $50,000 for the materials, and only $10,000 carved out for the secret realm coordinates. Instead of haggling, Mo Xiao asks for every spirit fruit at the stall, and Zhuge Song casually throws the whole pile in for free because he considers them worthless. Mo Xiao confirms the trade, gets 40 spirit fruits, and receives secret realm coordinates along with a flat warning that the place is a level 20 realm where he could easily die. Before leaving, Mo Xiao deliberately offers a handshake as a cover for his talent, and Zhuge Song accepts it with complete indifference. The instant that handshake ends, Mo Xiao successfully copies Zhuge Song's SSS level talent, Power of the Fire God. Walking away from the stall in disbelief, Mo Xiao reads the new talent and realizes it adds fire damage, amplifies fire skills, grants fire immunity, upgrades future fire skills, and might even let him learn fire techniques by watching them. The talent is absurdly powerful, but Mo Xiao can only regret the timing because he still has no fire element skills to really exploit it yet. He heads back toward Uncle Tang's forge and starts using the free spirit fruits one after another, turning the whole unexpected bonus straight into stat gains. Most of the 40 fruits end up boosting strength, with smaller gains to endurance, constitution, and spirit, and not one of them gives him extra agility. After forcing down all 40 fruits, Mo Xiao is stuffed to the point of moving stiffly when Uncle Tang finally calls him over with the finished weapon. At the forge, Uncle Tang proudly shows off the blue-quality Fa-Tooth longsword, a level 5 weapon he is clearly thrilled with. When Mo Xiao asks the price, Uncle Tang waves it off completely and says this sword is his investment in a promising kid. Mo Xiao accepts the favor, thanks Uncle Tang, and heads out of the business district with a much better weapon in hand. On the road toward the city gate, Mo Xiao immediately uses his rubbing talent on the Fa-Tooth longsword and upgrades it into the Pig King longsword. He rubs it a second time right away, pushing the weapon one more step into the much stronger Lord's longsword. When he checks the finished Lord's longsword, the boosted attack, crit rate, fear aura, and lifesteal effect make the level 5 weapon look absurdly strong. Before he can head farther out, a message suddenly echoes in Mo Xiao's mind that the leveling area crisis is over and all newly awakened students must return to their classrooms. The recall immediately puts Mo Xiao on guard, because dragging all the new students back after mutant elites appeared feels like a sign that something bigger is moving. Elsewhere in Iching's Lord office, city leaders gather in a tense meeting over mutant elite monsters suddenly showing up in newbie zones for no clear reason. The meeting grows heated as one official wants to crush the problem head-on, while others worry this could be the start of a beast-tide push that will wreck newbie leveling again. When the room presses him for real intelligence, Jiangshan finally says this is not just Iching's problem because almost every base city is seeing low-level mutant elites. Jiangshan ends the room's last bit of calm with a blunt warning that unless something unexpected changes, a real accident is coming. 10 minutes later at First High, Mo Xiao steps into a noisy classroom, and the whole room goes quiet for one beat as everyone turns to stare at him. Then the classroom erupts, because everyone has already heard that Mo Xiao brought down the mutant elite armored giant ape and even landed 6,000 damage. Students who used to dismiss solo players flip instantly, and Mo Xiao ends up trapped in the middle of classmates already trying to claim him as their carry. Li Sun walks in at exactly the right moment, and the entire class instantly retreats to their seats on instinct. Li Sun teases Mo Xiao about becoming a star, and Mo Xiao answers honestly that he would still rather be left alone. Li Sun hints that Mo Xiao may not get his quiet life back, sends him to his seat, and turns to address the class properly. At the podium, Li Sun falls into the usual congratulations and safety speech, and the class immediately looks like it knows a long lecture is starting. When the students beg him to skip the routine and get to the point, Li Sun awkwardly admits his old teacher habit kicked in again. He finally gets serious and tells them that mutant elite monsters above level 15 have appeared not just outside Iching, but around every base city. The room goes cold when Li Sun adds that more than a dozen people have already died, making it obvious this is not just a scare. To keep the new professionals alive, Li Sun announces the higher-ups' new rule: from now on, everyone must level in teams. The moment team leveling is announced, Mo Xiao can feel the whole class turn toward him as the most valuable teammate in the room. Li Sun cuts off the brewing team's scramble and pivots to the class race reward, saying the first student to hit level 5 is getting paid out now. The class refuses to believe anyone could hit level 5 that fast, and the guesses start flying between Mo Xiao, Su Wei, and the absent possibility of Jiang He. Su Wei shuts the guessing down by admitting that even with bodyguards he is only level 3.5, which leaves Mo Xiao as the obvious answer. Once Su Wei says it out loud, the room quickly connects the dots. If Mo Xiao killed a level 15 mutant elite, the impossible experience jump suddenly makes sense. Mo Xiao stops hiding it and opens his status panel for the class, proving he really is level 5 with stats far beyond what a fresh novice should have. The room erupts all over again, because after seeing those numbers, nobody can write Mo Xiao off as just a lucky solo player anymore. Even Li Sun is impressed by those stats, but he quickly regains control and calls Mo Xiao forward to collect the school's reward. At the front of the class, Mo Xiao receives a green tier random skill book, adding one more major boost just as everyone's attention on him keeps climbing. Back in the classroom, Mo Xiao is stunned when he sees the school's reward is a random skill book, one of the rarest and most expensive items a beginner could get. Li Sun explains that the school knows solo players struggle to get skills, so they chose this book for Mo Xiao on purpose and expect him to make good use of it. Just as Mo Xiao is ready to leave, Li Sun stops him with one more order: every student must form a team, and this time it is not optional. Mo Xiao tries to wriggle out of it, quietly convinced he is safer alone, but Li Sun shuts that idea down before he can run off again. Li Sun even suggests Jiang He, and the moment her name comes up, Jiang He's eyes light up with open hope. Before Mo Xiao answers, Su Wei suddenly cuts in and offers a strange compromise: not himself, but 2 trained bodyguards to follow Mo Xiao instead. The class thinks Su Wei is crazy, but he lays it out calmly. His men will keep their distance, stay silent, and only step in if Mo Xiao is in danger. That offer actually appeals to Mo Xiao, so he narrows his eyes and asks the real question: why is Su Wei helping him at all? Su Wei drops the price of the deal right away. He wants Mo Xiao's orange bow of stars once Mo Xiao upgrades to better gear. Mo Xiao quickly judges that an early orange weapon is replaceable, and trading it for peace and space sounds worth it. He accepts the deal, and Su Wei immediately sends a message with the satisfied look of someone whose trap just started moving. Li Sun is surprised by the choice, but from the school's side it still solves the problem. Mo Xiao is finally on a team and apparently guarded by 2 high-level adults. After the meeting ends, the students file out in a hurry because for all of them, leveling matters more than anything else now. Jiang He comes back to Mo Xiao with a half-resentful smile and admits she really thought this was her chance to team up with him before Su Wei ruined it. Mo Xiao can only go silent, and Jiang He lets him off the hook with a smile before telling him to keep working hard. Once Jiang He leaves, Mo Xiao finally gets the classroom to himself and eagerly pulls out the random skill book to test his rubbing ability on it. His touch upgrades the book from green to blue on the spot, and Mo Xiao instantly decides to keep pushing the nested trick further. When he opens the upgraded book, it turns into a blue fire skill called Dragon Fire Art, which already feels like a great pull for him. Because he already has the power of the fire god, Mo Xiao realizes this fire skill can be evolved again, and may be pushed all the way into something absurd. He rubs the skill once and upgrades Dragon Fire Art into Dragon Breath. He does it again immediately, and Dragon Breath rises one more step into the golden skill Dragon Dance. For a moment Mo Xiao is just stunned, because even with his talents, a golden fire skill still feels wildly above anything he expected to hold. He learns Dragon Dance at once, letting the book dissolve into light and merge into his body. Then the real shock hits. The power of the fire god reacts to the newly learned fire skill and upgrades it again into a red skill, Dragon God's Descent. The skill description is outrageous. Mo Xiao can summon a fire dragon god whose duration and power scale with his stats, and his fire god talent triples both. At first he can only think this skill looks strong enough to wipe out armies, and the sheer power of it leaves him rattled. A second later he notices the catch, and his excitement drops fast when he remembers active skills actually burn mana. The cost is brutal. Summoning the fire dragon god needs 10,000 MP for just 10 seconds, far beyond what his current stats can support. So the miracle skill instantly turns into a headache, because Mo Xiao now owns a terrifying trump card that he cannot actually use yet. While he is still dealing with that, two unfamiliar men enter the classroom and ask if he is Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao answers cautiously with his hand near the sword at his waist, ready to strike first if these strangers step wrong. The men quickly bow and reveal they were sent by Su Wei as the bodyguards promised in the deal. Satisfied with that answer, Mo Xiao skips the small talk and immediately forms the team with them. The team window reveals their classes and levels, and Mo Xiao is amused that these level 20 bodyguards have names ridiculous enough to sound fake. Mo Xiao greets them with a handshake, but under that polite move he is really using the contact to copy their skills. From Lu Rinjia he steals Big Fireball, and the fire god's power upgrades it on the spot into the stronger exploding fireball. From Lu Mengming he copies Block, giving himself a straightforward defensive skill to go with his growing pile of offense. With the introductions done, the three leave the base city together and head for the leveling grounds. At the beginner area, newcomers are packed shoulder to shoulder farming rabbits, and Mo Xiao instantly loses interest in staying there. He turns to the bodyguards and bluntly asks how strong they really are before taking them anywhere harder. Lu Rinjia answers with some pride that the two of them are above average and can even fight monsters beyond their level together. That is enough for Mo Xiao, who coldly warns them that he is heading to a much higher level map and hopes he will not have to protect them instead. When they ask what kind of map he means, Mo Xiao answers like it is nothing, level 15 to 20. He opens his map, follows the secret realm coordinates he bought earlier from the fruit stall owner, and picks the nearest area on the route, Dead Man's Canyon. That name makes Lu Rinjia's face change immediately, because Dead Man's Canyon has a terrible reputation even among stronger fighters. The bodyguards explain why. It is packed with undead, they detect intruders from absurd distances, and once they start coming, they come in swarms. They add one more nasty detail: the canyon suppresses life recovery, which is why most people would rather brave a level 20 map somewhere else. Mo Xiao does not care at all, because from his point of view more monsters just means faster leveling and more drops. So he shuts the discussion down and orders them to move, making it clear he would rather charge in alone if the school had not forced this arrangement. Behind Mo Xiao's back, the two bodyguards exchange a tense look and start rethinking Su Wei's order to steal the Bow of Stars, because this dangerous route may force them to move early. Not far away in the leveling area, Su Wei watches the trio leave with a nasty grin, already confident his two level 20 men can handle Mo Xiao. But before Su Wei can enjoy the fantasy, Jiang He appears beside him with a cold voice and catches him in the middle of whatever scheme he is planning. Jiang He stares Su Wei down and warns him flatly that if he dares touch Mo Xiao, she will make sure the Su family cannot stay in Yicheng. After picking Dead Man's Canyon as his real destination, Mo Xiao coolly tells Lu Rinjia and Lu Mengming they can stay behind if they are scared. He makes it even clearer that he only teamed up for the school mission, and with or without them, he is still going into the canyon. Mo Xiao stops waiting for their answer and just strides off toward Dead Man's Canyon, leaving the other two stunned behind him. Once he is gone, Lu Rinjia panics, and Lu Mengming decides they need to report upward because following Mo Xiao into that map could get them killed too. Half an hour later, Mo Xiao is already perched alone on a huge boulder while a pack of spectral wolves snarls below, trapped by the height. Studying his floating map, Mo Xiao notices how strange this area is. The safe beginner zones jump abruptly into a level 15 canyon instead of rising normally. After planning his route, he decides to clear this wave first, and then keep moving deeper toward the canyon. The moment he leans out, the spectral wolves bunch directly under him, making themselves the perfect target. Mo Xiao draws the Bow of Stars and fires Hurricane Arrow, sending a storm of wind and starlight tearing straight through the pack. In seconds, all 16 wolves are wiped out, and the drops prove his point again. Ordinary mobs are barely worth his time now. He hops down from the rock, already thinking about hunting elites and bosses instead. But the instant his feet touch the ground, a fireball slams into him from ambush and snaps him into full alert. Behind a nearby rock, the attackers are already rattled, because the man they came to rob does not look anything like a harmless level 5 beginner. When Lu Mengming reminds him that Mo Xiao already soloed a level 15 mutant elite, the newcomer instantly regrets taking the job. Before they can retreat, Mo Xiao appears in front of all three like a ghost and gives them one cold choice: explain yourselves or die. Lu Mongbing blurts out that his sword is another orange-grade weapon, and Mo Xiao answers that useless reaction with a brutal stab through her shoulder. With his sword still threatening her, Mo Xiao warns that the next wasted word will be a skill, not a warning. Terrified, Lu Mongbing finally confesses that Su Wei sent them to kill Mo Xiao in the wilderness and take his orange bow back to him. Mo Xiao barely reacts to Su Wei's name, because he had already guessed that help from that side was bait hiding bad intentions. Before he can keep questioning them, Tu Fading slips behind Mo Xiao and lands a heavy strike that Mo Xiao barely blocks on instinct. The attacker steps into view as Tu Fading, a level 30 melee mage whose damage is strong enough to make Mo Xiao instantly wary. When Mo Xiao asks if he also came for Su Wei, Tu Fading admits the job and demands the bow in exchange for sparing Mo Xiao's life. Instead of answering the threat, Mo Xiao asks Tu Fading's age, catching him completely off guard for one strange beat. Then Mo Xiao mocks him for reaching his 30s and still forgetting the basic rule here: strike first before the other side can retaliate. He triggers the Lord's aura, and a wave of fear explodes outward so hard that all four enemies instinctively think about running. Mo Xiao wastes none of that fear opening and dumps his whole burst combo into Tu Fading with terrifying force. Tu Fading can barely process the 9,000 damage before he collapses, stunned that a level 5 boy hit like a monster. Mo Xiao finishes all four ambushes without hesitation, then coldly states his rule: if others do not provoke him, he does not provoke them, but if they do, he retaliates. With the ambush over, Mo Xiao's copy ability triggers from the four bodies, handing him upgraded fire skills and new defensive and mana talents. He checks the kill drops next and quickly spots the two items that matter most: an unknown key from Lu Mongbing and a magic ring from Tu Fading. Mo Xiao realizes that killing people drops less gear than monsters, which explains why they plan to threaten him into surrender instead of simply murdering him first. Then he focuses on the upside that matters to him most: killing them still handed him extra skills and talents on top of the loot. He upgrades the unknown key into a platinum key, only to get an even grander item with a uselessly vague description. The ring is the real jackpot, because after upgrading it into the magic source ring, Mo Xiao learns it can let him cast one skill each week with no cost at all. That instantly makes the ring perfect for his absurdly expensive Dragon God's Descent, turning a hard limit into a deadly weekly trump card. After putting the ring away, Mo Xiao drags the four corpses together and burns them without a trace of hesitation. With the ambush cleaned up, he casually resets his focus and heads straight back toward Dead Man's Canyon. Far away in the hero hall of the Tianyuan battlefield, a fresh resurrection flame rises from the wall, and everyone assumes another human fighter has just died in war. The flame condenses into a body, dense magic pours into it, and Tu Fading is rebuilt alive on the floor, gasping in shock that he actually died. When someone recognizes him as a man who should have been safely back in the base city, the hall's sympathy starts turning into confused suspicion. Then Tu Fading says the one thing that detonates the room: he was not killed by a monster, but by another human from his own country. As the hall demands a name, Tu Fading leans into the outrage and points them straight at Mo Xiao of Yicheng Base City. At the border of the Nether Mountains and Dead Man's Canyon, Mo Xiao follows the system map and starts feeling that something is badly off. The route leads him toward a near vertical mountain wall, and the area gets stranger as the monsters thin out but jump to level 15 and above. He decides to trust the route a little longer and keeps going, figuring there might be a tunnel ahead and he can always turn back if needed. 10 minutes later, the pass opens into a valley with a cave at the far end, and a robed woman is already waiting there in meditation. Sujiner opens her eyes, says the respawn time should be here, and the whole valley starts shaking in response. A black beam crashes down before the cave, and an ironclad nether spirit appears with a deafening roar. When she sees it is the 17th kill and an elite lord this time, Sujiner only gets more interested in the drop she wants. At the valley entrance, Mo Xiao ducks behind a rock and realizes both the boss and the woman are far beyond anything he should be seeing on a level 5 to 10 map. The thought hits him hard that if Sujiner had not been here, he might have walked straight into a boss that could kill him instantly. The ironclad nether spirit charges first, swinging its dark blue glowing hammer straight at Sujiner. Sujiner answers with a single strike of her black staff, summoning skeletal armor around herself before the blow lands. The hammer crashes into Sujiner's bone armor and deals a clean 0, leaving Mo Xiao watching in disbelief from behind his cover. Two green magic circles open beside her, and heavily armored skeletons pour out to swarm the boss. Watching the skeleton army tear through the boss, Missouri Xiao finally understands that this beautiful stranger is a hidden class necromancer. The fight turns one-sided as Sujiner's attacks keep ripping off chunks of health and the boss cannot touch her. When the boss drops to its last 1%, a golden aura suddenly wraps around it instead of letting the fight end cleanly. Mo Xiao reads the new status and learns this last stand state ignores all attacks and control until the boss fires off a deadly move. Sujiner stays calm and starts her finishing spell anyway, convinced this elite is no different from the others she has farmed. Then the boss reveals a trick she did not know, a green claw striking her from behind and locking her body in soul break mid-cast. Now unable to move, attack, defend, or use skills, Sujiner can only watch as the boss's weapon swells for the killing blow. From the sidelines, Mo Xiao suddenly buffs himself and fires a magic arrow at the boss's head in a desperate interrupt. Mo Xiao's arrow only shaves off 406 damage because the undead boss resists physical hits, but it still interrupts the killing skill and buys Sujiner her life. Sujiner immediately explains the low damage in his ear, says it is enough, and takes the kill back with Soul Inferno. Because he witnesses the fire skill and helped with the kill, Mo Xiao learns Soul Inferno and receives a special item called the Token of the Lord of Death. He is briefly disappointed that there is no experience or normal loot, only what looks like a quest item. Sujiner turns to thank her rescuer, only to freeze when she realizes the person who saved her is somehow just level 5. Mo Xiao tries to play it off casually, but the moment he really looks at Sujiner's stunning face, his confidence disappears into a blush. Sujiner catches on immediately and starts teasing him like an older beauty who knows exactly how flustered he is. She introduces herself as Sujiner and jokes that since he saved her life, she should repay him by offering herself to him. That joke hits Mo Xiao harder than any monster, because fighting is easy for him but talking to women absolutely is not. Once she stops laughing, Sujiner gets serious and points out that a level 5 rookie should not be able to hit a level 50 boss that hard. Mo Xiao admits he is a solo player, and Sujiner says that class is powerful but difficult, though even that does not fully explain his damage. After noting his rare beginner orange sword and bow, she decides not to pry into his secret and sends him a friend request instead. She keeps teasing even through the friend request, while promising that a level 60 expert on the verge of 3rd advancement owes him a real favor now. The mention of 3rd advancement makes Mo Xiao connect the dots and ask if she has been farming this boss for a class item. Sujiner admits she has killed this boss almost 20 times for the Death God's token and still never got it, which is why this run mattered so much. After a quiet beat, Mo Xiao opens a trade panel and shows her that he has the exact token she has been chasing. Sujiner's shock explodes into joy, and she leaps up to hug Mo Xiao so hard that his face is buried in her chest. That accidental contact lets Mo Xiao copy Sujiner's Death God's aura, and the absurd suffocation even pushes it up into the SSS talent heart of the Death God. Mo Xiao finally fights free, red-faced and gasping, while the strange aftertaste of that hug leaves him badly shaken. Sujiner apologizes for the tackle but immediately demands to know how he got a boss-exclusive item she could never farm herself. Mo Xiao explains that if a monster carries a mission item, his special condition can force that drop to happen. Hearing that, Sujiner's expression turns serious because his ability is valuable enough that she half-jokes she really should offer herself after all. Before she can bully him any further, Sujiner finally asks the practical question, why is a level 5 rookie even out here alone? Mo Xiao points at the cave and says he was trying to reach Deadman's Canyon by taking the nearest route through that tunnel. Sujiner shuts that idea down at once and reveals the cave is not a shortcut at all, but a forbidden realm where nobody has ever come back alive. Sujiner warns Mo Xiao that this route is basically a hidden high-level area, and without her, the iron-armored nether spirit here would have killed him before he ever reached Deadman's Canyon. Mo Xiao accepts the warning and decides he will have to take a detour instead of forcing his way through the secret realm path. When Sujiner remembers how hard Mo Xiao hits, she suddenly realizes that a level 15 map is not actually out of his reach even though he is only level 5. Mo Xiao takes that as his cue to leave, but Sujiner immediately hurries after him because she still wants to repay him for helping her. Her clumsy talk about repayment makes Mo Xiao cut her off with a deadpan refusal, saying that if she means offering herself, he will pass because he still needs to level. Sujiner scrambles to recover and offers to level with him instead, but Mo Xiao points out the obvious. She already has what she needs for her class advancement, so that should be her priority. That reminder makes Sujiner stop, because changing professions is exactly what she has been stuck on for so long. Mo Xiao ends the exchange cleanly by saying they are friends now and that if he needs anything later, he will come find her. He walks off without looking back, leaving Sujiner alone in the wind and genuinely stunned that he really means it. Left there by herself, Sujiner even doubts her own charm for a second, baffled that this younger guy did not latch onto her like everyone else. Then her mood flips, and she laughs to herself, deciding that this interesting lone player deserves a little extra help. Sujiner pulls out an ancient sheepskin scroll, opens it, and vanishes in a blue pillar of light as a complex magic array blooms under her feet. Half an hour later at the end of the Nether Mountain range, Mo Xiao sits on a boulder studying his new soul harvest skill and wondering how souls are actually counted. The skill sounds absurdly strong, but the vague rule bothers him because if low-level kills count the same, he could just farm weak mobs all night and spiral into something broken. Before he can sort it out, a mail alert pops up, and Mo Xiao opens it expecting some kind of system compensation. Instead, it is a message from Sujiner saying she found some old lone player gear for him, and she sends a blue death staff, a blue death robe, and a blue skeleton soldier summoning book. For anyone else these blue drops would just be decent, but for Mo Xiao they are upgrade fuel, so his excitement spikes immediately. He uses his rubbing ability on the staff and robe, upgrading each item twice until they become the orange necromancer's staff and orange necromancer's robe. He upgrades the summoning book twice as well, turning skeleton soldier summoning into skeleton general summoning, and then into skeleton lord summoning. When the orange staff stats appear, Mo Xiao is stunned by its absurd magic power, and only then notices the class and level restrictions. That turns into another surprise when he realizes his solo player bonus effectively lets his level 5 self-equip level 15 necromancer gear right now, which means Su Jiner had already understood how his class worked. The robe and summon description make the gift even better, because the set massively boosts mana and necromancy, and the skeleton lord can shield him, call in skeleton soldiers, and take damage in his place. Mo Xiao decides the summon may not look as flashy as his fire dragon skill, but as a frontline meat shield it could be incredibly practical. He learns the skill and puts on the necromancer set, and in one step his whole presence shifts from mixed fighter to proper dark mage. When he opens his status again, the numbers are so dense and so high that even Mo Xiao has to stop and stare at how much stronger he just became. His mana has suddenly become his biggest advantage, and he realizes he may soon be able to cast Dragon God's Descent with his own reserves instead of relying on gimmicks. His celebration is cut short when a level 6 spectral wolf creeps into range, snarling and ready to pounce. Mo Xiao casually points his new staff and fires Soul Explosion at the wolf. The spell detonates for 987 damage and drops the wolf in one hit, which still shocks Mo Xiao even though he expected an easy kill. That raw output makes him briefly think about copying more from Su Jiner, though he quickly reminds himself he only means her skills, not the dangerously intimate method that already nearly suffocated him. Then another system change lands on top of that, and Fire God Power upgrades Soul Explosion into Annihilating Soul Blaze with splash damage and a small instant death chance. Reading that absurd 5-minute cooldown, Mo Xiao finally accepts how ruthless this world is. Strong classes do not get balanced here, they just become even more unfair. He puts away the idle thoughts, keeps the staff in hand, leaves his bow and sword on his back, and heads toward Deadman's Canyon fully committed to this mage setup. On the way, panic shouts carry through the wilderness as a party ahead yells that the Nether Wolf King's attack ignores defense, and their tank is about to go down. When Mo Xiao looks over, he finds a 5-man team in full crisis against a huge spectral Wolf King wrapped in blue flames, with their frontliner Oldly about to collapse. Mo Xiao sighs and intervenes with a high-level ring of fire placed between Oldly and the boss, blasting the Wolf King backward and buying the team a breath of space. The grateful party leader thanks him at once, but Mo Xiao coldly makes his position clear. He did not step in to be kind, he came to steal the boss. He follows up with an exploding fireball, expecting to chip the boss down the normal way. Instead, a gray-white 999,999 damage number erupts above the Wolf King, and both the party and Mo Xiao freeze because that result is obviously impossible from raw damage alone. Mo Xiao quickly figures out that the Heart of the Death God instant death effect triggered, which means all of his attacks carry a chance to become a one-hit kill. He decides the low trigger rate is the only thing keeping that power from becoming completely monstrous. The kill reward confirms the boss is his, and as Mo Xiao turns to collect the loot, he feels the 5 survivors staring at him like they have just seen walking treasure. When 5 nearby players stared at his kill, Mo Xiao turned cold and bluntly warned them off, claiming the wolf boss for himself. He fired Ring of Fire before they could answer, blasting the whole group backward and ending the argument instantly. By the time they recovered, Mo Xiao was gone, and only the Nether Wolf King's corpse remained with every drop already looted. The group could only guess that someone strong enough to erase a lower-tier boss had to be far above their level, even if they had no idea why he was hunting in a low-level map. They finally gave up on chasing answers and decided to rest, level fast, and reach level 10 so they could enter the experience dungeon. Mo Xiao had only hidden on a big tree behind them, quietly rubbing through the Wolf King's drops while they talked below. He grumbled that killing this boss at level 10 gave him no special reward, unlike the Wild Boar King before, and the rules still made no sense to him. One rubbed item transformed into an invisibility cloak, and Mo Xiao immediately recognized it as the best prize from the Wolf King's loot. After putting the cloak away, he remembered the players mentioning an experience dungeon and decided he would ask Jiang He about it later. He circled around the resting party and headed deeper toward Deadman's Canyon instead of crossing paths with them again. The deeper he went, the scenery rotted away from green forest into withered trees and dead ground, making it obvious he had reached Deadman's Canyon. The nether wolves were gone here, replaced by foul zombie wolves and a nasty area debuff that cut his life recovery in half. Before he could think much about it, the soil around him split open and a dozen mounds burst into dozens of zombies climbing out of the earth. His Heart of the Death God triggered at once, so the undead ignored him instead of attacking, giving him a safe chance to inspect them. His skin showed ordinary zombies at level 15 with heavy health, high attack, and toxin on hit, and there were far more of them than the first wave suggested. Seeing the canyon packed with undead and a few larger monsters farther off, Mo Xiao decided to test his new summon and called out the Skeleton Lord. A 3-meter Skeleton Lord rose from the array in silver armor with a giant cleaver, and Mo Xiao lit up when he saw the skill could support 2 at once. The moment he ordered an attack, the Skeleton Lord stomped and roared, spawning 10 smaller skeleton soldiers to charge with it. Mo Xiao quickly noticed those level 5 skeleton soldiers were actually stronger than the zombies they were rushing, which made the summon feel even more absurdly good. Once the skeletons piled onto the same targets, zombies started dropping one after another, and Mo Xiao's experience messages flooded in. He realized the summon army could even trigger Heart of the Death God's instant death effect, turning his grinding speed into something ridiculous. Because the skeleton lord could keep summoning more soldiers every time its roar came off cooldown, his army snowballed from 11 undead to 30 in just 10 minutes. The non-stop kills pushed Mo Xiao to level 6 almost immediately, and he was thrilled by how fast the power jump came. He summoned a second skeleton lord right away and was stunned to see its stats leap upward with his new level. With the stronger second lord sent into battle, his experience bar climbed even faster and hit halfway again within only 5 minutes. Then the smooth leveling suddenly broke when his notifications slowed and 3 skeleton soldiers were killed almost at the same time. Since ordinary zombies should not have been able to wipe them out that cleanly, Mo Xiao immediately suspected a boss had appeared. He summoned another skeleton lord and rushed toward the place where his soldiers were dying to see what had changed. Even after he tried to halt the attack, the losses kept coming until a skeleton lord itself was killed and all the Link soldiers collapsed with it. As bones rained down in front of him, Mo Xiao looked up and finally saw the thing that had erased his army, a gigantic skeletal dragon hovering overhead. The dragon landed in front of him glowing with hostile blue fire, but instead of attacking right away, it only stared him down in silence. His detection spell identified it as a level 25 bronze level boss, and the rank list made the danger hit harder when he learned bronze was already the 5th boss tier. Mo Xiao instinctively backed off, but the dragon still did nothing, which left him wary and confused instead of dead. The system finally explained why. This was a secret realm guardian that only blocked the entrance, and would not attack unless someone tried to force their way through. That relief vanished the moment he checked his map and realized the very secret realm he came for was the one sealed behind this dragon. He finally understood why the stall owner had handed out the secret so easily, because reaching the entrance was useless unless someone could beat this monster. Even so, giving up was not his style, and after one hard breath he chose to take the risk and test the dragon anyway. He rebuilt his undead screen first, summoning another skeleton lord and surrounding himself with fresh skeleton soldiers before getting any closer. Then Mo Xiao edged into trigger range and boldly placed his hand on the dragon's head, aiming to copy something before the fight started. The gamble paid off when he copied the special talent dragon language and instantly received the title Dragon Speaker. That title immediately rewarded him with dragon wings, a dragon language magic skill that granted flight, extreme speed, and a huge combat boost at a brutal mana cost. Before he could celebrate for long, the skeletal dragon finally spoke and ordered the human to leave its protected ground at once. Because dragon language was already working, Mo Xiao understood every word and hurriedly asked the dragon if it would let him enter. The dragon was visibly startled that a human could speak the dragon race's language and called Dragon Speaker a near-legendary existence not seen for almost 1,000 years. For a second Mo Xiao thought that might open the way, so he pressed the question again and asked if that meant he could go inside now. The answer was still no, because the dragon said it was long dead and existed only as this realm's guardian, so no one could pass unless they killed it. With negotiation dead, Mo Xiao decided the only useful test left was to see whether he could hurt it badly enough to make a kill possible. He activated dragon wings, and a pair of summoned wings burst out behind him as he rose into the air to attack from above. Suspended in midair, he stacked every buff he had and fired soul-extinguishing black flame at full power to measure the dragon's defenses. The hit exploded for 8,952 damage and ripped away roughly a third of the dragon's health, which shocked Mo Xiao because the result was both amazing and still not enough. He immediately understood the ugly part of the math too. Without his rare 1,000 caddies trigger, the dragon still had too much health left for him to finish. The dragon answered with one deafening roar that instantly shattered every skeleton on the ground and smashed through Mo Xiao's defenses anyway. Only 299 damage showed over Mo Xiao because the skeletons absorbed the rest. But that tiny leftover number told him the dragon's true attack power had already gone far past 10,000 and nearly killed him anyway. In Dead Man's Canyon, Mo Xiao sees the skeletal dragon roaring and charging, and he instantly realizes one normal hit from that bronze boss will erase him. He gulps down 2 life potions, throws out every skill he can, and even his exploding fireball barely dents the dragon's huge health bar. The dragon beats its skeletal wings and rushes straight down at him so fast that even dragon wings will not get Mo Xiao clear in time. Cornered, Mo Xiao grits his teeth and decides to burn his once-a-week free cast from the magic source ring on his strongest trump card. A sunbright sphere of fire gathers at his staff tip, and Mo Xiao roars out Dragon God's Descent. The spell detonates across the canyon, turning the whole Dead Gray Valley into a blazing red world. When the flames clear, a colossal fire dragon stands in the canyon with the skeletal dragon pinned helplessly under its feet. System messages start flooding in as the summoned flames wipe out huge numbers of undead, and Mo Xiao shoots past level 7 almost immediately. The fire dragon roars again and keeps burning the trapped boss for thousands of damage every tick. 2 seconds later, the skeletal dragon dies and Mo Xiao jumps all the way to level 10, and the boss rewards pour in at once. He can barely process that one kill just gave him 3 full levels, and the shock hits harder once the danger is gone. Then the summon time runs out, the giant fire dragon breaks into red sparks, and Mo Xiao realizes his 10-second miracle is over. Now that he can breathe again, Mo Xiao turns to the corpse with greedy excitement, and waits to see what the dragon dropped. The drop list explodes with dragon materials, treasure chests, a sword, a pendant, blood, and a blue random skill book, and Mo Xiao is thrilled on the spot. He immediately starts rubbing the loot to upgrade it, and the bronze chest, sword, pendant, and skill book all evolve in front of him. The random skill book hits a limit after one upgrade, and Mo Xiao can only sigh before pushing the 2 treasure chests up to silver and platinum. He opens the silver chest first and gets an unknown creature egg plus a talent scroll for dual wielding power. The egg upgrades twice under his hands until it becomes an unknown divine beast egg, and that sudden jump leaves him stunned and delighted. He orders the divine beast egg to hatch, only to learn incubation will take 240 hours, so he can do nothing but wait 10 days. Next he upgrades the dual wielding power scroll into power of twin stars and instantly sees the real threat in it, 2 weapons at once, with both attack values stacking. Even with that excitement, he stops himself from opening the platinum chest and decides to save such a rare reward for a higher level. He opens the upgraded purple skill book instead, rubs it twice more, and watches it climb into divine empty-handed mastery, a red theft skill with a guaranteed steal. When the system confirms the skill can even steal equipped gear, Mo Xiao immediately realizes how dangerous and awkward that power could get. He moves on to inspect the upgraded Dragon God Steel sword and is floored by its red tier power, but the level 25 requirement keeps it out of reach for now. The Dragon King pendant is much kinder, so Mo Xiao equips it right away and gets a huge reserve of bonus attributes plus stored life and mana. He immediately chugs health potions to fill the pendant's life pool, and that extra safety finally lets him relax. After sorting his gear, he opens his status panel, spends the 50 free points, and sees a level 10 build that already looks absurdly strong. Seeing the huge numbers, Mo Xiao judges that he already hits more like a level 30 or 40 fighter, even without using Dragon God's Descent. That mood cools when he notices level 11 already needs 80,000 experience, and he can only grumble that he needs more bosses. Then he remembers why he came here in the first place, and turns toward the new magic circle left behind where the skeletal dragon died. He steps onto the secret realm portal, grumbles at the tiny 100 experience activation cost, and confirms it anyway because he expects the real reward to finally open. Instead, the portal rejects him with a brutal rule check. His current level 10 is too low, and the secret realm will not open until level 20. After everything he just survived, Mo Xiao slams his staff into the ground in pure frustration, but the dimming portal leaves him no choice except to accept the world's rule. Back at Dead Man's Canyon, Mo Xiao gives up on the secret realm for now because he still cannot enter it. He also drops his plan to keep grinding here, because Dragon God's Descent wiped out almost everything and the respawn rate is too slow to matter. Thinking it through, Mo Xiao realizes ordinary monsters barely give enough experience, and fast leveling will have to come from elites and bosses. That makes the whole system click for him, and he mutters that no wonder everyone is desperate to get into secret realms and dungeons. He decides that once he gets back, he needs to ask a teacher how dungeons really work. By the time he returns to Base City, it is fully dark, and the timing kills his plan to find a teacher that night. Instead, Mo Xiao follows the original owner's memories home and ends up in a cramped low-rent apartment that makes him wince. He bitterly compares this place to his old life, then comforts himself that selling materials tomorrow should finally let him move somewhere better. The moment he drops onto the bed, the exhaustion from his first brutal day in this world crashes over him, and he falls dead asleep. Elsewhere that night, outside the instance dungeon hall, Jiang Shan questions the mayor's risky plan to push all the new students into dungeons tomorrow. The mayor answers that dungeons are dangerous too, but right now they are still safer than the wilderness. When Jiang Shan presses further, the mayor reveals that otherworld forces are now sabotaging humanity's growth by driving stronger elite monsters at newcomers. The mayor explains that even top fighters cannot guard every gifted newcomer in the wild, so early dungeon access is the only realistic protection. Then the mayor makes the real ask clear. This emergency protection will cost money, and he wants the Jiang family to help cover it. Jiang Shan calls out the attempt to squeeze the Jiang family, and the mayor shamelessly leans right into it. The mayor reminds him that the Jiang family helped build this dungeon hall and made money from it, so giving something back now is only fair. Jiang Shan refuses to speak for the whole family, and tells the mayor to ask the real decision-maker himself. The mayor refuses to risk asking in person, tries to slip away, and dumps the whole problem back on Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan stops him with a condition of his own and asks for what that person left behind. That request tips the mayor off that Jiang Shan met Mo Xiao, and Jiang Shan says the boy is even more extraordinary than before. Jiang Shan pushes the mayor to return it to Mo Zhao's family now, before the boy grows strong enough to remember old debts the wrong way. The mayor grimly says he would be lucky if Mo Xiao only lets things go, then tosses Jiang Shan a small bag to pass along under the Jiang family's name. Before leaving, the mayor says he wants to see Mo Xiao reach the National College entrance exam in 2 months. Jiang Shan calmly answers that Mo Xiao will not just make it there, he is bound to fight for first place. Then Jiang Shan looks up toward the roof and asks his hidden sister-in-law whether the Jiang family is willing to pay that price. A graceful woman appears on the roof, looking strikingly like an older Jiang He, and snorts that the mayor's scheme was obvious from the start. Jiang Shan lightly defends the mayor as someone carrying the city, and the woman sharply asks whether he still counts as part of the Jiang family. Her tone suddenly shifts as she asks whether Jiang He was alright after coming to him earlier, and the hard edge gives way to worried motherly concern. Jiang Shan points out she could ask her daughter directly, and she bitterly admits Jiang He has grown up enough to hide things from her now. He guesses she annoyed Jiang He again, quickly surrenders when she snaps back, then changes the subject to the bigger news that the Mo family boy changed class and is close to Jiang He. The next morning, Mo Xiao jolts awake in a panic, thinking he overslept for work before remembering he is not living that life anymore. He almost sinks back into laziness for a second, but forces himself up and gets ready anyway. During breakfast, a sudden special announcement rings in his mind and orders all combat students to gather at the Instance Dungeon Hall. The summons immediately bothers him, because students were supposed to start dungeons only at level 10, not be called straight to the hall like this. Sensing something serious behind it, Mo Xiao quickly finishes eating and opens the system navigation to head out at once. On the way, the importance of the place hangs over everything. The Instance Dungeon Hall is the city's core for trading, auctions, and most of all, dungeon access. Ichang's dungeons are limited in level, but even the lowest ones are dangerous because every run still guarantees elite monsters and bosses stronger than wild mobs. That is why the usual rule keeps newcomers out until level 10, making today's emergency call feel even more unusual. Following the system map, Mo Xiao arrives at the hall and finally sees the huge ancient structure up close. Inside, he finds the place already crowded with professionals sorting gear and supplies for dungeon runs. Before he can look around for long, Jiang He spots him and hurries over with familiar energy. Jiang He tells him the city's latest shock: more than 30 students from their batch died just yesterday. She explains that mutant elite monsters have been showing up in other areas too, and she is plainly relieved that Mo Xiao came back alive. Mo Xiao steers the talk back to the main issue and asks why the school called everyone here today. Jiang He says the mayor opened dungeon access early because the mutant elite problem cannot be contained yet, and the city thinks instances are the safer option. She adds that even if students cannot win inside a dungeon, they can at least retreat to the entrance and get out alive. With the logic finally clear, Mo Xiao accepts the change and starts thinking ahead. Jiang He immediately offers to team up with him, proudly pointing out that she is already level 6 and even has family strategy notes for the early dungeons. Mo Xiao answers simply that he is already level 10. Jiang He is stunned on the spot, and for the first time really notices that his equipment already looks far beyond an ordinary new student's. She recovers fast and blurts out warm admiration, openly delighted that the person she backed is this outrageous. That moment gets shattered when Sui suddenly shouts in disbelief that Mo Xiao is still alive. In his panic, Sui blurts out the truth: he really did send a level 30 person to kill Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao turns on him with icy calm and says those people were trash, and next time Sui will be the one in his sights. He ends the warning by telling Sui to stay where he is and not hand him another chance, leaving the other boy trembling on the spot. Right after that ugly scene, Li Sun arrives late and apologizes to the class for the rushed notice. Mo Xiao and Jiang He both immediately doubt whether a light profession teacher can lead anyone through a dungeon at all. Li Sun clears it up at once, saying he is only here to collect levels and headcount because he has never run a dungeon himself. As Li Sun starts counting, a figure suddenly drops from the sky and lands right beside Jiang He. Jiang Shan cheerfully greets Mo Xiao and, without asking, throws detection on him to see what kind of monster this kid really is. The instant Jiang Shan sees the result, he explodes in disbelief at Mo Xiao already being level 10 with a stat panel that should not belong to a fresh level 10 at all. Mo Xiao can only roll his eyes at the outburst, completely unbothered by Jiang Shan losing his composure in public. When Jiang Shan starts prying into Mo Xiao's stats and skills, Jiang He cuts him off on the spot and forces her uncle to back down. Jiang Shan shifts gears and says the mayor's mansion decided to reward Mo Xiao with something practical for killing yesterday's mutant elite. He tosses Mo Xiao a special storage bag, and Mo Xiao immediately realizes this reward is not the usual junk that drops from beginner monsters. Jiang Shan explains the bag is just a discreet container meant to hide the real reward, and warns Mo Xiao not to casually tell anyone what's inside. When Mo Xiao dryly asks why they did not just send the reward another way, Jiang Shan admits the whole thing is mostly for ceremony, and tells him to check it later. Off to the side, Sui watches the private exchange in disbelief and suddenly panics that the poor kid he offended might actually have powerful backing. As more newcomers gather outside the hall, Jiang Shan suddenly calls for silence, and the whole square snaps its attention toward him. Mo Xiao asks who Jiang Shan really is, and Jiang He bluntly reveals that her uncle is the deputy mayor and the third hall master of the Instance Dungeon Hall. Jiang Shan announces that because of special circumstances, the dungeon hall is being opened early even though it normally requires level 10. He warns them that instance monsters are far more dangerous than the wilderness, even if the experience and loot are much better. Then he sets the rule clearly: anyone below level 10 must enter in a 5-person team, and only the level 1 to 5 instance is open to them. The rookies answer in unison, and once Jiang Shan dismisses them, the crowd surges into the dungeon hall to form teams and claim entrances. But Jiang Shan stops Mo Xiao and pulls him aside, saying he wants to make a deal. Jiang Shan admits the deal is simple. Jiang He is only level 5, so he wants level 10 Mo Xiao to carry her through dungeons and speed up her leveling. Mo Xiao does not agree for free and calmly asks what he gets in return. Jiang Shan produces a blue instance dungeon medal and offers it to Mo Xiao as payment for protecting Jiang He. The medal is strong enough on its own, but Jiang Shan sweetens the offer again by promising Mo Xiao a 40% discount on everything sold in the dungeon hall. Mo Xiao tests how far that authority goes, and Jiang Shan proudly confirms he can make that promise as the hall's third hall master. When Mo Xiao asks about selling valuable materials too, Jiang Shan says ordinary sales can go through the trading post, but Jiang He can help him use the Jiang family's better channels for rarer goods. Mo Xiao immediately tests that claim by taking out a bottle of Dragon King blood essence, and the sight of it hits Jiang Shan like a shock. Jiang Shan blurts out in disbelief that a beginner map player should not even be able to touch something this precious. After Mo Xiao casually says he got it in Dead Man's Canyon, Jiang Shan decides on the spot to befriend him and promises to help sell the essence for a top price. Without even waiting for a formal answer, Jiang Shan throws the medal to Mo Xiao and vanishes in a flash of white light. Left alone with the medal, Mo Xiao instinctively rubs it and starts upgrading it on the spot. The medal upgrades twice in Mo Xiao's hands and becomes a gold experience medal with a 50% experience boost, a 20% team sharing bonus, and a dungeon reset cooldown cut to 2 hours. Satisfied, Mo Xiao equips the new medal immediately. Next he checks the secret reward bag, but this time his rubbing ability fails because the bag itself has special properties. When he opens the bag, the real contents finally appear: a forging skill book and a 1000 machine blueprint. Mo Xiao is baffled that Jiang Shan rewarded him with blacksmithing materials, but he decides to upgrade them first before worrying about the why. The forging art skill book upgrades twice in his hands and turns into divine forging art. Its description makes the payoff obvious to him at once. If he has blueprints, this forging technique could become a money printing skill. He upgrades the 1000 machine blueprint too, but this one only evolves once into a universal armament design. The moment he studies the evolved design, Mo Xiao realizes it is basically a 1000 machine umbrella-style transforming weapon and is stunned by how useful it could be. The evolved blueprint is even better because it can swap in stronger internal materials and equipment freely, but the listed crafting materials are mostly things Mo Xiao has never even seen. Not wanting to expose his upgrading trick to Jiang Shan, Mo Xiao puts the blueprint away and decides he will ask someone else about the missing materials later. Just then Jiang He walks up annoyed that her uncle vanished before saying whatever he claimed he needed to tell her. Mo Xiao simply tells her Jiang Shan already left. Jiang He fumes that her uncle still acts completely unreliable, and then a sudden team invitation cuts her off. When she realizes the invitation came from Mo Xiao, Jiang He stares at him in disbelief. Mo Xiao tells her plainly that this is Jiang Shan's arrangement, and if she does not want it, he can forget the whole thing. Jiang He instantly accepts, but then freezes again when she sees Mo Xiao's team comes with a 20% experience sharing bonus. Mo Xiao brushes it off as just an equipment effect and warns her not to tell anyone, which makes Jiang He hurriedly promise to keep quiet. With the deal settled, Mo Xiao tells her to move, and the two of them head deeper into the dungeon hall together. At the inner gates, only a few rookies are still arguing over teams and loot while Mo Xiao and Jiang He look over the dungeon entrances and recommended levels. Jiang He naturally starts toward the level 1 to 5 gates, but Mo Xiao stops in front of the level 10 to 15 dungeon entrance instead. She tries to slow him down and suggests they should at least test the waters and lower level dungeons first. Mo Xiao refuses to waste time on weak dungeons and makes it clear he is going straight for the stronger map. Nearby rookies overhear them and immediately start mocking the pair for ignoring the hall master's warning and trying to get themselves killed. Before Jiang He can fire back, the gate in front of them flares with a dangerous red light and reveals the real choice Mo Xiao has already made. The system window confirms it is the purgatory level black ant nest, and even Jiang He has to ask if Mo Xiao is really serious. Mo Xiao tells her to trust him, and after one hard breath, Jiang He grits her teeth and confirms the purgatory entry. The two of them turn into light and enter the purgatory dungeon together, leaving the hall behind in stunned silence for half a beat. Only after they vanish do the bystanders fully process what they saw, and the mockery flips into shocked chatter about two beginners charging into a purgatory level map. Then someone finally recognizes Mo Xiao as the rookie who solo killed a mutant elite yesterday, and the room's scorn turns into uneasy doubt that he might actually pull this off. Mo Xiao and Jiang He step into the purgatory dungeon black ant nest and find themselves at the edge of a wild, towering forest. The dungeon rules make the threat clear right away: more monsters, stronger stats, more elites, and the only real clear condition is killing the Black Ant Queen. Jiang He gets nervous at the brutal numbers, but Mo Xiao stays steady and says they should check the monsters first before panicking. Before they can move, a giant black ant pushes up from the ground behind them and locks onto the pair with twitching antennae. The ant stats are high enough to rattle Jianhe, and the sheer insect look alone makes her flinch backward. Mo Xiao treats it like a test target, deciding that bug monsters should burn well. His explosive fireball slams into the ant's head, and the whole monster catches fire almost instantly. The ant burns down fast, and the reward is so high that Jianhe blurts out how much experience she just got from one kill. Then the system warns that the death aura has alerted the entire nest, so any hope of sneaking through is gone. Instead of charging ahead blind, Mo Xiao loots the ant and summons a towering skeleton lord to scout and hunt for the nest. Jianhe mistakes the skeleton lord for a terrifying boss and grabs Mo Xiao to run, until he points out that the white name means it's friendly. Once she realizes it is Mo Xiao's summon, Jianhe is left speechless by how strong and unusual his skills really are. Mo Xiao orders the skeleton lord to sweep east and north, kill any ants it finds, and search out the real nest. The skeleton lord roars and 20 skeleton soldiers claw their way out of the ground before scattering into the forest. Mo Xiao is pleased that the level 10 summon can field even more soldiers, so he sits down to let his undead scouts do the work. Jianhe finally asks where he got such outrageous skills, and Mo Xiao only admits he found some kind of treasure and will not say more. Jianhe understands the boundary and stops pushing, accepting that Mo Xiao has secrets he is not ready to share. As the undead fan out, Mo Xiao watches the dark dungeon maps slowly light up route by route from the skeleton lord's scouting. Then the kill notices start cascading in, proving the skeleton lord is cutting through ants all over the map. A new kill message reveals black worker ants too, and the higher experience tells Mo Xiao the next monster type is stronger than the first. To Jianhe, the whole thing feels unreal. She used to grind for every level, and now she is gaining experience just by waiting beside Mo Xiao. Half an hour passes in easy conversation, and Jianhe quietly rises to level 7 just from sharing the kills. Jianhe jokes that she would have forced her way into his team earlier if she had known leveling with him was this effortless. Mo Xiao tells her this smooth farming is new even for him, because he only learned the skeleton lord's skill the night before. When Jianhe worries the summoned kills might waste materials, Mo Xiao assures her all drops go straight into his backpack and he will split them fairly later. The easy wait ends abruptly when Red Death notices report skeleton soldiers dropping one after another. When even the skeleton lord is killed by an elite black ant soldier, Mo Xiao knows they have finally found the real danger. He checks the map, spots the death point inside a cave, and realizes that cave has to be the black ant nest. Jianhe is ready to go with him, but Mo Xiao pauses to judge whether a level 7 archer can survive a fight that killed his boss to summon. To keep her alive, Mo Xiao tosses Jianhe an orange-grade bow of stars and tells her to protect herself with it. Jianhe is shocked by the orange equipment and tries to refuse it, but Mo Xiao shuts that down by calling it a sale she can repay later. She accepts the arrangement without more fuss, and the two head straight for the revealed cave to clear the dungeon. At the cave entrance, they find the killer, an elite black soldier ant far bigger than the ants outside, crouched there gnawing on bones. Its absurd strength and defense-breaking passive make it obvious why even the skeleton lord got shredded so quickly. Mo Xiao tells Jianhe to attack when he does and, more importantly, stay close instead of drifting out of his protection. Jianhe starts to line up a shot with her new bow, ready to prove she can fight too. Mo Xiao does not wait for a long fight at all, stacking buffs and black flame into one full power burst. The elite ant is instantly erased by a single 90,000 damage hit before it can fight back. Jianhe's arrow never even gets loose, because she is left staring at the damage in total disbelief. Mo Xiao awkwardly blames insect weakness to fire, but Jianhe clearly does not buy that as a full explanation. Since he refuses to explain it properly, Mo Xiao settles for the blunt version and tells her she just needs to know he is very strong. Jianhe lets the mystery go for now, choosing the free carry over more dangerous questions. After collecting the elite drops, Mo Xiao leads them into the cave, hoping the nest holds even more elite experience. The moment they cross into the black ant nest, the system warns that Mo Xiao's strange aura has enraged the ants, and they will attack on sight. That warning proves immediate, because dozens of black ants start swarming around them inside the tunnel. Jianhe quickly reads the field, sees no elites yet, and gets excited to split the front and back with Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao calmly shuts that idea down, and tells her he can wipe the whole pack by himself. He casts Fire Sea, turning the cave floor under every ant into a blazing trap. The ants do not even get a chance to rush him before the flames roast them into charred corpses where they stand. Watching the entire swarm disappear in one spell, Jianhe can only wonder if Mo Xiao is really supposed to be a rookie at all. Mo Xiao's sea of fire keeps sweeping the tunnel, and the kill messages pile up as black ants and black worker ants burn into charcoal. The experience is great, but when Mo Xiao checks the drops, he realizes this dungeon is mostly a leveling map with disappointing loot. Jianhe asks if the elite monster dropped anything useful, and Mo Xiao simply shows her a bag full of shells and mandibles meant for crafting. Jianhe tries to lighten it up by saying the materials can still be sold, and Mo Xiao agrees before pushing deeper because this is only the start of the dungeon. As they advance, the nest turns into a maze of endless branching tunnels, and ants keep appearing from every direction. The skeleton lord and its soldiers keep the side attacks from overwhelming them, letting the pair force their way forward through the ambush-heavy maze. Soon they reach a wider chamber and find an enormous ant sleeping in the middle, surrounded by bones from whatever it has already eaten. One look at the monster makes Jiang He instinctively step back, convinced this thing has to be a boss. Mo Xiao checks its status and sees the black worker ant leader is a level 15 boss with 5 nasty skills, including burrowing, armor that ignores elemental damage, and a bite that can kill outright. Jiang He wants to sneak around the sleeping boss, but Mo Xiao refuses because ants sense too well, so leaving it alive is too risky. Instead of attacking right away, Mo Xiao quietly walks up to the sleeping boss, making Jiang He panic that he is about to wake it. Mo Xiao lightly touches the boss's glossy carapace and copies its worker ant's strength skill without waking it. The new passive immediately excites him, because with his current strength it means he can punch through defenses that should have stopped him cold. When Jiang He nervously calls to him again, Mo Xiao just tells her to trust him. Then he switches from his staff to the Lord's sword and stacks dragon wings, power halo, brutal power, and a full strength attack for one brutal opening strike. Mo Xiao brings the buff Lord's sword down at full power, and the sleeping boss dies in one hit before it can fight back. Jiang He stares at the dead boss in disbelief, because Mo Xiao just showed absurd physical damage on top of all his magic. Mo Xiao dodges the explanation with shameless confidence, and starts collecting the boss loot instead. Among the rewards, Mo Xiao spots a black ant suit blueprint, and that rare drop finally catches his full attention. When Jiang He asks what he got, Mo Xiao tests the boss chest first, and upgrades it into an elite boss chest with a casual rub. He keeps the blueprint and crafting materials for himself, then hands the upgraded chest to Jiang He as her share. Jiang He immediately refuses because a boss chest can drop valuable gear or skill books, and she thinks Mo Xiao needs it more. Mo Xiao shuts that down, saying he does not need the chest and that this also repays the forging skill book her uncle gave him. He ends the argument by telling her to stop wasting time, because he wants to clear this dungeon several more times today. Back in the Instance Dungeon Hall, a crowd of newcomers gathers outside the reddish-black ant nest gate and nervously debates whether the pair are still alive inside. Their gossip spirals from death rumors to wild guesses about the clear time, and even the optimists admit 2 underleveled rookies should not be able to beat this dungeon normally. Jiang Shan walks in and casually asks why nobody is leveling, assuming a purgatory run is just another risky dungeon attempt. The moment he hears that the people inside are newcomers, Jiang Shan's relaxed attitude cracks. When the newcomer confirms it is Mo Xiao and Jiang He, Jiang Shan explodes in panic and fury on the spot. He collapses to the floor clutching his head, already imagining Jiang He's mother killing him if anything happens to her daughter. The rookies try to ask what is wrong, but Jiang Shan just yells at them to get lost and leaves himself alone with the disaster he caused. As he desperately tries to think of a solution, Jiang Shan remembers the worst part: outside help is useless because separate dungeon instances cannot simply be entered. Then a cold, majestic female voice sounds behind him, and Jiang Shan instantly knows the real trouble has arrived. Jiang Shan immediately turns meek and calls her sister-in-law, but she coldly reminds him to address her as Deputy Hall Master during work. She demands to know why he is acting so flustered, and Jiang Shan gets even more slippery because he knows she might hit him once she hears it. The moment she suspects this might involve Jiang He, her expression turns sharp and dangerous. She grabs Jiang Shan by the collar and demands the truth right now. Cornered, Jiang Shan points at the gate instead of saying it outright, and she follows his gesture to the purgatory level black ant nest entrance. As soon as she sees the purgatory level gate, she blows up, because Jiang He is only level 6 and should never have been sent inside. Jiang Shan hurriedly denies sending her in on purpose and explains that a first A level 10 genius named Mo Xiao was supposed to carry Jiang He. She immediately identifies the genius as Mo Xiao, and the thought of that family's troublemaking streak only makes her mood worse. She kicks Jiang Shan for sticking his nose into this mess, then strides straight toward the dungeon gate. Jiang Shan nervously asks if she is going to disband the dungeon, but she says no, she only wants to see what is happening inside. She takes out a special item, taps it against the gate, and projects a live light screen from the entrance. The screen reveals Mo Xiao inside the nest in his black robe, calmly pointing his staff as black flames detonate across the ants. Then a terrifying -9,000 damage number flashes on the screen, and everyone watching is left stunned. Outside the dungeon, the students explode over Mo Xiao's latest damage, with some calling it impossible and outright accusing him of cheating. Jiang Shan shuts the crowd down hard, telling them their limits do not define everyone else and warning that anyone who keeps causing trouble will lose dungeon access. Back inside the black ant nest, Mo Xiao finishes off 2 more elite black ant soldiers and warns Jiang He that this area is getting too dangerous for carelessness. Jiang He cheerfully says that with Mo Xiao here she does not need to be so cautious, and Mo Xiao can only stare at her in flat silence. That calm breaks instantly when Mo Xiao senses an attack, yanks Jiang He behind him, and summons the Skeleton Lord as an emergency shield. The incoming hit smashes straight through the Skeleton Lord's shield for nearly 4,000 damage, and Mo Xiao immediately realizes the hidden attacker is no joke. The attacker steps out at last, a thorny ant lord, a level 20 lord boss covered in spikes with brutal attack power, damage reflection, elemental thorns, and magic resistance. Mo Xiao hesitates because he can easily kill it, but if its thorn reflection also works on magic, his own burst could drag him down with the boss. To test the rule safely, Mo Xiao puts away his staff and tags the boss with a tiny lightning spell instead of committing to a full strike. Outside, the crowd instantly starts mocking that tiny damage, but the deputy master sees the real point and dryly notes that Mo Xiao is checking whether thorns only reflect physical attacks. Inside the nest, Mo Xiao quietly confirms that magic is not being reflected, and that answer comes just before the boss explodes into a red glowing spike barrage. Mo Xiao reacts in a flash, summoning more undead, throwing up a resistance ring, and dragging Jiang He straight into his arms before the spike storm reaches them. He turns his back to the attack and shields Jiang He with his own body as the spike storm slams into him at point-blank range. The watchers think Mo Xiao is done for, but white light flashes over him on the screen and the nearby skeletons start dying in his place. In that accidental close contact, Mo Xiao also copies Jiang He's precision and refines it into Elfi, a passive skill that lets him see weak points and force critical hits. Still red-faced, Mo Xiao lets go of Jiang He, snaps back to the fight, and casts soul-devouring black flames at the thorny ant lord. The instant death effect triggers, and a gray-white wall of nines erupts over the boss before the thorny ant lord is erased into ash on the spot. The impossible gray damage freezes everyone, and the deputy master excitedly recognizes it as an instant death effect so rare that only one human is known to have used it before. After learning Mo Xiao is a solo player from the Mo family, the deputy master decides this changes everything and rushes off, already thinking ahead to the college entrance exam. Back in the dungeon, Jiang He checks on Mo Xiao in a flustered voice, and he apologizes for grabbing her so roughly even though it was the only way to protect her. When Jiang He realizes he is completely unharmed, Mo Xiao explains that the skeleton lord's life sharing makes him effectively unkillable until every linked skeleton is wiped out. Mo Xiao heads to the ashes and is stunned when the lord boss drops not just a treasure chest, but also a purple longbow and a rare purple thorn skill book. Jiang He gives up every drop without argument, saying her family does not lack resources, and Mo Xiao accepts with a quiet promise that she can come to him for forging later. They push deeper through waves of thorny ants, and after another stretch of fighting, Mo Xiao finally kills the Black Ant King and clears the dungeon's secondary objective. With only the Ant Queen left, Jiang He wants to keep going immediately, and even thinks they might still beat the dungeon record. But just as they are about to set off, Mo Xiao stops mid-sentence, walks to a suspicious wall, and triggers a system prompt for a hidden space teleport. A hidden space prompt suddenly appears in front of Mo Xiao and Jiang He, catching both of them completely off guard inside the dungeon. At the same moment outside, the live detection screen over the dungeon door freezes and shatters like glass, leaving everyone staring. Jiang Shan rushes to inspect the broken device, but even the system only says some unknown force destroyed it. Back inside, Jiang He asks what the hidden space even is, and Mo Xiao can only admit he has no idea. Jiang He hesitates and warns it could be dangerous, but Mo Xiao decides the only way to know is to go in and look for himself. When Jiang He still objects, Mo Xiao tells her to wait here and confirms the teleport before she can stop him. Mo Xiao vanishes into white light, leaving Jiang He behind with nothing but a sinking feeling. Jiang He immediately tries to follow, only to get blocked by a new message saying her teleport attempts are already used up. With no way to chase after him, Jiang He can only stay behind and wait. Mo Xiao arrives in a new map called the Mysterious Path, a narrow bright tunnel with a dead stone wall behind him and only one way forward. He realizes Jiang He did not make it in, and he decides that at least he no longer has to split his focus protecting her. His first plan fails fast when the map refuses to let him summon the skeleton lord at all. He tests offensive magic next, and that gets blocked too, making the restriction feel much worse. Even his defensive control spell is sealed, and Mo Xiao snaps that the system should just say no magic works here at all. The system finally makes it plain. This map bans every active skill, so Mo Xiao will have to survive on raw stats and weapons alone. Mo Xiao opens his status panel, checks what still matters without skills, and dumps all 20 spare points into strength. Since his strongest magic is useless here and his better bow is with Jiang He, he starts searching for a weapon that can carry him through physical combat. He chooses the old thorny longbow and upgrades it twice in a row until it becomes the much stronger flying general longbow. The new bow stats are so brutal that Mo Xiao immediately realizes his physical damage just jumped to another level. He pauses on the unusual orange +2 quality, and the system explains that orange weapons need 5 successful enhancements before they can rise to red tier. With the bow settled, Mo Xiao upgrades the thorn skill book into a red defensive skill called Black Tortoise Armor. When he reads that Black Tortoise Armor can reflect damage and even save him from a killing blow once, Mo Xiao treats it like a life-saving jackpot. He opens the Lord tier boss chest next, upgrades it as far as it will go, and ends up with a bronze level boss chest instead of something grander. The bronze chest still pays off by giving him a talent upgrade card, which he immediately upgrades again into a stronger talent level up card. Mo Xiao uses the card on the spot, and his advanced reaction talent upgrades into S-rank godly reaction. Armed with a new bow, a sword, and sharper instincts, Mo Xiao finally moves deeper down the one-way passage. After about 10 minutes, the tunnel opens into a huge square, and the system declares he has reached Trial Grounds 1. The ground starts shaking, and a giant armored guardian with red crystal arms and a huge sword appears in front of Mo Xiao at Trial Grounds 1. Mo Xiao cannot read any useful stats on the guardian, but the locked gate behind it makes the rule obvious. He has to win to move on. He instinctively prepares to use a full power skill, only for the map to remind him once again that active abilities are still sealed. The trial officially starts, and the guardian's eyes blaze red as it roars to life. As the monster advances, Mo Xiao sees several green glowing points on its body and guesses his elf eye is marking weak spots. He fires one ordinary shot from the flying general longbow, and the arrow splits into tracking sub-arrows that tear huge chunks out of the guardian's health. The enraged guardian answers with a terrifying crimson blade wave that rips across the ground straight at Mo Xiao. The attack is too fast to dodge normally, but godly reaction sharpens Mo Xiao's senses in time for one desperate block. His sword catches the strike cleanly, and black tortoise armor erupts around Mo Xiao as a giant tortoise aura reflects the attack back at the guardian. The reflected blow slams into the guardian with stacked damage and control effects, dropping the giant to the ground in pain. While the guardian is down, Mo Xiao spots a new red weak point at its chest where its defense has finally broken. He rushes in without hesitation and drives his sword straight into that exposed point for a killing strike. The first guardian dies, dissolves into stardust, and leaves Mo Xiao standing victorious with experience, a guardian's treasure chest, and a guardian's saber. After beating the guardian, Mo Xiao finds a new guardian's treasure chest and immediately decides to rub it first and ask questions later. The chest gives him a vitality stone, and when he upgrades that too, it turns into a life crystal worth a ridiculous 3,000 extra max HP. He tries to push his luck one more time, but when the crystal refuses to evolve again, he uses it on the spot and his health jumps to 4,750. Feeling absurdly tanky now, Mo Xiao checks the dropped guardian's saber and realizes it is a blue level 45 weapon with huge stats that he still cannot equip. He puts the tempting saber away, notices the old passage has sealed shut behind him, and realizes the only path left is forward. With no real choice, Mo Xiao steps into the next corridor and accepts entry into Trial 2. The world blurs, and he arrives in a much larger open trial arena that is empty for just long enough to make him worry about what is coming. Then the floor shakes, and 3 identical Guardian number 1 monsters crash down together in front of him. Mo Xiao opens with a split arrow burst, and a lucky trigger of his power instantly blows away the Guardian on the edge. The other 2 Guardians immediately wake and charge him together, making it clear this trial will not let him pick them off slowly. He kites them cleanly and drops both health bars to 0 with 2 more shots, but their bodies stay on the ground instead of disappearing. A crimson glow leaks out of the fallen Guardians, and dead-looking vines burst from their bodies and spread across the whole arena. He hesitates for 1 second too long, one vine brushes his leg, and the hit chunks away 2,000 HP in an instant. Shaken, Mo Xiao sprints clear and realizes the life crystal he just used is the only reason that hit did not nearly finish him. Just when he is trying to understand the trap, the vines stop spreading and start dragging everything they touch back toward the center. The retreating vines compress into a giant red egg, turning the whole arena into the setup for something much worse. Before he can even inspect it, torn demon wings rip out of the egg and a fused 3-headed, 6-armed Guardian number 2 emerges in crimson armor. Mo Xiao barely finishes wondering if the red vines are the Guardian's evil power before a crimson flash spears through his body for 9,999 damage. His thorn effect and black tortoise armor save him at the last second, locking him at 1 HP while the system warns that the monster is invincible and immune to earth and water control. Knowing he has no room to breathe, Mo Xiao frantically fills the air with arrows, but almost all of them miss the new Guardian completely. Then Guardian number 2 closes the distance like a teleport, and comes down on him with 6 sabers at once. Mo Xiao switches to pure reflex, catches the assault with his sword, and knocks the giant back just enough to survive the first exchange. But even his successful counters only deal tiny chunks of damage, and Mo Xiao quickly realizes this thing is absorbing an absurd amount of what should be lethal hits. So he settles into a brutal plan: parry every strike, steal every opening he can, and gamble on eventually triggering enough crushing damage to bring the monster down. 4 hours later, the story cuts back outside the Black Ant Nest, where Jianhe is still waiting at the hidden space entrance when the dungeon's time limit suddenly expires. Jianhe panics because Mo Xiao still has not come out, but the dungeon forcibly teleports her away anyway. She reappears at the dungeon entrance, where the deputy master rushes over worried, and Jiangshan, bruised and miserable, looks like he has been getting punished the whole time she was gone. Instead of answering anything else, Jianhe urgently asks whether they have seen Mo Xiao, because he did not teleport out with her. Jiangshan explains they saw something happen at a wall through the scrying mirror before the mirror shattered, and Jianhe confirms Mo Xiao entered a hidden space alone after she hesitated. Jiangshan blurts out that Mo Xiao might be dead, and Jianhe immediately shuts that down by pulling up their team panel to prove he is still alive and still somehow locked in battle at full health. The deputy master says a hidden space is not impossible in a world full of secret realms and monsters, but that also means they have no way to help him from outside. Jiang he wants to message or video call Mo Xiao, but both adults stop her at once and tell her the only thing left to do is wait. Back inside the hidden trial, Mo Xiao is still fighting after 4 straight hours, soaked in sweat and moving on pure stubborn skill. With one last arrow, Mo Xiao finally lands the finishing hit and spits out one exhausted order for the monster to go to hell. The kill notification finally sounds, and the instant he knows Guardian number 2 is dead, Mo Xiao's body gives out and he collapses in relief. The chapter opens on Mo Xiao's updated build, showing just how absurdly stacked he has become after the last trial. 10 hours later, Mo Xiao finally wakes up on the arena floor, still groggy from the fight that pushed him past his limit. He thinks back on the battle and admits the second Guardian was nothing like the weak mobs from before, with high health, high dodge, and attacks that nearly deleted him on contact. Still sore and mentally drained, he wonders if clearing that fight might finally let him leave this place. Instead of an exit, the dead Guardian pays out loot, including set armor pieces, a saber, and a strange evil chi fragment. He ignores the armor for now but picks up the evil chi fragment, immediately curious about the creepy item. The item description shocks him. One fragment can boost every stat by 300 for 10 minutes, and the effect can even stack, though overuse can damage his mind. Mo Xiao instantly starts scheming, half stunned by the idea that stacking enough of these could make him temporarily monstrous. Then he uses his rubbing talent on the fragment, and upgrades it into an even nastier evil energy condensation block. The upgraded version is wildly stronger, granting 1000 points to every stat for 5 minutes, so Mo Xiao stores it away as a future trump card. Next he upgrades the Guardian chest itself, turning it into a defender's chest before opening it. The upgraded chest gives him a purple Guardian heavy sword, a brutal strength weapon from the Guardian set. He studies the weapon and notices something odd. A trial Guardian's gear only needs level 25, which feels lower than it should. The system explains that chest rewards scale to the opener, but level 25 is the lowest the equipment can drop to. That means he only needs 3 more levels before he can use it, and the thought steadies him a little. As he moves on, he reflects that the solo player class is already broken, and with his rubbing talent layered on top, he has become a complete anomaly. At the next gate, the trial asks if he wants to enter again, and Mo Xiao can't help asking the system if it will finally let him leave. The answer is blunt. Inside the trial space, there is no exit until he clears the whole thing. With no real choice left, Mo Xiao grits his teeth and agrees to enter the next space. A flash drops him into Trial Grounds 3, and the arena instantly lights up with red warnings. Then 20 Guardian number 1 enemies appear at once, making it obvious this trial has no intention of going easy on him. Even so, he forces himself to stay calm, telling himself a mob of weaker Guardians is still better than facing more of the second type. An hour later, the arena is littered with broken Guardians, and Mo Xiao is left standing in the middle of the wreckage, panting. The kill reward pushes him up to level 14, giving him a little progress but no real sense of safety. While stuffing the Guardians' weapons and gear into his pack, he admits that sheer numbers alone already made this round rough. Before he can relax, the same eerie red vines return and start dragging all 20 corpses together again. Mo Xiao does not wait to study at this time and immediately runs, because he already knows those vines are dangerous by themselves. As the vines compress the bodies into a swelling red sphere, he realizes this next monster could probably kill him in one hit. The trial system gives a chilling warning: the Guardian has appeared, and all participants should stay alert. Then the sphere opens and reveals a red-armored man, the gold-tier boss waiting at the end of the Guardian trial. The last twist is worse than hidden stats. The boss description flatly warns that fighting him is a mistake, and escaping is the only way out. Inside the trial grounds, Mo Xiao studies the motionless gold-level Guardian and immediately feels that something about this boss is wrong. He starts to draw the Flying General's longbow, but a sudden chill hits him so hard that he aborts the shot and drops low on instinct. That reflex saves him as a crimson vine slices through the air where his upper body was a moment earlier. The Guardian wakes with a furious roar, its eyes glowing red as evil energy rushes into its body. In seconds, red crystal armor wraps the Guardian, his sword swells into a giant crimson blade, and dozens of living vines writhe from his shoulders. Knowing he cannot block those vines head-on, Mo Xiao quietly dumps all his spare stat points into agility and bets everything on surviving by movement. He also realizes his own damage is probably too low to pierce this monster, so his only real chance is to exploit openings and rebound damage whenever he can. Before he can plan further, the Guardian vanishes and reappears in front of him in a red blur, bringing the huge sword straight down. Mo Xiao barely reacts in time, raising a hand to meet the blow and retreating at the same time instead of getting split open. The clash kicks back enough force to shatter the red crystal on the Guardian's torso and arms, finally exposing flesh underneath. Mo Xiao snaps into action and fires a rapid volley from the Flying General's longbow before the armor can recover. The arrows barely scrape the Guardian for tiny double-digit damage, proving that even now Mo Xiao still cannot really break his defense. Then Mo Xiao notices the Guardian standing still to restore its broken crystal layer, and that strange pause gives him a reckless idea. Instead of retreating, he charges straight in and boldly rubs a hand across the Guardian's body to trigger a copy. It works, and Mo Xiao steals Evil Chi Extraction, a skill that drains vitality into evil chi and can push him into demonization for brutal power at a terrible cost. When he sees strength multiplied tenfold, Mo Xiao decides the health loss and zero defense do not matter if he dies in one hit anyway. So he activates Evil Chi Extraction on the spot, and a crimson vine erupts from his palm to latch onto the Guardian. His health crashes, a burning force floods through him, and red crystals start building over his body like fresh armor. Mo Xiao roars as demonization fully takes hold, his eyes glowing red and his mind slipping into a dangerous blur. In that berserk state, he yanks back the longbow and unloads a frenzied barrage that finally bites into the Guardian for 4-digit damage. When the red haze fades, Mo Xiao realizes he briefly lost control and quietly admits this skill is far too dangerous to use carelessly. But he gets no rest, because the Guardian starts moving again and the fight drops back into a brutal war of evasion and ship damage. Elsewhere in Yicheng Bay City, Mayor Fang Chang coolly receives an inspection team from Tianyuan Battlefield in his reception hall. The team leader states their purpose plainly. Someone in Fang Chang's city has been maliciously killing battlefield heroes, and they are here to investigate. When Fang Chang reacts with disbelief, the inspectors point him to the victim beside them, and Fang Chang recognizes Tu Fading immediately. Fang Chang presses him for an explanation, reminding Tu Fading that he only allowed him into Yicheng to look for job change materials without causing trouble. Tu Fading snaps back that the real question is obvious from his condition, because he is standing here after being killed. Fang Chang checks him with a probing skill, spots the unmistakable soul roaming buff, and realizes Tu Fading truly died once already. Grinding his teeth, Tu Fading explains that only a heavenly Dao blessing earned from battlefield merit kept him from being gone for good. Even with proof in front of him, Fang Chang still finds the claim hard to swallow because Tu Fading is a level 30 professional from the powerful Tu family. Fang Chang finally asks for the killer's name, and Tu Fading answers with pure hatred. It was Mo Xiao, and he wants blood repayment. That name hits Fang Chang hard, because he knows Mo Xiao is an infamous bug case, and still cannot believe a fresh job changer could kill Tu Fading. To make sure, Fang Chang summons Mo Xiao's enrollment photo, and Tu Fading instantly confirms that this is the man who killed him. Fang Chang asks one more time because Mo Xiao only completed his class change yesterday, and even the inspectors are thrown by how absurd that sounds. With no better explanation available, Fang Chang decides the easiest path is to bring everyone to Mo Xiao directly. Before he can do that, Jiang Shan bursts into the hall with urgent news that something has gone wrong with the instance. Fang Chang cuts in and tells Jiang Shan to fetch Mo Xiao, but Jiang Shan says that is impossible because Mo Xiao is trapped in a hidden space inside the instance. Tu Fading instantly loses his temper and threatens to have the Tu family tear apart Yicheng's instance hall if Mo Xiao is not dragged out for him. Then Jiang He cautiously steps into the room, drawn by the commotion, still carrying the orange bow of stars on her back. The moment Tu Fading sees that bow, he recognizes it as the weapon Mo Xiao took from him and shouts the accusation for everyone to hear. That claim drops the room into a heavy silence, because everyone there has already seen Mo Xiao using this same bow. Jiang Shan fires back with open contempt, pointing out that Tu Fading is a melee mage, so parading around with an archer's orange bow only makes his story look even more ridiculous. Tu Fading carelessly admits he was showing it off, then immediately demands that Jiang He hand the bow back since Mo Xiao cannot appear. And when Jiang He asks what he really wants, Tu Fading turns openly vile and says that if Mo Xiao is unavailable, she can take his place and keep him company. At the dungeon entrance, Jiang Shan snaps and punches Tu Fading, flying the moment he insults Mo Xiao and drags Jiang He into it. Still furious, Jiang Shan warns Tu Fading that the Jiang family is not scared of him and threatens to butcher him if he dares touch his niece. The Hero Hall inspection team steps in and says Tu Fading counts as a decorated warlord, so they have to investigate Mo Xiao as the suspected killer. Jiang Shan grits his teeth and explains that Mo Xiao cannot come out right now because he is trapped inside the instance. When the inspectors ask why no one can just call Mo Xiao back, Jiang He rushes forward and opens her team panel to show he is stuck in combat state. After checking the panel, the inspectors realize Mo Xiao has entered a special trial space where he can only leave by clearing it, or by dying under a Hero Hall blessing. That answer hits hard, because Jiang He knows Mo Xiao only changed class yesterday, and could not have received the blessing that would let him die his way out. The inspectors add that trials like this are usually far above the player's level, making Mo Xiao's chances look terrible. Tu Fading suddenly explodes, not because he cares about Mo Xiao, but because he wants Mo Xiao alive so he can kill him himself for revenge. The inspectors stay cold, warning that even if Mo Xiao survives, getting out could still take a long time. Tu Fading says he will wait as long as it takes, while Jiang Shan and Fang Chang can only exchange a helpless look. After the standoff, Jiang Shan leaves with Jiang He and leaves Fang Chang behind to keep Tu Fading from causing more trouble. Outside the city lord's mansion, Jiang He quietly asks the question hanging over everything: did Mo Xiao really kill someone? Jiang Shan admits it is very likely true, but he still wants to hear Mo Xiao's side before judging what happened. Jiang He immediately defends Mo Xiao's character and insists Tu Fading must have provoked him first. Jiang Shan agrees and says Mo Xiao is too valuable for Yicheng to abandon, so he asks Jiang He to explain everything about the Bao of Stars case before they plan how to protect him. Elsewhere in Yicheng, a black-robed Su Jiner steps out of the northern teleportation array and casually judges the whole base city as low-level. A second teleport flash brings Su Jiner's senior brother in luxurious armor, and he immediately asks why she dragged him here when he has other things to do. Su Jiner reveals the real reason. She wants him to inspect a promising talent as a possible last disciple for their master. Her senior brother reminds her that their master planned to choose that final disciple during the college entrance exam, not on a side trip like this. Su Jiner pushes back with a grin and says that if their master says no, her senior brother can just take the boy himself. When he asks who could possibly have her this invested, Su Jiner says it is the young man who saved her life and helped her secure her final class advancement item. She promises she is not forcing him into a favor blindly and insists this boy's talent and class are both outstanding. At last her senior brother gives in and agrees to go see this person first. Back inside the trial, Mo Xiao keeps clashing with the boss over and over, but his own health drains away while every counterattack barely scratches it. Knowing he cannot win a normal damage race, Mo Xiao curses his luck and gambles everything on the instant death effect of his Bao. The miracle finally happens when the familiar system prompt sounds and a massive gray-white instant death number explodes over the Guardian. The Guardian crashes down roaring, and the red crystals embedded in him shatter like glass until only the strange dark red armor is left. Mo Xiao barely starts to relax before the Guardian stands back up and calmly thanks him for removing the cursed evil power. But gratitude changes nothing, because the Guardian says his duty still stands and calls Mo Xiao to fight again. The Guardian plants his heavy sword before the passage, his light blue eyes glowing for a moment before he shuts them and returns to a waiting guard stance. Mo Xiao stares at him and realizes the purification made things even worse, because the red corruption vanished and the boss somehow became a level 30 Platinum Guardian. He cannot make sense of it, because the demonized state should have been the stronger one, not this cleaner and deadlier version. Trying the simplest option first, Mo Xiao cautiously asks from a distance if the big boss can just let him go back. The Guardian opens his eyes and tells him flatly that this trial ground has no exit except passing the trial. Left with no choice, Mo Xiao mutters that he can only keep scraping for damage and fires 5 arrows straight at the Guardian's face. The Guardian wakes instantly and knocks all 5 arrows away with one effortless swing. Before Mo Xiao can even process that speed, the Guardian appears right in front of him and brings the heavy sword down toward his forehead. Mo Xiao is sure he is dead and squeezes his eyes shut, but the blow never lands. Instead of killing him, the Guardian says Mo Xiao saved him, so he will not repay kindness with murder even though he still refuses to let him pass. Then the Guardian returns to the entrance like a living wall and leaves Mo Xiao trapped with no way through and no way out. Mo Xiao quickly accepts the truth that brute force will not work anymore, especially now that even his reactions and defenses cannot keep up with this purified monster. So he drops to the ground, opens his backpack and skill list, and starts searching desperately for anything that could break the stalemate. That search turns when Mo Xiao suddenly finds a one-time invisibility cloak that can hide both figure and aura from any skill for 300 seconds. He looks past the Guardian toward the passage and realizes this cloak might let him slip through instead of beating the trial head-on. But because the cloak hides only his body and aura, not guaranteed sound, Mo Xiao decides he has to test exactly how the Guardian senses intruders first. He inches forward until the Guardian reacts, then backs off, using that tiny movement to start measuring the detection boundary. From that first test, Mo Xiao estimates the Guardian's awareness reaches about 80 meters. He throws a pair of useless wolf fangs past the edge of the range, and the Guardian twitches awake again, proving sound matters too. With both clues together, Mo Xiao works out the route and timing, about 160 meters through danger, and only 5 minutes to do it in near silence. Once the plan is set, Mo Xiao steps into the danger zone and equips the invisibility cloak in the same instant. When the Guardian stays completely still, Mo Xiao realizes the cloak really does hide him from the Guardian's senses. Hidden by the cloak, Mo Xiao creeps forward in tiny cat-like steps because any louder movement makes the Guardian start to stir. After an agonizingly slow crossing, Mo Xiao slips past the whole detection area and reaches the passage behind the still unaware Guardian. Only once he is safely inside does Mo Xiao pull off the cloak, breathe out in relief, and confirm he made it through with 63 seconds still left. After slipping into the passage under his invisibility cloak, Mo Xiao finally drops to the floor and trembles with relief because the Guardian did not catch him. Excitement quickly replaces his fear, and he heads deeper in to see what waits beyond the last trial. The corridor opens into near total darkness, and Mo Xiao stops cold when a mechanical voice suddenly speaks. A 7-colored final door appears in front of him, and the system explains that he needs a trial core to open it. When he asks what the trial core is, the answer hits him like bad news. It only drops from the Guardian he barely escaped. Mo Xiao slumps to the ground again, half laughing and half miserable because he thought he had already cleared the trial. Then one detail snaps him upright. The active skill seal is gone. He frantically checks his skills and rediscovers quick fingers, the stealing skill that can even work on monsters. The system cuts his hope back down by limiting quick fingers to 10 meters, and with the cloak almost out of time, his plan starts looking desperate again. With no safer option left, Mo Xiao decides to bet everything on stealing the core and sprinting for the exit. He turns away from the open door and heads back through the passage toward the monster he never wanted to face again. He finds the Guardian again and, hidden under the cloak, creeps to within quick fingers range behind the armored giant. Mo Xiao fires quick fingers once and only gets the Guardian's treasure chest, not the one item he needs. He instantly tries again and steals the Guardian's heavy armor instead, making the whole gamble feel even more ridiculous and dangerous. A third steal rips away all the Guardian's gold instead, leaving Mo Xiao desperate with almost no time left. Then Quick Fingers triggers its special effect and empties the Guardian's whole inventory at once. The system confirms he stole the trial core, but it also warns that the Guardian has gone into a rage. The Guardian roars that Mo Xiao stole his sacred artifact and launches after him like an arrow. With the distance collapsing behind him, Mo Xiao nearly panics because the Guardian is about to catch him. At the last second, he throws up Advanced Resistance Fire Ring and the Force Blast shoves the Guardian backward. That brief pushback buys him just enough time, and Mo Xiao sprints out of the passage into the final door chamber again. The Guardian can only stop outside and roar because he cannot cross into the final door's space. Now that he is finally safe, Mo Xiao snaps back at the Guardian and refuses to return the core. He pulls out the badge-like trial core and throws it straight into the final door. The door accepts the core and declares the trial passed, but Mo Xiao immediately tenses again when he hears there is yet another space ahead. When the system explains that the next area is only a reward stage, Mo Xiao finally allows the teleport to take him. He arrives in the so-called Land of Mystery, and immediately complains about the dramatic name. A closer look only makes him more uneasy, because the giant cave feels less like architecture and more like a tunnel carved by some huge creature. He imagines an even worse monster ahead, but with no way back, he grits his teeth and keeps moving. After walking for a full hour, he finally reaches the end and finds a vast treasure cavern like an underground palace. He barely notices the treasure, because at the center of it all a gigantic dragon opens eyes larger than his entire body. Dragon Knight coolly says the trial winner is far weaker than expected, and Mo Xiao can only greet him as carefully as possible. Mo Xiao answers in dragon language by mistake, and Dragon Knight instantly turns hostile because he thinks Mo Xiao might be from the Western Dragons instead of the Dragon Kingdom. The dragon's aura slams into him so hard that Mo Xiao is left with only a sliver of health. Mo Xiao hurriedly explains that he really is from the Dragon Kingdom, and Dragon Knight calms down after calling it a small punishment. When Mo Xiao asks if Dragon Knight arranged the trial, the dragon gives a vague answer and hints that the whole effort would have been wasted on someone from outside the kingdom. Mo Xiao presses for answers, but Dragon Knight tells him he is still too weak and will learn the truth only after growing stronger. Mo Xiao suddenly asks if he can touch Dragon Knight, and the dragon realizes the strange power on him is what let him reach this place. Instead of offering a hand, Dragon Knight decides to help in his own terrifying way and opens his jaws around Mo Xiao. Dragon Knight swallows him whole, grants him the special ability Earth Dominion through physical contact, and tells him not to disappoint them before Mo Xiao blacks out. 12 hours later, Mo Xiao wakes up groggy and confused after passing out yet again. A flood of completion messages crashes in at once: 5 level ups, a bound trial space, full repairs, cooldown resets, Dragonite Jade, and Dragonite's Fang. Once the shock fades, he actually complains that 5 levels feels stingy, and starts checking the real prize instead. The reward turns out to be Dragonite Jade, a rainbow pendant with huge stat boosts, a full health aura, a resurrection effect, and even a divine beast summon. The resurrection effect alone leaves him genuinely excited, because in a real world like this even one extra life is incredible. Then his old habit kicks in, and he wonders if rubbing the jade might still squeeze out one more hidden benefit. The system says the jade changed slightly, but at first Mo Xiao cannot see anything different in the item details. Finally a new effect appears at the bottom: Dragon Seeking Technique, a mysterious guidance ability that points him towards something unknown. Back in the special space, Mo Xiao tests the Dragon Seeking Technique again, but with no response at all. He realizes there is nothing nearby for it to point to. He checks the dragon's tooth instead, and the description makes his eyes widen because this material can raise forge gear by 2 tiers and guarantees success. Mo Xiao immediately decides this divine material is perfect for forging the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella, the weapon blueprint he has been saving for solo combat. When he touches the tooth, his strange copy touch ability alters it, and the one-use treasure becomes a 2-use forging material instead. 3 hours later in Iching Bay City's instance hall, Fang Chang coldly tries to drive Tu Fading out before the situation gets even uglier. Tu Fading points the blame back at Fang Chang, accusing him of secretly warning Mo Xiao to hide inside the dungeon and calling it illegal interference. Fang Chang smashes the table in anger and denies the accusation, but the inspection team still insists on waiting for Mo Xiao to come out before they judge the case. Tu Fading presses even harder, threatening investigation or even closure of the instance, and Fang Chang realizes the inspection team is effectively backing the Tu family. Right in the middle of that standoff, the The supposedly closed black ant nest gate suddenly lights up and steals everyone's attention. Mo Xiao finally walks out of the instance exhausted, muttering that just reaching the exit array after checking his rewards nearly wore him out. When everyone blurts out his name, Mo Xiao looks up in confusion and asks why Fang Chang and Jiang Shan are both waiting for him in the hall. Before anyone can explain, Two Fading lunges at the exhausted Mo Xiao with a killing blow, desperate to finish him off the moment he appears. Mo Xiao barely reacts at all, lifting the Lord's longsword once and letting the rebound send Two Fading flying back with heavy damage. As Two Fading crashes down almost dead, Mo Xiao looks him over, mocks his pitiful damage, and honestly asks why this attacker seems so unfamiliar. Shaken badly, Two Fading screams for the patrol team, and the two Hero Hall officers move in to accuse Mo Xiao of maliciously killing a battlefield hero. Mo Xiao stares at the fat mage in disbelief, jokes that this clown cannot possibly be a hero, and still has to ask who he even is. After Two Fading finally names himself, Mo Xiao shrugs that the earlier kill was just self-defense because Two Fading was too weak to survive his own stupidity. The officers tried to bind him with two golden restraint lights, but Mo Xiao cuts them apart so neatly that the binding force whips back onto the men who cast it. Jiang Shan and Fang Chang rush over to shield Mo Xiao and protest that the inspectors have no right to arrest him before proving anything. Mo Xiao stays frighteningly direct, openly admitting he killed Two Fading once already and warning that he can do it again if pushed. When Two Fading celebrates that confession, Mo Xiao's patience snaps and the necromancer's staff appears in his hand with a pitch-black flame that chills the whole room. The black flame makes everyone panic, and Jiang Shan urgently grabs Mo Xiao's arm to warn him that fighting Hero Hall inspectors will only make this worse. Mo Xiao finally dismisses the flame, but he does it without backing down and repeats that he will take responsibility himself, not bow to Two Fading's threats. Two Fading leans on Hero Hall pressure again, but Mo Xiao answers with chilling calm that he has no family or friends to threaten and does not fear what comes next. As the officers prepare to act again, Fang Chang cuts in fast, apologizes for Mo Xiao's bluntness, and tries to stop the whole hall from exploding. Fang Chang promises a real investigation on his own ground, but Two Fading ignores him completely and rants that he wants Mo Xiao's orange weapon and his life as repayment. Before that ugly demand can go further, Jiang He storms in dragging a battered Su Wei and announces that she brought evidence that can clear Mo Xiao. Jiang Shan tries to wave her off, but Jiang He pushes past that, brightens when she sees Mo Xiao alive, and then immediately forces Su Wei to confess. Su Wei starts to confess, but Two Fading instantly tries to silence him with a sudden lightning strike before the truth can come out. Mo Xiao moves first, raising the Lord's long sword and reflecting the lightning cleanly back into Two Fading, dropping him to his last sliver of health. A dark flame erupts on Two Fading an instant later, and Mo Xiao finishes him off for real in front of the entire hall. The officers turn fully serious over Two Fading's death, but Mo Xiao answers with icy calm that Two Fading attacked first and was trying to kill a witness to bury his own crimes. When the officers argue that retaliation should not end in death, Mo Xiao coldly fires back that saving a victim is nothing like killing someone to erase evidence. The argument spikes again when Mo Xiao summons multiple weapons at once, making it clear he is still ready to fight anyone who forces the issue. Then a white flash cuts through the hall, and Su Jiner suddenly appears right in front of Mo Xiao, delighted that he finally made it out of the special space. Mo Xiao blurts out Su Jiner's name in shock, and she immediately notices the Hero Hall uniforms and realizes this mess is bigger than it looked. The moment the officers recognize Su Jiner, they bow on the spot and address her as a war general, instantly flipping the balance of authority in the hall. Su Jiner snaps that she hates being called war general, even though the title marks her as one of the Dragon Kingdom's youngest 3-star war generals. When Mo Xiao admits he has no idea what that rank means, Su Jiner patiently explains the Tianyuan battlefield merit system and where her 3-star title sits in it. Fang Chang and Jiang Shan salute her with real respect, making it clear that even level 80 fighters like them are only 1-star war generals. Su Jiner walks right up to Mo Xiao to inspect his gear, and he instantly backs off because he knows that kind of attention usually means trouble for him. Asked what happened, Mo Xiao dryly says the problem is simple. He killed the same man twice. Su Jiner is startled enough to ask if the dead man was from Hero Hall, so Fang Chang steps in and quickly explains the whole mess with Two Fading and Su Wei. After hearing the story, Su Jiner judges that the real blame lies with Su Wei and Two Fading and tells the inspectors to drop the case for her sake. Mo Xiao refuses to hide behind her name and says the Two family can come after him directly if they want. Jiang Shan blurts out that the Two family can sway an entire base city, but Su Jiner answers with a smile that even a powerful clan does not get to overrule the Dragon Kingdom. Then Su Jiner calls for her senior brother, and a heavily armored man appears beside her out of nowhere. Zhang Kai first dismisses Mo Xiao as mediocre, and Su Jiner instantly fires back hard enough to make even him stiffen. The mood flips when Zhang Kai notices Mo Xiao is already level 19 just one day after changing classes, and everyone around them stares in shock. Mo Xiao explains he stumbled into a special space and gained levels there, and Su Jiner proudly treats that as proof she was right about his potential. Convinced at last, Jiang Kai sets Mo Xiao a brutal challenge: reach level 25 and become the national top scorer in 2 months, and he will try to get him accepted under a true master. As thanks for saving Su Jiner, Jiang Kai gives Mo Xiao a heavy pat on the shoulder, and Mo Xiao secretly gains a copied S-rank strength talent plus a purple skill book. The moment Mo Xiao realizes that purple book can turn into a top red skill for him, his excitement spikes, and Su Jiner laughs at how obvious it is. Off to the side, Jiang Shan quietly urges Jiang He not to lose Mo Xiao to Su Jiner, but Jiang He can only bite her lip and stays silent. Half an hour later, Mo Xiao slips away from the hall and heads home, claiming exhaustion because he would much rather be alone with his new loot than keep socializing. Back at home, Mo Xiao immediately slaps the purple lightning flash book and evolves at once into Broken Shadow. He hits it again without hesitation, and Broken Shadow evolves into Shadowless, a red tier skill. When he reads the effect, Mo Xiao is stunned to find Shadowless gives tenfold speed and near-perfect invisibility, as long as he does not attack or recover. Thrilled by how absurdly useful the new skill is, he decides these gains alone already rival the rewards from his whole trial. That thought sends him to his next prize, the Guardian's treasure chest he looted from the Trial Guardian. He upgrades the chest itself first, and the Guardian's treasure chest bluntly turns into an even vaguer mysterious treasure chest. When he opens it, the reward is not a weapon at all but a main city token tied to some unexplained mission trigger. The uselessly vague description annoys him on the spot, especially after a chest this powerful seemed like it should have given something much flashier. Still not done, Mo Xiao pulls out the Guardian set and starts upgrading every piece in sequence. The first round transforms the Guardian gear into a full Pure Yang set. He upgrades them again immediately, and the entire set leaps into 4 symbols red equipment. Staring at a full red set spread out in front of him, Mo Xiao can't help gloating that he is about to become untouchable. Outside the dungeon hall, Jiang Shan complains that Jiang He dragged him away just when he wanted to build a better connection with Su Jiner. Jiang He cuts him off and says Mo Xiao's trouble is not actually over, because their own base city side of the scandal still has to be handled. To make her point, Jiang He kicks Su Wei over in front of Jiang Shan like evidence nobody can ignore. Jiang Shan coldly calls hiring someone to murder Mo Xiao unforgivable, and Su Wei blurts out a desperate half-confession that he only meant to rob him of his weapon. Jiang Shan coolly notes that Su Wei has already talked himself into a confession, then warns that the Jiang family will not protect the Su family any further. His real advice is even harsher. Su Wei needs to beg Mo Xiao for forgiveness, because if Mo Xiao refuses, the entire Su family could be expelled from the base city. When Su Wei cannot understand how Mo Xiao suddenly became that dangerous to offend, Jiang Shan leaves only one clue behind. Su Jiner's master's surname is Yao. Jiang He finally spells it out for him. That surname belongs to Yao Shi, one of the Dragon Kingdom's 3 war gods. The name alone leaves Su Wei standing there like a statue, too shaken to even notice Jiang He walking away. Back inside the dungeon hall, Su Jiner studies the Black Ant Nest entrance, and realizes this low-level instance may hide a secret space she overlooked in the past. Fan Chang agrees that the world has become too unpredictable to dismiss places like this anymore, and he calls Mo Xiao lucky for stumbling into something hidden. When Fan Chan carefully asks why she came all this way for Mo Xiao, Su Jiner first downplays their relationship as nothing special yet. Then she reveals the real reason with quiet certainty. No matter how short their acquaintance is, Mo Xiao is still the one who saved her life. Back in his room, Mo Xiao stares at the upgraded 4-symbol set and realizes the whole set jumped straight into terrifying red tier gear. The more he reads, the more absurd it gets, because the set is packed with huge stats, shields, cooldown cuts, healing, and even growth that scales with his own level. Mo Xiao quickly works out the best part. Once he reaches the next threshold, this set should keep rising with him instead of becoming obsolete. He equips the 4-symbol set on the spot, and dazzling red tier light erupts around his body. After checking again, he notices the gear itself has not leveled yet, so its real upgrade must wait until he reaches level 26. Then he tests the face armor's disguise effect and smoothly turns the flashy new set back into the old Death Spirit robe look. Satisfied that he can keep the set's power without drawing attention, Mo Xiao relaxes for one brief moment. That calm breaks when someone knocks, and in the apartment where no one ever visits him, the sound instantly puts him on guard. The voice outside is Su Wei, begging to be let in so he can apologize, which only makes Mo Xiao more suspicious. Mo Xiao opens the door anyway, but he does it with a blade already at Su Wei's throat and a flat reminder that he can kill him in one hit. Su Wei nearly falls apart on the spot and stammers that he really came to apologize. When Mo Xiao calls that hard to believe, Su Wei grits his teeth, kneels, and begs to be spared no matter what it costs him. Mo Xiao coldly points out that this does not fit Su Wei's usual style, because a coward like him should have hidden behind his family or run. Su Wei admits he is trapped either way, because his family will punish him too, so begging Mo Xiao is his only move left. When Mo Xiao asks if he would still submit even as a servant, Su Wei trembles but forces out a yes. Mo Xiao turns his back and says he will spare Su Wei for now, just long enough to let hope flash across Su Wei's face. Mo Xiao immediately crushes that hope and declares a cruel repayment. From today on, he will personally hunt Su Wei down, and Su Wei only gets 1 life. Then Mo Xiao gives him a head start, telling him the hunt begins the moment he turns around. Su Wei bolts in terror, but before he can escape, Mo Xiao's opening strike nearly empties his health and severs 1 arm. Watching Su Wei run for his life in shock and agony, Mo Xiao calmly notes that the move even seems to have splash damage. Elsewhere in Jiangnan City, the 2 family heads starts a calm talk about the coming college entrance exam and warns that this year is not ordinary. His younger brothers act relaxed and boast that with the 2 families' money and connections, their children can get into advanced academies anyway. The family head snaps that they are out of touch and finally reveals the real reason for the pressure. The war god will personally watch this year's exam and choose 1 direct disciple. Before they can process that, a servant rushes in and drops a far worse bomb. Tu Fading is dead. 2 hours later in Yicheng, Jiang Shan is lounging outside the city lord's residence, pleased that he escaped dealing with 2 troublesome elders. Fang Chang is not amused and reminds him that being deputy city lord should involve actually helping with city business. Jiang Shan shrugs it off, but Fang Chang pushes another sore point by bringing up Jiang Shan's niece still waiting around for Mo Xiao. As Jiang Shan starts to answer, Mo Xiao's voice suddenly cuts in right beside him and scares him half to death. When Jiang Shan demands how he got in, Mo Xiao answers with perfect calm that the door was open, so he just walked in. Fang Chang smoothly asks what brings him here, and Mo Xiao says he came to settle the material sale Jiang Shan promised and ask about buying other things too. That instantly reminds Jiang Shan that he completely forgot the sale, and his guilty laugh tells Mo Xiao everything. Before Jiang Shan can dodge the topic, Mo Xiao cuts him off and pushes over a list of expensive materials he wants instead. Jiang Shan reads the list and is stunned, because Mo Xiao is asking for rare, high-end materials in quantities big enough to sound almost absurd. Mo Xiao refuses to explain what he is making, and Jiang Shan admits that some of the rarest pieces are hard to find even at auction. Jiang Shan also warns him that just 1 part of this shopping list already costs millions, and he plainly doubts Mo Xiao can pay for it. Mo Xiao answers by opening his inventory and dumping out 5 huge bags of gold coins right in front of them. He asks if the city lord's residents can exchange them into Dragon Kingdom currency, and suddenly both officials realize he might be completely serious. Fa Chang steps in to inspect the coins, and the system count nearly blows his mind. 5 million gold coins. Fan Chang blurts out in shock that even for a city lord this much gold is outrageous, and he cannot help asking where Mo Xiao got it. Mo Xiao just says a monster dropped them, and that absurd answer leaves Fan Chang speechless before he finally gives in and asks Jiang Shan for a copy of the list so he can help find the materials. In the city lord's office, Jiang Shan warns that Mo Xiao's materials will cost far more than 5 million, but says the Jiang family can help him find them. Mo Xiao immediately asks for the price of that favor, and Jiang Shan bluntly says he wants 1 thing in return. Mo Xiao must take Jiang He out leveling. Jiang Shan even pushes the idea that Jiang He could become the war god's disciple through Mo Xiao, which makes Mo Xiao stop and look at him like he has the wrong idea entirely. Mo Xiao coolly reminds him that he is still just an orphan who happened to save Su Jiner, not someone guaranteed to be accepted by the war god. Jiang Shan shrugs off the bigger ambition and sticks to his real goal, so after a brief silence Mo Xiao agrees to bring Jiang He along. Just before leaving, Mo Xiao asks how many fighters in the city can wear heavy armor, hinting that he has already started thinking about a much bigger money play. Mo Xiao reveals that he got a set equipment blueprint, and wants to craft the gear himself, then sell it because he urgently needs money. Jiang Shan guesses it is the Black Ant set, and warns that normal blue-grade ant gear would not sell for much. Mo Xiao corrects him at once and says this will not be an ordinary Black Ant set, because he expects a higher grade version. That possibility changes the whole conversation, and Jiang Shan admits a purple set would already start around 5 million, while orange grade sounds too outrageous to assume. When Mo Xiao asks if they can help sell it once it is made, both city lords agree on the spot because a high-grade ant set would still attract plenty of buyers. With both deals settled, Mo Xiao thanks them and finally leaves the office. Once Mo Xiao is gone, Jiang Shan drops the joking tone and asks Fan Chang if he also tried probing Mo Xiao's status. Fan Chang confirms that he also could not read anything from Mo Xiao, which means both of them hit the same wall. Jiang Shan concludes that Mo Xiao must be hiding himself with illusion gear, and Fan Chang treats it as just another rare treasure turning up in the boy's hands. Jiang Shan also realizes that if Mo Xiao can really produce orange-grade gear before the college exam, he could make a fortune with even the war god coming to watch. After Jiang Shan leaves, Fan Chang sits alone and quietly remembers that the two family once had an illusory stone too. Half an hour later at the Instance Dungeon Hall, Jiang He waits at the entrance with a gloomy face, still bothered that Mo Xiao stayed inside an instance for 2 full days. A familiar cold voice suddenly invites her to clear dungeons together, and Jiang He reflexively refuses because she says she already has a teammate. When the voice dryly tells her to leave that team then, Jiang He finally looks up and is stunned to see Mo Xiao standing right in front of her. Mo Xiao asks if she is not leaving the team, and Jiang He blurts out that she has been waiting for him the whole time. When Mo Xiao points out that she just said she had a teammate, Jiang He gets annoyed and says she meant him all along. Mo Xiao realizes Jian He has not entered any other instance in the past 2 days because she stayed in the team and could not run other dungeons while he was still inside. He tells her she should have left for her own leveling, but Jian He admits she was scared he would never team up with her again if she did. That answer leaves Mo Xiao briefly at a loss, and in the end he just turns around and tells her to come with him for more leveling. Jian He happily follows and asks where they are going next, and Mo Xiao says they are heading back into the Black Ant Nest. Jian He is baffled because Mo Xiao should have outgrown that dungeon, but he explains they still have not fully cleared it, and breaking the completion record again can bring extra rewards. She still thinks breaking that record sounds impossible, and Mo Xiao answers with total confidence that with him there, impossible is not the problem. When Jian He asks if he leveled that much, Mo Xiao casually reveals that he is already almost level 20, beyond what she can inspect now. The pair enter the purgatory level Black Ant Nest again, and the dungeon immediately reminds them that the target is still the Black Ant Queen. This time Mo Xiao moves like he owns the place, leading Jian He straight inside and summoning 2 level 19 skeleton lords as soon as they start. He sends the 2 skeleton lords down different routes to slaughter ants on their own, while he escorts Jian He through the main passage toward the queen. Jian He worries they are skipping the side quest, and Mo Xiao tells her the skeleton lords will handle it for them. Only moments later, kill notifications start pouring in, and Jian He watches her experience bar climb fast enough to jump 5% in just minutes. When Jian He blurts out how absurdly strong the skeleton lord has become, Mo Xiao explains that its level rises together with his. From there the run turns brutally efficient, because every ant that appears dies to Mo Xiao before Jian He can even react. After only half an hour, they reach the end of the nest again, and the side quest finishes as the skeleton lords complete the last off-screen kills. Mo Xiao instinctively checks the strange wall that once teleported him away, and Jian He panics that he might vanish into the hidden space again. Mo Xiao tells her the hidden space was already cleared and appears randomly anyway, and this time his tap on the wall gets no response. With that settled, Mo Xiao puts away the bow and walks straight into the Ant Queen's cave to finish the dungeon. The dungeon warns that slaughtering the Queen's subjects has enraged her, and the giant angry Black Ant Queen appears far larger than the Black Ant King they fought before. Jian He gets nervous when Mo Xiao pauses to inspect the Queen, but he only shrugs and says there is nothing to discuss except killing her. He draws the 4 symbols heavy sword and stacks brutal power, Halo, full strength attack, and his new move shattering mountains and rivers into one terrifying strike. The sword light tears across the cave and hits so hard that the Ant Queen dies in one blow, with a damage number over 200,000 flashing above her. Jian He can only stare with her mouth open, because in just a few days Mo Xiao's strength has become completely monstrous. The rewards flood in immediately, including the Ant Queen's materials, multiple treasure chests, Black Ant eggs, and access to the nightmare level version of the dungeon. They also break the Purgatory Black Ant Nest record, and the dungeon instantly sends both of them back to the main hall in rays of light. Back in the instance hall, a public announcement blasts their new clearance record of 31 minutes and 15 seconds across the entire crowd. The whole hall explodes with disbelief and noisy guesses, and plenty of people instantly assume Mo Xiao must have carried the run even though Jian He's name is on the record too. Mo Xiao ignores the commotion and asks the practical question first, whether Jian He leveled up from that run. Jian He finally answers that she jumped 4 levels at once and has already reached level 10. Mo Xiao says that is good enough, tells her to rest briefly, and immediately sets the next target, the nightmare level run, because he needs level 25 within 2 months. After the clear, Jian He eagerly says she wants to keep working hard with Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao tells her to rest and says they can split the drops later, but Jian He awkwardly refuses because she barely helped and her family does not need the loot. Mo Xiao drops the argument, sits down in the hall, and opens his status to check how absurdly high his red gear bonuses have become. Deciding raw power matters most, Mo Xiao dumps all 60 unassigned points straight into strength. When he opens his backpack to check the 2 treasure chests, Mo Xiao suddenly notices the divine beast egg shaking and glowing because it has somehow finished hatching early. Startled that the 10-day egg hatched in just a few days, Mo Xiao tells Jian He is stepping out for a moment. He slips to a secluded corner outside the hall and releases the radiant egg by itself. The shell bursts open, and Mo Xiao receives a new pet called the Heavenly Spirit Auspicious Beast. Its status is bizarre, almost no normal stats, but absurd agility, extreme evasion, monster-devouring growth, and death immunity effects for both pet and owner. Mo Xiao stares at the gray little beast in confusion, and it just answers with a cheerful bark. Since it looks and acts like a dog, Mo Xiao gives the pet a simple name, Little Gray. Little Gray howls with delight, and Mo Xiao finally relaxes enough to scoop it into his arms. With his new pet in hand, Mo Xiao turns to the 2 treasure chests he has never opened before. The recording treasure chest cannot be upgraded, so Mo Xiao opens it directly and gets the Black Ant Giant Sword blueprint. He is pleased to complete the full Black Ant set, but he deliberately keeps the blueprint intact because upgrading it would ruin its value as something he can actually craft and sell. Next he upgrades the Purgatory treasure chest into a Nightmare treasure chest and opens it on the spot. The upgraded chest drops exactly 16 death spider webs, the precise material Mo Xiao needed, and the hit feels almost too perfect. Mo Xiao eyes Little Gray and the Dragon Knight Jade, suddenly wondering if his new pet and that old treasure are stacking absurd luck around him. Half joking and half serious, he pats Little Gray and asks it to keep bringing him benefits. With Little Gray perched on his shoulder, Mo Xiao heads back to the dungeon hall. The second Jian He sees the little creature, she drops whatever she was saying and rushes over, instantly smitten. Jian He cuddles Little Gray like a toy, and Mo Xiao downplays it by calling the new pet a mascot. Jian He is surprised she cannot even read the pet's stats, which quietly confirms Little Gray is anything but ordinary. As Little Gray happily rubs against Jian He, Mo Xiao suddenly realizes the pet just copied her arrow rain skill. That shocks Mo Xiao most of all, because it means Little Gray may have inherited his own copying talent. Mo Xiao cuts the cute distraction short, and says they are going back into the black ant nest right away. Jian He reminds him the dungeon should still be on cooldown, and Mo Xiao calmly reveals he has a reset item from her uncle. She pouts that her uncle spoils Mo Xiao more than her, but Mo Xiao ignores the complaint and walks straight to the gate. Mo Xiao uses the reset, and the dungeon cooldown disappears in a flash of green light. A brand new nightmare difficulty appears on the selection screen, unlocked after the purgatory clear. Even after 2 separate danger warnings, Mo Xiao chooses nightmare without backing down. The gate turns ominous red, and Mo Xiao enters the nightmare-level black ant nest with Jian He. Their reckless choice makes the people outside the gate nervous, because nobody has even heard of nightmare difficulty before. Inside the new map, Jian He looks around curiously because at first glance the nightmare nest does not seem much different from purgatory. Before she can finish speaking, Mo Xiao yanks Jian He behind him as hidden attacks slam into his body, and huge damage numbers flash. Jian He panics at the huge damage, then freezes when she sees Mo Xiao's health bar has not dropped at all. Mo Xiao does not explain anything and immediately draws his flying longbow to unleash the freshly copied arrow rain at full strength. A barrage of arrows wipes out the hidden attackers in one shot, revealing even the weakest enemies here are elite thorn ants worth huge experience. Jian He's experience bar jumps wildly, and she blurts out that every monster in this place seems to be elite. When Mo Xiao confirms it, Jian He immediately wants to retreat because a single hit here could kill her. Mo Xiao reassures her in a flat, confident way that as long as he is here, he will not let her get hurt. Jian He suggests waiting near the entrance and taking only the completion reward, but Mo Xiao rejects that because leaving her alone would be even more dangerous. So Jian He has no choice but to stay with him as they move deeper into the nightmare nest. As they advance, Missouri Xiao notices the route is mostly the same as before, but the monster density and quality have shot up and the side quests are gone. That missing side content tells Mo Xiao they can rush the boss, maybe break another clear record, and pull even better nightmare rewards. Before Jian He can react, Mo Xiao abruptly says excuse me and sweeps her up in a princess carry. Red-faced himself, Mo Xiao tells her to hold on because this will not take long. He orders Little Gray to keep up, triggers Shadowless, and explodes forward as a near-invisible phantom racing straight for the Ant Queen. About 5 minutes later, Mo Xiao stops at the destination and tells Jian He they have arrived and can get down now. Jian He realizes she is clinging to him like a koala, blushes even harder, and hurriedly jumps back to the ground. Mo Xiao matter-of-factly says only the Ant Queen is left, reducing the whole nightmare run to one final target. Jian He starts to respond, but a system announcement suddenly declares that Mo Xiao has already killed the Black Ant Queen and gained 50,000 experience. After the Ant Queen falls, Mo Xiao and Jian He get a pile of rewards, including queen materials, black ant eggs, and 2 valuable treasure chests. The system confirms they cleared the nightmare map and even broke the dungeon record, so the pair is sent back to the instance hall almost immediately. People in the hall first assume they failed, because no one expects anyone to come back from a nightmare dungeon in under 10 minutes. Then the record announcement hits the hall, and the whole room goes dead silent when everyone sees Mo Xiao and Jian He cleared Nightmare Black Ant Nest in 7 minutes and 38 seconds. The silence breaks into disbelief and outrage, with people calling Mo Xiao inhuman and even accusing him of cheating again. Mo Xiao ignores the noise, tells Jian He they are done for today, and coolly decides to stop there even though she sounds disappointed. When Jian He asks if he is done leveling too, Mo Xiao says he has something else to handle and pushes their next run to tomorrow. Jian He leaves the team without arguing, and Mo Xiao heads back alone to his old rundown apartment. Back in the cramped apartment, Mo Xiao remembers he still has not moved out and sighs before focusing on the treasure chests instead. He upgrades the Nightmare treasure chest by rubbing it, and it unexpectedly turns into an even rarer ultimate treasure chest. That surprise makes Mo Xiao realize the dungeon itself was too low level to unlock a true ultimate map, but the chest still upgraded anyway. When he opens the upgraded chest, he pulls a magic crystal that can raise his mana cap by 4,000, and that reward instantly grabs his attention. Mo Xiao immediately tests his luck again, rubs the crystal itself, and upgrades it into a magic source crystal worth a huge 10,000 mana boost. Thrilled by the upgrade, he uses the magic source crystal on the spot and feels his mana reserve surge several times over. The record chest is much less exciting, giving him 5,000 gold coins and leaving him visibly underwhelmed. He turns to the Ant Queen's treasure chest next and wonders if he can upgrade that one too. This time the system shuts him down, telling him the Ant Queen's chest is already at its highest quality and cannot be transformed further. He opens the chest anyway and gets a black ant set plus extra black ant materials, which feels painfully cheap to him after everything else. Even though the reward is actually decent for normal people, Mo Xiao compares it to his own gear and dismisses the blue set as weak. Then he upgrades the black ant set step by step, turning it first into the black soldier ant set and finally into the orange grade black ant king set. The final set still being only level 15 keeps Mo Xiao from wanting it for himself, so he puts it away as a sale item instead. He sends the set's information to Jiangshan, and the orange grade equipment is so shocking that Jiangshan answers with an immediate voice call. Over the voice call, Jiangshan blurts out that a level 15 orange set is incredibly rare, and Mo Xiao casually says he got it from taking Jiang He through the nightmare dungeon. 10 minutes later, Mo Xiao meets Jiangshan in the base city's central square, and Jiangshan rushes up eager to see the set in person. Mo Xiao opens a trade panel and hands over the Ant King set, still acting like it is no big deal even while Jiangshan studies it in disbelief. Jiangshan explains why the timing matters. This year's college entrance exam has drawn attention from the higher-ups, and even a war god is coming to watch. When Mo Xiao still does not see the point, Jiangshan bluntly spells it out. Powerful families will spend heavily to gear up their juniors and chase any connection to the war god. Jiangshan advises him to trade the set for hard-to-find materials instead of simple cash, because orange gear is the kind of thing that can move those deals. That advice makes Mo Xiao ask what happens if he can produce the Ant King set in batches, which instantly changes Jiangshan's expression. Jiangshan first dismisses the idea, warning that mass production would crash the price once demand is filled. Then Mo Xiao casually reveals he can already farm black ants and soldier ants in bulk, and says that if he can clear Nightmare in 5 minutes, getting Ant King sets in batches is not impossible. Jiangshan can only call him a monster again, then offers to help sell any future sets if Mo Xiao really brings in more. When Jiangshan asks about Jianghe, Mo Xiao says he let her go level on her own and casually mentions she should already be around level 12 or 13. That number hits Jiangshan hard, because Mo Xiao's growth is absurd enough already, but Jianghe jumping that fast makes even less sense to him. Mo Xiao explains that Purgatory and Nightmare dungeons give massive experience, especially from bosses and clear rewards, so Jianghe's sudden levels are perfectly normal to him. He even says that once these items are sold, he plans to take Jianghe back into Nightmare dungeons again, talking about it like routine work. When Jiangshan asks his current level, Mo Xiao says he is nearly level 20 but still thinks reaching level 25 in 2 months will not be easy. Jiangshan points out that secret realms could solve that leveling problem, so Mo Xiao immediately asks what those places are really like. Jiangshan can only give a vague answer, saying secret realms are a bit like dungeons and seem to hand out quests, which makes Mo Xiao quietly fixate on that detail. A little later, Jiangshan brings Mo Xiao to a strange building, and Mo Xiao immediately suspects he is being led somewhere shady. Jiangshan nearly trips from sheer exasperation and snaps that it is just an auction house before dragging Mo Xiao inside. Inside, Mo Xiao finds not a grand market but a tiny pitch-black room, which only makes the place feel stranger. Then Jiangshan activates the room, and white light floods the darkness as holographic trade panels appear all around them. Mo Xiao realizes this auction house is really a private access point to high-end listings, with purple gear and above filling the floating displays. Jiangshan explains that high-level users can access this system feature personally only after level 50, so this physical room exists to let big shots bring their juniors in. Finally, Jiangshan pulls up the search panels for the Void Illusion Stone and the Dark Gold Mother Stone, giving Mo Xiao direct access to the rare materials he wants. Back at the trade setup, Jiangshan says he will also put another item up for sale using the ant materials Mo Xiao asked for earlier. Mo Xiao quickly stops him and says he no longer needs the Death Spider Web, because he already got one himself. Jiangshan blurts out in disbelief, because the Death Spider Web only comes from level 40 bosses and Mo Xiao should not have been able to touch that yet. Mo Xiao casually explains that he pulled it from a treasure chest, which only makes Jiangshan look even more envious. When Mo Xiao says getting chests off bosses does not sound like a big deal, it quietly shows how abnormal his luck has become compared to everyone else. Jiangshan finishes the auction settings and tells Mo Xiao this network can reach top professionals worldwide, so he asks whether Mo Xiao wants to buy anything next. Jiangshan guesses that what Mo Xiao lacks most is skills and suggests buying a few skill books. Mo Xiao answers without embarrassment that he does not have money to waste, because he still wants to save up for a better place to live. Jiangshan brushes that off and says professionals can get assigned housing in the base city, and with Mo Xiao's talent he could even choose freely. Jiangshan sweetens it further by offering a Jiang family villa if Mo Xiao keeps helping Jianghe level, and that finally leaves Mo Xiao visibly stunned. Mo Xiao quickly shuts that topic down, regains his usual cool face, and asks whether skill books are expensive. Jiangshan says normal skill books are expensive, but the cheapest option is something called basic professional skill books. When Mo Xiao asks what that means, Jiang Shan gives him a slightly odd look and uses restorative meditation as the example of a basic recovery skill every profession normally has. Then Jiang Shan realizes something embarrassing and asks if Mo Xiao's solo player class really does not even come with that basic recovery skill. Mo Xiao admits he does not, and the answer lands like another reminder of how unfinished and ridiculed the solo player class has always been. Jiang Shan awkwardly buys restorative meditation for him anyway, even though a basic book like this still costs over 10,000 gold. Once the panel is open, Mo Xiao makes a bigger request and asks for the basic skill book of every profession, since his class can use them all. For Mo Xiao, high-end skills can be hunted later, but these basic class books are the rare part because most people get them during their own class changes. Jiang Shan quickly rounds up the available books and lays out the basic skills for mage, priest, swordsman, archer, warrior, knight, and assassin. When Mo Xiao asks about Jiang Shan's own profession, Jiang Shan explains that he also has a hidden class, and his current assassin basics do not count as a true hidden class basic skill. Jiang Shan promises that if his next class change succeeds, he will try to get that hidden class basic skill for Mo Xiao too. Mo Xiao thanks him, and Jiang Shan laughs it off before handing over the stack of skill books and promising to keep watch on the Ant King set sale. As a final favor, Jiang Shan says Mo Xiao can pass him the Black Ant set too, then bluntly asks only one thing in return: treat Jiang He well and keep helping her level. Elsewhere in the two-family hall, the two-family head is still raging over Two Fading's death, and his second brother can only try to calm him down. The two-family head explodes that his son is dead and that the family has never been the side getting bullied, especially after he paid heavily to secure Two Fading a resurrection chance. He slams the tea table so hard it shatters, and the whole hall goes dead quiet under the pressure. A subordinate rushes into the hall, and the two-family head immediately demands news about who killed Two Fading. The man admits they still have not identified the killer, and the two-family head instantly smacks him hard enough to nearly wipe out his health. But the battered messenger did bring something else. Someone has listed a level 15 orange-grade equipment set on the auction system. That gets the two-family heads focused fast, because low-level orange gear is exactly the kind of rare prize the family has been hunting for the upcoming exam. When he learns the set is called the Ant King set, the two-family head immediately thinks of equipping his third brother's young heavy armor warrior son with it. He orders them to buy it at any cost, because he wants the two-family tied to the war god's attention before the college entrance exam. Then the messenger hesitates and reveals the problem. The seller is not asking for gold, but for 2 illusory stones and 2 dark gold mother stones. That makes the two-family head pause, because the illusory stone is a rare orange-grade item he personally keeps, useful for crafting and for a dangerous random teleport escape. He opens the listing himself, sees Jiang Shan's name on it, and realizes someone from the Jiang family is behind the deal. After his third brother confirms Jiang Shan is Yicheng's deputy city lord and the Jiang family's second-in-command, the two-family head directly opens a call to him. On Jiang Shan's side, hearing Tu Fei identify himself makes him tense up at first, because Tu Fading died in Yicheng not long ago. But the caller sounds calm and only asks whether the Ant King's set listing belongs to Jiang Shan. Realizing the two family may not know the full truth yet, Jiang Shan smoothly claims he only listed it because he needs crafting materials and has no younger family member to use it. On the other end, the two-family head tries to bargain by saying a level 15 set is not worth that many rare stones. Jiang Shan refuses to budge and bluntly reminds him that with only 2 months left, families chasing the war god's attention will pay the price. He presses harder with a take-it-or-leave-it answer and starts to end the call, making it clear someone else would buy the set if the two-family hesitates. Right then, urgent new intel reaches the two-family head. Tu Fading was killed in Yicheng Bay City, and the killer's name is Mo Xiao. The report gets even worse. Tu Fading was killed twice in a row, and the Jiang family in Yicheng may have been suppressing the information. Far away, the names Yicheng Bay City, Mo Xiao, and the Jiang family hit Tu Fei at once, and he stares at the Ant King set with a bad feeling settling in. When Tu Fei coldly asks if the Jiang family is behind this, Jiang Shan cuts the call on the spot and leaves him hanging. The call dropping only makes Tu Fei explode, and he orders a teleportation array prepared so he can go to Yicheng in person to avenge Tu Fading. Back in Yicheng, Mo Xiao sneezes outside his cheap rental house, shrugs off the weird feeling, and heads inside to keep getting stronger. Once seated at his table, Mo Xiao finally studies the divine forging technique and realizes it is a top-tier forging skill with high success and a real chance to upgrade equipment. A second panel opens to 6 blueprints, including the blue ant set pieces and the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella, so he starts checking what he can actually make. After checking the blue ant set requirements, Mo Xiao realizes his dungeon runs left him with enough black ant materials to forge at least 23 sets. He decides to test the skill immediately, and the divine forging technique answers with a golden hammer and a burst of blue light. The first item comes out as a black ant helmet with boosted defense, and Mo Xiao is genuinely stunned that the bonus triggered on his very first try. Now excited, he keeps forging piece after piece until the full black ant set is completed. Then the real surprise hits. The finished set is directly upgraded into the stronger black soldier ant set, jumping from blue gear to purple quality. Since his huge mana pool can support non-stop crafting, Mo Xiao pushes ahead instead of stopping at one lucky result. Half an hour later, 13 full ant gear sets are lined up in his room, and 7 of them have already upgraded into black soldier ant sets. Mo Xiao casually sends the forged sets to Jiang Shan through a trade panel and tells him to handle the sales. Before that message can settle, Jiang Shan bursts through the door, out of breath, and urgently tells Mo Xiao to come with him. Jiang Shan does not bother easing into it and starts dragging Mo Xiao out, saying Jiang he is already waiting at the city gate and the two of them need to run now. When Mo Xiao asks what kind of emergency this is, Jiang Shan admits it is not monsters at all but the two family coming for revenge. Jiang Shan explains that Tu Fading was the son of the two family head, the secret somehow leaked, and a family that stubborn will absolutely come to kill them. Mo Xiao agrees to leave, but he immediately questions why Jiang He has to be dragged into this too. Jiang Shan says the answer is simple. If Jiang He learns the two family is hunting Mo Xiao, she will definitely charge in and make things worse. He even lays out a plan for them to hide outside the city, keep leveling, and later enter a secret realm together once Mo Xiao reaches level 20. Mo Xiao cuts in and says he already knows a secret realm inside Dead Man's Canyon. That answer shocks Jiang Shan, because a bronze-level boss guards that place, and he thinks Mo Xiao has no business going there yet. Mo Xiao keeps one secret to himself, and only says Su Jiner already helped kill the dragon there, so entering the realm is no longer a problem. Jiang Shan can only give in, warns him not to go too deep, and says the outer area is full of level 20 monsters and spirit fruits worth farming. He makes one last suggestion and tells Mo Xiao to ask Su Jiner to mediate with the two family if possible, hoping to cool things down before blood spills further. That idea only draws a cold sneer from Mo Xiao, because he thinks Jiang Shan is still being far too naive about a blood feud. Mo Xiao spells it out plainly. He killed Tu Fading after Tu Fading tried to kill him, so there is no peaceful middle ground left between him and the two family. In Mo Xiao's eyes, the future is brutally simple now. Either he becomes strong enough to destroy the two family, or they find him first and kill him. Jiang Shan falls quiet, because he understands Mo Xiao is right even if he still wants to buy the boy time with borrowed influence. Mo Xiao suddenly asks where the two family is based, and the question instantly puts Jiang Shan on edge. When Mo Xiao says he would not mind visiting the two family himself if they push too far, Jiang Shan quickly warns that humans are forbidden from killing each other on Blue Star. Mo Xiao throws the rule right back at him, pointing out that someone like Tu Fading clearly did not live by those noble words either. Jiang Shan finally admits the two family rules Jiangnan Bay City as its number one family, and tells Mo Xiao to stay calm unless there is truly no other choice. Mo Xiao says he is not reckless, and with nothing else to gain from talking, he prepares to leave immediately. He activates Shadow Step on the spot and vanishes so suddenly that Jiang Shan is left staring at empty air. Jiang Shan can only gape at how many absurdly strong skills and pieces of gear Mo Xiao keeps pulling out of nowhere. Then Fang Cheng's voice cuts in with fresh urgency, demanding to know if Mo Xiao has already been sent away before Tu Fei arrives from Jiangnan. Jiang Shan answers that Mo Xiao and Jiang He are already gone, and now all they have to do is stall the old monster long enough. At Yicheng City Gate, Jiang He is still waiting in confusion when Mo Xiao appears in front of her without warning. Mo Xiao does not waste time explaining there, and simply grabs Jiang He and pulls her out of the city at once. Jiang He blushes under the sudden closeness and softly asks what the two of them are even doing. Mo Xiao tells her the truth. Jiang Shan sent her along because he was afraid she would turn around and cause trouble if she knew the Tu family was after him. When Mo Xiao reminds her that Tu Fading died after trying to rob and kill him, Jiang He confirms she knows exactly what happened. Mo Xiao says Tu Fading's father is now coming to kill him, so for the moment he has chosen to run first and fight later. Jiang He immediately gets angry on Mo Xiao's behalf, because to her this is obviously Tu Fading's fault and his family has no right to keep coming after Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao shuts that idea down gently but firmly and tells her this world only listens to strength, so he will go reason with them after he is strong enough. Back at the City Lord's residence 20 minutes later, Tu Fei has already taken the City Lord's seat for himself and waits there with a dark expression, drinking tea like he owns the place. Fang Chang and Jiang Shan finally rush in together, apologizing for being late, only to walk straight into Tu Fei's hostile stare. Without wasting a word on courtesy, Tu Fei sets down his teacup and asks Fang Chang if he is the City Lord of Yicheng Bay City. In Yicheng's City Lord mansion, Fang Chang confirms his identity and greets the visitor with exaggerated politeness. Tu Fei calmly introduces himself as the Jiangnan Tu family patriarch and the father of Jiangnan's current City Lord, making it clear this is a very dangerous guest. Fang Chang keeps acting ignorant, even pretending he does not know Tu Fading's name, just to test Tu Fei and buy a little room to maneuver. Once Tu Fei names Tu Fading, Fang Chang instantly switches to shameless flattery, but Tu Fei cuts through it and demands the killer's name. Fang Chang finally admits the case is complicated and involves people outside Yicheng's easy control, but Tu Fei snaps that he does not care about trouble. To stall him, Fang Chang starts talking about the sequence of events and reminds him that Blue Star has a strict rule against humans killing humans. Tu Fei only turns colder, insisting that the killer should be brought to justice even more under that rule. Fan Chang shifts tactics and warns that the truth could damage the two families' reputation, hoping that will slow Tu Fei down. That bluff fails too, because Tu Fei dismisses it and makes clear he already knows exactly what kind of trouble his son used to cause. So Fan Chang lays out the setup anyway, saying Tu Fei came to Yicheng for class change materials and had a habit of grabbing any rare equipment he wanted. When the visitor threatens to tear down the city lord residence if he keeps stalling, Fan Chang finally points at the Su family and says their young master dragged Tu Fei into the mess over an orange weapon. Tu Fei bristles at the idea that a small local heir could order his son around, and Fan Chang carefully suggests they simply shared the same ugly interests. After hearing that this invitation led straight to Tu Fei's death, Tu Fei goes silent for a moment and tells Fan Chang to continue. Elsewhere in the Su family residence, Su Wei's father panics over his son's severed arm and desperately promises that a strong healer can still fix him. An urgent knock interrupts them, and Su Wei's father angrily yells at whoever is outside to get lost. The answer is brutal. The reinforced anti-theft door explodes inward as two burly men from the two sides force their way in. The intruders sneer at this so-called top-grade door, making it obvious Yicheng's defenses mean nothing to them. When they ask which one is Su Wei, his father instinctively throws himself around his son and admits they have already been punished enough. The men do not care, declaring that because Su Wei's side got Tu Fei killed, Su Wei still has to pay with his life. Desperate to redirect them, Su Wei's father blurts out that Mo Xiao was the one who actually killed Tu Fei. One of the enforcers leaves to report back, while the one who stays coldly says anyone tied to Tu Fei's death deserves to die. A saber flash ends the room in an instant, with huge damage numbers hanging over Su Wei and his father as the Tu family enforcer cuts them down without hesitation. The enforcer casually sends a message that Su Wei is finished and the father will be dealt with too, showing how routine this revenge is to them. Back in the City Lord Hall, Fan Chang is still trying to spin the story when Tu Fei abruptly cuts him off. The visitor reveals he already had Su Wei and the Su family had dealt with, and now he only wants Fan Chang to tell him where Mo Xiao is. That confirmation rattles Fan Chang, because he suspected Tu Fei was contacting people but did not expect him to start killing this fast. Fan Chang finally admits Mo Xiao is gone from Yicheng, but he pushes back with one last warning. Does the visitor really dare touch him? The visitor laughs off the threat and says if Mo Xiao dared kill his son, then he absolutely dares kill Mo Xiao back. So Fan Chang drops the real bomb and says Mo Xiao is Su Jina's friend and the war god's chosen disciple. That finally shakes Tu Fei, because the mention of the war god hits harder than any legal argument Fan Chang tried before. Outside Yicheng at the same time, Jiang He follows Mo Xiao toward a secret realm and grows uneasy as the road gets rougher and wilder. When Jiang He asks where they are going, Mo Xiao simply says it is a secret realm and tells her the trip itself is safe. Mo Xiao bluntly points out that she was fine around level 20 and 30 ants, so being nervous around monsters below level 10 makes no sense. His answer makes Jiang He blush in instant embarrassment, and she snaps that he is a total blockhead. Mo Xiao does not understand the mood at all, and the two continue toward Dead Man's Canyon in awkward quiet. Mo Xiao had considered teleporting to the realm alone, but because only he can use that route and leaving Jiang He behind would cause trouble, he chose to bring her along instead. After 2 hours, they finally enter Dead Man's Canyon, where the landscape turns bleak enough to put Jiang He even more on edge. Jiang He nervously asks if this place is full of zombies and ghosts, and Mo Xiao matter-of-factly says yes to zombies and skeletal dragons, but he has not seen ghosts himself. She quickly checks whether the secret realm is this same horrible place, and relaxes only when Mo Xiao says her uncle described it as a fruit-filled spiritual grove. Before they can go farther, a desperate voice calls out for help from nearby. They spot a 7-person party being driven around by a huge skeleton monster, with most of the group already down to dangerously low health. The party leader begs for rescue and promises anything, and Jiang He immediately looks to Mo Xiao before making a move. Mo Xiao leaves the choice to her and stops where he is, making it clear this rescue will be Jiang He's call and Jiang He's fight. Jiang He answers by drawing the bow of stars and opening with a healing arrow that stabilizes the whole team at once. That support skill surprises even Mo Xiao, because he has never really seen what this hidden elf archer class can do. Jiang He follows with an explosive arrow that splits in midair and hammers the skeleton monster with a storm of hits. The damage is strong enough to yank the monster's attention onto Jiang He and carve away more than half its health in one burst. Mo Xiao quietly judges that hidden classes really are impressive, even if Jiang He's damage still does not compare to his own absurd standard. Just as Jiang He lines up the finishing shot, someone from the rescued party sneaks in a tiny hit and steals the boss kill. The 7 survivors cheer like they earned it, while Mo Xiao and Jiang He are left annoyed by the shameless kill steal. A leather-armored swordsman steps out to apologize, but the moment he sees Jiang He clearly, his tone shifts from guilty to smug. Jiang He calls him out directly, because she saved them and he still stole the boss right in front of her. Instead of backing off, the swordsman starts flirting badly and says an angry beautiful girl will get wrinkles. He pushes it even further by offering to level her up with his team and mocking Mo Xiao as a weak mage she should ditch. Mo Xiao actually pauses at that and asks if the weak mage he means is him, still more confused than offended. The swordsman keeps selling himself, promising her first pick of future loot and insisting she would be happier with a handsome man like him. Jian He looks like she wants to slap him, then decides he is not worth another second and turns straight back to Mo Xiao. She tells Mo Xiao to leave and says they should stop wasting time on these people. Mo Xiao lightly asks if she really does not want the skeleton loot, teasing her just a little on the way out. Jian He coolly refuses, saying her Jiang family does not need scraps like that and they can treat it as food thrown to dogs. When Mo Xiao and Jiang He turn to leave, the swordsman barks for them to stop like he still has authority over them. Mo Xiao does not even answer, and that contempt pushes the swordsman straight into a reckless attack. Without even turning the clash into a real fight, Mo Xiao lifts his transformed staff and knocks the strike aside, blasting the man backward and gutting most of his health. Mo Xiao coldly notes that even triple damage was not enough to finish him, and the killing intent in his eyes makes it clear he sees the attack as unforgivable. Jian He grabs Mo Xiao's arm and urges him to let it go as just a small conflict before it turns ugly. Mo Xiao answers with icy logic. The other side attacked first, so this is not something she can wave away with one soft word. Before Jian He can stop him again, Mo Xiao vanishes from her side, and the 6 hostile men are hit almost at the same instant. The swordsman watches his companions drop dead around him, and Mo Xiao leaves him with one brutal rule: if you attack me, be ready to die. Then Mo Xiao turns that warning on Jian He too, telling her this world is too dangerous for saintly hesitation. To make the lesson absolute, Mo Xiao cuts down the last survivor with a single overwhelming strike. A strange green light rises from the corpse and brands the back of Mo Xiao's hand, turning the killing into something more than simple revenge. The system explains the mark at once: he killed a direct descendant of the Wood clan, and now the entire Wood secret realm will hate him. Even after reading that warning, Mo Xiao brushes it aside and asks Jian He if she still wants to travel with a murderer like him. Jian He does not leave, but she quietly asks whether they really have to be this ruthless. Mo Xiao doubles down, saying they are leveling to survive, and anyone willing to kill the weak would have done the same to them. His final warning is simple and harsh: in this world, you cut the grass and remove the roots. Jian He lowers her head and apologizes, realizing he is trying to harden her for the kind of world the Jiang family cannot shield her from forever. Awkwardly trying to soften the moment, Mo Xiao pats Jiang He's head, and the gesture leaves her blushing instead of scared. With that tense lesson behind them, the two hurry toward the secret realm entrance together. At the entrance, the giant skeletal dragon appears again, and Jian He freezes when she realizes the boss is level 25. Mo Xiao tells her he has permission to enter and the dragon should not attack, even if he is not completely sure himself. As they approach, the dragon's blue soul fire flares to life for a heartbeat, nearly sending Jian He stumbling. Then the dragon recognizes Mo Xiao, the blue flames die out, and he finally knows his access really works even with a teammate. The pair step onto the teleportation array, and bringing Jian He inside costs Mo Xiao extra experience points. A flash of light carries them into the secret realm, and Jian He bursts into excited cheers before Mo Xiao even opens his eyes. They arrive in a bright orchard overflowing with flowers and fruit, and the place feels more like a paradise than a dungeon. A system message reveals why this place is so valuable. The Wood secret realm doubles experience gain, but the next prompt instantly ruins the mood by confirming that his Wood clan grudge has followed him inside and turned every creature here into an enemy. Mo Xiao immediately connects the warning to the strange men outside and starts suspecting they were not normal outsiders at all. When he asks, Jian He admits the men felt wrong because even her detection could not read their information. That clue pushes Mo Xiao to a bigger conclusion: those people may actually belong to this secret realm, which means the place is far stranger than it looks. Before they can think it through, something heavy crashes down behind them and interrupts the whole discussion. What landed is not fruit at all but a bizarre peach-like creature with black eyes, leaf ears, and a durian hammer tied to a branch. Mo Xiao checks it and finds a level 20 leaf spirit that is supposed to be peaceful unless provoked. Jian He is charmed immediately, but Mo Xiao wants to use it as a test to see whether his debuff really affects the whole realm. The answer comes fast. The moment Mo Xiao gets close, the leaf spirit's eyes turn red and it swings first. Mo Xiao confirms every monster here will hate him, and he ends the test with one clean slash. The kill pays well and drops several items, including a strange durian hammer and a wood spirit material. At first the hammer looks like a decent disposable stun item, and that alone already catches Mo Xiao's interest. Then his upgrade ability goes to work, evolving the little hammer twice until it becomes an orange tier control weapon that can lock down skills and items. Mo Xiao gets so excited over the upgraded item that he starts muttering to himself again, and almost exposes his weirdness in front of Jian He. Jian He only thinks he is worried she might be upset about the cute monster dying, which gives Mo Xiao an easy excuse to hide behind. Taking advantage of the moment, Mo Xiao hands the upgraded meteor hammer to Jian He. She is stunned to find that the silly-looking durian weapon is actually orange tier, and suddenly Mo Xiao's absurd loot luck starts to make sense. Mo Xiao covers the truth by saying he simply has a luck talent with great drop rates, and should be called anytime she wants treasure chests opened. Jian he immediately regrets opening all the black ant nest chests without him, but Mo Xiao shrugs it off and points them back toward exploring the orchard. So with loot collected, danger confirmed, and the orchard no longer feeling harmless, Mo Xiao leads Jian he deeper along the path as the once peaceful fruit forest seems to wake up around them. In the fruit forest, Mo Xiao checks the wood spirit drop and learns it works like secret realm currency that can be traded with the elder for rewards. Jian he is puzzled that peaceful wood spirits would allow monster hunting at all, but Mo Xiao points out that the whole wood secret realm is already hostile to them. Mo Xiao quietly realizes he still has a sneaky option, because his quick fingers can steal even from beasts if normal methods fail. As they keep moving through the forest and farming weak leaf spirits for fruit, a sudden scream tears through the distance. Jian he almost rushes in on instinct, then stops herself and waits for Mo Xiao to decide, showing how much she now trusts his judgment. Mo Xiao chooses to investigate, and the two head straight toward the cry for help. They reach the clearing and find a giant man-eating flower whipping its vines while a trapped girl dangles in the air, screaming for help. Jian he recoils at the carnivorous plant, while Mo Xiao calmly scans it and confirms they are facing an elite level 20 wood demon flower king with nasty control and poison abilities. Mo Xiao treats the plant boss as easy prey, but Jian he still pushes him to save the girl first. Mo Xiao agrees to save her first, then shocks Jian he by drawing a longbow and firing it even while still handling the heavy sword. His shots snap the flower's vines apart in an instant, and the bound girl drops from the air. Mo Xiao flashes upward with Shadowless, and catches her mid-fall before she can hit the ground. The moment he catches her, Mo Xiao copies a new talent called Wood Spirit Heart, which gives him healing near trees and makes secret realm creatures treat him kindly. Satisfied with the bonus, Mo Xiao hands the girl over to Jian he and turns back to the boss alone. Turning back to the fight, Mo Xiao unleashes soul-extinguishing black flame and pitch-black fire engulfs the giant flower. The giant flower lasts only a few breaths before the black flames burn it down to ash. With the boss gone, Mo Xiao checks the drops and finds a core, a seed, a pile of wood spirits, and a secret realm treasure chest. Before he can think further, the rescued girl blurts out in shock that he just killed the guardian deity of her wood spirit clan. Mo Xiao coolly reminds her he killed it to save her, and if she wants to call that wrong, he can kill her too. That threat makes Tao Yaoyao panic and explains she is not blaming him, only shocked that an outsider could defeat such a powerful guardian. When Mo Xiao asks how she knew he was an outsider, Tao Yaoyao says his aura is different from the wood spirit clans. Tao Yaoyao grows even more puzzled when she admits she wanted to fight him at first, then suddenly stopped feeling hostile for no clear reason. Mo Xiao checks his panel and realizes the realm-wide resentment debuff is still there, so Tao Yaoyao's change of attitude must be coming from his new Wood Spirit Heart talent instead. Mo Xiao awkwardly guesses she first treated him as an intruder, and then softened afterward, which is enough for Tao Yaoyao to move on. The girl introduces herself as Tao Yaoyao from the Wood Spirit clan, and Jian he immediately warms to her cute name. Asked what happened, Tao Yaoyao explains that the combat weak Wood Spirit clan normally relies on a symbiotic bond with the wood demon flower species for protection. Today's attack makes no sense to her, so Tao Yaoyao asks Mo Xiao for help investigating why the wood demon flowers have gone berserk. A real chain mission prompt appears, and even Mo Xiao and Jiang He are stunned that this merged world can hand out quests like a game. Mo Xiao does not hesitate for long and accepts, because if the system recognizes the mission, the rewards should be real too. Relieved and excited, Tao Yaoyao gives the first objective: hunt wood demon flowers in their territory and bring back 10 unusual seeds. The neat mission panel makes Mo Xiao feel like reality has tilted even further into a full online game. Then Mo Xiao remembers the boss drops and shows Tao Yaoyao the king's core and seed to see whether they mean anything. The moment Tao Yaoyao checks the items, her expression turns grave because she recognizes them as demonized seeds carrying evil energy that should not exist here. Jiang He asks how bad the corruption is, but Tao Yaoyao can only say she needs to consult her grandfather before she knows more. Without waiting for answers, Tao Yaoyao urgently asks them to kill all the demonized wood demon flowers and bring every seed back to the clan for study. The mission jumps from a small test to a full hunt for 50 corrupted flowers, and Mo Xiao accepts the escalation without complaint. Before parting, Tao Yaoyao points out the path to the Wood Spirit clan, then hurries off to carry the news home. After she starts away, Mo Xiao secretly scans Tao Yaoyao and confirms the system literally labels her as an NPC, a level 20 Wood Spirit and Spiritual Medicine Master. Catching him still watching Tao Yaoyao leave, Jiang He bristles and asks with a jealous edge whether that is really his type. Mo Xiao is caught off guard and quickly explains that he was not admiring her at all, just noticing that she seems to be an NPC. The NPC idea shocks Jiang He even more, but Mo Xiao points out the other option would be secret realm people literally coming from another world. For now, Mo Xiao drops the mystery and pushes them back onto the mission route, focused on leveling efficiently before the college entrance exam. Jiang He sincerely offers to help more this time, and Mo Xiao immediately turns it into a practical plan to split up nearby and still share experience. She swallows her frustration because he is not wrong, and in the end she quietly follows him deeper into the forest toward the demon flower hunting grounds. Following the system's guidance, Mo Xiao and Jiang He push deeper into the wood's secret realm as the thick fruit forest starts thinning out. A few leaf spirits still drop in along the way, but Mo Xiao ignores the easy kills so he can keep Jiang He safe and stay on target. The air suddenly turns cold, and the forest gives way to a dead plain with no trees, no grass, and no sign of life. Jiang He barely has time to wonder why the place is so desolate before black vines burst up from the ground and rush them from every side. Mo Xiao answers instantly with a sea of fire, blasting flames outward before the ambush can lock them down. The fire forces the attackers into the open, revealing a dozen demonized wood demon flowers with blackened petals and evil energy wrapped around their bodies. Jiang He stiffens at the sight of the demonized flowers, and even she can tell these corrupted monsters are different from the ones they met before. Mo Xiao stays calm, draws the flying general's bow, and prepares to wipe them out at range. When Jiang He points out that wood monsters should fear fire more than arrows, Mo Xiao casually reminds her that all of his attacks already carry fire damage. He unleashes arrow rain, and the whole pack shrieks as their health drops in a rush before any of them can fight back. Among the drops, Mo Xiao suddenly spots evil energy fragments again, and the familiar item hits him with a bad feeling on the spot. Reading the shard again, he realizes it is the same fragment from the trial grounds, a dangerous boost that raises all attributes but can damage the user's mind. Jiang He is impressed by the shard's power, but Mo Xiao warns her flatly that it can turn people into irrational beasts and is better left unused. Jiang He tries to lighten the mood by saying someone as strong as Mo Xiao should never need that shortcut, and he answers with a small uneasy chuckle. The system immediately warns Mo Xiao that after slaughtering so many wood demon flowers, their clan now hates him and will attack him continuously in their territory. Mo Xiao barely finishes welcoming the non-stop attacks when a much larger pitch-black wood demon flower elite bursts up in front of them. Instead of shrinking back, Jiang He steps up and asks to take this fight herself because she wants to help. Mo Xiao warns her that this one is an elite monster, and before she can answer, more demonized flowers burst up behind them and complicate the fight. Seeing her fluster, Mo Xiao calmly takes control and assigns Jiang He one smaller flower while he handles the rest. He throws out advanced resistance fire ring, blasting the extra flowers back into flames and clearing the field for Jiang He's one assigned target. As the extra flowers burn out behind him for quick experience and more fragments, Mo Xiao walks straight toward the wood demon flower elite. He swings once with the four symbols heavy sword, and the elite takes an instant kill hit that should have ended it immediately. But the body keeps twitching on the ground, and when no kill notice appears, Mo Xiao realizes something is badly wrong. The elite suddenly mutates instead of dying, turning scarlet and spewing countless red vines in every direction. One look at the scarlet vines is enough for Mo Xiao to recognize them, and the familiar sight hits him hard. The scarlet vines show no health at all, so Mo Xiao can only watch as they spear across the plain and pierce the earth like an unstoppable punishment. One vine coils around the wood demon flower Jiang He is fighting, and she turns in confusion because she thinks Mo Xiao might have done it. The captured flower is dragged into the air and crushed into red light, which feeds straight into the black bead at the center of the growing mass. Mo Xiao immediately tells Jiang He to run, because he knows exactly how dangerous this thing is becoming. The retracting vines compress into a huge red sphere, and even without a status readout, Jiang He can feel that the thing in front of them is terrifying. Mo Xiao bluntly admits this thing is so dangerous that even he may not beat it, then orders Jiang He to leave it to him. Jiang He refuses on the spot, because after already missing one hidden space battle, she will not abandon him again. Mo Xiao snaps at her that if she stays, he cannot protect her and both of them could die here. Before the argument can go any further, the red sphere roars and blasts out a shockwave. Mo Xiao uses shield charge to blink in front of Jiang He and take the full hit for her, losing health twice as the blast slams into him. Even after blocking it, Mo Xiao stays grim and tells Jiang He one last time to run, because once the real fight starts he will not be able to watch over her. Instead, a red light screen barrier rises into a giant dome around them, trapping both of them inside. The system confirms the worst. They are inside the demon vine's barrier, and no one is leaving until the guardian dies. Mo Xiao's face darkens, because this trap would be simple enough alone, but with Jiang He beside him every mistake could get her killed. He tells Jiang He to stay behind him and focus only on surviving, and this time she nods with real fear in her eyes. Then the shattered sphere opens and a giant vine hand slowly reaches out, showing that whatever was sealed away has escaped. The guardian fully appears as a towering scarlet vine monster, senses a familiar aura on Mo Xiao, and declares that it will kill him and absorb that power. A familiar voice suddenly rang out in the wood secret realm, and the calm clearing lurched into a violent tremor. Countless blood-red roots burst from the earth and whipped straight at Mo Xiao and Jiang He before either of them could prepare. Mo Xiao barked for Jiang He not to move and cut the incoming roots apart with the four symbols heavy sword at the limit of his reaction speed. With the ambush exposed, the monster finally showed itself as a giant scarlet vine with a flower mouth full of teeth and a black eye-like core. Mo Xiao used detection and learned the truth. This was a level 30 platinum boss with brutal poison, life drain, a damage-blocking barrier, and roots that healed it by 20% every second. That last ability hit hardest, because Mo Xiao immediately realized this thing could not be worn down unless he killed it outright. Jiang He shrank behind Mo Xiao and nervously asked if they should just run. Mo Xiao stayed calm, promised nothing would happen while he was there, and summoned Little Gray to help Jiang He stay safe. Even Little Gray was disturbed by the evil aura, but Mo Xiao still sent the little beast away with Jiang He and prepared to fight alone. Mo Xiao drew a second 4 symbols heavy sword and chose brute force, because ranged chip damage meant nothing against a boss that could instantly heal back to full. When Mo Xiao looked up again, he saw the boss's roots had already swallowed more than half the clearing, making the whole battlefield feel like a trap. The Scarlet Demon Vine fixed its eye on Mo Xiao, mocked humans for protecting each other, and opened its flower wider to strike. The Scarlet Demon Vine spat a foul dark purple spray into the air, and it burst into poison rain across the whole enclosed battlefield. Mo Xiao instantly wrapped Jiang He in an advanced resistance fire ring, and the poison slid off her without touching her at all. With Jiang He safe inside the fire ring, Mo Xiao slipped through the poison untouched and rushed straight at the boss. At point-blank range, Mo Xiao stacked dragon wings, power halo, brutal power, and a full strength shattering mountains and rivers into one all-out strike. His strike landed for more than 120,000 damage, a ridiculous number that should have killed the boss on the spot. Jiang He stared at the absurd damage in shock, but Mo Xiao immediately realized something was wrong when the Scarlet Demon Vine still looked untouched. Only then did the hidden scarlet barrier around the boss appear, crack apart, and reveal that Mo Xiao's first blow had only broken the shield. Before Mo Xiao could follow up, a fresh scarlet barrier reformed almost instantly, and the boss's health jumped up to 100,000. The trick stunned Mo Xiao for a beat, and that opening was all the boss needed. Jiang He shouted a warning just as a storm of thin blood vines rushed in and boxed Mo Xiao in from every side. The vines moved too fast to dodge, wrapping around Mo Xiao's limbs and body until the pain finally hit him for real. For the first time since arriving in this world, Mo Xiao got hit hard enough to remember this was not just a game. Jiang He panicked and ran toward him, but Mo Xiao, still trapped in the vines, shouted for her to stay back. Before Jiang He could reach him, Little Gray jumped in front of the bound Mo Xiao and unleashed a pure white howl the evil vines could not withstand. The holy glow instantly freed Mo Xiao, turning the slower retreating vines to ash and revealing Little Gray's new skill, Radiance of the Divine Spirit. Mo Xiao quickly noticed the hidden cost too, because his maximum health had dropped by 100 instead of just his current HP. He was thrilled anyway, praised Little Gray, and immediately copied a weaker holy skill called Sacred Radiance from the little beast. Mo Xiao sent Little Gray back to guard Jiang He, and the Scarlet Demon Vine recoiled in fear at the tiny beast and blurted out that its kind should have been wiped out. Ignoring the boss's panic, Mo Xiao activated Sacred Radiance and charged back in with holy power wrapped around his body. His holy charged cloud-piercing thrust smashed into the barrier for an even bigger hit, and he pressed the attack without giving it time to reset. Mo Xiao shot into the air on dragon wings, dove straight down into the flower's weak point, and triggered a tenfold burst of damage. That holy finishing blow finally drove the Scarlet Demon Vine to zero and shattered its protection for real. But instead of dying cleanly, the boss's black core twisted into a glowing red eye and swore Mo Xiao would never truly kill it. The red eye swelled for one last revenge move and detonated right in front of Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao was blasted away by a near million damage hit, but Black Tortoise armor locked his life at 1 and barely kept him alive. Jiang He saw the damage number, panicked completely, and ran to him thinking he had just died. Instead, Mo Xiao suddenly sat up, complained that he had almost been blown to pieces, and left Jiang He stunned through her tears. Jiang He stared through her tears, unable to understand how anyone could survive that kind of damage. She hurried to offer recovery medicine, only to realize his health was already back to full on its own. Mo Xiao casually explained that one of his equipment effects stores vitality, and makes him very hard to kill in a single blow. With the platinum boss finally down and the danger over, Mo Xiao smiled and turned their attention to whatever loot the fight had left behind. Just as Mo Xiao is ready to enjoy the boss loot, the system drops a nasty surprise. The Scarlet Demon Vine escaped instead of dying. The follow-up message explains that the vine used rebirth before leaving, and Mo Xiao's mood turns downright grim for one simple reason: a platinum boss just stole his rewards. Jiang He notices there was no kill notice on her panel and questions it, but Mo Xiao shuts the topic down and coldly says there is nothing he can do if it ran. When Jiang He tries to argue that they should keep hunting the vine and help the Wood Secret Realm, Mo Xiao cuts her off and reminds her he only brought her along as a favor to Jiang Shan. Mo Xiao gives her a final blunt warning: he is here to level up, not save strangers, and if she keeps pushing her own ideals, she can leave on her own. Done arguing, Mo Xiao walks to the vine's discarded corpse, now faded back to a dead dark green wood demon flower body. The remains still drop useful materials, including a pile of demonized seeds, wood spirits, and a block of condensed evil energy. Seeing the evil energy item brings his thoughts back to the bigger threat, because the vine knew he was in a trial area and even hinted the Dragonite Jade could draw dangerous attention. After a moment, Mo Xiao stops dwelling on it and decides to finish the mission first by going to find Tao Yaoyao. The trip back is strangely peaceful, with no monsters at all, as if the Scarlet Demon Vine had already pulled every nearby threat under its control. Following Tao Yaoyao's directions, they finally reach a peaceful new area filled with elegant tree houses built into the forest itself. The map identifies the place as Wood Spirit Village, and thanks to Wood Spirit Heart, Mo Zhao's standing with the tribe jumps all the way to friendly. The old hostility on him is gone too, showing that Little Grey's heavenly light really cleaned up the Wood Clan's resentment. Mo Zhao barely has time to admire the place before the 2 giant trees at the entrance shake and transform into living guardians that block the road. Mo Zhao checks one of them and learns these are forest behemoths, the Wood Spirit tribe's own guardians. Before Mo Zhao attacks, Tao Yaoyao runs in and urgently calls the guardians off, telling them these outsiders are her friends. The guardians calmly return to their places and become ordinary giant trees again, showing just how deceptive this village's defenses are. Tao Yaoyao proudly introduces the pair as Wood Spirit Village's guardians, and Mo Zhao immediately understands they are stronger than their raw stats make them look. When Tao Yaoyao asks why they return so fast, Mo Zhao hands over the demonized seeds and tells her every wood demon flower in that area was already corrupted. Tao Yaoyao turns solemn, thanks him for the help, and says her grandfather wants to meet them about this worsening problem. The mission clears, rewarding Mo Zhao with a hefty pile of experience, and the next stage immediately points him toward the center of the village to meet the elder. Mo Zhao is pleased by how much a first stage secret realm quest pays, which only reinforces that dangerous realms are the fastest way to grow. Then he notices Jiang He quietly whispering to Tao Yaoyao, and Tao Yaoyao's face darkens almost at once. Mo Zhao immediately guesses Jiang He told her about the Scarlet Demon Vine escaping, but he stays silent and lets it play out. Tao Yaoyao suddenly says she needs to discuss something with her grandfather first, and asks them to wait, while she goes ahead. Jiang He braces for Mo Zhao to lash out at her, but he says nothing, which only makes her more flustered. Unable to take the silence, Jiang He blurts out that she only told Tao Yaoyao what happened, half defensive and half embarrassed. Mo Zhao tells her he was going to report it himself anyway, not out of compassion, but because harder missions usually mean better rewards. He explains he waited on purpose to judge the next mission's danger first, because if the difficulty spiked too high, speaking up too early could get them all killed. Then he drives the lesson in hard, warning that useless kindness in chaotic times can become the very reason a team gets wiped out. He even mocks her saintly impulses with a dry jab, leaving Jiang He completely speechless and bewildered. Tao Yaoyao returns and calls them up to meet her grandfather, cutting off the awkward aftermath. Following her lead, they climb a spiral staircase wrapped around an enormous tree toward an elaborate wooden house high above the forest floor. Inside the treehouse, they finally meet the Wood Spirit Elder, an ancient-looking old man with a branch-like staff and the pressure of a dark gold boss. The elder sincerely thanks them for helping Tao Yaoyao, even bowing, but Mo Zhao quickly steps aside and refuses to act like a benefactor. Mo Zhao bluntly frames the whole thing as a transaction. Their village problem is just a mission to outsiders like him, and he is only here as an adventurer doing business. Instead of taking offense, the elder finds that answer interesting and finally gets to the real issue haunting the Wood Secret Realm, an invading evil aura. That phrase hits Mo Zhao hard, because unlike most people, he already knows this evil power is real and dangerous from the fragments he has collected. The elder admits he noticed the invasion long ago, but as the village core and clan elder, he cannot leave to investigate it himself. So the elder formally asks the outsiders to investigate the strange evil aura on the Wood Spirit clan's behalf. Jiang He starts to jump in, but Mo Zhao cuts in first and immediately asks the smarter question: where exactly are they supposed to look now that the flower territory has been cleared? The elder points them east, to a forbidden cave where the evil aura seems to have first appeared. When Mo Zhao presses for details, the elder admits the place is taboo even to the wood spirits, and rumor says the cave connects to another world. The elder sweetens the ask by promising a generous reward if they return, and Mo Zhao immediately pushes for specifics instead of accepting on faith. The elder refuses to reveal the reward yet, but in the middle of saying so, his eyes suddenly lock onto Mo Zhao's chest in shock as he recognizes a divine beast jade. Inside the elder's wooden house, Elder Wood Spirit suddenly fixated on the dragonite jade hanging on Mo Zhao and demanded to know why he had a divine beast jade. When Mo Zhao instinctively backed up and reached for his sword, blue-green vines burst out from every direction and pinned him to the wall before he could draw. Elder Wood Spirit calmly said he did not want to fight and stepped in to inspect the jade himself. Before the elder could touch it, sacred light erupted from Mo Zhao's chest, and the binding vines vanished on the spot. Little Gray popped out of the sacred light with a childish bark, and the elder instantly pulled back like he had touched something untouchable. The old Wood Spirit elder trembled, bowed deeply to Little Gray, and formally greeted him as an auspicious beast. Mo Zhao asked what Little Gray was doing, but Little Gray just looked back in confusion because he had no idea why he had been summoned either. After realizing Mo Zhao was Little Gray's master, the elder's disbelief turned into forced politeness. The elder immediately dropped the issue of the dragonite jade and instead asked, much more respectfully now, whether Mo Zhao would still accept the mission. When Mo Zhao asked why the elder no longer wanted to inspect the jade, the elder claimed that anyone chosen by the auspicious beast was naturally qualified to keep it. Mo Xiao pressed for answers about the Dragonite Jade, and the elder dodged by promising that information as the reward once the mission was done. Mo Xiao accepted the deal, and a mission marker appeared for a cave at the eastern edge of the wood secret realm. As Mo Xiao and Jiang He prepared to leave, the elder casually asked them to send Tao Yaoyao in next. The moment they were gone, the elder's smile disappeared, and his eyes turned cold with open killing intent. Tao Yaoyao hurried in cheerfully, still thinking her grandfather had called for something ordinary. The elder told Tao Yaoyao that humans had already made contact with divine beasts, and her expression changed on the spot. He explained that Mo Xiao carried the Azure Dragon's power inside the Dragonite Jade, which meant the strongest divine beast power had surfaced first. When he added that the auspicious beast had also appeared beside the humans, the two of them agreed that neither the Jade nor Little Grey could be allowed to leave with Mo Xiao and Jiang He alive. Outside the village, Jiang He finally asked what had really happened in the elder's house because she had not understood the exchange at all. Mo Xiao admitted the details were unclear, but he was sure the elder had taken interest in his special equipment and probably wanted to seize it. He said the elder only backed off because Little Grey, the heavenly spirit auspicious beast, seemed to hold natural authority over them. Jiang He asked to see the equipment, but Mo Xiao refused and only revealed the part that mattered most: the Jade could resurrect him. Mo Xiao made her promise to keep that secret, but even as they moved on, a bad feeling lingered and he looked back toward the village. About half an hour later, the two reached the Wood Spirit Tribe's forbidden area, and the reason for the ban was obvious at a glance. Mo Xiao pointed out that this sacred land of wood had become a place of fire, a deadly environment for wood spirits, and urged Jiang He to finish the mission quickly. As soon as they arrived, the mission updated and revealed that this cave was one of the only places the elder could not monitor, making it the most likely source of the evil aura. Mo Xiao found the exploration-style mission unusual, but he still led Jiang He straight into the cave. Inside, the cave was lit by flames threaded through the walls, and Jiang He doubted the Scarlet Demon Vine could survive in a place this hot. Mo Xiao explained that the Scarlet Demon Vine was not truly a plant at all, but an evil crystal that attached itself to a wood demon flower, and he knew because he had already encountered stronger evil creatures in the hidden space. Before he could finish, hidden fiery vines shot up from the ground and wrapped around both of them, perfectly camouflaged against the rock. Mo Xiao answered instantly, drawing the four symbols heavy sword and shattering every vine in one clean swing. With the camouflage broken, the attacker was exposed as a flame flower vine, a bizarre elite monster that looked like a magma-colored vine with a blazing red flower. Even Mo Xiao was thrown by the sight of a fire-based vine monster, because wood and fire should have clashed instead of coexisting like this. The flame flower vine suddenly gathered fire into its body and exploded forward in a blast of flames aimed straight at Mo Xiao. Jiang He panicked, but Mo Xiao barely took any damage and even grabbed the burning monster without flinching. By letting the attack hit him, Mo Xiao copied fiery vines, and his power of the fire god immediately evolved it into the control skill Flame Entanglement. That new skill finally gave Mo Xiao the crowd control option he had been missing, and he was quietly pleased by the upgrade. He also realized why the flames had never mattered in the first place. His power of the fire god made him completely immune to fire damage. Once the monster's flames burned out, Mo Xiao tossed it aside and cut it down in a single finishing slash. The kill gave strong experience, so Mo Xiao decided to keep pushing deeper and told Jiang He to stay behind him since fire monsters could not threaten him at all. Jiang He was still digesting his ridiculous list of advantages when something nearby caught her eye, and she urgently called Mo Xiao over to look. While searching the cave, Mo Xiao and Jiang He spot a crystal-clear red bead on the ground and stop to inspect it. Mo Xiao uses detection, but the bead only shows a vague description and a faint evil aura, which makes it more suspicious than useful. Jiang He guesses it might be a quest item, and Mo Xiao decides that is good enough for now. Since they still need to clear the map, Mo Xiao tosses the bead to Jiang He and tells her to keep moving. As the two humans leave, two hidden figures finally step out of the shadows to watch them go. The hidden wood spirit warns her partner not to be fooled by Mo Xiao and Jiang He's low levels, because they already crippled the Scarlet Vine. Even so, the other side still acts arrogant, and Tao Yaoyao coldly insists that these outsiders must not leave alive. An hour later, Mo Xiao and Jiang He take a short break in a shady corner after trekking through the enormous cave. Jiang He checks the quest progress and realizes they have only explored about 30%, which makes the map feel absurdly huge. Mo Xiao stays calm and says the grind is fine as long as the rewards match the danger, then tells her it is time to move again. The moment Jiang He starts to stand, a huge flaming hand suddenly grabs her and yanks her into the air. A giant figure wrapped in flames emerges from hiding and squeezes Jiang He hard enough to make her scream for Mo Xiao to save her. Before the giant can do more, the pressure vanishes and Jiang He drops straight down because Mo Xiao has already killed it in one hit. Jiang He slams painfully into the ground instead of getting a heroic catch, and her first reaction is annoyed disbelief. Mo Xiao dryly says she should have survived that fall anyway, because he is more interested in what is wrong with the monster's body. What bothers him is that killing this giant gave no experience at all, just like the Scarlet Vine before it. Mo Xiao breaks open the giant's upper body and finds an empty space where a core should have been, proving the real thing escaped again. He concludes they finally found the source of the evil aura, but he still chooses the same plan: finish the quest and keep going. Deep in the cave, the real enemy appears as a floating red orb with a human-like illusion and angrily complains that Mo Xiao one-shot its puppet body. Tao Yaoyao calmly reminds it that she already warned those two were far stronger than their levels suggest. The orb says the Scarlet Vine cannot help because its core was damaged, so its side is running short on usable bodies. When Tao Yaoyao asks why it does not fight in its true form, the orb admits that body is stronger but too fragile to risk. It says any serious injury to its real body would take 10 days or half a month to heal, which is why it hides behind possessed puppets. That leaves only the Wood Spirit Elder as a real match for Mo Xiao, so Tao Yaoyao offers a nastier plan instead. To sell the trap, Tao Yaoyao asks the orb to capture her, then tears off one of her own arms without hesitation. She explains that humans will hesitate if one companion looks helpless, and she plans to use that weakness against them. The orb calls her more and more ruthless, and Tao Yaoyao accepts that comparison with a faint smile, saying she still falls short of her grandfather. About 20 minutes later, Mo Xiao grows visibly uneasy as he and Jian He walk deeper into the cave. Jian He notices his grim face, and Mo Xiao points out the real problem. Since the flaming giant died, every monster in the cave has vanished. Jian He innocently suggests the dead giant might have been the local boss, and Mo Xiao can only stare at her in tired disbelief. He drops the argument and tells her to keep moving, choosing caution over wasting time on explanations. A little later, Jian He suddenly stops and says she hears someone calling for help somewhere in the cave. Mo Xiao hears nothing and reminds her this is hostile Wood Spirit territory, so a rescue cry here makes no sense. Jian He tries to doubt herself and walks on, but the cry comes again, and this time she is sure she did not imagine it. She insists they cannot ignore someone begging for help, but Mo Xiao coldly reminds her their only job here is the mission. Jian He still chooses the cry for help over Mo Xiao's warning and suddenly runs in the opposite direction. When Mo Xiao tries to grab her, a burst of crimson light erupts from Jian He and knocks his hand away. Realizing something is seriously wrong, Mo Xiao stops arguing and chases after her deeper into the cave. Following Jiang He's lead, they eventually arrive at a huge cavern that looks exactly like a boss room. Then Jiang He spots Tao Yaoyao lying on the ground with one arm missing and immediately panics. Tao Yaoyao weakly begs Jiang He to save her, selling the trap exactly as planned. Jiang He rushes forward without hesitation, but Mo Xiao blocks her and bluntly says this is obviously a trap. Jiang He argues that Yaoyao needs help and even tries to frame the rescue as part of the mission, hoping Mo Xiao will give in. Mo Xiao gives one last order not to go, but Jiang He shoves his hand aside and chooses Tao Yaoyao anyway. At that point Mo Xiao goes ice cold, deciding he has no duty to save someone who ignores every warning. Jiang He kneels beside Tao Yaoyao and anxiously asks if she is alright, still fully believing the act. Tao Yaoyao answers oddly, and the red light in her eyes suddenly gives away that something is very wrong. Before Jiang He can escape, Tao Yaoyao's limbs turn into vines and wrap around her arms and legs like living restraints. Tao Yaoyao drops the innocent act completely and gleefully says she finally caught a human without needing to pretend anymore. Mo Xiao watches without changing expression, because this is exactly the outcome he warned Jiang He about. As Tao Yaoyao fuses closer with her body, Jiang He realizes she cannot move at all and even her skills have been shut down. Now using Jiang He as leverage, Tao Yaoyao asks Mo Xiao for the Dragonite Jade and even his heavenly spirit auspicious beast in exchange for sparing her. She starts to sell it as a great deal, but before she can finish, Mo Xiao vanishes from sight. Mo Xiao reappears with brutal speed and drives the four symbols heavy sword straight through both Tao Yaoyao and Jiang He, flatly refusing the bargain. Mo Xiao drives the four symbols heavy sword straight through Tao Yaoyao and Jiang He, and both girls drop with stunned faces as if he never hesitated for a second. He pulls the sword back out without any guilt, and the system confirms Tao Yaoyao was an evil spirit all along. From Tao Yaoyao's corpse, Mo Xiao picks up the SS rank talent Mental Interference, and learns it works through soul strength, not any normal stat. Jiang He's drop gives him the weirdly named talent Virgin Mother Power, and even Mo Xiao has to admit its healing and anti-evil bonuses are ridiculously strong. After a quiet sigh, Mo Xiao decides that since he and Jiang He were at least friends, he should take her body back with him. Before he can touch either corpse, scarlet vines explode from the ground and wrap both bodies in an instant. Mo Xiao realizes a scarlet demon vine is behind the ambush and swings to stop it, but a huge stone-like blow slams him first and throws him backward. Mo Xiao skids to a stop and realizes his shield reflection never triggered, meaning the attack was pure knockback and the enemy only needed that opening to escape. A taunt rings out from the scarlet demon vine as its vines drag both girls underground, and Mo Xiao can only lunge too late. Once the cave goes quiet, Mo Xiao's unease spikes because he realizes he never got a death notice for Jiang He. He opens the team panel and finds Jiang He's entry already gone, which makes the whole mess feel even more wrong. Then he checks his mission panel, sees the old quest is gone, and nearly explodes after realizing all that work just evaporated. The system immediately replaces it with a new quest, exposing Tao Yaoyao as an evil wood spirit, and sending Mo Xiao deeper to find a special prisoner in the cave. When the system promises the reward will not shrink, Mo Xiao stops arguing and pushes forward into the forbidden land. Deep underground, the demon flame giant asks if Tao Yaoyao was really killed, and the scarlet demon vine calmly explains that body was only her host. The monsters reveal Jian He is still alive, then a blood-red orb blasts her with energy until her health snaps back to full. Jian He jolts awake calling for Mo Xiao, then looks up and realizes she is trapped between two bosses so strong she cannot even read their stats. Then Tao Yaoyao's cold voice slips into Jian He's mind, and Jian He finally understands she walked into this trap from the very start. Tao Yaoyao mocks human weakness, and before Jian He can even cry out, scarlet vines swallow her whole and seize her body. A few minutes later, Jian He's body rises again, but the expression and voice are Tao Yaoyao's as she tests out her stolen human shell. An hour later, Mo Xiao reaches the end of the Forbidden Land and casually kills one more flame flower vine, but there is still no boss, no passage, and no mission target. He checks the map, confirms he has already crossed the whole cave, and starts wondering if the special creature is not here at all. Then a weak voice speaks directly into his mind, calling him the owner of the Dragonite Jade and begging to be saved from behind the stone wall ahead. The mission updates again, and Mo Xiao stops hesitating and hacks straight into the stone wall. His strike lands hard, but the wall barely trembles, and detection reveals it is actually an evil barrier with nearly 1,000,000 health. Mo Xiao answers that problem the simple way, stacking dragon wings, power halo, brutal power, full strength attacks, and a storm of combat skills onto the barrier. After several minutes of non-stop attacks, the evil energy barrier finally cracks all the way through and collapses open. Instead of more volcanic tunnels, Mo Xiao steps into a quiet underground forest so lush and peaceful it feels like a different world. When Mo Xiao calls out, the biggest tree in the underground forest twists, and answers him with a kind old face in its trunk. Detection tags the giant tree as the Wood Spirit Ancestor, a diamond elite boss tied to the whole Wood Secret realm, and Mo Xiao instantly gets wary. The Wood Spirit Ancestor quickly explains he has no combat power, and only stays in tree form because it best resists the evil aura imprisoning him. Then the ancient tree reshapes into an elderly wood spirit man, and Mo Xiao finally sees scarlet demon vines fuse directly into his limbs like a living curse. The ancestor begs the Dragonite Jade's bearer to save him, but Mo Xiao learns the fused vines cannot be chopped off without killing their host. That leaves only one answer. The curse itself has to be removed, and Mo Xiao is instantly annoyed because curses are the last thing a combat specialist wants to deal with. Still, Mo Xiao tests an idea by coating himself in sacred radiance and striking the vines, but the attack deals a clean 0 because the ancestor's own defense is too high. Realizing his own holy power is not enough, Mo Xiao calls out Little Gray as his real answer to the problem. The Wood Spirit Ancestor is stunned on sight because Little Gray is a heavenly spirit auspicious beast cub, a species he thought had gone extinct. Mo Xiao does not bother explaining much and simply orders Little Gray to use divine spirit radiance to cleanse the vines. Little Gray's holy radiance bursts out far stronger than Mo Xiao's version, and the scarlet vines ignite in golden fire before crumbling into ash around the Wood Spirit Ancestor. The golden flames burn away the scarlet vines, and instead of hurting him, they leave the Wood Spirit Ancestor looking relieved and fully restored. Even after hearing he is technically a boss, Missouri Xiao keeps his hand near his sword, unsure if saving this old tree means another fight is coming. The ancestor reassures him that bosses can be friendly too, then floods the cave with green light and returns to his towering tree form. To thank Mo Xiao for freeing him, the Wood Spirit Ancestor gives him a reward and a blessing tied to the power of wood. Mo Xiao tests the new skill on the spot, and the cave vines whip to his will and crush a nearby rock in one sharp burst. The Wood Spirit Ancestor walks over in human form again, and Mo Xiao is thrown off when the dying old man from before is now an absurdly handsome young spirit. The ancestor casually explains that wood spirits can live forever and hold their appearance, then immediately asks Mo Xiao to help reclaim Wood Spirit Village from the evil spirits. Mo Xiao accepts the mission, though he cannot help mocking how embarrassingly dramatic the system makes it sound. The first step is simply leaving the cave, and the ancestor makes it clear he expects Mo Xiao to handle that part too. When Mo Xiao asks why a mighty ancestor cannot just teleport, the answer is blunt: he is wood elemental, not spatial, and he is about to go dormant inside Mo Xiao. Before Mo Xiao can object, the Wood Spirit Ancestor turns into a single green leaf and lands on his head as a defensive charm. Mo Xiao grumbles that a legendary ancestor could have offered more than a leaf, but with no treasure left in the cave, he gives up searching and heads out. On the way out, Mo Xiao remembers his earth control skill and realizes it works almost exactly like the new wood power. He immediately experiments, using earth control to rip through the winding cave and reshape it into one clean straight passage. Delighted that he can literally edit the map, Mo Xiao uses Shadowless and tears through the new route at full speed. As soon as he exits the cave with the sleeping ancestor, the mission updates and warns that the evil spirits have already noticed them. Mo Xiao stares at the warning in disbelief, because protecting a supposedly great ancestor sounds ridiculous if that ancestor is really as strong as advertised. The system gives him no comfort at all, only a dry note that the Wood Spirit Ancestor is in deep sleep now, so Mo Xiao is on his own. Before he can even finish complaining, the ground splits open and two huge red-hot evil spirits crawl out to block his path. Mo Xiao probes the pair and learns he is facing a volcanic fury and a scarlet demon flame clone, both built from fire and stone and loaded with explosive attacks. When he spots a suspicious core in the clone's chest, Mo Xiao guesses it is tied to the old scarlet demon vine trouble, and decides to test these new powers instead of rushing in with his sword. He summons roots from the ground and proudly shapes them into a giant wooden figure under his feet, eager to try out his fresh wood element tricks. The idea immediately runs into a problem, because the wooden giant starts smoking in the fire-heavy battlefield and looks ready to burn. So Mo Xiao upgrades the idea on the fly, wrapping the wooden giant in a full layer of earth and stone armor to make his own rough fireproof battle puppet. He even jokes that the result is close enough to a giant armored statue, because with earth power already pinning the enemies, this whole fight is basically a playground for him. The armored giant lumbers forward and smashes the scarlet demon flame clone's head clean off in one overwhelming punch. He follows with a quick bow shot that riddles the volcanic fury and drops it just as easily. But when only the volcanic fury gives experience, Mo Xiao realizes the scarlet creature still is not actually dead. His suspicion pays off fast, because a scarlet spirit bursts free, laughs at him, and reveals that it can only fight by possessing another body. The scarlet demon flame jumps into Mo Xiao's giant puppet expecting a perfect new body, only to panic when it discovers the stone is just armor over wood and the whole thing is far weaker than it assumed. Mo Xiao calmly points out the obvious trap. The fire spirit controls only the outer rock shell, and he still controls that shell with earth power. He uses the opening to probe the real scarlet demon flame, finally confirming it is a level 50 parasitic evil thing that survives by attaching itself to hosts. The moment the scarlet demon flame tries to flee, Mo Xiao snaps the stone apart into a giant net and traps the spirit before it can escape. Mo Xiao traps the scarlet demon flame inside a shell of gravel, expecting to pocket it like loot. Before he can store it, countless scarlet vines burst out and rush straight at him from every direction. Mo Xiao yanks out the four symbols heavy sword to defend himself, only to watch the vines ignore him completely. The vines snatch the stone from his hand and sling the sealed scarlet demon flame back into the volcano, then instantly wither away. Mo Xiao is left staring at the dead vines, baffled, but he quickly decides this strange detour is not worth chasing. After checking that the wood spirit ancestor still gives no reaction, he drops the issue and heads back toward Wood Spirit Village. Without Jianghe slowing him down this time, Mo Xiao reaches the forest in just a few minutes. The moment he enters the forest, he feels that everything is wrong because the whole area now leaks a thick evil aura. A giant mutated leaf spirit suddenly crashes down in front of him, its body far larger than the peaceful ones he saw before and marked all over with scarlet patterns. Mo Xiao reads the scarlet leaf spirit's abilities and immediately catches the real problem. As long as its HP stays above 1%, it cannot be one-shot. He draws the four symbols heavy sword anyway, deciding this tougher monster just means a more serious fight. The scarlet leaf spirit opens with a roar and floods the forest with dark purple poison mist that even starts corroding the surrounding trees. Mo Xiao answers with sacred radiance, wrapping himself in holy light that forces the poison away from his body. Since the mist is still blocking his sight, he swings out Sea of Fire and burns the entire poisonous cloud away at once. The hidden scarlet leaf spirit is caught in the flames and roars in pain as Mo Xiao walks toward it with a blunt plan to kill it in 2 hits instead of 1. He locks the monster down with flame entanglement, binding the wood element creature in fiery ropes so it can only sit there and regenerate. Then Mo Xiao gathers soul-extinguishing black flame in his palm and calmly sends the black fire straight into the trap target. The black flame blasts away almost all of the scarlet leaf spirit's HP in one brutal hit, leaving only the sliver its mutation protects. Mo Xiao follows instantly with a sword strike that should finish it, but the monster somehow survives again. He realizes something is badly off because the leaf spirit's HP has recovered above 1% in the tiny gap between his 2 attacks. Before he can find the cause, the fiery restraints snap and the huge monster crashes down on top of him. Mo Xiao reacts on instinct, bringing out 2 heavy swords at once and carving the monster with an overwhelming cross attack as it drops on him. Even that is not enough, and the reason finally appears when a young woman with a scarlet longbow watches from a nearby tree and smugly praises her own healing arrow. Mo Xiao is stunned that the monster is still regenerating this fast, because its own skill list should not allow healing like that. Little Gray suddenly bursts out from the pet space and sprints toward the battlefield before Mo Xiao can stop him. Instead of getting itself killed, Little Gray circles back and drops a spent healing arrow at Mo Xiao's feet. The moment Mo Xiao recognizes it as a healing arrow, he thinks of Jianghe because he has seen that skill from her before and never saw proof she died. He throws the arrow aside and calls out into the forest, bluntly asking if Jianghe is there. A familiar Jianghe appears standing atop the scarlet leaf spirit and casually admits she has been found. Even though the face is Jianghe's, Mo Xiao instantly feels that the person looking back at him is someone else. He says flatly that she is not Jianghe, and she answers with a slippery half-truth that only makes the situation worse. When Mo Xiao guesses Tao Yao Yao, she confirms the nightmare version of the truth. She is Jianghe, Tao Yao Yao, and the scarlet demon vine all tangled together, with the vine still asleep inside. When Mo Xiao demands to know what happened to Jianhe, the thing in front of him just laughs and twists the question into something deeply wrong. Then the scarlet leaf spirit starts shriveling under her feet as its scarlet power and life force drain upward into Jianhe's body. Drunk on the stolen strength, she revels in how much better true power feels in a human body and even invites Mo Xiao to hand his over next. Scarlet vines explode around Jianhe and weave themselves into organic armor, complete with a glowing red bead in the center of her chest. Her aura jumps so hard that Mo Xiao feels like he is facing another guardian, and her displayed stats almost catch up to his own. Mo Xiao finally shows open disbelief and demands how her attributes became that absurdly high. She answers by tempting him again, promising he can enjoy the same power if he just gives her his body. Mo Xiao shuts the charm down cold and says the only thing that matters is that she still has a health bar, which means he can kill her too. With that, Mo Xiao vanishes again in Shadowless, moving like a ghost before she can pin him down. Jianhe's memories warn Tao Yaoyao exactly how dangerous this trick is when an enemy uses it, so she responds immediately instead of waiting. She stomps the ground and casts Scarlet Hell, spreading a web of crimson vines across the whole battlefield. The field does not reveal his body, but every place Mo Xiao steps lights up, turning his invisible route into a glowing trail. The moment she tracks that glowing path, Jianhe unleashes a dense scarlet rain of arrows over Mo Xiao's position. With no room to slip through that barrage, Mo Xiao is forced out of Shadowless and has to block the storm head-on. Seeing him exposed, Jianhe grins and calmly draws a single giant scarlet arrow that keeps growing brighter the longer she charges it. Mo Xiao stays calm because he still trusts Block to bounce even this attack back at her. But the shot is faster than he can process, and a red flash punches through his abdomen so hard it blasts him backward. A system warning tells him 4 symbols veil barely preserve part of his HP, and Mo Xiao is left stunned by an arrow whose speed and power completely overwhelmed him. Mo Xiao stares at Jianhe in disbelief, because a level 20 elf archer should not have the speed and killing power that almost deleted him in one shot. He suspects Jianhe changed after fusing with monsters, and with the Dragon King pendant patching his health back up, he decides brute force alone is not enough. To survive her next deadly arrow, Mo Xiao summons the Skeleton Lord and a pack of skeleton soldiers so their shared life pool can soak the damage for him. Mo Xiao opens with Flame Entanglement, and just as Jianhe moves to dodge, her feet sink into the ground for a crucial split second. That tiny opening is enough, and the flaming vines coil around Jianhe and pin her in place. Mo Xiao immediately dumps everything he has into one finishing burst, stacking dragon wings, power halo, brutal power, and a full-strength sword strike. He does not stop there and instantly switches weapons, following the sword wave with arrow rain, hurricane shots, fire magic, and black flame to make sure she cannot survive. But the moment his entire combo lands, Jianhe flashes red and every attack passes through her body with a huge miss. She smugly admits his burst was terrifying, then reveals a small item that saved her by turning her body into an illusion for 5 seconds. Mo Xiao realizes the monster side is not fighting alone anymore, because Jianhe still has human tools and escape tricks mixed into the threat. Jianhe says it is her turn now, and the scarlet longbow in her hand starts twisting and growing like something alive. Mo Xiao refuses to wait for her shot and fires first, but a familiar scarlet barrier blooms in front of Jianhe and blocks the entire volley. Seeing that shield, Mo Xiao instantly understands the problem has gotten worse, because she may also have the Leaf Spirit's last-second survival ability on top of it. Before he can adjust, Jianhe fires a ball of scarlet light that crosses the distance almost instantly, and slams into his body. Crimson vines burst through Mo Xiao's chest like blades and start chewing through his health so fast that even the pendant's regeneration cannot keep up. Then the leaf on Mo Xiao's head glows softly, and the wood spirit ancestor's voice reminds him that the scarlet demon vine is still just a plant. The forest answers that command at once, and countless branches and vines surge toward Jianhe from every direction. Jianhe panics and shouts at Demon Flame in disbelief, because she was told the wood spirit ancestor had already been sealed away. To escape the trap, she sheds her red armor and her aura drops sharply before she dives forward and vanishes from sight. Mo Xiao is left staring after her, stunned that a simple forward jump somehow ended in a clean escape. The wood spirit ancestor appears beside him and explains that Jianhe most likely used a human teleportation scroll. That answer makes Mo Xiao even more uneasy, because if Jianhe returns to a human-based city, he has no idea whether anyone will notice what she has become. The ancestor warns that the Scarlet Clan's attachment is hard to detect, and only a top human expert like a war god might expose her. Mo Xiao latches onto that hope at once, but he also knows he cannot reach someone like that until the college entrance exam begins in about 2 months. The ancestor can only sigh that they will have to pray the Scarlet Clan does nothing extreme before then, and when Mo Xiao presses for details, the old tree spirit refuses to explain here. Instead, the ancestor turns back into a leaf on Mo Xiao's head and tells him to return to Wood Spirit Village, where the rest will become clear. With Jianhe gone, the road back is much safer, and Mo Xiao clears out the few remaining demonized monsters as he heads for the village. At the village center, the ancestor tells him to place the leaf beneath the giant tree that stands in the middle of Wood Spirit Village. As soon as the leaf touches the tree, the whole trunk rides and the ancestor is absorbed back in, restoring an even more ancient giant tree to the village center. Relieved to be home again, the Wood Spirit ancestor thanks Mo Xiao and confirms that his rescue mission is finally complete. System rewards pour in at once, including experience, gold, a Wood Spirit treasure chest, piles of attribute fruits, and an upgraded detection skill called Illusion Breaking Technique. Mo Xiao quickly decides the real prize is the attribute fruits, since they directly raise his stats far better than the experience does. When the ancestor asks whether he likes the rewards, Mo Xiao bluntly says they are only average, because they did not give him the huge level jump he wanted. The ancestor goes quiet for a beat, then offers one more reward anyway, and Mo Xiao perks up on the spot. That extra reward turns out to be a new mission. As the bearer of Dragonite Jade, Mo Xiao is entrusted with finding the lost Azure Dragon Jade. The ancestor explains that the Divine Beast Jades are meant to gather the power of all divine beasts, so having Dragonite Jade means Mo Xiao has already been acknowledged and is qualified to seek another one. But when Mo Xiao asks for the location, the ancestor says the clue is already sealed inside Dragonite Jade and will only appear once he meets the requirements. Mo Xiao points out that he already forced open one level gated dragon map early, so the ancestor quietly sends green light into the Jade and tells him the Azure Dragon clue will unlock after level 30. The green light finishes pouring into Mo Xiao, and the Wood Spirit ancestor falls silent with its eyes shut, looking like nothing more than an ordinary old tree again. When calling out gets no answer, Mo Xiao gives up on the ancestor and turns to the system instead as a fresh mission appears in front of him. The new task explains that the ancestor's return is purifying the infected wood spirits, but they still need Mo Xiao to gather materials and finish cleansing the realm. Mo Xiao decides to stay and farm levels here first, calm about whatever trouble Jiang he or the two family might cause once he returns. With the decision made, he pulls out all the rewards he has been saving and starts upgrading them one by one with his rubbing ability. After upgrading 6 kinds of fruits into spirit fruits, Mo Xiao is thrilled because the basic stat ones alone mean a huge jump in raw attributes. Then he spots the real prize among them, an experienced spirit fruit, something he has never seen before. Its description shocks him, because each one adds 1% of the current level's experience with no level cap, making it priceless for high-level professionals. Even so, the 10-fruit limit makes him stop himself, and he decides these experienced spirit fruits might be better saved to trade for favors from a future war god. Next he turns to the Wood Spirit treasure chest, upgrades it into a life treasure chest, and opens it with modest expectations. The chest spits out a purple resurrection skill called Resuscitation, and Mo Xiao instantly realizes how valuable even a limited revive ability would be in this world. That makes him greedy enough to rub the skill book twice more, pushing it past revival into something far more absurd. The final result is innate reincarnation technique, a mass resurrection that can revive chosen dead within 500 meters as long as they died in the last 10 days. Mo Xiao is both thrilled and wary, because a skill this outrageous could make every faction scramble to claim him if word ever got out. He learns the innate reincarnation technique on the spot, then calmly decides he still has no interest in joining any faction and will keep moving alone. With his rewards handled, Mo Xiao heads back out of the village to continue clearing the Wood Spirit clan's follow-up missions. Back in Iqingbei City, Jiang He's father explodes in anger at Jiang Shan for letting her chase the same target the two family was already hunting. Jiang Shan tries to justify it by saying Mo Xiao was Jiang He's friend and he feared she would provoke the two family if she learned too much. That only makes the patriarch angrier, because if the two family sends assassins after Mo Xiao, he fears Jiang He would throw her life away for him. Jiang Shan hurriedly suggests calling Jiang He back with her return scroll, but the answer comes a second later in a flash of blue light inside the hall. Jiang He tumbles out of the blue return light and crashes onto the hall floor, battered and exhausted, but the strange smile she shows before fainting instantly feels wrong. Half a month later, Mo Xiao finally finishes the Wood Spirit clan's long purification chain and levels up to 24. Looking over his new stats, Mo Xiao is pleased with the gains but also grimly notices how brutal the climb has become now that one level costs a full 1,000,000 experience. Now that the realm is peaceful again, the recovered Elder Wood Spirit comes over to thank Mo Xiao in person for saving their clan. The Elder's gratitude quickly turns bittersweet when he admits he still cannot save his granddaughter Tao Yao Yao, who was taken away before she could be restored. After that, the Elder tells Mo Xiao the Wood Realm has no more work for him, so this is the natural point for him to leave. Before Mo Xiao goes, the Elder offers one last favor by opening a Wood Spirit exchange shop that lets him spend the wood spirits he collected over the past half-month. While browsing the list, Mo Xiao suddenly spots a void illusionary stone and immediately locks onto it because he knows how rare and useful it is. The Elder explains the stone was left behind by a traveler long ago, and since the Wood Spirit clan cannot forge with it, he is happy to sell it off. When Mo Xiao asks where he could forge with it, the Elder points him toward 2 future destinations: divine forging humans in the Fire Secret Realm and dwarves in the Earth Secret Realm. The Elder even charges extra for the coordinates, and Mo Xiao can only dryly admit this old spirit really knows how to do business. Mo Xiao buys the Void Illusionary Stone and both marked realm maps, adding the next steps of his journey to his inventory. He also asks about Dark Gold Mother Stones, but the Wood Spirit clan does not have any, so that search gets pushed to the Earth Secret Realm too. Since he still has a huge reserve of wood spirits, Mo Xiao spends heavily again and sweeps up all the spirit fruits, an alchemy skill book, and a spirit bean formula. Once the items are in hand, Mo Xiao immediately upgrades the alchemy book and the formula, pushing his alchemy to high level and turning spirit beans into senza beans. The upgraded recipe is ridiculous, because one bean can fully restore health and mana, wipe every negative effect, and block debuffs for 5 minutes. He decides he has enough and tells the elder he is finally ready to leave, and the elder politely offers him a safe journey home. But while the elder turns away, Mo Xiao suddenly uses God Quick Fingers and sweeps an invisible giant hand right through him. The theft lands perfectly, and in one shameless parting move Mo Xiao snatches 200,000 wood spirits and an S-class class change book called Wood Spirit Summoned. Half an hour later, Mo Xiao teleported back into Dead Man's Canyon and immediately grimaced at the foul undead air after getting used to the peaceful Wood Secret Realm. He quickly reassured himself that stealing from the Wood Spirit Elder had still been worth it, even if the Wood Spirit only gave a tiny health boost and the transfer book was just future sale money. Mo Xiao was still deciding where to go next when a huge skeletal dragon head suddenly leaned into view and stopped him cold. But this time the familiar boss recognized him, dropped its hostility, and obediently lowered itself instead of attacking. Since he had never properly read its status before, Mo Xiao used his upgraded illusion-breaking technique to inspect the skeletal dragon at last. The numbers made Mo Xiao suck in a breath, because the boss's strength was absurdly high, and explained why it had nearly one-shot him before. Then his mood flipped, and he calmly remembered that the dragon's thick defenses meant almost nothing against his damage now. Mo Xiao drew the 4 symbols heavy sword, stacked brutal power with a full-strength strike, and cut the skeletal dragon down before it could even react. The dragon collapsed into scattered bones, and the reward screen popped up with experience, dragon materials, and a bronze chest. Mo Xiao frowned again when he realized the second kill paid much less, and his thoughts immediately jumped to how painfully long the grind to 1,000,000 experience would be. He asked the system about boss respawns, learned Dead Man's Canyon bosses only return once a week on Wednesdays, and finally gave up on farming here for now. With that, Mo Xiao checked the map and headed straight back toward Yicheng Base City. An hour later in Yicheng, Jiang He was still pouting in front of her father Jiang Ran, furious that he refused to target Mo Xiao after the way she had nearly died. Jiang Ran stayed firm, reminding her that Jiang Shan had warned Mo Xiao she carried defensive items, so in a real battle killing both sides would have been the correct call. When Jiang He protested that this had not been a battlefield, Jiang Ran simply reminded her that she was alive and told her to stop making trouble and go level up. But as Jiang Ran turned to leave, Jiang He's expression went cold and she quietly stepped behind him like she had already decided something darker. She called him Lord Father, and the moment Jiang Ran turned around, a red flash cut across his neck and dropped him unconscious. When Jiang Ran opened his eyes again, the confusion lasted only a heartbeat before a different smile took over his face. The hidden infiltrator inside Jiang Ran joked about betrayal, and Jiang He coolly answered that Tao Yao was dead and they were all too deep in this together to turn back now. Their plan immediately grew far bigger than Mo Xiao, because Jiang He ordered contact with their allies and called for an inside-outside assault to seize the whole city. At the city gate, Mo Xiao finally walked back into bustling Yicheng, but the ordinary city atmosphere now felt strangely unsettling to him. 2 gate soldiers recognized him on the spot and hurried to report his return to the city lord's residence. Meanwhile at the city lord's residence, Jiang Shan was still on edge and pressing Fang Chan for any news, because the Jiang family pressure at home was already driving him crazy. Their waiting ended when a soldier burst in with news that Mo Xiao had been seen entering the city. The name hit Jiang Shan like a bolt, and he jumped to the soldier's side to make sure it was really Mo Xiao. Once the soldier said Mo Xiao had only just entered and was probably heading home, Jiang Shan vanished on the spot to chase him down. Even Fang Chang could not stay seated after that, and he followed with a quiet worry that Jiang Shan might push this too far. Back on the street outside his old place, Mo Xiao looked at the cheap rundown house and remembered he had meant to move long ago. Just as he was about to head upstairs, Mo Xiao sensed danger, snapped out the 4 symbols heavy sword, and tilted it at the perfect angle. The next instant, the hidden attacker was thrown back in a miserable heap, cursing from the ground. Mo Xiao was startled to see it was Jiang Shan, while Jiang Shan stood up scowling and insisted he be addressed properly as Hall Master. The moment Mo Xiao asked why he was in such a rush, Jiang Shan grabbed his collar and demanded to know how the man who promised to protect Jiang He had let her die. Mo Xiao did not flinch, admitted he had made that promise, and flatly said that if Jiang Shan came to condemn him, he could leave right now because Mo Xiao believed he had done nothing wrong. Then Mo Xiao cut into the real issue by asking whether Jiang He had only shown Jiang Shan an illusion of what happened. He pressed harder by asking if Jiang Shan had noticed Jiang He acting differently lately, and that question finally made the older man go quiet. Mo Xiao explained that Jiang He had ignored his warnings, tried to save a monster anyway, and ended up controlled by it, leaving him no choice but to kill her body to contain the loss. As a veteran of real battle, Jiang Shan could not deny that Mo Zhao's brutal choice had been the right one in that situation. Mo Zhao followed up by pointing out that the current Jiang He had been tormenting everyone, and her obsession with hunting him did not fit the real girl's old temperament at all. That was enough for Jiang Shan to ask the frightening question out loud: was the Jiang He in the city now not really Jiang He anymore? Mo Zhao answered that it was still Jiang He's body, but something else was controlling it, and none of the Jiang family had noticed. Jiang Shan's anxiety spiked at once, and he demanded to know why Mo Zhao had not returned sooner if he knew something that serious. Mo Zhao gave him a cold answer. Coming back early would not have solved anything, because in their rage the Jiang family might have killed an ordinary nobody like him first and asked questions later. Mo Zhao coldly tells Jiang Shan that if the Jiang family wants revenge for Jiang He, they can stop pretending and make their move. Mo Zhao suddenly points out that more than a dozen fighters are closing in on them, and even Jiang Shan looks genuinely caught off guard. Mo Zhao draws the four symbols heavy sword, convinced these men came with Jiang Shan to kill him. Jiang Shan snaps that he does not need help to kill Mo Zhao, but just as firmly says the Jiang family is not here for revenge. Instead of attacking, Jiang Shan tells Mo Zhao to rest for a day and come to the Jiang family tomorrow, because he plans to drive these people away himself. Mo Zhao offers to help, and Jiang Shan immediately panics and begs him not to solve this with that giant sword. Mo Zhao puts the sword away and watches quietly, but the fighters still act wrong even after Jiang Shan steps in front of them. That strange behavior makes Mo Zhao suspicious, so he uses illusion-breaking technique on one of them and sees a clear answer: afflicted by evil energy. Mo Zhao realizes the Jiang family itself may not be hunting him, but the evil thing inside Jiang He has already started moving people against him. He walks up and warns Jiang Shan to check these men properly, because they are not acting like normal people. Jiang Shan looks closer, notices the red in their eyes, and finally uses a detection spell on them. The result confirms evil energy, so Jiang Shan crushes a golden bead and blasts the group with holy light. Several strands of red energy rip out of their bodies and vanish, and the men suddenly wake up confused about why they were even there. When Jiang Shan questions Wang Ergu, he learns the family had summoned them back and Jiang He was present too, but both of them seemed strange. After sending the men away, Jiang Shan turns back to Mo Zhao with a much darker expression and asks if Jiang He is infected too. Mo Zhao corrects him bluntly. Jiang He is not just infected, she is directly possessed by one or even two monsters. Jiang Shan explodes at the change in wording, because control was already bad enough and possession is far worse. When Mo Zhao asks if there is a reward for helping, Jiang Shan loses his patience completely, and drags him straight to the Jiang family anyway. Inside the Jiang family main hall, Jiang Ran coldly realizes Mo Zhao has returned because the evil energy planted in their pawns was just dispelled. Jiang He wants to keep moving against humans, but Jiang Ran argues they are still too weak and should hide before Mo Zhao exposes their secret. Reluctantly, Jiang He agrees to lie low for now, and Jiang Ran watches her to make sure the risky plan is dropped for the moment. Before they can settle in, the main hall doors slam open and Jiang Shan rushes in with Mo Zhao right behind him. Jiang He and Jiang Ran instantly shut their eyes, turn pale, and collapse like their strength was suddenly drained away. As he catches Jiang He, Mo Zhao secretly checks her with illusion-breaking technique and finds no evil energy on her at all. A moment later Jiang He opens her eyes, throws her arms around Mo Zhao, and tearfully apologizes as if she is finally safe. Mo Zhao shoves her back at once and tests her with one name, Tao Yaoyao. Jiang He looks stunned and says Tao Yaoyao should already be dead, but Mo Zhao catches a flicker of fear in her eyes and stops pressing. He changes tone and asks if she is really fine, and Jiang He quickly settles back into a careful, controlled answer. Jiang Ran also wakes up, acts confused, and Jiang Shan blurts out that he was terrified of having to become the next family head. Jiang Ran immediately kicks Jiang Shan away and scolds him, snapping the hall back into its usual family chaos. Then Jiang Ran turns to Mo Zhao and asks directly if this is the young man everyone has been talking about. Mo Zhao answers yes and bluntly asks whether the family head intends to seek justice for his daughter. Jiang Ran unexpectedly laughs and says Mo Zhao did nothing wrong, so there is nothing for him to punish. Mo Zhao pushes again by saying he almost killed Jiang He, and this time Jiang He rushes to defend him before anyone else can react. Jiang Ran is baffled because Jiang He wanted revenge that very morning, and now she lowers her head and claims her anger vanished the moment she saw Mo Zhao. Jiang Ran accepts that answer and lets the issue go, but Mo Zhao still refuses to trust the easy peace. So Mo Zhao asks one more time if Jiang Ran truly has no intention of attacking him, and Jiang Shan nearly explodes from stress at hearing the same sore point again. Instead of getting angry, Jiang Ran says Mo Zhao really does resemble his father, right down to that reckless refusal to fear death. That single word, father, leaves Mo Zhao shaken, because he grew up as an orphan and never knew anything about the man. When Mo Zhao asks if Jiang Ran knew him, Jiang Ran confirms it, and reveals that Mo Zhao's father was an incredibly powerful professional. When Jiang Ran mentions Mo Zhao's father, Mo Zhao freezes for a moment, but he forces the talk back to what happened with Jiang He instead. Jiang Ran immediately takes the pressure off Mo Xiao and says the real mistake started with Jiang Shan sending him to level with Jiang He in the first place. When Jiang Shan blurts out that this somehow became his fault, Jiang Ran shuts him down on the spot. Jiang Ran says that in that life or death situation, Mo Xiao made the best battlefield choice he could. He also makes it clear that Jiang He stepped in out of kindness, and that same softness is exactly why she needed this lesson. That answer leaves Mo Xiao speechless, because he had already prepared himself to fight the Jiang family and run if things turned ugly. Once the tension drops, Mo Xiao suddenly tries his illusion-breaking technique on Jiang Ran and Jiang He to see what they are hiding. Jiang Ran reacts instantly, his eyes flashing red as a light barrier covers them both and blocks Mo Xiao's detection completely. Mo Xiao is startled by the block, but when Jiang Ran asks what is wrong, he hides it and says nothing happened. Jiang Ran offers to talk about Mo Xiao's parents again, but Mo Xiao coldly refuses and says he has no parents to discuss. Seeing he pushed too far, Jiang Ran sends Jiang He to walk Mo Xiao out and keeps Jiang Shan behind for a private talk. After they leave, Jiang Ran admits most abandoned children would cling to any news of their parents, which makes Mo Xiao's refusal hit even harder. Jiang Shan asks if Jiang Ran really plans to tell Mo Xiao the truth, and Jiang Ran says that if Mo Xiao wants to know, he has every right to hear it. When Jiang Shan keeps hesitating, Jiang Ran cuts him off and demands to know what he has been trying to say with all those warning looks. Jiang Shan finally says Mo Xiao suspects some kind of monster has been living inside Jiang He. Outside at the Jiang family gate, Jiang He apologizes for how strangely she acted in the secret realm and worries she may have ruined Mo Xiao's mission. Mo Xiao brushes that off and goes straight to the real problem, asking why he still cannot read Jiang He's information properly. Jiang He innocently opens her status panel for him, but the numbers look normal and give Mo Xiao no clue at all. He presses one step further and asks if she has any special status effect, but Jiang He says no, which only makes the hidden possession feel more suspicious. With no proof in hand, Mo Xiao gives her a perfunctory reassurance and leaves the Jiang family still unconvinced. The moment Mo Xiao is gone, Jiang He quietly asks if this was enough, revealing she is answering someone hidden inside her. An unseen voice answers in Jiang He's mind and coldly tells her she did very well. Jiang He finally snaps and demands to know what the thing inside her wants, and when it will leave her body. The unseen presence refuses to explain and threatens that if Jiang He disobeys, the entire base city will suffer because of her. The threat gets worse when the unseen voice reminds her that if it controls the Jiang family against Mo Xiao, she already knows how bloody that will be. Cornered, Jiang He swears she will obey, but she also vows to drag Tao Yaoyao down with her if anyone in the base city gets hurt. The unseen answer turns disturbingly gentle, calling them good friends and making the control feel even worse. Back home that night, Mo Xiao lies on his bed replaying the meeting and realizes Jiang He looked normal again, yet something about it still feels wrong. After getting nowhere with that suspicion, he tells himself to wait for the college entrance exam and the chance to meet the war god in just over a month. He stops overthinking, tidies the rough little room, and finally crashes into a heavy sleep. The next morning starts badly when an early phone call yanks Mo Xiao awake and instantly puts him in a foul mood. It is Jiang Shan on the phone, saying Mo Xiao's equipment has been sold, and he needs to come pick it up himself. Mo Xiao grumbles about the hassle, until Jiang Shan reminds him by phone that the city lord wants him and the two-family problem is still unresolved. That finally makes Mo Xiao remember he had almost forgotten the two-family entirely, so he agrees to head over at once. After a quick wash, Mo Xiao goes straight to the city lord's residence to hear how bad the situation really is. At the residence, Fang Chang asks whether Jiang He really recovered, and Jiang Shan admits she suddenly returned to normal, but he still cannot explain what happened. Jiang Shan repeats Mo Xiao's warning that Jiang He may have been possessed by some kind of monster, and both men realize they need more details from him. Before they can dig further, Mo Xiao arrives and opens the office door without even bothering to knock. Fang Chang immediately calls him out for it, and Mo Xiao deadpan knocks on the already open door just to be difficult. Once the joking stops, Fang Chang brings the real issue back up and asks whether Mo Xiao still remembers the two-family problem. Mo Xiao says he only vaguely remembers, which is enough to make the others realize he truly did forget how dangerous this is. Fang Chang warns him that Tu Fei is a level 84th transition elite whose first instinct was simply to kill him. Mo Xiao's answer is as reckless as ever. If Tu Fei wants to come, then let him come. Fang Chang nearly chokes on that and spells out the gap in power, explaining that he and Jiang Shan are only level 73rd transition professionals, while Tu Fei stands a whole tier higher. Mo Xiao only asks one thing in return: does Tu Fei still have a health bar and can he still be attacked? When Fang Chang says yes, Mo Xiao treats that as the only important answer and declares that anything with a health bar can be killed. Jiang Shan finally explains the deal they already set up behind the scenes. They told Tu Fei that Mo Xiao could farm more golden Ant King sets. For 1/10 second, Jiang Shan panics that Mo Xiao might deny it, because that would drag him into Tu Fei's anger too. Mo Xiao remembers the Ant King set at last and confirms that yes, he really can get more of them. With that confirmed, Jiang Shan reveals the full offer. If Mo Xiao hands over 5 more sets, Tu Fei will drop the feud and even help gather what Mo Xiao needs. To Jiang Shan's relief, Mo Xiao accepts the trade immediately instead of arguing about pride or face. But just as Jiang Shan moves to contact the Tu family, Mo Xiao adds one condition. He wants the trade to happen face to face. Mo Xiao says he wants to see just how strong this so-called top professional really is, and Jiang Shan, thinking that is all, agrees to pass it on. The moment Jiang Shan leaves, Mo Xiao reveals the real reason with a crooked grin. He wants to meet Tu Fei in person so he can steal from the old monster and get even for being forced to run. In his study, Tu Fei hears that Mo Xiao wants a face-to-face deal and immediately sounds more interested in killing him than trading. Jiang Shan awkwardly tries to smooth things over through the call, but Tu Fei ignores that and presses for exactly when Mo Xiao will arrive. Tu Fei orders Jiang Shan to bring Mo Xiao to the Tu family estate, making it clear this is an ultimatum, not a request. When Jiang Shan refuses on the spot, Tu Fei coldly treats that as rejecting peace and threatens to come teaching himself for revenge. The call ends on Tu Fei's terms, and Jiang Shan is left cursing because sending Mo Xiao there feels like feeding him to a tiger. Mo Xiao suddenly appears and says he heard everything, but he still wants Jiang Shan to take him because he trusts his own ability to survive. Once Jiang Shan gives up arguing, Mo Xiao pivots to the real reason he came back and asks where he can buy black ant materials. Jiang Shan points him to the dungeon hall traders, then realizes a faster option and suggests Mo Xiao just carry a full team through the black ant dungeon and take all 15 people's drops. Mo Xiao finally admits the plan could work, but when Jiang Shan asks if he wants to forge Ant King sets himself, he keeps the purpose hidden and only promises to have enough ready by tomorrow afternoon. Outside, Mo Xiao checks his backpack and grimaces because he already sold off his old black ant parts to make a previous Ant King set, so now he has to rebuild the stock from scratch. He heads to the dungeon hall, but the packed, noisy crowd hits him immediately and puts him in a bad mood. The moment people recognize him, they swarm him for help, begging him to carry them into the black ant nest and asking how he clears nightmare mode so fast. Before Mo Xiao can shake them off, the crowd suddenly parts for a white-armored young man whose arrival is sharp enough to silence the whole hall. Mo Xiao clocks the stranger's sword first and asks who he is, while the newcomer casually says his father has already talked about Mo Xiao. The young man introduces himself as Fan Chaoyang and offers a handshake, and Mo Xiao takes it even though the first impression already feels unusual. The moment their hands touch, Mo Xiao copies Fan Chaoyang's SSS grade talent, grows stronger in battle, and realizes it turns every fight into a source of experience and possible combat evolution. Mo Xiao is genuinely impressed because the talent scales with stronger opponents, and even gives chances to learn and evolve martial skills mid-battle. When Fan Chaoyang asks what happened, Mo Xiao covers the shock by saying he just has a feeling Fan Chaoyang is very strong. Mo Xiao quietly uses the illusion-breaking technique on him and finds an absurdly dangerous second transformation sword emperor with huge strength, even higher agility than his own, and 3 top-ranked talents. At the same time, Fan Chaoyang is surprised that he cannot read Mo Xiao's panel at all, and Mo Xiao brushes it off as an equipment effect. Mo Xiao asks about the Fan name, and Fan Chaoyang confirms he is Fan Cheng's son and explains his father only just returned from a professional advancement mission. That detail makes Mo Xiao realize Fan Chaoyang has gone through the same kind of abnormal second transition he did, which explains why someone this monstrous is hiding in Yicheng. Even after that reveal, Mo Xiao tries to end the meeting because right now gathering black ant materials matters more than testing himself. Fan Chaoyang finally says what he really wants. His father praised Mo Xiao, so he came to challenge him to a spar. The hall erupts with gossip that the young city lord fights like a true technician, and even Jiang Shan has had trouble catching him. That catches Mo Gao's interest because it sounds like Fan Chaoyang fights with real skill instead of just relying on system abilities. But he still refuses because he has no time to waste. Fan Chaoyang refuses to let the chance go and sweetens the deal, promising to help Mo Xiao finish whatever he needs and even grant 3 extra requests if Mo Xiao can beat him. Mo Xiao mocks the rich boy tone first, then cuts straight to the real question and asks whether Fan Chaoyang can get him black ant parts. Fan Chaoyang says he does not have them on hand, but if Mo Xiao agrees to spar, he can get as many as Mo Xiao wants. That is enough to flip the decision, and Mo Xiao agrees on the spot because this spar might solve his material shortage in one move. Fan Chaoyang immediately drags him toward the square outside, and the entire hall pours after them to watch. Jiang Shan arrives too late to stop the spectacle, learns the young city lord is involved, and instantly realizes he should have remembered Fan Chaoyang sooner. In the square outside, Jiang Shan rushes in before they begin and urgently warns that Mo Zhao's damage is so absurd he could kill Fan Chaoyang in one hit. Fan Chaoyang clearly wants to argue with that insult to his pride, but for safety he accepts the idea, and Mo Xiao says he has no objection either. The system sends Mo Xiao a sparring request from Fan Chaoyang, and Mo Xiao accepts without hesitation. A transparent barrier drops around the two of them, and the system explains this mode lets them go all out while stopping the fight at 1 health instead of letting either side die. Mo Xiao admits this is his first spar and that he always assumed battles just ended in death, while Fan Chaoyang casually explains sparring exists to keep human disputes from turning lethal. Mo Xiao gets the feeling Fan Chaoyang is trying to get into his head, but before he can chase that thought further, Fan Chaoyang draws his sword and asks if he is ready. Mo Xiao answers that he is ready anytime, and with both men locked in, the system declares the battle begun. The duel starts, and Fan Chaoyang vanishes so fast he seems to teleport straight in front of Mo Xiao. Fan Chaoyang's opening strike slams into Mo Xiao and gets brutally reflected, leaving Fan Chaoyang more badly hurt than his target. Fan Chaoyang realizes Mo Xiao has a nasty counterattack skill, and Mo Xiao's small wound heals back up almost immediately. Mo Xiao answers with the 4 symbols heavy sword and tries to finish the fight in one heavy swing. Fan Chaoyang barely redirects the blow, spins with the momentum, and thrusts back with expert sword control. Mo Xiao suddenly brings out a second heavy sword, and Fan Chaoyang's attack crashes into another impossible block. When Mo Xiao chains another slash, Fan Chaoyang escapes with a blur-fast afterimage and resets the distance. Fan Chaoyang admits that one clean hit would have ended it, then drinks a potion to recover. Mo Xiao coolly calls him average, and the insult lands hard even though Fan Chaoyang forces a smile. Mo Xiao tells him to stop testing the waters and fight seriously, and Fan Chaoyang finally agrees to end it fast. The moment Fan Chaoyang opens his eyes again, a sharp sword aura erupts from him and even Mo Xiao feels the pressure. Before Mo Xiao can even inspect the change, a flying sword suddenly punches through his body and rips away a huge chunk of health. Fan Chaoyang flashes in for the follow-up, clearly trying to finish Mo Xiao before he can recover. Mo Xiao cuts him off with advanced resistance fire ring and shoves Fan Chaoyang back out of striking range. Then Mo Xiao drops the act of being a pure melee fighter and unleashes a sea of fire with black soul-burning flames. The black flame hit is overwhelming, and Fan Chaoyang's health bar drops to 0 on the spot. The duel system declares the result, the barrier fades, and both fighters are reset out of kill mode. Fan Chaoyang admits he misread Mo Xiao's style, because the solo player fought like a tank and then won with magic. Mo Xiao picks up Fan Chaoyang's sword and reminds him that a solo player can have all kinds of skills. The instant Mo Xiao hands the sword back, his talent copies something impossible, the Sword Emperor's remnant soul hidden in the sealed blade. Fan Chaoyang swallows the loss, vows to win next time, and agrees to deliver the black ansets Mo Xiao wanted. Once he turns away, Fan Chaoyang's elegant mask cracks and his frustration boils over. A phantom old swordsman appears beside Fan Chaoyang alone and bluntly tells him he lost because he failed to use his strongest move from the start. The remnant soul makes it clear that Fan Chaoyang only inherited part of his power, and he still has a long way to go before becoming a real Sword Emperor. At the same time, Mo Xiao is stunned when another copy of that same phantom suddenly appears in front of him outside the hall. The spirit blurts out the problem himself. He somehow ended up inside Mo Xiao instead of staying with Fan Chaoyang's sword. After a brief shock, Mo Xiao realizes he copied a huge treasure and calmly starts asking what this remnant soul actually is. Mo Xiao tells the truth about his copy talent, and the old swordsman is so shocked he can barely believe a power like that exists. The spirit first accepts Mo Xiao as a new disciple candidate, but Mo Xiao corrects him. Fan Chaoyang still has the original remnant soul, and this one is only a copied version. Mo Xiao cuts the talk short because he still has things to do, and he heads back into the dungeon hall with the bewildered spirit tagging along. On the way, Mo Xiao gets a tiny experience reward from the duel and unexpectedly learns the sword skill's startling swan sword. Mo Xiao grumbles that the reward is small, which says a lot about how little he now thinks of Fan Chaoyang's strength. Fan Chaoyang returns from the trading area wearing a perfect smile again and hands over a huge batch of black ant materials, even adding extras. Mo Xiao takes the materials, thanks him once, and walks off without giving Fan Chaoyang even a little face. That snub makes Fan Chaoyang furious, but the remnant soul beside him coldly reminds him that respect only comes from strength. Fan Chaoyang accepts the rebuke and heads straight back into a dungeon to train harder. Before disappearing, the Sword Emperor is left uneasy by the familiar aura he sensed from Mo Xiao. 10 minutes later in his shabby apartment, Mo Xiao brings the copied spirit home, and the old swordsman immediately mocks how rundown the place is. Mo Xiao shrugs it off, saying he is an orphan who rushed straight into leveling and never bothered to move somewhere better. Then Mo Xiao gets to work, opens divine forging technique at his desk, and pulls out 50 black ant parts. The Sword Emperor admits he has never even heard of the solo player class, which only makes Mo Xiao look more unusual to him. One command later, the ant materials become a full armor set and instantly upgrade into the stronger black soldier ant set. That sight nearly makes the ancient swordsman curse out loud, because Mo Xiao somehow mastered divine forging technique right after changing class. Mo Xiao checks a practical concern next and asks whether anyone else can see or hear this spirit floating around his room. The remnant soul says ordinary people cannot perceive him, though he hints that the original version with Fan Chaoyang may have sensed him too. Mo Xiao admits he cannot fully lock the spirit down, so he demands a promise that nothing about his strange talent will be leaked. The old swordsman answers that he is bound to Mo Xiao's skill anyway, and if Mo Xiao wants control, he can simply learn how to seal him. To prove it, the Sword Emperor taps Mo Xiao's forehead and directly teaches him spirit control technique. With that, Mo Xiao finally gets a way to seal the copied remnant soul away or even force it to sleep if needed. Back at his work table, Mo Xiao decides to test the Sword Emperor's claim and grabs the Black Soldier Ant set. The moment Mo Xiao uses his rubbing ability, the black set flashes and evolves into the orange-grade Ant King set. The Sword Emperor explodes in disbelief, because even he cannot accept equipment being upgraded so casually. Mo Xiao coolly warns him to keep quiet, and the Sword Emperor admits that with a secret like this, Mo Xiao really could rise above everyone else. Mo Xiao presses him about the phrase new human race, and the Sword Emperor finally explains that the humans of his era were wiped out in the monster tide. When Mo Xiao asks if even a Sword Emperor could not stop that disaster, the remnant soul can only answer with bitter self-mockery. Mo Xiao bluntly asks whether monsters killed him too, and the Sword Emperor admits his death also involved a humiliating betrayal. Trying to change the subject, the Sword Emperor asks Mo Xiao to inherit his legacy. Mo Xiao refuses at first, saying a solo player like him has no interest in changing professions and that Fang Chaoyang would be a better heir. The Sword Emperor quickly corrects him, because a solo player can learn anything without giving up his current path. Mo Xiao immediately undercuts the offer by pointing out that Fang Chaoyang, the Sword Emperor's current pick, was one-shot by him. When Mo Xiao realizes the stronger aura during that fight must have been the Sword Emperor himself, the ghost snaps that Fang Chaoyang's weak body was the real problem. The Sword Emperor grudgingly admits Mo Xiao is special, but he also warns that Mo Xiao's fighting technique is ugly and would fail against a true master. Mo Xiao instantly stabs back by asking who defeated him, and the old Sword Emperor nearly curses him out on the spot. After the bickering, the Sword Emperor gets serious again and says Fang Chaoyang's long-term potential still exceeds Mo Xiao's. His reason is Fang Chaoyang's hidden talent, Son of Destiny, a unique blessing that makes heaven itself push its owner forward. Mo Xiao is not impressed for long, because he calmly answers with his own luck and shows off Dragonite Jade and Little Grey. That display completely breaks the Sword Emperor, who starts yelling that Mo Xiao looks even more like the true chosen one. Now fully fired up, the Sword Emperor decides he has to guide Mo Xiao just to see whether his disciple can beat his other self's disciple. Mo Xiao accepts the arrangement on one condition: the legendary Sword Emperor's skills had better be worth learning. The Sword Emperor fumes at being doubted, but even he has to admit Mo Xiao's talent gives him the right to speak that boldly. Mo Xiao suddenly asks whether he can just copy Fang Chaoyang's Son of Destiny talent, and the Sword Emperor rejects the idea as impossible. But Mo Xiao corners him with one brutal question about whether there can only be one Sword Emperor too, and that logic makes the remnant soul freeze. After that pause, even the Sword Emperor has to admit Mo Xiao might actually be able to try something that should not work. Mo Xiao sets the idea aside for later and turns back to the 5 completed Ant King sets, ready to trade them away while stealing something bigger in return. 20 minutes later in the dungeon hall, Jiang Shan is staring at the 5 orange sets like he cannot believe Mo Xiao pulled this off in under an hour. Mo Xiao refuses to explain the method and tells Jiang Shan to notify the Tu family that the goods are ready. Jiang Shan makes one last attempt to go with him, worried because Tu Fading already tried to kill Mo Xiao once before. Mo Xiao shrugs off the concern, tells Jiang Shan to stop fretting, and asks for the fastest way to Jiangnan City. Since traveling outside the cities is too dangerous, Jiang Shan takes him to Yicheng's human-built teleportation square instead. At the square, the guards salute Jiang Shan as Deputy City Lord, and he confirms the array is ready. Jiang Shan points Mo Xiao toward the array and quietly warns him again that the Tu family will be waiting on the other side. Mo Xiao answers that killing him will not be easy, then walks straight into the teleportation array. As the system confirms Jiangnan City and the array activates, blue light swallows Mo Xiao whole. Left behind at the square, Jiang Shan can only hope the reckless kid comes back alive and without causing chaos. During the transfer itself, Mo Xiao gets a shocking prompt that he has somehow copied the teleportation array's formation. He barely has time to process that before the light clears and Jiangnan City's giant square comes into view. As soon as he steps off the array, a cold man in mage robe stops him and identifies him by name. Mo Xiao deliberately offers a friendly handshake, and Tu Feng only accepts it after a visible moment of reluctance. That brief contact is enough for Mo Xiao to copy Tu Feng's flying art, a wind-based flight skill. Mo Xiao keeps his face calm, pockets the gain, and agrees to follow Tu Feng at once. The Sword Emperor drifts out beside him again, openly impressed that this monster-filled age still built a city of this scale. Mo Xiao corrects him that Jiangnan is not even the biggest city, which leaves the ancient Sword Emperor quietly reassessing the new human race. After half an hour of walking, the Tu family's estate finally appears, so large it feels like a city inside the city. At the gate, Tu Feng says the patriarch has been informed and tells Mo Xiao to go straight in. The gate opens on command, but the inside of the huge estate is so empty that Mo Xiao instantly feels something is wrong. Even so, Mo Xiao steps inside, and the moment he does, the gate slams shut behind him like a trap. The Sword Emperor dryly asks if this is a hongmen feast, and Mo Xiao answers that whoever arranged it has already sent someone to meet them. An elderly butler in a smart suit appears ahead and politely announces that the patriarch sent him to escort Mr. Mo. At the Tu family manor, a cold old steward steps out to pick Mo Xiao up, and Mo Xiao immediately keeps one hand on the four symbols heavy sword. The steward praises Mo Xiao for killing two fading, but his icy tone makes it sound more like a threat than a greeting. The old man insists he is only here to escort a guest, but Mo Xiao can feel the trap in the way he invites him inside. As Mo Xiao follows the steward through the manor, the Sword Emperor warns him that at least 20 hidden people are nearby, all around the second transformation level. Mo Xiao bluntly warns the steward to control two family men, because if anyone jumps out, he will treat them as enemies and kill them. When the steward tries to dodge the issue, Mo Xiao pins him down by asking whether he can kill anyone who jumps out at him. Even after the warning, Mo Xiao stays absurdly calm, brushing off the fact that he is walking into the home of the father whose son he killed. The two families' hidden archers finally make their move, and several arrows scream straight at Mo Xiao from the dark. Mo Xiao casually sweeps the heavy sword and triggers black tortoise armor, sending every arrow back even faster than it came. A few screams ring out from the platforms, and Mo Xiao dryly apologizes for killing a handful of little bugs. When the steward tries to challenge him over it, Mo Xiao appears at his side so fast that the four symbols heavy sword is already resting on the old man's neck. Mo Xiao warns that his defense-breaking attack can still carve up a level 50 opponent, and the steward instantly backs down with a sweating smile. The old man hurriedly claims the attackers were not acting for the two family, and Mo Xiao finally pulls the blade back without trusting him any more than before. As they continue inward, Mo Xiao guesses the ambush was only meant to scare him, and he brushes the whole thing off instead of overthinking it. As he keeps walking, Mo Xiao casually explains to the Sword Emperor that black tortoise armor reflects any attack it can block. Elsewhere in the two-family reception room, Tu-Fei hears that Mo Xiao reflected the arrows and even tripled the damage, so he orders the intimidation test stopped. Tu-Fei coldly admits he cannot kill the war god's chosen disciple without dragging the whole two-family into disaster, so he decides to meet Mo Xiao face to face. About 20 minutes later, the old steward finally brings Mo Xiao into the two-family reception room to meet the clan head himself. Tu-Fei greets him from the main seat, and Mo Xiao answers just as directly, with none of the deference a junior is supposed to show. To test him, Tu-Fei flicks a full teacup across the hall, and Mo Xiao catches it cleanly without spilling a single drop. Mo Xiao sniffs the tea and bluntly asks if it is poisoned, and Tu-Fei answers that if he wanted him dead, he would not need tricks. Once the testing stops, Tu-Fei cuts to the real matter and asks whether Mo Xiao brought the goods. Mo Xiao answers by displaying all 5 Ant King sets in the middle of the hall for the deal. Tu-Fei immediately tells him to hand everything over, acting as if the deal is already decided. Mo Xiao calls it robbery, and Tu-Fei bluntly says the orange gear should count as compensation for the son Mo Xiao killed. Mo Xiao does not flinch and reminds Tu-Fei that this is still a trade, so if the two family will not pay fairly, he can just walk out. Tu-Fei swallows the provocation, laughs it off as a joke, and finally puts real materials on the table. One look tells Mo Xiao the materials are missing the only things he actually cares about, the Void Illusion Stone and the Dark Gold Mother Stone. Tu-Fei admits he has the rare stones but refuses to hand them over freely, making it obvious he has been waiting to name a price. His real offer is simple. If Mo Xiao joins the two family, Tu-Fei will forget the Ant King sets and hand over both rare stones. Mo Xiao is genuinely stunned, because the man inviting him in is still the father of the son he killed. Tu-Fei keeps pushing and promises the family will support Mo Xiao without demanding much, as long as the outside world sees him as a two-family man. Mo Xiao sees through it and asks the real question, whether Tu-Fei just wants the protection tied to the war god's designated disciple. Tu-Fei admits it without shame. If his useless son's death can buy the war god's protection, that is a trade worth making. When Mo Xiao asks what happens if he refuses, Tu-Fei says they can do a normal deal, but the 2 rare stones will stay out of reach. Instead of biting, Mo Xiao abruptly gives up on the pressure point and asks for 1 set of materials plus market price for the rest. Tu-Fei is caught off guard, but Mo Xiao makes it clear that needing something sooner is not the same as needing it badly enough to be blackmailed. With no better move left, Tu-Fei suppresses his anger and transfers 10 million Dragon Country bills to Mo Xiao. Seeing that number finally land, Mo Xiao shows a rare smug grin and hands over a special storage bag holding the Ant King sets. Mo Xiao casually pats Tu-Fei on the shoulder like an old friend, and that tiny contact lets him copy Tu-Fei's strange money skill. The copied skill turns out to be a bizarre gold-powered buff ability, and even Mo Xiao needs a second to process how weird that is. Tu-Fei, done with the whole exchange, tells Mo Xiao to get out of his manor. Mo Xiao smiles, asks for someone to show him the way, and while he is still standing there, his divine quick fingers starts quietly raiding Tu-Fei's belongings. In just moments, Mo Xiao steals Tu-Fei's special storage bag, a huge pile of gold coins, and even the Void Illusion Stone he had been denied. The theft snowballs so hard that Mo Xiao practically empties Tu-Fei's gold reserves before the man notices anything is wrong. Just before leaving, Mo Xiao fires off one last steal and nabs a red skill book called Heart-Eating Curse, which finally makes even him jolt. Realizing he may have gone too far, Mo Xiao immediately speeds up and gets out before Tu-Fei can discover the damage. A moment after Mo Xiao leaves, Tu-Fei checks his things and erupts when he realizes his gold coins, the equipment, and the Void Illusion Stone are all gone. Mo Xiao raced to the teleportation array on Absolute Shadow, desperate to get back to Yicheng Base City before the two family could react. Instead of activating, the array stayed dead still, and the guards explained that anyone who just used it had to wait 2 hours for cooldown. That answer hit Mo Xiao hard, because he had just stolen from Tu Fei and knew he would be the first suspect if anyone came looking. Then the Sword Emperor mocked his panic and reminded him that Tu Fei might not even guess the theft was possible. The Sword Emperor explained that a level 80 expert would never expect someone 60 levels lower to steal from him cleanly, so Tu Fei might not connect it to Mo Xiao at all. With that logic, Mo Xiao finally calmed down enough to admit the Sword Emperor had a point. The Sword Emperor pushed further, telling him to stop worrying and remember that if trouble came, a Sword Emperor's remnant soul was still a weapon in itself. When Mo Xiao questioned what a mere soul could even do, the Sword Emperor nearly exploded on the spot. The Sword Emperor reminded him of Fang Chaoyang's fight and bragged that, with Mo Xiao's strong stats and his own techniques, they could cut down anything with a health bar. Mo Xiao tested that claim with deadpan questions about the Sword Emperor getting killed by a monster and losing to him, and each jab only made the old soul more furious. Once he stopped teasing, Mo Xiao shifted back to the real problem and decided he still needed a hiding place the two family could not track. The Sword Emperor's answer was blunt: if the city was the problem, Mo Xiao should just leave the city. Mo Xiao hesitated because monsters roamed outside, but the Sword Emperor shot that down too, pointing out that ordinary wild monsters were not enough to kill him now. That settled the fear, but Mo Xiao immediately ran into a much dumber problem when he realized he did not even know where Jiangnan Base City's gate was. Back in Yicheng, Fang Chang received a shocking report that more than 500 monsters had already gathered just 10 kilometers from the base city, and the horde was still growing. The caller warned that even if no elite monsters were visible yet, a real siege would bring bosses and elites in directly, so the danger was already real. Fang Chang immediately ordered his people back, told them to gather the professionals, and prepared Yicheng for battle. After hanging up, he stared out toward the gate with a heavy expression, worried that Yicheng might not survive if the siege level was too high. Then Fang Chang called Jiang Shan and summoned the high-ranking members for an emergency meeting. Half an hour later in Jiangnan, Mo Xiao finally found the city gate only to learn that it had also been sealed and nobody could leave without the city lord's pass. The guard explained that monsters outside had forced Jiangnan into lockdown too, and advised him to stay in the city and use its instanced dungeon hall instead. Mo Xiao was about to give up and turn back when a familiar voice called out and offered to take him out herself. He turned and found Su Jiner standing there, and his surprise only grew when she casually revealed that Jiangnan Base City was her home. When she asked why he was in Jiangnan at all, Mo Xiao admitted he had come to do business with the Tu family. Su Jiner frowned at the mention of the Tu family, and Mo Xiao dryly admitted that even if the old grudge was nearly settled, he had probably created a brand new one. Once Mo Xiao admitted he wanted to get out of the city in case the Tu family came after him, Su Jiner told him the outside was unsafe and invited him to stay at her house instead. A few minutes later, Mo Xiao sat awkwardly in Su Jiner's modest home, surprised that someone so strong lived alone in such an ordinary place. Su Jiner warmly offered him something to eat, but being alone with her only made Mo Xiao more uncomfortable. She came back with a suspiciously murky drink and asked him to explain exactly what had happened between him and the Tu family. Mo Xiao started with the cleaner part, saying Tu Fei had tried to recruit him into the family and he had refused. Su Jiner immediately guessed the Tu family must think her master had already accepted Mo Xiao as a disciple, which was why they valued him enough to recruit him. Then Mo Xiao admitted the part that actually caused the trouble. He had sold Tu Fei's 6 orange-grade pieces of equipment, stolen them all back, and emptied his gold as well. That was enough to make Su Jiner spit out her tea all over him. As she hurried over to wipe his face, Mo Xiao's copy ability quietly snagged one of her skills, Corpse Explosion. Mo Xiao instantly recognized the skill's real value, because blowing up nearby corpses would be terrifying in a crowded battle. Still curious, Su Jiner pressed him on how he had managed to rob a level 80 powerhouse and walk away clean. Mo Xiao admitted his stealing skill was absurd enough that, with luck, he could even strip someone naked, which made Su Jiner blush before she forced the talk back on track. Mo Xiao explained that Tu Fei probably had not seen the thief, but because he was the only one nearby, he still expected to be the first person blamed. Su Jiner told him not to worry, because as long as he stayed under her roof, even Tu Fei would not dare touch him. When Mo Xiao thanked her politely, Su Jiner closed the distance and teased that if he wanted, she could even belong to him. The line hit Mo Xiao like a thunderclap, and he sprang up from the couch too flustered to even finish a sentence. Su Jiner burst out laughing, delighted by how easy he was to fluster and telling him to stop being so reserved. Before Mo Xiao could answer back, a message from Jiang Shan cut through the moment and warned that the monsters were about to attack the city. Su Jiner saw his face change and immediately asked what had happened. Mo Xiao told her Yicheng was facing a monster attack and admitted that this time he really did need her help. Su Jiner was surprised she had heard nothing about it, but when Mo Xiao asked if she could come to Yicheng, she agreed at once and called protecting humanity her duty as a war general. Elsewhere, in a hidden northern corner of Yicheng, Jiang-hee stood waiting alone for a secret contact. A scarlet vine pushed up from the ground in front of her, revealing that the meeting she expected was not with a human at all. Jiang-hee complained about the delay and demanded an update on the monster gathering. The Scarlet Demon Vine reported that around 1,500 ordinary wild monsters had already gathered, but admitted they were not enough to truly damage the base city on their own. Jiang-hee revealed that the horde was only bait to distract the humans, and that the real assault would start when another hidden player finally made a move. When the Vine questioned whether a real siege could even be triggered so easily, Jiang-hee coolly promised it would happen within 5 days at most. After that, Jiang-hee called the Vine onto her arm and led it away with a new objective: control more humans. Back at the City Lord residence, Jiang Ran challenged Fang Chang's warning because a siege that serious should normally come with a system notice, and none had appeared. Fang Chang held firm, insisting his people had already confirmed the gathering and that Yicheng had to stay on guard whether the system had spoken or not. Jiang Shan proposed sending people out to scout the monsters and, if possible, thin them out before the siege fully began. That idea only deepened the mystery, because monsters that attack a city are not supposed to be available targets before the official siege starts. Jiang Shan then remembered what Mo Xiao had told him about the Scarlet Demon Vine, a highly intelligent monster species that could think almost like humans, and suggested they might be behind this strange siege. That theory sent a murmur through the room, and beside Jiang Shan, Jiang Ran's eyes suddenly flashed scarlet. An hour later, Mo Xiao and Su Jina arrive in Yicheng Base City through the teleportation array and head straight for the city lord's residence. On the way, Su Jina suddenly freezes and stares toward the north of the city as a faint black flame flickers in her eyes. Mo Xiao sees nothing, and when Su Jina checks again, the strange presence is already gone, leaving her unsettled enough to brush it off for now. In a hidden corner north of the city, a scarlet vine peeks out from beneath a stone and quietly panics after sensing a powerful necromancer nearby. Not willing to gamble, the vine condenses a blood-red sphere and shoots it out beyond the city walls as an escape route. 10 minutes later in the city lord's residence, Fang Chang studies a live panel showing low-level monsters gathering in the forest in unnervingly perfect order. Jiang Shan walks in and casually suggests wiping them out, but Fang Chang immediately rejects that idea. Fang Chang argues that basic wild monsters should never gather like this, and if something is changing their behavior, the city could be dragged into an endless war of attrition. Jiang Shan still thinks Fang Chang is being overly cautious, and the argument starts turning personal. Before they can settle it, Mo Xiao arrives and bluntly volunteers to handle the monsters himself. Jiang Shan is delighted to see him, but Fang Chang's face darkens and he refuses to let a student take that risk. Su Jina steps in and calmly promises to go with Mo Xiao, which instantly changes the room because even Jiang Shan treats her as a top-tier powerhouse. Jiang Shan openly backs the plan and tells them to crush the threat early, while Fang Chang watches with growing displeasure and a familiar scarlet light starts flickering in his eyes. Elsewhere, Jiang-hee turns ugly when she hears Mo Xiao came back so fast, and Jiang Ran reveals that Jiang Shan was the one who called him in. They decide Jiang Shan is not worth taking over, because Fang Chang is the real prize if they want control of the whole city's professionals. Jiang-hee checks whether controlling 2 high-level people at once is really safe, and Jiang Ran confidently says their souls are weak enough to handle. Since Mo Xiao is going out to clear monsters, Jiang-hee orders Jiang Ran to lure in someone from the Nether Mountain range and use him to kill Mo Xiao first. Jiang Ran warns that he can only lure that target here, not control him, but Jiang-hee is willing to force the plan early if it means killing Mo Xiao. After agreeing, Jiang Ran closes his eyes and slumps over the table, as if sending his consciousness elsewhere. Jiang-hee follows by sending a strange light into Jiang Ran's body and collapsing into the same sleep-like state herself. At the city gate, Jiang Shan sends Mo Xiao and Su Jina off and keeps nagging Mo Xiao not to act recklessly if things go bad. Mo Xiao brushes him off like an overprotective parent and heads straight for the marked coordinates. Jiang Shan asks Su Jina to keep an eye on him, and she smiles that Mo Xiao is her future junior brother anyway. Before leaving, Su Jina suddenly warns Jiang Shan that something is wrong inside the city and tells him to protect his soul before the higher-ups all fall. Jiang Shan barely takes the warning seriously and walks back inside, still baffled by what she meant. In the business district, the straw-hatted man opens his eyes and realizes the city's evil aura is far denser than ordinary trouble. As they travel outside the city, Su Jina casually checks Mo Xiao's level and teases him about the coming college entrance exams. When Mo Xiao says he is already level 24, Su Jina is genuinely impressed and jokes that she no longer needs to help him cheat. Mo Xiao flatly says he would rather die than cheat, then stops when they finally reach the right area. Su Jina suddenly sends a team request, and Mo Xiao accepts even though he does not know why she bothered. With the team formed, Su Jina summons her black staff and taps the ground to cast soul perception. A blue halo spreads out from Su Jina, and the empty map suddenly fills with red marks because monsters are packed all around them. Su Jina lightly offers to blast open a path for him, but Mo Xiao ignores that and asks a different question entirely. When she says she can fly and even offers to carry him, Mo Xiao quietly warns that she might not be able to keep up. Mo Xiao activates dragon wings, and a pair of energy wings burst from his back to lift him into the air. Sujina praises the skill and answers by summoning a skeletal dragon of her own, climbing onto its back without any fuss. The sudden skeletal dragon nearly makes Mo Xiao swing his weapon on instinct before he realizes it is just Sujina's summon. Once he calms down, Mo Xiao stares at the bone dragon with obvious fascination and asks if he can touch it. Sujina instantly turns the question into teasing bait and asks whether he means her or the dragon. Mo Xiao stiffens, glances at her awkwardly, and in a tiny voice asks the worst possible follow-up. Can he touch both? When Mo Xiao asks if he can touch both, Sujina instantly takes it the wrong way and freezes, face burning red. Still blushing and stubborn, Sujina blurts out that if he dares, he can try, clearly thinking of something else entirely. Mo Xiao ignores the misunderstanding, rubs Sujina's skeletal dragon king on the head, and instantly copies its summoning skill before flying off. The copied summon shocks Mo Xiao because even the ordinary skeletal dragon version already has absurdly strong stats. That makes him realize just how terrifying Sujina's own skeletal dragon king must be, and he reflexively looks back at her. Sujina, already trying to calm down, snaps at him to stop staring and go kill monsters instead. Mo Xiao dives back to work and drops Sea of Fire on the mob pack, using the only practical area attack he wants to spend here. But the tiny experience gains annoy him, because this whole swarm is worth less than a single serious enemy from the secret realm. Before he can dwell on it, a violent roar erupts and a giant iron club suddenly crashes down at his head. Mo Xiao barely gets the Four Symbols heavy sword up in time, and the reflected force slams straight back into the attacker. The attacker reveals itself below as a black iron armored giant with a metal great club, glaring up in angry delight after taking the reflected hit. Sujina immediately recognizes the armored boss as the same monster that nearly killed her when she first met Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao stares at the armored giant and suddenly realizes it looks just like Mordekaiser from his old game. Once he reads its abilities, the match becomes even clearer, especially the Dead Domain skill that traps one target and steals their attributes. Because that skill is so dangerous, Sujina sends her skeletal dragon in front of Mo Xiao and orders him to back off. She warns him bluntly that if he gets dragged into that special space, she might not be able to save him at all. Mo Xiao still wants to test himself, reminding her that he has beaten stronger enemies before and even survived this boss once at a much lower level. Sujina finally gives in and presses a blessing onto his forehead so he will revive once even if this gamble goes wrong. That touch also lets Mo Xiao copy her amplification talent, and he is stunned when he realizes it boosts every one of his skills tenfold. Sujina thinks he is reacting to her protection and sends him off with a smile, while Mo Xiao is actually reeling over how broken this new buff is. After one deep breath, Mo Xiao commits and dives straight at the iron-armored nether spirit. The armored boss moves with terrifying speed, lunging like a teleport and reaching Mo Xiao with samsara despair before he can stop it. Dark green light seals around them, and Mo Xiao is dragged into the dead domain with the armored boss anyway. Inside the foggy prison, Mo Xiao quickly realizes this is a sealed dual space with no way out until the skill ends or one side dies. The Sword Emperor's remnant soul speaks up inside the dead domain and calmly explains that the boss cannot isolate a soul already living in Mo Xiao's body. Before the Sword Emperor even helps, Mo Xiao's amplified soul pressure erupts and crushes the level 60 spirit boss flat to the ground. Even the Sword Emperor is rattled by the absurd suppression, and Mo Xiao realizes Sujina's tenfold amplification boosted this soul technique too. With the boss pinned helpless in the dead domain, Mo Xiao walks over and casually copies its most dangerous skill. Mo Xiao immediately fires Samsara Despair back at the boss and overwrites the green dead domain with his own blue version. The result is ridiculous. The copied skill steals 300,000 spirit points, because the boss's main stat is spirit and Mo Xiao's tenfold buff multiplies the theft to a brutal level. As Mo Xiao reels from the absurd stat theft, the Sword Emperor suggests using the trapped boss as a safe sparring target for his first sword lesson. Mo Xiao agrees at once, and the Sword Emperor asks to borrow his body so he can demonstrate properly. Trusting him, Mo Xiao lets the remnant soul take over, and the Sword Emperor in his body immediately complains that Mo Xiao's current sword is too strong for practice. Under the Sword Emperor's control, Mo Xiao swaps to the Lord's longsword so the lesson will not kill the boss too easily. After the suppression is released, the Sword Emperor controlling Mo Xiao tells him to watch closely and steps into the boss's hammer swing instead of retreating. With the Sword Emperor controlling his body, Mo Xiao chains precise deflections that redirect the giant hammer and turn brute force into an opening. Then the Sword Emperor controlling Mo Xiao strikes the hammer's center with perfect timing and knocks the monster's weapon clean out of its hands. Inside the foggy dual space, the iron-armored nether spirit stares in shock after its hammer gets knocked away for the first time. The boss roars and calls the hammer back, and the Sword Emperor calmly tells Mo Xiao that disarming an enemy makes the whole fight easier. To demonstrate a second trick, the Sword Emperor meets the monster's wild hammer strike head-on and uses a strange burst of force to knock the weapon loose again. Mo Xiao blurts out the perfect name on the spot, and the amused Sword Emperor accepts it as Shake the Sword while explaining that it is pure technique, not a skill. The Sword Emperor withdraws from Mo Xiao's body and tells him to try it himself, promising to interfere if the attempt goes wrong. With his swordsman dream fully lit up, Mo Xiao charges straight at the boss instead of relying on a skill. Following the Sword Emperor's guidance, Mo Xiao aims for the hammer's center of gravity, but his version uses so much raw power that the weapon explodes instead of just slipping free. Even the Sword Emperor is speechless, and Mo Xiao can only laugh awkwardly after accidentally destroying the boss's equipment. The Sword Emperor snaps Mo Xiao out of it, and reminds him that the boss is helpless now, so Mo Xiao casually drops a lightning strike to finish the fight. When that tiny beginner spell lands for a ridiculous 300,000 damage, the Sword Emperor finally explodes in disbelief and accuses Mo Xiao of cheating. The boss rewards pop up around Mo Xiao, and while he grumbles that the loot feels stingy, Samsara Despair still starts siphoning a slice of the dead boss's stats. The mental stat boost is so huge that Mo Xiao gulps on the spot, realizing that even a reduced boss steel is still terrifyingly strong. As the boss dies, the dual fog finally breaks apart and reveals a ring of skeletons surrounding Mo Xiao. Before Mo Xiao can react, Sujiner speaks up and tells him she has already taken control of the skeletons, so the area is safe for now. Mo Xiao asks whether she found the reason for the monster gathering, and Sujiner says she has a clue but needs to confirm one thing first. Instead of answering directly, Sujiner suddenly turns her staff into a giant scythe and presses it to Mo Xiao's neck while demanding that the hidden presence inside him come out. The Sword Emperor clicks his tongue at necromancers and reveals himself, proving Sujiner really sensed the remnant soul attached to Mo Xiao. Sujiner immediately grabs the Sword Emperor with a huge black hand and demands to know why he was hiding on Mo Xiao's body. Mo Xiao hurriedly explains that the Sword Emperor is his own skill and mentor, not an evil spirit trying to seize his body. Once she sees the truth, Sujiner awkwardly apologizes to the Sword Emperor and drops both the scythe and the black hand. The Sword Emperor swallows his pride and acts extremely polite, because he knows Sujiner is exactly the kind of necromancer who could erase him on the spot. With that mess settled, Sujiner gets serious again and asks Mo Xiao whether he knows the Scarlet Clan. The name hits immediately, because Mo Xiao has crossed paths with scarlet creatures before, especially the Scarlet Demon Vine that caused him endless trouble. Mo Xiao admits he knows them well enough to hate them, and Sujiner says that makes the explanation much easier. Sujiner explains that the Scarlet Clan are scarlet evil spirits, a nasty race that survives by possessing monsters or even humans and making them fight as puppets. She adds that they are especially hard to kill because their souls can hide anywhere in their bodies and escape by shedding flesh. What really bothers Sujiner is that these creatures should have vanished long ago, so their sudden appearance here makes no sense. Mo Xiao quietly admits that he may have been the one who accidentally let them out. Sujiner says she already guessed as much, because her Eye of Souls let her see a trace of scarlet aura lingering on him. When Mo Xiao asks how she could see that, Sujiner calmly explains that her Eye of Souls reads more than ordinary data. Mo Xiao gets straight to the point and asks how to kill scarlet evil spirits for good. Sujiner says the answer is simple: target the soul directly, and the parasite dies with one clean hit. To prove it, she unleashes Spirit Capturing Hand, and black gaseous arms plunge into every monster corpse and drag their souls into the air. Each exposed soul has a scarlet pearl fused to it, confirming that the monsters were all being controlled by scarlet evil spirits. Before Mo Xiao can move, Sujiner crushes the souls and the scarlet parasites together, wiping them out completely. Mo Xiao immediately asks the question that matters to him most: what happens if the one being possessed is a human? Sujiner warns that a fully controlled person may need to be erased entirely, but a lighter case can still be saved with advanced purification. That answer forces Mo Xiao to admit Jian he has already been possessed, and a scarlet demon vine seems to be attached to her. Sujiner teases him by calling Jian he his little girlfriend, and Mo Xiao instantly denies it in a flustered rush. Sujiner almost laughs and pats Mo Xiao on the head like an older sister, and he jerks away in embarrassment, while trying to drag the talk back to leaving. Sujiner shuts that down at once, because she says the monsters they just cleared were only the surface of the problem. Her eyes ignite with blue flames as she addresses something hidden underground and orders it to come out on its own. When nothing answers, Sujiner taps her staff to the earth and floods the whole area with cold blue soul fire. Mo Xiao feels no heat from the blaze, and that eerie chill lasts only until a piercing scream bursts out from below them. The ground splits open, and a huge red sphere tangled in vines erupts out of the earth, writhing in agony under Sujiner's soul-damaging flames. Its status is already ruined by soul damage, so the once dangerous Scarlet Demon Vine is reduced to a weak, exposed target almost at once. The Scarlet Demon Vine panics and demands to know who Sujiner is and how she found it, which only confirms she hit the real hidden mastermind. Sujiner coldly mocks it for daring to stir up trouble in a human city at only level 50, and demands to know its plan. The Scarlet Demon Vine cackles that a beast tide and city siege are already in motion, and it taunts Mo Xiao that Jiang He is still in their hands. It keeps ranting that scarlet evil spirits can control living beings without end, so killing one hidden commander will not stop the disaster coming for the human city. Sujiner gives Mo Xiao the choice to let her erase it or take the kill himself, and he steps forward instead of hesitating. Mo Xiao asks Sujiner to hold the Scarlet Demon Vine in place, because he wants to test the new technique he just learned on a real target. Mo Xiao reveals he was not relying on his new loot at all. The move he was saving was the heart-devouring curse he stole from Tu Fei, now upgraded by his divine beast Jade into a 7-colored skill. He casts Yama heart-devouring curse, and the screaming scarlet demon vine suddenly goes still in midair, as if its will has been ripped away. Su Jiner senses the strange soul fluctuation at once, but she cannot tell what Mo Xiao just used. Mo Xiao tells her to put out the soul flames and release the scarlet demon vine because he has full control now, and after a brief doubt she complies. Now treating the monster like a puppet, Mo Xiao orders the scarlet demon vine to explain the real plan. The scarlet demon vine obediently spills the whole plot. The siege on Yicheng has already been requested. Tao Yao Yao is hiding in Jiang He's body inside the city, and infected officials and soldiers are meant to seize control from within before the attack be. It also admits it never fully trusted Tao Yao Yao, so it hid a split clone underground as a backup. Mo Xiao quickly asks the key question, and the vine says it can withdraw the evil power Tao Yao Yao used to infect everyone else, though Jiang He herself will not be fixed that easily. When Mo Xiao asks whether the siege request can be cancelled, the answer is grim. Once it has been submitted to the World Origin, either of them can take it back. Since the siege cannot be stopped that way, Mo Xiao orders the hidden clone to return and commands the Scarlet Demon Vine to retract the infection power it gave Tao Yao Yao. A crimson tendril bursts up from the soil and merges back into the Scarlet Demon Vine, confirming that hidden backup has returned. But the next answer is worse. Tao Yao Yao has already fused with Jiang He for half a month, and the vine says separating them now would mean killing Jiang He. With every useful answer squeezed out, Mo Xiao asks Su Jiner if she still needs the monster, and she bluntly says no. So Mo Xiao coldly tells the Scarlet Demon Vine it is useless and should go to hell, expecting to kill it himself next. Before he can even strike, the Scarlet Demon Vine obeys too literally. Its color dies, its soul collapses, and it drops to the ground as a corpse. Su Jiner quickly pieces it together. Mo Xiao's curse controlled the target so completely that his order made it destroy its own soul, which means he gets no kill reward at all. When Mo Xiao admits the curse only has a 10-day cooldown, even Su Jiner is visibly shaken by how oppressive that skill is. With the Scarlet Demon Vine gone and its secrets exposed, Su Jiner turns to the last problem. They need to go back and kill Jiang He before the hidden danger inside Yicheng erupts. She warns him not to hesitate just because Jiang He once leveled with him, but Mo Xiao answers with chilling calm that it was only a transaction, not friendship. Su Jiner teasingly asks whether she counts as his friend instead, and after a brief pause Mo Xiao dodges the word and calls her his future senior sister. That answer finally earns a satisfied smile from Su Jiner, and the two head back toward Yicheng to settle the final hidden threat before the siege arrives. Because the siege is still a few days away, they return to Yicheng at an unhurried pace, but as soon as they reach the gate, the guards relay Fang Chang's urgent summons. Mo Xiao silently checks with Su Jiner first, and her blue soul flames flare for an instant before she gives him a small sign that these guards are not infected. They accept the summons and head straight for the city lord's residence, but on the way Su Jiner quietly warns that if Jiang He is involved, the Jiang family may become part of the trouble too. Mo Xiao tries to stay confident because Su Jiner is with him, but she answers with a cryptic warning that she may not be able to intervene when it matters. That ominous line puts Mo Xiao fully on edge, and he pushes faster toward the residence. As soon as they enter the city lord's residence, the Sword Emperor's remnant soul warns Mo Xiao that a formidable presence is waiting upstairs, and it is definitely not Fang Chang. They reach Fang Chang's office, and before Mo Xiao can even ask the door guards to open it, both guards suddenly collapse dead where they stand. Su Jiner stops him from checking the bodies and coldly says this means Jiang He has found herself a far more dangerous backer. Before they can decide their next move, the office door opens on its own and dark red energy spills out with a polite voice inviting them in. Before he can react, an unseen force shoves Mo Xiao from behind and throws him into the room. Inside the office, the trap is laid bare. Jiang He stands in the center smiling at him. Fang Chang sits slumped behind the desk, and Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran wait at either side like controlled pieces on a board. Jiang He casually confirms they really did destroy the Scarlet Demon Vine and even erase the infection power Tao Yao Yao was using through her, as if she has been waiting for them to catch up. Mo Xiao answers that smile by drawing the four symbols heavy sword and calling her Tao Yao Yao. Then the room shows its true danger. Jiang He tells him not to get agitated, and his sword is instantly stripped from his hand by an unseen control power. Mo Xiao realizes at once that this power does not belong to Tao Yao Yao, which means someone even worse is hidden in the room. Su Jiner finally calls the hidden enemy out by name, slams her staff down, and exposes the one lurking behind Fang Chang's body, the Moon Demon. The Moon Demon snarls at Su Jiner like an old enemy from the Tianyuan battlefield, making it clear this is no random accomplice but a real monster with history. Seeing the Moon Demon's true face up close, Mo Xiao is revolted by the black face and 9 roaming eyes, and he immediately uses illusion-breaking technique to identify what he is dealing with. The skill panel confirms the worst kind of opponent for this room, a level 50 control specialist loaded with hypnosis, binding, immobilizing, and forced action abilities. And just as Mo Xiao grasps how bad her normal skills are, the Sword Emperor warns him that the Moon Demon's hidden special skill is likely another mind control power close to the Scarlet Demon Vine's own. The Moon Demon glares at Sujiner and demands why a necromancer left the Tianyuan battlefield to come here. Sujiner fires back that demons should not be able to leave that battlefield either, and the Moon Demon smugly admits her race also has rule-breaking items. That answer darkens Sujiner's face, because demons already revive unless their lair is destroyed, and now they can even slip into the human world. Mo Xiao still judges the Moon Demon by raw stats and says he can kill her fast if he just resists her control skills. Sujiner immediately warns him he is underestimating her, because this Moon Demon has 3 life stages and each new stage multiplies her health tenfold. She adds the worst part: even after being killed for real, the Moon Demon would just revive back in the demon's main city. Sujiner grimly adds that demons can even turn other creatures into demons, which is why they are such a nightmare on the battlefield. The Moon Demon stops pretending to chat and declares that everyone here will die, starting the demon's first foothold outside the Tianyuan battlefield. A silver moon appears in front of her, and Mo Xiao is suddenly crushed by Moon Shadow so completely that he cannot even move a finger. Instead of attacking herself, the Moon Demon orders Jianghe to shoot. Jianghe fires a scarlet arrow, but it barely scratches Mo Xiao, and the tiny damage numbers make the Moon Demon stare in disbelief. Jianghe panics and blurts out that the Scarlet Demon Vine is dead, her borrowed strength is gone, and this body's own power is too weak to pierce Mo Xiao's defense. The Moon Demon coldly says Jianghe can die first, but before her control window should end, Mo Xiao breaks free and lunges with twin giant swords wrapped in holy light. His strike never reaches Jianghe, because Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran suddenly intercept him and blast him backward with a brutal counter. Mo Xiao realizes something is wrong when he sees both men fighting with their eyes closed. After checking them, he is stunned to find both Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran are in a sleep state. Sujiner breaks free too and warns that the Moon Demon probably put their minds to sleep without fully controlling them, so they may recover if awakened. Before Sujiner can finish, a strange bead drops onto her and a silver flash teleports her away on the spot. Mo Xiao is left staring in shock as the Moon Demon proudly reveals she used a costly space stone to randomly send Sujiner far away. Now alone against her, Mo Xiao asks what she did to Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran to make them attack him on reflex. The Moon Demon casually explains that she only put their conscious minds to sleep, leaving a shallow reflex that lashes out at anyone who harms someone they love. Mo Xiao quickly sorts out the trap. Jianghe cannot hurt him, but touching her will make Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran hit back, so he shifts his focus to the real controller. He draws the 4 symbols heavy sword again, turns on Shadowless, and blurs past the others straight toward the Moon Demon. His sword lands cleanly from behind, but the hit deals absolute 0 and leaves Mo Xiao staring in disbelief. The Moon Demon turns and reveals why. Her current body is not solid, so physical attacks cannot touch her at all. Mo Xiao shoots back that if she cannot hit him either, controlling Jianghe still is not enough to kill him. The Moon Demon laughs and says Jianghe was never her strongest piece anyway. As she says that, Fang Chan slowly rises from the city lord's seat, and Mo Xiao's expression hardens at once. Mo Xiao checks Fang Cheng's status and finds a terrifying 3rd stage Holy Knight with massive health and a brutal realm suppression that guts both his damage and defense. The numbers leave Mo Xiao genuinely shaken, because this is the first opponent since the Guardian that he cannot immediately see a way to beat. Behind Fang Chang, the Moon Demon smiles in satisfaction and slides her ethereal body directly into him. Fang Chang's eyes snap open, a sword and shield appear in his hands, and he launches straight at Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao retreats while casting Advanced Resistance Fire Ring and hurling Soul Extinguishing Black Flame at Fang Chang's head. For the first time, the black flame is stopped cold when Fang Chang raises his shield and blocks it without losing a single point of health. Trying to turn the tide, Mo Xiao immediately calls for the Skeleton Lord and Skeletal Dragon. The undead barely take shape before collapsing into bones, and the city's rule slams down with a warning that undead cannot be summoned inside a human main city. Speaking through possessed Fang Chang, the Moon Demon mocks Mo Xiao, pleased that one of his strongest options is sealed away inside the human main city. Then she changes tactics and offers Mo Xiao a deal: join the demon race, infiltrate humanity for them, and she will spare his life. The offer makes Mo Xiao hesitate for a split second, wondering what becoming a demon even means. The Sword Emperor urgently warns him not to believe it, because humans cannot truly become demons and only end up possessed like Fang Chang and Jianghe. Mo Xiao shuts the idea down at once and rushes Fang Chang instead of wasting another word. He fires Flame Entanglement at Fang Chang, trying to lock him down before the knight can fully pressure him. Fang Chang answers with a strange golden body state that snaps the fire vines apart one by one, and keeps charging straight in. This time Mo Xiao does not dodge and instead braces to test Fang Chang's attack directly. The collision sends Fang Chang flying back, and reflected damage chips him 3 times for 500 each. Mo Xiao sees the reflected damage is tiny but starts calculating whether Fang Chang's suppression is offsetting part of it. To test that idea, Mo Xiao charges Fang Chang again and deliberately invites another heavy shield-led hit. Fang Chang triggers Righteous Fury, and Mo Xiao answers with brutal power, and a full-strength slash instead of trying to evade. The exchange nearly empties Mo Zhao's health while only carving away about a quarter of Fang Chang's huge HP bar. Then a delayed reflected hit rips another 7,500 from Mo Zhao, and the sudden extra damage makes the pattern click for him. He realizes the reflected damage is not being reduced by realm suppression, which means Fang Chang's own power can be turned back against him. Mo Zhao immediately patches himself with divine healing technique, and calmly says he knows how to deal with Fang Chang now. Before the Moon Demon can figure out his plan, Mo Zhao explodes toward Jiang He instead of Fang Chang. As expected, the sleeping Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran instantly jump in front of Jiang He to protect her again. Mo Zhao does not attack Jiang He at all and instead slams both hands onto Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran, activating demonic chi extraction and demonization. Mo Zhao gambled everything on demonic transformation, a brutal state that erased his defense but pushed his strength and mental power through the roof. The Moon Demon saw what he was doing, scoffed anyway, and forced Fang Chang to charge him again. Mo Zhao took Fang Chang's hit head-on, and with his defense gone the blow almost killed him on the spot. Black Tortoise armor barely held him at one last drop of life, and Mo Zhao's return slash crashed into Fang Chang with lethal force. But Fang Chang's own survival skill answered with a golden glow, leaving him hanging on instead of dying. Knowing that kind of life-saving effect had to run out first, Mo Zhao stopped chasing and hurried to heal himself instead. Then silver moonlight flared up behind Fang Chang, and Mo Zhao was pinned in place by Moon Shadow just as the opening returned. Fang Chang's next attack emptied Mo Zhao's health again, and this time actually killed him. Death God's protection instantly pulled Mo Zhao back to full health, leaving the Moon Demon furious that he still would not stay dead. When Fang Chang tried to follow with his shield, Mo Zhao's quick fingers yanked the holy shield straight out of his hand. That ridiculous trick finally broke the Moon Demon's nerve, and she abandoned Fang Chang's body on the spot. Freed from control, Fang Chang crashed to the ground, but the Moon Demon immediately covered Mo Zhao in moonlight again and blinded him for a body-snatching attempt. Mo Zhao stayed calm and waited for her to come close, but before she could take him over, a strange burning heat swallowed the room. 5 seconds later, the Moon Demon was gone from his sight, trapped inside a fireball held by the middle-aged fruit vendor Mo Zhao had met before. The straw-hatted man casually burned away the room's evil energy, and Mo Zhao blurted out that he was the same fruit vendor from before. Before explaining anything else, the fire god sent a tiny flame bird into Fang Chang's body to wake him back up. Fang Chang jolted awake so abruptly that he shouted for Mo Zhao to get out of the way before realizing the fight was already over. When Fang Chang recognized the straw-hatted man as the fire god, Mo Zhao finally understood he was dealing with a hidden powerhouse. Fire god pointed out that the others should be waking up too, and Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran snapped out of the illusion with no idea how they got there. Jiang He was the only one who did not wake with them, and Fire God coldly judged that her human soul had already been completely devoured. Fire God put the burden on Mo Zhao, bluntly saying that this mess came back with him so he could choose whether Jiang He lived or died. When Mo Zhao muttered that this started because Fire God had given him the Wood Secret Realm, Fire God was more intrigued that Mo Zhao had actually cleared it. As soon as Fire God repeated that Jiang He's body held no human soul, Jiang Shan and Jiang Ran rushed in to deny it and beg for mercy. Even Fang Chang tried to speak up for Jiang He, but Fire God shut him down and said the real Jiang He was already dead. With the choice handed back to him, Mo Zhao ignored the panic around him and walked straight toward Jiang He. Jiang Ran tried to stop him by invoking old ties and favors, but Mo Zhao answered coldly that whatever Jiang He had done for him was already repaid. When Mo Zhao finally faced her, he called out the truth by name and asked Tao Yaoyao whether she would admit it herself. Tao Yaoyao stayed hidden behind Jiang He's face, forcing tears and begging Mo Zhao to spare her as an old classmate. Instead of arguing, Mo Zhao summoned Little Grey right in front of everyone. He revealed Little Grey's radiance of the divine spirit, and even a top figure like Fang Chang would have been shocked by that purification skill. At Mo Zhao's order, Little Grey unleashed sacred white light, and black mist immediately started burning out of Jiang He's body. The act collapsed on the spot, and Tao Yaoyao screamed for Mo Zhao to stop as Jiang He's body visibly decayed under the purification. Even with the truth right in front of him, Jiang Ran still tried to deny it, while Jiang Shan's last resistance started to crack. Jiang Shan made one last offer to trade everything the Jiang family had for her life, but Fire God refused to take the decision back from Mo Zhao. Before anyone could beg again, Mo Zhao swung his sword and killed the thing wearing Jiang He's body. Jiang Ran snapped and charged Mo Zhao in grief and rage the instant Jiang He fell. A jagged bone wall burst up in time to shield Mo Zhao, and a rope of flame bound Jiang Ran before he could reach him. Sujina arrived right on cue, sounding relieved that she had made it in time. Fire God took Sujina's entrance lightly, and told her Mo Zhao would have been fine with him there anyway. Sujina was stunned to find Fire God here on vacation, and he casually praised Mo Zhao's talent and character while calling him a little impulsive. That praise made Sujina panic, because she immediately realized Fire God might be trying to steal the disciple her own master had marked first. Fire God brushed that off, and when Sujina anxiously confirmed Mo Zhao had not accepted anyone yet, He sees the opening and directly asked if Mo Xiao would become his disciple. Su Jiner gets openly possessive when the fire god tries to take Mo Xiao away, yanking him into her arms like she refuses to give up her junior brother. Mo Xiao slips out of Su Jiner's grip just as Jiang Ran explodes, blaming him for Jiang He's death and demanding the city lord and war god answer for it. The fire god flatly refuses to condemn Mo Xiao, saying Jiang He had already become a soul taken over by monsters. Jiang Ran still won't let it go and insists none of this would have happened if Mo Xiao had never taken Jiang He into the secret realm. Su Jiner fires back without mercy, saying Jiang He's weakness caused this and mocking Jiang Ran's logic as absurd. Jiang Shan tries to calm his brother, and reminds him that even Jiang He admitted Mo Xiao tried to stop her, but Jiang Ran lashes out at him too. Fan Chang finally steps in and quietly reminds Jiang Ran about the promise they once made to the Mo family, which makes him freeze. Seeing Jiang Ran still seething, Mo Xiao steps forward and says he will take responsibility for Jiang He's life himself. Jiang Ran snaps back that responsibility means nothing unless Mo Xiao can actually bring Jiang He back from the dead. Mo Xiao cuts the argument short, says he owes the Jiang family nothing after this, and throws Jiang Ran a glowing green seed. When Jiang Ran realizes the seed is a resurrection item, his fury flips into stunned shock on the spot. Mo Xiao coldly declares the debt cleared forever, making it plain that this is the end of his ties to the Jiang family. Jiang Ran wastes no time and uses the wood spirit seed on Jiang He, and living vines burst out to wrap her body in a resurrection cocoon. Even the fire god is impressed by a treasure this rare, and Mo Xiao casually says he picked it up in the wood secret realm. With the resurrection underway, the fire god warns Fan Chang to keep the Jiang family from touching his disciple again, then calls Mo Xiao to leave with him. After Mo Xiao, Su Jiner, and the fire god leave, Fan Chang can only sigh at the mess they have made. Jiang Shan asks if they should finally tell Mo Xiao the truth about his family, and Fan Chang refuses because he fears what Mo Xiao would do if he learned they were responsible for his parents' deaths. About 10 minutes later, the glowing vines burst apart, and Jiang He sits up alive again, leaving Jiang Ran and Jiang Shan stunned with relief while she looks around in confusion. Back at Mo Zhao's shabby room, the fire god looks around in disgust and immediately tries to recruit him again by promising a mansion-sized reward. Su Jiner immediately cuts in again, calling him by name and refusing to let him poach her junior brother. Their bickering turns personal fast, with Yan Zhantian mocking Su Jiner's temper, and Su Jiner snapping back that having Mo Xiao is enough for her. Yan Zhantian finally introduces himself properly as one of Dragon Country's 3 war gods and starts selling Mo Xiao on becoming his disciple. Su Jiner refuses to let him oversell himself and bluntly says the 3 war gods are roughly equal, just strong in different ways. Mo Xiao stays practical and says he will choose a master only after the college entrance exam, clearly planning to compare offers first. His answer makes Yan Zhantian laugh, especially when Mo Xiao shamelessly says it would be even better if all the war gods competed for him. Yan Zhantian then reveals the sword god cannot come because he sealed himself together with the demon king inside a special space until one of them dies or the seal is lifted. Mo Xiao is puzzled that the fire god can still wander around so casually, and Yan Zhantian explains the divine mage is holding the line and the missing demon king offsets the danger for now. Since Mo Xiao is postponing the decision, Yan Zhantian settles for giving him a parting gift instead. Mo Xiao reads the spirit gathering technique and is stunned that it can generate experience just by cultivating outside combat. Yan Zhantian tells him to work hard and hopes he will become Dragon Country's 4th war god before leaving in a burst of flames. That casual pat gives Mo Xiao an even bigger surprise, because he instantly copies Yan Zhantian's fire elemental transformation talent. When Mo Xiao learns the copy talent lets his body turn fully into flame and ignore physical attacks, he is plainly thrilled. Su Jiner instantly grows nervous that the gift might have won him over and hurriedly tries to outbid it with teasing desperation. Mo Xiao shuts down her offer before she can escalate it, but he still admits he will choose whichever side gives the best benefits after the exam. Once the teasing settles, Su Jiner reminds him of the real problem still hanging over Iching, the incoming monster siege. Mo Xiao asks if people like the fire god can intervene, and Su Jiner says no because siege battles obey strict heavenly rules of balance. She explains the danger bluntly. If the fire god enters the battle, the monsters will answer with a demon king and far stronger hordes that Iching cannot survive. Su Jiner adds that her own case is more complicated because her true combat value is abnormal, so whether she can step in will depend on the situation. For now, she says they can only wait, because the city lord should get a system warning 2 or 3 days before a siege officially begins. The moment she says they should rest, Su Jiner casually throws herself onto Mo Zhao's hard bed and starts criticizing his terrible living conditions again. Mo Xiao awkwardly avoids looking at her, sits down on the chair instead, and quietly takes out the spirit gathering technique book. He uses his cheat on the book, and the technique evolves once, then evolves again into a far stronger red skill. The final result is the Heavenly Essence technique, which gives Mo Xiao a huge jump to 200 experience per minute while cultivating and even grants a free attribute point every 10 days. In the city lord's residence, Su Jiner makes it clear she was dragged here only to judge whether Jiang He is human or monster, and she is not pleased about it. Fan Chang quickly explains they could not find the fire god, so asking Su Jiner was their only option. Jiang He, still shaken and miserable, admits she no longer even knows whether she counts as human anymore. Su Jiner gives the answer everyone was desperate for: Jiang He is human, and there is no monster soul inside her. Before Jiang He can even react, Jiang Shan jumps up in relief, thrilled that she is truly back as herself. Su Jiner immediately turns the pressure back on the Jiang family, and tells them to repay what they owe Mo Xiao instead of bothering him again. Jiang Ran and Jiang Shan go stiff and play dumb, asking what debt they could possibly owe Mo Xiao. Su Jiner bluntly reminds them that Mo Xiao used a resurrection item for Jiang He, and she is stepping in as his senior sister to make sure they do not walk away for free. Once he understands what Su Jiner wants, Jiang Ran drops the act and promises the Jiang family will compensate Mo Xiao as best they can. Su Jiner accepts that answer and adds one more demand: since Mo Xiao fights alone, the Jiang family should help him collect more skill books. With that, Su Jiner leaves the city lord's residence, and the room finally exhales after a tense standoff that could have gone much worse. Jiang He is not ready to let it slide, and she quietly asks her father and uncle whether they really did something to offend Mo Xiao. Jiang Ran denies harming Mo Xiao and urges Jiang He to stop overthinking and go home to rest, but his wavering eyes make it obvious he is hiding something. Jiang He says nothing more, but the doubt stays on her face as she leaves the city lord's residence with Jiang Ran. Left alone at last, Fan Chang slumps into his seat and starts thanking heaven that no disaster broke out in his hall. That relief lasts one instant before a system warning explodes into Fan Chang's mind: I Ching will face a level 3 siege battle in 3 days. Fan Chang is stunned because level 3 siege battles are meant for third-tier combat, with monsters that can reach level 79, far beyond what a small city like I Ching should be facing. Realizing I Ching cannot survive this alone, Fan Chang immediately starts calling every city lord he can think of for reinforcements. 10 minutes later, the answer is even worse: every other city is also preparing for a siege battle, so none of their higher-level fighters can leave to help I Ching. With outside help cut off, Fan Chang grimly concludes the monsters are aiming to wipe out I Ching base city for real. He makes one fast decision: if Su Jiner is still in I Ching, he has to keep her there at all costs. At Mo Zhao's shabby rental room, Su Jiner lounges on his bed eating chips when Fan Chang's call comes through asking where she is. Mo Xiao says Su Jiner is with him, and Fan Chang blurts out that she must not leave because he is coming over immediately. After the call, Su Jiner casually guesses the reason. Fan Chang only sounds that panicked if I Ching has received a high-level siege battle notice. Mo Xiao learns from Su Jiner that siege battles scale by profession tier, and since Fan Chang is level 78 but still only 3rd tier, I Ching is probably facing a level 3 battle. She adds that if the battle were level 4 or 5, asking her for help would be pointless because I Ching would already be doomed unless someone like Yan Zhantian intervened. Mo Xiao pushes further, asking why the demon race does not simply launch level 4 or 5 battles every time if they can crush cities that way. Su Jiner explains that even the demons pay a price to launch these battles, and most of their strength is already pinned down on the Tianyuan battlefield by human professionals. When Mo Xiao points out that demons can resurrect, Su Jiner clarifies that resurrection takes time, and the stronger the demon, the harsher the cost when one dies. She gives the hard example that even a demon king needs a full year to return, and his whole bloodline weakens in the meantime. Su Jiner says the demons once tried to erase humanity outright, but after the rise of the war gods, they learned to fight with strategy instead of brute force alone. That mention of the Tianyuan battlefield hooks Mo Xiao, and he quietly admits he wants to go there someday. Su Jiner is amused by his ambition but tells him to wait until his second-class transition, and promises she can take him there then. Mo Xiao objects that he is nearly level 25 already and points out that Tu Fading reached the battlefield at level 30. Su Jiner tells him Tu Fading was basically just passing time there, because anyone who wants real merit should arrive stronger. She explains the battlefield is terrible for leveling because monster experience there is cut in half and drops hard once your level passes the enemy. Mo Xiao naturally asks why humans would choose such a bad place for war, and Su Jiner says they did not choose it at all. According to Su Jiner, humanity is guarding something extremely important there, and the Hero Hall exists to protect it no matter the cost. When Mo Xiao presses for what that thing is, Su Jiner refuses to say and tells him he can learn the truth only after earning enough military merit. Before that mystery can go any further, frantic knocking hits the door and breaks the conversation. Mo Xiao opens up, and Fan Chang rushes in openly begging Su Jiner to save I Ching from the incoming level 3 siege battle. Su Jiner stays perfectly calm and agrees at once, telling Fan Chang that a level 3 battle is serious but still within what she can handle. Fan Chang is startled that she guessed the level so easily, and Su Jiner spells out the logic. If she can help, it has to be level 3, because lower levels do not need her and higher levels would need someone else entirely. Her promise finally lets Fan Chang breathe, but Su Jiner immediately reminds him he has another powerful helper in the room besides her. When Fan Chang looks at Mo Xiao in confusion, Su Jiner asks if he remembers what happened while the moon demon controlled him. That question hits home, and Fan Chang remembers that even under level and realm pressure, Mo Xiao had nearly killed him. Su Jiner drives the point in, Mo Xiao only struggled then because Fang Chang's realm suppressed him, but against monsters his damage and toughness are enough to handle level 60 to 70 enemies. Fang Chang can tell there is a condition attached, so he gives in and asks Su Jiner to name what she wants. Su Jiner's demand is blunt: give Mo Xiao command authority over one city gate during the siege. Fang Chang instinctively objects because that authority is normally reserved for third transition experts, but Su Jiner's expression turns instantly cold. Under that stare, Fang Chang folds immediately, and even agrees to hand over his own gate command so Mo Xiao can take it. Su Jiner is still not done, and she orders Fang Chang to arrange a better place for Mo Xiao because this rundown rental is too shabby for him. Embarrassed but eager to keep her satisfied, Fang Chang promises to handle the new housing at once and hurries out to make the arrangements. Once Fang Chang is gone, Mo Xiao turns back to Su Jiner and asks the obvious next question: what exactly is command authority, and what can it do? After Fang Chang leaves, Mo Xiao asks Su Jiner what a commander's authority actually does in a siege. Su Jiner explains the blunt version first. Once the battle starts, everyone assigned to that gate has to obey the commander there. Mo Xiao immediately suspects there has to be more, because he barely knows how to command anyone. Seeing he figured it out, Su Jiner reveals the real catch. In a siege, the rules switch to the Tianyuan battlefield, so monster drops disappear and experience is cut in half. Mo Xiao is genuinely disgusted by that rule, and Su Jiner can only say the world has never been kind to humans. Then Su Jiner adds the upside: every small monster killed during the siege earns merit points. When Mo Xiao asks what merit points are for, Su Jiner tells him they can be traded for almost anything and also measure military rank, including her own 3-star general title. The number that really lands is 1 million merit points, and Mo Xiao quietly starts calculating what that kind of reward system could mean. Su Jiner finally spells out why she pushed for commander authority. A commander gets an extra 10% of the merit earned in that battle zone. Mo Xiao checks the part he cares about most, and Su Jiner confirms his own kills still count too, so the commander bonus stacks on top. Mo Xiao understands exactly what she did for him and thanks her, while Su Jiner brushes it off and only asks that he not disappoint her. Half an hour later at the city lord's residence, Fang Chang, Jiang Ran, and Jiang Shan wait in tense silence for one more person to arrive. Jiang Shan gets impatient, and Jiang Ran guesses Fang Ting is still consoling Jiang He after the disaster involving her daughter. Before the explanation finishes, the office door is kicked open and Fang Ting storms in already in a bad mood. Fang Chang helplessly asks his sister to be gentler with the door, but Fang Ting cuts straight to the reason for the emergency summons. When Fang Chang says Yi Cheng is facing a monster siege, both Fang Ting and Jiang Shan shoot to their feet at once. Fang Chang calms them enough to explain that it is a level 3 battle, and the system says the siege will begin in 3 days. Fang Ting goes quiet for a beat and decides 3 days should be enough, but Fang Chang still has one more ugly decision to reveal. He admits he plans to give up his commander's authority, and the whole room immediately wants to know who will receive it. Su Jiner answers before he can. She has come to take the command slot herself. Fang Chang is caught off guard, and Su Jiner explains she qualifies as a 3-star general, so taking a commander role in the siege is completely legitimate. When Fang Chang points out she meant to hand that authority to Mo Xiao, Su Jiner smoothly says it makes no difference if they guard the same gate. Fang Ting immediately accepts any arrangement that helps Yi Cheng survive, even offering her own commander slot if Su Jiner wants a second one. Su Jiner refuses the extra authority because if she takes too much, Mo Zhao's merit income could actually drop. With the matter settled, Su Jiner turns to leave and tells them to focus on preparing for the siege. At the door, Su Jiner suddenly asks whether any of them know a man named Mo Feng, and the question freezes the whole office. She warns them that Mo Zhao's situation is no longer something she can ignore, and she expects them to act responsibly from now on. 3 days later in the dungeon hall, Mo Xiao clears another nightmare dungeon and finally gets the level up reward he has been grinding toward before the siege. After 3 brutal days of non-stop farming and extra gains from the Heavenly Essence technique, Mo Xiao checks his panel and sees he has already reached level 25. He dumps all the new attribute points into strength and stares at his absurd numbers, half impressed by how far he has come. That quiet moment shatters when the ground suddenly shakes under the entire city. A city-wide alarm follows at once, ordering civilians underground and all professionals to gather at the square because the siege has begun. Mo Zhao's face hardens instantly, and he vanishes with Shadowless instead of wasting even 1 second. At the city square, Fang Chang is already waiting under the system countdown, with only 1 hour left before the real clash starts. Jiang Shan reports that about 1,000 city guards have assembled, which sounds useful until the rest of the numbers come in. Fang Ting adds that there are fewer than 800 combat professionals in the whole base city, and most of them are basically new students. Jiang Ran says the non-combat professions have formed support teams, but all 3 reports together make Yi Cheng's manpower feel painfully small. Fang Chang hears the totals and can only grimace, because this is nowhere near the force a level 3 siege should demand. Su Jiner arrives without any panic at all and casually says numbers are not the issue when she can summon an army by herself. Fang Chang forces out some relief and asks where Mo Xiao is, still needing his side of the plan to show up. Mo Xiao answers by appearing out of thin air, and he casually adds that he knows some summoning too. Fa Chang skips the small talk, opens a control panel, and appoints Mo Xiao and the others as commanders for the defense. Mo Xiao learns he has been placed at East City, the gate he knows best from all his trips outside. Fa Chang starts to assign him troops, but Mo Xiao cuts in and asks for only ordinary professionals, refusing to waste stronger city guards on his side. Fa Chang hesitates and looks to Su Jiner, because that request sounds reckless unless she really intends to carry the gate. Su Jiner backs Mo Xiao completely, so Fa Chang agrees to give them 400 ordinary professionals and nothing more. With that settled, Mo Xiao heads for the east side of the city to take his post. After he leaves, Jiang Shan voices the obvious worry. Sending only 400 ordinary professionals to one gate sounds dangerously thin. Fa Chang says Su Jiner should make East City safe enough, and the side he fears most is actually the rest of Yicheng with its ordinary troops. A few minutes later at the East City gate, Mo Xiao finally sees the monster-tined mast outside and realizes just how many unknown creatures are waiting. Su Jiner joins him on the wall and teasingly asks if he is scared now that the real siege is in front of him. Mo Xiao says he is not afraid, just unsure whether he can really hold against something this large. Su Jiner reassures him again, but Mo Xiao still thinks her power would help more if she went to support the other gates. Instead of leaving, Su Jiner says he is still underestimating how much a level 3 siege can be controlled by one truly overwhelming fighter. To prove it, she raises a hand and summons her strongest creature right in front of him. A black-robed undead monarch appears with a staff in hand, and Su Jiner calmly says this one summon can protect all of Yicheng by itself. Mo Xiao cannot resist testing it, and the moment he reaches out and rubs the undead monarch, he silently copies its domain skill. On the city wall, Mo Xiao spots the skill name Undead Domain and quietly realizes he can read the powers of Su Jiner's summon. Su Jiner proudly says that Undead Domain is one of her summon's strongest skills and the core of how she fights group battles. A noisy crowd rushes in below the tower, and Mo Xiao dryly notes that their so-called reinforcements have arrived. Su Jiner openly dismisses the group as dead weight, and Mo Xiao asks why she agreed to bring them at all. She explains that if they did not bring people along, Fan Chan would worry, nag, and maybe even send someone to watch them anyway. Down by the gate, Fan Chaoyang arrives leading the excited group, and his followers start guessing that the commander of the siege might be him. The praise clearly gets to Fan Chaoyang, because he is already imagining using this siege to show off how strong he is. But the moment Fan Chaoyang looks up and sees Mo Xiao on the wall, his excitement turns into a hard frown. Fan Chaoyang's followers start yelling for the pair on the wall to come down, and Mo Xiao quietly sums it up as trouble arriving again. Mo Xiao and Su Jiner head down from the wall tower to deal with the interruption face to face. Once they meet at the gate, Fan Chaoyang demands to know why Mo Xiao is here, and Mo Xiao answers with a cutting "Who are you?" That reply humiliates Fan Chaoyang in front of his own people, and his lackeys jump in to remind everyone that he is the city lord's son. Fan Chaoyang drops the argument with Mo Xiao and turns charming instead, introducing himself to Su Jiner and inviting her to stay with his side instead of paying attention to Mo Xiao. Su Jiner smiles and bluntly tells him that the commander he keeps talking about is Mo Xiao himself. Fan Chaoyang embarrassingly assumes she means him, and one lackey piles on by bragging that their boss hit level 25 and second rank in barely half a month. Su Jiner corrects him on the spot and repeats that she meant Mo Xiao, not Fan Chaoyang. Before the argument can get louder, Mo Xiao opens the East District participant panel and shows everyone the official line naming him commander. The lackeys still complain, acting like Fan Chaoyang deserves the post more than Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao cuts them off and says that if they refuse his command, they can follow Fan Chaoyang instead. When they demand that he hand over the title, Mo Xiao coldly tells them Fan Chang appointed him, so they can go argue with the city lord if they are that unhappy. Su Jiner laughs, pulls Mo Xiao away from the pointless fight, and the two return toward the tower. Left behind at the gate, Fan Chaoyang admits to his men that he already knows Mo Xiao is stronger than him, and that complaining to his father would only get him scolded. So he settles for a smaller power grab, deciding that everyone except Mo Xiao and Su Jiner should still follow his orders and would eventually have to beg his side for help. Back on the wall, Mo Xiao watches the professionals rush up with the same cold look, while Su Jiner asks if they should warn these ignorant people how terrible the battle really is. Mo Xiao says there is no point, because they were treated as cannon fodder from the start, so he would rather focus on getting ready himself. A reckless professional suddenly hurls a fireball from another section of the wall, only for it to slam into something invisible and shatter before reaching the monsters. That failed attack lets Mo Xiao finally see the faint barrier around the city, and he realizes the siege has already locked the battlefield down. Su Jiner explains that this is not just a barrier but the world's rules at work, the same laws that turned the world into a game. She lays out the rules clearly. Once the siege begins, monsters can enter, people cannot leave, teleportation shuts down, dungeons close, and if the city falls the result is slaughter. The explanation turns personal when Su Jiner quietly reveals that her parents died in a failed city defense, and that only her master saved her. Mo Xiao answers with a simple promise that this time they will win. Su Jiner immediately brightens, reaches up, and pats his head with a smile, saying that with her here she will not let that tragedy happen again. That touch triggers Mo Zhao's copying ability, and he instantly steals Su Jiner's terrifying skill Shared Life and Death. As Mo Zhao reads the skill, he realizes how absurd it is, because it can drag a high health enemy down to his own HP and turn boss fights upside down. He ends up staring at Su Jiner with obvious intensity, now fully aware that she is even more dangerous than he thought. Su Jiner misreads the heat in his eyes, blushes, steps back in a hurry, and tells him to stop spacing out and prepare for battle. Not far away, Fan Chaoyang sees that little moment between them and burns with jealous anger, convinced someone like Su Jiner should be with him instead of Mo Zhao. Before he can decide what to do about it, the system countdown for the siege rings through the city and everyone braces for the start. The instant the countdown ends, the monsters outside finally animate and begin charging the city gate. Mo Zhao immediately uses illusion breaking technique on the unfamiliar frontliners and identifies them as breakers, level 20 siege monsters built to smash walls and enemies with brute force. Seeing that even the first wave starts at level 20, Mo Zhao realizes this is already a level 3 siege and pities the overconfident professionals charging out to meet it. He asks Su Jiner when they should move, but she stays perfectly calm and says there is no rush because these level 20 monsters can be wiped out with one skill anyway. Her real plan is to let the enemies come in slowly and kill them slowly too, delaying the next wave instead of clearing the field too fast. Su Jiner even asks whether he thinks that sounds cruel, since the reckless professionals below could die while she waits. Mo Zhao does not flinch at all and says people who charge and blinded by confidence can hardly complain if that gets them killed. Su Jiner likes that answer, but she still makes one thing clear: as a human professional, she will not just stand there and watch them die for nothing. She thrusts out her staff and summons 100 skeleton warriors from the ground to intercept the charging breakers outside the wall. Mo Zhao instantly follows her lead, raising the 4 symbols heavy sword and calling out his own undead force as 2 skeleton lords appear with a pack of smaller skeletons. Under the city wall, Su Jiner is startled when Mo Zhao suddenly brings out 2 skeleton lords, because she knows that spell is an upgraded necromancer summon, not something ordinary. She keeps that suspicion to herself, and immediately sends every skeleton charging at the incoming shipbreakers. Outside the wall, Fang Chaoyang hypes the defenders up and leads nearly 400 professionals into a reckless charge, convinced level 20 monsters should be easy. The plan falls apart on contact, because the shipbreakers outnumber the defenders several times over and smash their formation almost instantly. Fan Chaoyang is left surrounded, and in a panic he begs the Sword Emperor to save him before the next hammer strike lands. But the Sword Emperor refuses to show himself, warning that someone nearby has abnormal soul perception and would notice him at once. Just before Fan Chaoyang is crushed, a huge skeleton lord jumps in front of him, blocks the blow, and cuts the shipbreaker down in 2 savage strikes. The damage is so absurd that Fan Chaoyang almost mistakes the skeleton lord for a boss monster. Then a voice from the skeleton lord reveals Mo Zhao is controlling it, and Fan Chaoyang is left staring as the summon tells him to get lost if he cannot fight. Mo Zhao ignores his shock and sends the skeleton army straight back into the fight. When kill notices start popping up, Mo Zhao is annoyed to find these level 20 monsters are only giving him 1 experience point each. Su Jin explains that once the siege turns into a battlefield like Tianyuan, anyone even 1 level above these monsters gets forced down to 1 experience point, and even normal gains are cut in half. The real reward turns out to be merit points, and Su Jiner tells him the stronger monsters later will be worth much more. Once the surviving defenders scramble back toward the wall, Su Jiner suggests pulling the skeletons back and only striking again when the monsters get close. Mo Zhao switches to a longbow for cleaner picks, and Su Jiner casually probes him again after noticing yet another high-level weapon in his hands. He brushes it off by claiming he has gear that boosts drop rates, and Su Jiner lets the answer pass even though she clearly is not convinced. Meanwhile, back on the wall, Fan Chaoyang sits there looking grim as his own followers turn on him for nearly getting them all killed. The same group suddenly remembers who Mo Zhao is and runs off to latch onto him instead, leaving Fan Chaoyang sitting there even more isolated. Su Jiner notices the group hurrying over and asks what Mo Zhao plans to do with them. Mo Zhao shuts them down on the spot, warning that if they come 1 step closer he will kick them off the wall to feed the monsters. They still try to flatter and beg their way in, but Mo Zhao tells them to either stop bothering him or stay here and defend the city themselves. When a few of them angrily demand to know who he thinks he is, Mo Zhao snaps back that if they want an order so badly, then his order is simple: stay here and do not move. The crowd erupts again, but Mo Zhao cuts through the noise and tells them plainly that disobedient fools can go die on their own because he will not take responsibility for them. Done with them, Mo Zhao turns back to Su Jiner and suggests moving somewhere less annoying to guard the siege. Su Jiner decides the sky will be cleaner than the wall, and Mo Zhao immediately agrees. Mo Zhao rises on flight technique, while Su Jiner summons her skeletal dragon and climbs into the air beside him. From the air, Su Jiner warns him not to float so high that his attacks lose range. She then lays out the whole siege structure: 10 rounds of lesser monsters, 2 boss rounds, and a defense only counts as successful if they survive all 12 waves. She adds a nasty timing rule too: If one minor wave is not finished in time, the next wave spawns on top of it. But if a wave is cleared too early, monsters in other city districts start appearing faster. That is why defenders usually leave one weak monster alive and kite it around while they go support the rest of the city. Boss rounds are even more dangerous, because if a boss survives too long, fresh minor monsters spawn anyway and all of them get boosted by the boss's presence. After hearing all that, Mo Xiao boils the whole strategy down to one blunt answer. If they are strong enough, they should just kill everything. Su Jiner can only agree, and Mo Xiao settles into the air to calmly watch the field, trusting his summons to erase anything that gets close to the gate. 25 minutes later, a warning suddenly announces that the first round is already ending and the second is about to begin. When Mo Xiao questions the timing, Su Jiner explains that the other 3 city districts must have already finished their monsters, so their side is being forced to wrap up too. Mo Xiao orders his skeleton lord to finish the last shipbreaker, and the first defense round officially clears with a merit point reward. The second round starts instantly, and blue lights flare along the barrier as a new wave of much heavier monsters materializes. Using illusion breaking technique, Mo Xiao scans the new enemies and grimly realizes the siege just jumped to level 35 monsters, with elite infiltrators mixed in. Su Jiner sees the pressure rise and offers help, but Mo Xiao says her skeletons are enough and he can still handle this himself. Then Mo Xiao raises the 4 symbols heavy sword and summons a skeletal dragon of his own right in front of her. Su Jiner is genuinely shaken now, because the spell he just used is another necromancer technique that should have been hers. She presses him directly about where he learned skeletal dragon summoning, forcing Mo Xiao into an awkward answer. Mo Xiao claims he got the skill book as a drop from killing the bronze rank bone dragon boss in Deadman's Canyon. Su Jiner knows that boss really can drop the skill, so she accepts the explanation on the surface. But Mo Xiao's nervousness only deepens her suspicion that something special is hiding behind his luck. 2 hours into the siege, Mo Xiao drops the last monster of round 5 with an arrow, and the East District finally gets a breath of relief. That break vanishes instantly when the system warns that round 6 is starting and a boss has appeared. A huge column of dark purple light slams into the battlefield, and a gigantic demon dragon steps out of it. The dragon roars once and wipes out almost all of Su Jiner's skeleton army with a single purple shockwave. Mo Xiao sees the damage and realizes this boss is in a completely different class from the earlier waves. He asks Su Jiner whether this is the only boss, and she grimly confirms that all 4 districts have one, but theirs looks like the strongest. Mo Xiao checks the boss with illusion breaking technique and learns the bad news. It is a level 55 bronze boss with brutal suppression, black flames, reflection, and a berserk phase. Su Jiner admits even in level 3 battles, getting a bronze dragon as the first boss is rare enough to make her serious. Instead of attacking right away, Mo Xiao flies forward and suddenly speaks to the demon dragon in a language no one else understands. The violent dragon actually calms down in surprise and asks how a human can speak the language of dragons. Mo Xiao urges it to leave peacefully, but the dragon says heaven assigned this mission, so even a dragon speaker cannot talk it out of the fight. The moment talks fail, the demon dragon laughs and charges straight at the base city. Before Mo Xiao can stop it, Su Jiner's enormous skeletal dragon king appears and blocks the charge head-on. Su Jiner casually reassures him that her skeletal dragon king is not weaker than the boss. Once the immediate danger is contained, Su Jiner focuses on the stranger detail and asks if Mo Xiao was really talking to that dragon just now. When Mo Xiao admits it, Su Jiner lights up and blurts out the real point: he is a dragon speaker. Mo Xiao still thinks dragon language is only for talking to dragons, so Su Jiner has to explain that any spell spoken in dragon language becomes dragon magic. She drives the lesson home by saying dragon language touches the laws of the world itself, so teachers dream of this talent, and he is wasting it by not using it. Su Jiner immediately orders him to try one, and Mo Xiao awkwardly agrees to test it on the boss. Mo Xiao casts explosive fireball in dragon language, and the spell swells into a giant blue fireball as it races toward the demon dragon. The hit lands for 10,000 damage, and even Mo Xiao is stunned that one medium spell just tore off that much of a bronze dragon's health. Still not fully convinced, he waits a moment and repeats the same spell normally through the 4 symbols heavy sword to compare the damage. That regular fireball only does 2,000 damage, and Su Jiner points out that dragons have high magic resistance, which makes his normal output impressive too. For Mo Xiao, the comparison settles it. Dragon language boosts the spell to roughly 5 times the power with no obvious extra cost. Su Jiner smiles at his reaction and says this is why dragon language is one of the rarest talents in the world, and true dragon magic would be even more terrifying. That is all the encouragement Mo Xiao needs, and he immediately tries soul extinguishing black flame in dragon language. A black flame dragon erupts into existence, slams into the boss, and erases its entire health bar in one strike. The 6th round boss dies instantly, and everyone nearby is left staring at Mo Xiao in disbelief. Even Su Jiner admits she can kill bosses fast, but one-shotting this dragon alone is still beyond her. Mo Xiao awkwardly worries he may have ended the fight too fast for the other districts, but Su Jiner tells him the other sides are also handled by near level 80 experts. High above the city, Yan Zhantian watches all 4 districts through floating panels and nearly jumps when he recognizes Mo Xiao's black flame dragon as dragon language magic. Once he remembers Mo Xiao is not a specialist and can learn anything, Yan Zhantian gets excited and decides he has to recruit this kid no matter what. With the 6th boss down, the rest of the siege keeps moving, and even the loudmouth professionals on the wall finally shut up after seeing Mo Xiao erase a boss in one move. By the end of the 11th round, Mo Xiao personally finishes off another dangerous wave and finally lowers his bow for a short rest. But before he can relax, Sujiner asks if he feels anything strange about this round. Mo Xiao is confused, because from his point of view nearly 1,000 level 60 monsters with elite units already felt hard enough. Sujiner explains why she still calls them weak. A level 3 battle should scale to 3rd profession fighters, which means the real top-end threat should be around level 89. Since no level 89 monsters have shown up yet, she concludes the final round is going to be the real war. Mo Xiao tries to stay hopeful and says one level 89 boss would still be manageable if it is only one-on-one. Sujiner crushes that hope immediately by asking whoever said a boss round has to bring only one boss. As the system announces the 12th round, Sujiner tells him to drop the wishful thinking because the real battle is starting now. Lights erupt across the battlefield, and 8 colossal monsters appear at once. Before Mo Xiao can even process that, a far larger black pillar drops in and brings down an even more terrifying leader behind them. Staring at the group, Sujiner recognizes the enemy at once and names the nightmare they are facing, Beast King Clan, Golden Linnel. On the battlefield outside Ichang, Mo Xiao finally sees the new boss clearly and freezes, because the monster is basically a Linnel from his old game world. Sujiner is surprised that Mo Xiao knows the Linnel name, and he hurriedly covers by saying he just investigated them. When Mo Xiao checks the golden boss with illusion-breaking technique, the stat panel is so absurd that even he feels shaken for the first time. Mo Xiao admits this monster feels overwhelming, and Sujiner calmly tells him she can fight the golden one if he helps keep the 8 silver Linnels busy. 8 level 89 silver bosses at once is a nightmare for Mo Xiao, and he knows he would normally be thinking about escape, not victory. Sujiner sees his nerves, promises her summons will help cover him, and reminds him that dragon language can boost even his summoning magic. She adds that Yan Zhantian is watching from above, which means the real top fighters are already monitoring the battle even if they cannot interfere directly. Then Sujiner bluntly exposes Mo Xiao's secret, guessing that his real talent is copying other people's skills. Mo Xiao tries to deny it, but Sujiner stays calm and asks him to copy one of her skills before the fight starts. The request leaves Mo Xiao red-faced and painfully awkward, because his copying talent needs physical contact, and he has no idea where to touch her. In the end he panics and puts his hand on Sujiner's face instead, which makes her pause and then tease him even harder. Mo Xiao blurts out the truth about needing contact, and his talent successfully copies Sujiner's Death God's Scythe. When Mo Xiao says he copied Death God's Scythe, even Sujiner is caught off guard that he pulled one of her rare beheading skills. Sujiner immediately explains that the scythe is stronger than the skill text suggests, because if it merges with a weapon instead of being thrown, the beheading effect can keep trying until it finally triggers. She also explains the harsh rule behind beheading: it can instantly kill weaker targets, but against higher level enemies like these centaurs it only turns into reduced percentage damage. Now that the skill is copied, Sujiner circles back and asks the obvious question: what kind of talent lets him steal abilities just by touching people? With no good excuse left, Mo Xiao simply shows her the talent panel, and the name Just Rub It leaves Sujiner blushing on the spot. Mo Xiao desperately tries to move on from the humiliation by turning back to the battle, while Sujiner finally understands why his growth has been so abnormal. The mood hardens again when Sujiner summons her eerie glowing staff and gets ready to go all out against the level 89 gold boss. She sends Mo Xiao to restrain the silver centaurs, and he answers by firing off dragon language after dragon language as the battle finally erupts. His summons answer first, and the dragon language boost makes the skeleton lords and skeletal dragons swell into larger, more draconic forms. Then flame dragons coil around the centaurs like burning ropes, and a sea of blue fire swallows the whole enemy line. Sujiner warns him that Linnels ignore attribute damage, so Mo Xiao immediately realizes the blue flames are useless and switches his plan to pure battlefield control. With dragon language earth control, Mo Xiao violently reshapes the terrain and raises 9 giant earthen cubes to lock every Linnel in stone. The spell barely dents his mana, but it drains his stamina so hard that Mo Xiao slumps onto the skeletal dragon just to stay in the air. Even Sujiner stops in surprise, because changing terrain on this scale looks like an ability only NPCs or special bosses should have. Mo Xiao urges her to strike while the silver Linnels are trapped, and Sujiner decides not to press him for answers and dives toward the golden boss instead. Before she can reach it, the central prison erupts from inside, and the golden Linnel tears itself free with raw force while the silver ones remain trapped. Mo Xiao grimaces at the broken seal, but Sujiner shuts down his apology and reminds him the golden boss was never his responsibility. Instead of backing off, Mo Xiao takes a breath, leaps above the golden boss, and brings out 2 4 symbols heavy swords for one desperate strike. He stacks Death God's scythe onto shattering mountains and rivers, betting everything on one fused attack against a boss far above his level. Then the impossible happens as system notices announce both a kill effect and instant death right when Mo Zhao's strike connects. Mo Zhao's mountain-shaking strike finally lands on the golden lintel, and the boss suddenly procs instant death before it can counterattack. Realizing this level 89 gold boss is about to vanish, Mo Zhao ignores the danger and throws himself forward to steal its talent before the chance disappears. Mo Zhao makes contact, but the Beast God bloodline refuses to copy normally and converts into a strange new talent called Divine Bloodline instead. Before Mo Zhao can even process what Divine Bloodline means, Sujiner grabs him and drags him straight back to the city tower. Safe for 1 second, Sujiner angrily chews him out for charging a boss corpse, and Mo Zhao can only admit he did not want to waste the skill chance. Then the whole ground shakes, and the dead golden lintel reforms below the wall as a far worse enemy, the diamond boss Beast God Lintel. Mo Zhao stares at the evolved boss's absurd stats and upgraded skills, and for the first time his confidence visibly wavers. Sujiner keeps her nerve and decides they have to clear the silver lintels first before they can even think about fighting the evolved boss. The Beast God Lintel immediately proves how dangerous it is by breaking Mo Zhao's field control, linking itself to the silver lintels, and drawing a huge bow straight at the wall. Seeing that shot coming, Mo Zhao shouts for a shield, and a stunned guard on the wall throws him one without hesitation. The borrowed shield upgrades in Mo Zhao's hands into the black soldier and shield, giving him one narrow chance to answer the incoming arrow. A silver lightning arrow slams into Mo Zhao almost instantly, but he plants the shield, catches the hit, and deflects it back out across the battlefield. The reflected shot and its aftershocks tear through a silver lintel instead, deleting its health in one brutal reversal. Sujiner is openly stunned when she realizes Mo Zhao's shield skill reflected 300% of the damage, which should not even be possible. Mo Zhao casually admits it is his red skill black tortoise armor, then pushes Sujiner to stop staring and go restrain the Beast God Lintel. Sujiner charges the boss, while Mo Zhao swaps back into ranged gear and decides to pull every remaining silver lintel onto himself. He fires 7 quick shots into the surviving silver lintels, dealing modest damage but successfully dragging all their attention onto him. Instead of retreating, Mo Zhao lands alone in front of the enraged silver lintels and deliberately waits for them to commit. The silver lintels answer by charging up a coordinated fire attack, and Mo Zhao abruptly stops dodging when he realizes fire is the one thing he can tank. Their flames bury him completely, but when the fire clears, Mo Zhao is still standing with almost no damage at all. While Sujiner panics from a distance, Mo Zhao realizes the attack barely counts as true fire magic and decides to lock the pack down himself. Mo Zhao switches back to sword and shield, binds one silver lintel with dragon language enhanced flame entanglement, and blasts the others away with an advanced fire resistance ring. He uses the opening to copy lightning arrow from a silver lintel, adding another dangerous skill right before the real power spike begins. Then Mo Zhao stacks evil chi extraction with demonization, and the boost is so extreme that his mind immediately starts slipping into blood-red madness. With only the urge to kill left in his head, Mo Zhao roars and hacks the first silver lintel down with a terrifying burst of raw damage. He barely pauses before killing the first target completely, and charging the next group like a berserker. 1,000 caddies trigger turns his next hit into over 1,000,000 damage, proving that even these elite silver bosses can vanish in one lucky slash now. 2 silver lintels finally land solid hits on him, but black tortoise armor forces him to cling to one last point of life instead of dropping. Mo Zhao answers instantly by killing both attackers, and his lifesteal refills his empty health bar in one savage swing. Still roaring for blood, he tears through the last silver lintels in minutes until every one of them is down. With the silver bosses gone, Mo Zhao's lost mind locks onto the only target left, and he charges straight at Beast God Lintel despite Sujiner's warning. Mo Zhao slams his heavy sword into the evolved boss, but a Beast God barrier blocks the strike completely and throws him backward. The Beast God Lintel follows with a crushing counterattack, forcing Sujiner to throw up absolute protection and raise skeletons to shield Mo Zhao from the blow. The rod still smashes through the bone shield hard enough to scatter skeletons everywhere and slam Mo Zhao into the ground, but Sujiner's intervention keeps him from exploding on impact. Sujiner grabs Mo Zhao mid-battle and realizes his transformation has pushed him into full demonization instead of just making him stronger. She dispels the transformation on the spot, refusing to let him keep a power that wipes out his mind. Mo Zhao snaps back to normal and is baffled, because the last thing he remembers is fighting the silver centaurs. Sujiner bluntly tells him he went completely berserk, and Mo Zhao realizes this upgraded form may also magnify the loss of sanity. She adds that the reckless form was still terrifyingly effective, since he wiped out the silver centaurs in just a few minutes. Changing focus fast, Sujiner asks if Mo Zhao can still control the earth. Once Mo Zhao confirms it, Sujiner tells him to throw the silver centaur corpses onto Beast God Lintel so she can detonate them from a distance. Mo Zhao hesitates because Beast God Lintel already shrugged off his attacks with a strange divine suppression. Sujiner explains that Lintel is protected by divine power, and only divine power can really break that kind of suppression. She lays out the rule clearly. After the 4th profession change at level 90, humans need divine power to reach the 5th, and that same power is what can break divine monsters' suppression. That explanation makes Mo Xiao realize he may already carry several divine-linked powers of his own, even if he barely understands them. With her bone dragon failing, Su Jiner cuts off the discussion and sends her skeleton army at beast god Linel. Mo Xiao responds by summoning 8 giant earthen hands to seize the silver centaur corpses off the ground. He drags the bodies across the battlefield and hurls them straight onto beast god Linel as Su Jiner readies the detonation. Su Jiner triggers a brutal chain of corpse explosions, blasting 600,000 health off beast god Linel in seconds. But when the smoke clears, beast god Linel is still alive with 290,000 health left, and even Su Jiner is caught off guard by how much it endured. Realizing the boss might recover, Su Jiner urgently orders Mo Xiao to attack with everything he has and not let beast god Linel recover. Mo Xiao hesitates for a beat, then remembers a dragon language fire skill he has not used in a long time that might break through. He rises into the air, activates the magic source ring, and chants Dragon God descends in dragon language. A massive fireball drops from the sky and slams into beast god Linel, finally forcing out a roar. The fireball unfolds into a towering fire dragon that stomps the Linel into the ground with overwhelming force. Then the fire dragon condenses a beam in its jaws and blasts straight through beast god Linel for the killing hit. The system announces beast god Linel's death and the East District's victory, and Mo Xiao immediately sends the fire dragon toward the other city gates. Su Jiner can only stare, stunned by the sheer scale of the skill Mo Xiao just used. Before Mo Xiao can answer, Yan Zhantian appears behind them and identifies the move as Dragon God's Descent, a top-tier fire skill. Yan Zhantian gets so excited that he immediately begs Mo Xiao to become his disciple, shamelessly offering to call him master if that helps. Su Jiner immediately steps in front of Mo Xiao and blocks Yan Zhantian, annoyed that he is trying to grab him again before the exam decision. The two veterans start bickering like children over whether Mo Xiao already belongs to Su Jiner's master's side or is still free to claim. Mo Xiao finally interrupts and explains that calling Su Jiner's senior sister is only temporary, because he has not officially taken a master yet. That answer visibly relaxes Yan Zhantian, who had been worried this rare talent was already taken. Once the noise settles, Yan Zhantian shifts into teacher mode and tells Mo Xiao his raw power is impressive, but his fighting still relies too much on system skills alone. Mo Xiao has to admit the point, because against stronger enemies he has mostly been reduced to throwing out skills instead of fighting with real technique. Yan Zhantian warns that brute force works on straightforward enemies, but intelligent opponents will study his moves, dodge them, and exploit whatever he reveals too early. He says Mo Xiao will understand that lesson better during the college entrance exam, when he has to face a tower trial. When Mo Xiao presses for details, Yan Zhantian starts to name the heaven-reaching tower, and Su Jiner quickly cuts him off before he can explain more. Su Jiner argues that he should go in mostly blind, because she and her master want to see Mo Xiao's real ability inside the heaven-reaching tower. Yan Zhantian gives in, tells Mo Xiao to prepare well, and still insists he already considers him his disciple no matter what fight that causes later. Right after that, Mo Xiao gets a system alert that his MP has dropped to 0, and the distant fire dragon vanishes mid-flight. The cost hits him all at once, and Mo Xiao is stunned that Dragon God's Descent burned through more than 90,000 mana. He worries the other gates still need help, but Su Jiner calmly says the city lord and hall master level experts can handle those fronts. Since there is nothing urgent for him to do, Mo Xiao sits down right on the battlefield and starts cultivating the heavenly essence technique to recover. As Mo Xiao cultivates, Su Jiner lightly nudges Yan Zhantian to go watch the other gates, and he finally leaves after telling her not to let anyone steal the kid away. After one last eye roll at Yan Zhantian's nonsense, Su Jiner settles beside the quietly cultivating Mo Xiao and waits for the siege to end. As the last bosses in the north, south, and west districts fall, I Chang finally gets the system message everyone was waiting for: the siege is over. Inside the tower, Fang Chang gulps down healing potions and admits this wave nearly killed them, while Jiangshan jokes that at least they barely held the city. Fang Chang grumbles that this barely counts as a victory, because without the fire dragon showing up at the end, they might have been wiped out. The two veterans joke about getting old, then turn serious for a second as Fang Chang wonders whether Fang Chaoyang's side survived, only for Jiangshan to remind him the east side finished first. Then the reward notices start pouring in, and the whole city erupts as I Chang receives siege rewards, buffs, and special treasure chests for the commander and top contributor. When the battle merit ranking appears, everyone is stunned to see Mo Xiao in first place ahead of Su Jiner. Jiangshan cannot figure out how Mo Xiao beat Su Jiner, but Fang Chang reminds him Mo Xiao has always been far stronger than people assume. Over at the east wall, Su Jiner happily points out that her junior brother took first place, while Mo Xiao immediately cares more about what the hero chest can actually give him. Su Jiner explains that a hero chest can give almost anything depending on luck, and even she has never won one before. When Mo Xiao is surprised by that, Su Jiner admits she was not always this strong, and in bigger wars the war god usually took the top spots anyway. She also tells him the city defense chest is much more ordinary, mostly gear or materials, so he should not expect anything amazing from this smaller-scale siege. A moment later, 2 beams of light drop in front of Mo Xiao and solidify into the city defense chest and the hero chest. Sujina asks if he wants to open them now, but after a brief look at her and a second thought, Mo Xiao decides to take them home first. Before he can leave, a crowd of excited professionals swarms around Mo Xiao and openly begs to become his followers. Mo Xiao shuts that down immediately and tells them to go their own way, because he has no interest in taking lackeys. Then Fang Chang steps in and says someone who contributed this much cannot just walk off without another reward from the city itself. Mo Xiao bluntly asks what reward Fang Chang can offer, and when told to name it, he goes straight for a red skill book. Sujina laughs at his shameless request. Fang Chang admits that is impossible, and Mo Xiao coolly lowers the bar to skill books, rare accessories, special gear, blueprints, or high-level materials. Pressed into a corner, Fang Chang suddenly offers something much bigger instead, the position of Deputy City Lord. The offer lands like a bomb, and the nearby professionals are left staring because I Ching only has 2 Deputy City Lord seats. Fang Chang insists he is completely serious, and says if the Hall of Heroes allowed it, he would hand Mo Xiao even the City Lord's seat. Jiang Shan steps in to question whether Fang Chang has lost his mind, but Fang Chang doubles down and asks Mo Xiao again if he will accept. Instead of jumping at the title, Mo Xiao asks the only thing he really cares about first: what practical benefits come with being Deputy City Lord. Fa Chang admits the perks are modest and the position mostly ties him to I Ching in future emergencies, while Su Jiner bluntly warns that the trouble may outweigh the gains. Mo Xiao pushes one step further and asks whether taking the title would block him from joining other forces later. Su Jiner answers that a nominal Deputy City Lord seat would not interfere with his future affiliations at all, and Fan Chan eagerly promises he can even hold the title and name only while still keeping its benefits. At that point Mo Xiao sees Fan Cheng's real motive. The City Lord wants to tie Cheng to someone who is likely about to become a war god's disciple. Even after understanding that, Mo Xiao still does not agree on the spot and only says he will think it over for a few days. With nothing else keeping him there, Mo Xiao says he is heading home, and Su Jina leaves the east gate with him. After they leave, Jiang Shan asks if Fan Chang truly meant that offer, and Fan Chang admits he absolutely did because Mo Xiao's future backing could save I Ching endless trouble. Fan Chang leaves the matter in Mo Xiao's hands and turns back to the ugly practical work of cleaning up the city's losses. On a city street, Su Jiner asks why Mo Xiao backed off when he seemed interested a moment ago, especially after she had already explained how a nominal title could work. And Mo Xiao answers honestly that he hates this kind of burden, and would rather stay a lone wolf than tie himself to power, status, and obligations. That answer makes Su Jina grin, because on that point they are exactly alike. Both of them only care about leveling up and getting stronger. And Mo Xiao cuts the conversation short by saying he just wants to get home, and see what is inside those 2 reward chests. Elsewhere outside I Ching, Yan Zhantian waits alone on a hilltop in front of an illusion screen, clearly preparing to contact someone important. The projection activates, and a graceful woman appears on the screen, immediately surprised that the famously lazy Yan Zhantian contacted her first. She jokes that maybe he wants to end his vacation and cover her shift, and when Yan Zhantian says that is not impossible, she becomes even more convinced he is asking for something. The fire god flatly refuses before he even asks, assuming he wants her fire dragon crystal, but Yan Zhantian quickly says that is not what he called for. When she asks what else could matter this much, Yan Zhantian nudges the conversation towards Su Jiner and the disciple she introduced near I Ching. The moment she connects the dots, the fire god narrows her eyes and bluntly asks the real question: does Yan Zhantian want to steal her disciple? Back in the luxury apartment Su Jiner arranged for him, Mo Xiao dumps 4 unopened treasure chests onto the table instead of opening them right away like everyone else would. Su Jiner is surprised he saved up 4 boxes, and she quickly notices that 2 of them are advanced material chests. She casually says material chests are not that useful for them, but Mo Xiao reminds her he can actually forge with whatever comes out. Once she remembers solo players can learn all kinds of skills, Su Jiner gets excited and pushes him to start opening them. When Mo Xiao stares at her too seriously, Su Jiner jokes that he is not about to confess to her. He nearly chokes on that joke, then shuts it down and tells her he needs to reveal the biggest secret behind his fast growth. Su Jiner immediately perks up and promises to keep the secret, now fully alert and curious. Mo Xiao proves it on the spot by rubbing one chest, and the advanced material chest transforms into a top-level one in front of her. Su Jiner instantly realizes his talent can upgrade treasure chests, and Mo Xiao confirms this is the core secret he trusts her to hide. She tests him by asking if he is afraid she might sell him out, and Mo Xiao quietly answers that he trusts her as his senior sister. That answer lands, and Su Jiner agrees to keep the secret as long as Mo Xiao upgrades her equipment later too. Mo Xiao admits his ability also works on equipment and skill books, which explains why his build has been so absurdly strong. With the deal settled, Su Jiner pushes him to open the first top-level material chest right away. The chest opens and gives Mo Xiao an illusory stone, a material so valuable that even he is caught off guard. Su Jiner quickly explains that an illusory stone can forge an illusory pearl for effortless travel to visited places, but Mo Xiao says he already needs this one for something else. The second top-level material chest gives him 2 dark gold motherstones, and the drop is so perfect that Mo Xiao just stares at it. When Su Jiner realizes he needs both top-tier materials for the same piece of gear, she is shocked by how outrageous that solo player equipment blueprint must be. He refuses to show the blueprint, and only says she will see it once he forges the equipment. Next he upgrades the remaining reward chests, turning the city defense chest into a heaven element chest and the hero chest into an intermediate hero treasure chest. Su Jiner gets especially excited about the heaven element chest because that kind of box can produce something genuinely rare. Mo Xiao opens it and pulls out a beginner battlefield teleportation stone, and this time Su Jiner is the one who jolts in shock. Mo Xiao thinks it is just another teleport item, so Su Jiner explains that teleportation barely works at all in the Tianyuan battlefield, which makes this stone a real strategic asset. Because it would be far more useful to her master than to him, Su Jiner asks to buy it off him for a fair price. Instead of bargaining, Mo Xiao decides to just give it to her and upgrades it first for good measure. He rubs the stone twice because blue quality items can be upgraded 2 times, pushing it all the way to an advanced battlefield teleportation stone. Now holding a battlefield item that could move or rescue 1,000 people in combat, Su Jiner can barely believe he is still handing it over. Su Jiner bluntly points out he could probably trade this to Yan Zhantian for an orange skill book, but Mo Xiao gives it away anyway without changing his mind. After that, Mo Xiao opens the last chest and gets a master's trial certificate, a strange purple badge neither of them recognizes. He tries to use the certificate right there, but it fails because no trial entrance is nearby. At Su Jiner's suggestion, he also tries upgrading it, only to learn that special task items like this cannot be rubbed at all. With the treasure opening finished, Su Jiner asks what he plans to do next now that leveling is slowing down badly before the exam. Mo Xiao admits he is unsure, and the two of them agree that pushing higher levels now is hard because every level past 25 costs a huge amount of experience. The idea of a secret realm catches Mo Xiao's attention, but Su Jiner warns that most of them take at least 2 months and punish anyone who leaves halfway. Once he accepts that warning, Mo Xiao decides to stay in Yicheng and keep running dungeons until after the college entrance exam. When he asks about her, Su Jiner says she is heading back to the Tianyuan battlefield so she can personally deliver the teleportation stone to her master. Mo Xiao suddenly remembers the senior archmage is supposed to watch over the Tianyuan battlefield, so he asks how her master can do that and still watch the college entrance exam. Su Jiner answers with a grin that the master has disciples for that, and she reveals that she and a few senior brothers and sisters will be guarding the Tianyuan battlefield during the exam. She ends the talk on a warmer note, promising that even from the battlefield she will still watch Mo Xiao's college entrance exam through the system broadcast. After some relaxed chatting, Su Jiner lets Mo Xiao copy and upgrade her whole orange set, and the gear jumps all the way to red quality. Seeing her stats nearly double, Su Jiner excitedly jokes that if this were a real game, she would have reported Mo Xiao for cheating. Mo Xiao teases her for talking about reporting him right after he helped her, and the mood stays easy between them. Then Su Jiner says she has already helped guard the city, and needs to leave because her master just called for her. Mo Xiao simply tells her to stay safe, and Su Jiner laughs that with red gear this strong, any monster attacking her would just be asking to die. When Mo Xiao still stands there looking too serious, Su Jiner suddenly steps in, grabs his head with both hands, and scolds him for acting like an old man. She tells him to act his age, keep leveling, and not embarrass himself in the college entrance exam. With that, Su Jiner activates a blue teleport and disappears into drifting light. Her goodbye leaves Mo Xiao with a bonus too, because her parting contact lets him copy the mage skill Blink. He immediately tests the new skill by blinking onto the nearby bed and decides that at level 25, he can finally slow down at home for a bit. But the quiet lasts 1 second before the Sword Emperor's familiar voice pops up, relieved that Su Jiner is finally gone because she frightened him badly. Mo Xiao is genuinely startled to see the Sword Emperor again, because with everything happening lately, he had almost forgotten the old remnant soul was there at all. The Sword Emperor immediately complains that Mo Xiao never should have given Su Jiner that teleportation stone, because on the Tianyuan battlefield it could save his life. Mo Xiao shrugs it off, saying he fights alone and survives well enough without relying on a stone like that. That answer makes the Sword Emperor go quiet for a beat before warning him that real despair on the Tianyuan battlefield is far worse than anything he has faced so far. Mo Xiao glares back and tells him not to keep speaking like a walking bad omen. When the Sword Emperor asks whether he wants to go level up or train skills, Mo Xiao rejects both options and says he wants to forge equipment instead. The Sword Emperor gets curious when he hears the materials involve an illusory stone and a dark gold motherstone, because that is far too extravagant for ordinary gear. Mo Xiao keeps the answer to himself, opens the forging setup, and spreads the materials across the table for the real work to begin. Then he pulls out one more trump card, the Fawn of the Dragonite, and even the Sword Emperor is stunned by how outrageous that treasure is. The Sword Emperor blurts out that Dragonites are legendary divine beasts, but Mo Xiao tells him to shut up and stop interrupting the forge. Mo Xiao opens the blueprint for the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella and starts the forge for real. The Dragonite tooth explodes into golden light, becomes a tiny dragon, and sweeps all the materials into the center of the forging array. As the forge spins, the divine forging technique triggers one lucky bonus after another, boosting attack and adding devour and auto guard. When the light clears, a silver-white thousand mechanisms umbrella appears, and it is somehow rainbow quality. That excitement crashes fast when Mo Xiao reads the panel and finds a rainbow weapon with no normal attributes at all. The hint window explains the real rule. This umbrella has to devour other weapons before its stats and thousand transformations can unlock. Mo Xiao gives the strange umbrella a wary look, half joking to himself that it sounds more like a living creature that needs feeding. To test it, he pulls out the unused Dragon God Steel sword, a red weapon he no longer needs now that he has the 4 symbols heavy sword. He taps the sword against the umbrella, and the system instantly recognizes it as a valid weapon for fusion. Once Mo Xiao confirms the merge, rainbow light swallows both weapons and reshapes them into a new silver-white longsword. The result is far better than he expected, because the umbrella does not just copy the sword's abilities, it upgrades them into stronger dragon flame skills. He immediately checks whether the weapon can switch back, and the sword folds and shifts through mechanisms into umbrella form again. In umbrella form, it reveals a completely different stat line with both attack and magic power, plus crowd control, speed boosts, and a 5-second absolute wall. That finally makes him understand the weapon's real value, because each new weapon type could add another battle mode to the same rainbow equipment. The problem is just as clear though. Aside from his bow and his main heavy sword, he has almost nothing left to feed it. Even the Sword Emperor circles the umbrella in disbelief, admitting he has never seen anything this bizarre and asking if it can really merge with other gear on the fly. Mo Xiao confirms it can take in any weapon, even shields, which means he can swap combat styles in the middle of battle. Then Mo Xiao starts forging again, and the Sword Emperor finally realizes the extra materials were never backup stock at all. Mo Xiao bluntly explains that since he can dual wield, of course he intends to make 2,000 mechanisms umbrellas. A second forge completes under another rainbow flash, and this time he successfully creates a second umbrella too, though it misses the auto guard bonus. Now Mo Xiao pulls out the 4 symbols heavy sword, but before risking it, he checks whether merging a set weapon would ruin his set bonus. The system confirms the umbrella will inherit the set component's special properties without breaking the 4 symbol set. So Mo Xiao immediately goes ahead. Rainbow light flares again, and the second 1,000 mechanisms umbrella transforms into another longsword built from the same silver-white mechanism design. When Mo Xiao reads the upgraded attributes on this 4 symbols fusion, even he is amazed by how crazily a rainbow weapon can evolve. In his hidden forging space, Mo Xiao stares at the rainbow-grade 1,000 mechanisms umbrella in sword form, stunned by how absurdly strong it is. Half joking and half serious, he asks the Sword Emperor if a weapon like this means he can skip learning real techniques. The Sword Emperor shuts that idea down and warns him that overpowered gear means little once he faces true experts. When Mo Xiao wonders if monsters like that even exist, the Sword Emperor gives a colder answer. The most dangerous enemies are often other humans. That lands hard, and Mo Xiao quietly admits the Sword Emperor is right about how fragile people's hearts can be. He makes a decision on the spot and promises that once he finishes this equipment work, he will spend a month and a half before the college exam learning fighter techniques properly. Satisfied, the Sword Emperor tells him to finish assembling the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella first, then closes his eyes and returns to Mo Xiao's body. Left alone again, Mo Xiao pulls out the Flying General longbow and another 4 symbols heavy sword and starts wondering how far this modular weapon can be pushed. He tries swapping the umbrella's sword base, and the system surprises him by allowing the stronger sword setup to replace the old one entirely. When the switch finishes, the Dragon God Steel sword separates back out, leaving the umbrella with the improved sword setup. Mo Xiao doesn't stop there and immediately tests the Devour ability by feeding the freed Dragon God Steel sword to the umbrella. A burst of rainbow light wraps around the dragon sword and pulls it into the umbrella, boosting its attack power, life steal, crit rate, and even preserving one of the sword's skills. Now fully convinced this weapon is ridiculous, Mo Xiao puts the upgraded umbrella away and merges the longbow into its other form to strengthen his ranged combat too. Half an hour later in the city lord's office, Fang Chang asks for the siege report and learns the soldiers were devastated while the professionals got off much lighter. The most shocking part is the East District, where not a single defender died because Mo Xiao and Su Jiner told everyone else to hold back and handle the monsters themselves. Fang Chang can understand Su Jina's strength, but Mo Xiao's growth still leaves him baffled, and Jiang Shan points out that nobody reaches level 25 that fast without being terrifyingly capable. Their talk is interrupted when Mo Xiao walks in, and Fang Chang immediately brightens up and asks if he has finally agreed to become deputy city lord. Mo Xiao crushes that hope right away and says he came for something much simpler. He wants to buy good equipment and needs directions. Fang Chang sighs at being rejected again, then tells Jiang Shan to take Mo Xiao instead since he knows where to go. Mo Xiao hesitates because his relationship with the Jiang family is still awkward, but Jiang Shan calmly says the real question is whether Mo Xiao is willing to go with him. Mo Xiao bluntly brings up Jiang He, and Jiang Shan answers just as bluntly that Mo Xiao killed the possessor, not Jiang He, and even brought the real Jiang He back. That finally breaks the tension, and Mo Xiao agrees to accept the help, which clearly relieves Jiang Shan too. Once they are on the same page, Jiang Shan offers the Jiang family stored blue and purple gear, and Mo Xiao immediately pushes his luck by asking what if he wants orange equipment instead. Jiang Shan actually pulls out his own orange dagger and offers it up, even though the pain on his face says he really means it. Mo Xiao waves off the personal sacrifice and says he only needs level 35 gear above blue grade, without explaining that his current armor is not what he is really shopping for. He does not want to explain the umbrella in front of Fang Chang, so he suggests talking outside instead. On the way out, Jiang Shan asks what is so secret, and Mo Xiao reveals that the 1000 Mechanisms umbrella blueprint Jiang Shan once gave him has already been made. Jiang Shan is stunned, and Mo Xiao explains that this special weapon has to be assembled from different equipment forms, which is why he is shopping now. Even after hearing that, Jiang Shan still offers to find something better, but Mo Xiao keeps it practical and says high-grade gear is too rare to demand blindly. Mo Xiao still worries the Jiang family might attack on sight, but Jiang Shan repeats that they owe him too much to hold a grudge and says he can take whatever the family has. 10 minutes later they arrive at the Jiang family estate, and Mo Xiao's first visit there turns awkward the instant Jiang He appears in front of them. Jiang He can barely get out his greeting, but Mo Xiao acts like he did not hear her at all and tells Jiang Shan to keep moving. Jiang Shan hurries after him, while disappointment flashes across Jiang He's face and she silently turns back toward the main hall. When Jiang Shan gently asks why things became like this, Mo Xiao answers in an icy flat tone that the Jiang he knew is dead, so there is nothing left between them. Back in the main hall, Jiang Ran asks what happened, and Jiang He admits bitterly that Mo Xiao did not even acknowledge her. Jiang Ran accepts the distance instead of forcing it, saying they are no longer on the same level and that he will find another way to repay Mo Xiao's kindness. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan leads Mo Xiao into a plain, inconspicuous room and reveals it is actually the Jiang family's warehouse. The moment he steps in, Mo Xiao is hit by shelves packed with blue and purple equipment, enough treasure to make the whole Jiang family stronger if used well. And staring at that mountain of loot, Mo Xiao asks the dangerous question with a straight face. If he can take anything, can he just take all of it? At the Jiang family warehouse, Mo Xiao dryly asks if taking anything means he can take everything, and Jiang Shan instantly retreats from his own joke. When Mo Xiao questions why the equipment is piled out in the open, Jiang Shan shows off the real warehouse system and admits he had made it look dramatic on purpose. Jiang Shan filters the giant inventory down to weapons and shields, giving Mo Xiao a clean list and permission to pick what he wants. Mo Xiao quickly selects a full spread of weapon types, planning to feed his 1000 Mechanisms umbrella enough forms to make his fighting style wildly unpredictable. Jiang Shan is startled by how much Mo Xiao takes, but once he sees the picks are only blue and purple gear, he lets it pass with forced generosity. Jiang Shan asks to watch the assembly, but Mo Xiao shuts that down immediately, and keeps the umbrella's creation method a strict secret. Mo Xiao offers a later spar as a hint instead, packs up the gear, and leaves with Jiang Shan promising to watch his college exam performance. Back in his shabby room, Mo Xiao spreads the haul across the floor and realizes the best pieces are only 2 purple items, with the rest still blue. The Sword Emperor pops out and frowns at the cheap-looking materials, thinking Mo Xiao is insulting a rainbow weapon with blue equipment. Mo Xiao reminds him about his rubbing talent, and the Sword Emperor immediately realizes he forgot the most broken part of Mo Xiao's toolkit. Mo Xiao starts rubbing the equipment one by one, and cheap weapons begin evolving upward in front of the Sword Emperor's eyes. By the time he finishes, the blue gear has climbed to orange quality and the purple pieces have become red, finally giving the umbrella-worthy materials. Mo Xiao finally starts the real integration, feeding the upgraded weapons into the 1000 Mechanisms umbrella as the system asks him to confirm each weapon type. A few minutes later, the silver umbrella looks far more splendid, and Mo Xiao can tell his 1000 Mechanisms umbrella has stepped into a much more dangerous class of weapon. Its new status window shocks even Mo Xiao, over 4,000 in both attack and magic, strong defenses, auto-guard, devouring growth, and full weapon transformation built into one rainbow weapon. Mo Xiao gets genuinely excited, convinced this perfected umbrella will carry him through the college entrance exam. The Sword Emperor instantly pours cold water on that confidence, saying Mo Xiao probably never needed the umbrella for an ordinary exam unless the test is inside the heaven-reaching tower. Mo Xiao freezes at the name, and says the war god already told him the college entrance exam would be held in the heaven-reaching tower. That answer makes the Sword Emperor stare at him oddly, because if the exam really uses the heaven-reaching tower, Mo Xiao's prize gear may not matter at all. When Mo Xiao demands an explanation, the Sword Emperor says modern people were clever to use the tower for testing because it shows real ability, avoids pointless deaths, and costs nothing. He explains that the heaven-reaching tower is no new invention at all, but an ancient trial structure that already existed in his own era. At first it sounds simple, roughly 100 floors of pure skill testing, each level harder than the last. When Mo Xiao asks how far he reached, the Sword Emperor proudly reveals he once climbed to the 95th floor and topped the world in his age. But the real problem comes next. the Sword Emperor says the tower is a world law instance that does not let challengers rely on their normal power. Inside the tower, everyone's attributes are forcibly standardized, so even a god gets dragged down to the same temporary benchmark. Mo Xiao is stunned by the idea of universal stat suppression and asks the obvious next question about equipment. The answer lands even harder. Personal gear cannot be brought in, and challengers can only pick from system-provided equipment available inside the tower. The Sword Emperor softens that blow slightly by saying the tower still provides any weapon type that truly exists in the world. That makes Mo Xiao ask about the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella itself, and even the Sword Emperor can only admit a self-made weapon like this may be beyond the tower's known catalog. Mo Xiao presses further about skills, trying to find out what part of his strength will still belong to him once the tower strips everything else away. The Sword Emperor explains that Mo Xiao can still use his own skills, but gear skills are gone and everything inside the tower is limited to what a level 20 ordinary professional can support. Mo Xiao quietly absorbs that and asks if the Sword Emperor himself can at least accompany him as part of his abilities. The Sword Emperor says no, pets may enter the heaven-reaching tower, but a wandering soul like him could only follow silently and would not be able to speak. Even after hearing all that, Mo Xiao stays unexpectedly calm and decides the next month and a half of combat training will be enough to carry him through. That answer finally pleases the Sword Emperor, who laughs in approval as Mo Xiao leans into skill and practice instead of panic. Mo Xiao adds that most of his skills do not drain many resources anyway, so the tower's restrictions should still leave him room to fight. The Sword Emperor warns him not to get careless, because Mo Xiao's red tier skills may still cost too much mana once the tower clamps him down to level 20 limits. Mo Xiao waves off the discouraging tone and snaps back that the Sword Emperor sounds more eager to scare him than help him. The Sword Emperor hurriedly denies that and reveals one more crucial rule: no one truly dies inside the heaven-reaching tower. He explains that the tower exists to test and temper humanity, so when challengers are about to die, the system ejects them instead of letting them perish. Mo Xiao immediately follows the logic to retries, and the Sword Emperor confirms challengers can go back in after meeting conditions, with bonus chances every 20 floors. The more the Sword Emperor talks, the more the heaven-reaching tower starts sounding to Mo Xiao like a giant game built to train people. The Sword Emperor agrees in part, but warns that this tower is more than a game because it is a true sharpening stone for humanity, and something humans can never surpass. That claim stops Mo Xiao cold, and he ends the chapter by asking the one question that matters next: what happens if someone actually clears the heaven-reaching tower? After hearing no one has ever cleared the heaven-reaching tower, Mo Xiao asks the Sword Emperor what waits at the top. The Sword Emperor admits the final reward is basically legend, but he faintly remembers one rumor: a clearer might earn a chance to make a wish to the laws of the world. Mo Xiao quietly takes that impossible-sounding reward seriously and stores it away as a future goal. With only a month and a half left, the Sword Emperor pushes him to use the time well, and Mo Xiao decides to rest for half a day before training starts. An hour later, the story cuts to the Hall of Heroes, where a refined woman sits alone in a command hall ringed by screens watching the whole Tianyuan battlefield. When Su Jin arrives, Yao Shi opens the illusory door with a thought, and Su Jin rushes in like an excited child returning to her master. Yao Shi gently teases her for still acting spoiled, while Su Jin grins and admits she came because she missed her master. Yao Shi reminds Su Jin she is supposed to be resting before helping guard the battlefield during the college entrance exams, but Su Jin says she came to deliver something and report on a potential disciple. Yao Shi immediately pushes back, because she never agreed to accept the boy yet, and planned to wait until the exams to judge him properly. Su Jin blurts out that waiting is too dangerous, because Yan Zhantian is already trying to steal Mo Xiao away from Yicheng. That gets Yao Shi's attention, and she starts wondering what kind of talent could make Su Jin this protective. Su Jin insists she is not being emotional and points to Mo Zhao's real result. He was the top contributor in Yicheng's city defense battle. Yao Shi remembers Yan Zhantian already called her about this boy before, and admits she only managed to stall him for the moment. Su Jin flares up at the thought of Yan Zhantian circling Mo Xiao, but Yao Shi tells her not to panic and says they can simply work harder to recruit him first. A new voice cuts in from behind them and ruins that confidence, because Yan Zhantian has already arrived in person. Yan Zhantian casually sits beside Yao Shi and says he came back early for the future of humanity, making his pitch sound much bigger than a normal disciple dispute. Yao Shi doubts his dramatic wording, so Yan Zhantian bluntly says Mo Xiao must have some unique talent, even if he still cannot identify it. To prove it, Yan Zhantian lays out Mo Xiao's absurd progress. Only level 25, an orphan, already wearing a full red set and holding at least 3 red skills. Yao Shi is visibly shaken by those numbers, and Su Jin can only confirm them with a reluctant nod even though she hates giving Yan Zhantian ammunition. When Yao Shi asks how long it has even been since Mo Xiao changed classes, Yan Zhantian answers for her: only half a month, and he met the boy on day 1. Yan Zhantian adds that Mo Xiao got an orange weapon on the very first day, making it clear this growth is far beyond normal luck. By now Yao Shi understands he is aiming at something larger than stealing one disciple, so she asks him to say it outright. Yan Zhantian finally states the idea plainly, Since Mo Xiao is a solo class, all 3 war gods could teach him, so he wants the boy to become their shared disciple. Before Yao Shura can answer, she calls for their leader's opinion, and a golden figure materializes in front of them. The first war god does not reject the plan, but she sets a brutal condition first. Mo Xiao must clear the 30th floor of the heaven-reaching tower in a single try. Su Jiner instantly jumps up, because even she needed 20 attempts to beat that floor, so the test is obviously monstrous. A month and a half later in Yicheng, Mo Xiao finally emerges from training carrying 2,000 mechanisms umbrellas and heads straight for Jiangshan. Jiangshan jokes that Mo Xiao has already challenged every big name in the city, and wonders if he came for another real fight. Mo Xiao insists he is only here to spar and sharpen his combat skills, not to take anyone's face, but Jiangshan can tell the wording changes nothing. Without wasting more time, Mo Xiao sends the spar request, and Jiangshan accepts so he can see how far this monster has grown. As the duel countdown ends, Mo Xiao pulls both umbrellas free and transforms them before Jiangshan's eyes. One umbrella compresses into a sleek longsword while the other blooms into a heavy shield, showing he can split offense and defense at once. Jiangshan recognizes the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella immediately and praises it as the perfect solo weapon just as the spar begins. The instant the match starts, Jiangshan vanishes with assassin speed and tries to strike from behind. Mo Xiao reacts in time and slams his shield sideways, landing a perfect block that nullifies the hit completely. Jiangshan is still stunned by that timing when Mo Xiao counters, and the sword in his hand suddenly extends into a spear to catch him from farther away than expected. The hit is deliberately light, and Mo Xiao calmly admits he avoided Jiangshan's weak points because he wants the fight to last longer. Then Mo Xiao shifts again, turning the spearhead into a crystal-tipped staff and casting flame entanglement straight at Jiangshan. Jiangshan escapes the vines with an illusory movement skill and launches himself back in, only to miss the tiny trap waiting under his next step. His footing breaks, he tumbles hard, and Mo Xiao instantly converts both weapons into hand cannons to punish the opening. The twin shots explode beside Jiangshan instead of on top of him, another clear sign that Mo Xiao is still controlling the damage. Now grinning for real, Jiangshan asks if he can stop holding back too, and Mo Xiao agrees without hesitation. Jiangshan disappears again, and this time his blade slips through first, carving into Mo Xiao before he can turn. A second and then a third strike follow from impossible angles, and even Mo Xiao's reflexes cannot fully keep up with the speed. Jiangshan finally shows the trick behind that speed and reminds Mo Xiao what a level 77 Phantom Hunter can do, with one real body and one visible phantom moving beside it. Even against that pressure, Mo Xiao snaps the umbrella into dagger form and starts parrying the twin attacks at matching speed. Jiangshan is shocked that Mo Xiao can even read those attack angles, and that tiny hesitation is all Mo Xiao needs. Mo Xiao suddenly closes the gap, lets his weapons vanish from his hands, and drives a bare powerful punch straight into Jiangshan's chest. Mo Xiao wins the spar, copies Jiangshan's shadow clone skill, and finally breaks through to level 30 after a month and a half of grinding. Jiangshan walks over still sore and asks how Mo Xiao's over-the-top weapon transformation let him beat a level 70 opponent in the end. Mo Xiao answers honestly that the boxing gloves were in their highest damage form, so he just rushed in to finish the fight fast. That answer only makes Jiangshan more annoyed, because being dropped that quickly by someone so much lower level feels ridiculous. When Mo Xiao casually reminds him he had already landed 2 earlier hits, Jiangshan realizes Mo Xiao had been holding back just to extend the spar. Mo Xiao even says he only wanted to spar longer and did not expect Jiangshan to be this disappointing, which leaves Jiangshan completely speechless. After venting, Jiangshan reins himself in and switches from bruised pride to serious advice about tomorrow's college entrance exam. Jiangshan warns that the heaven-reaching tower is nothing like dungeon leveling, because normal attributes and equipment do not help once the test begins. Mo Xiao says he already knows, and Jiangshan assumes Su Jiner must have briefed him about the tower. Then Jiangshan gives Mo Xiao the part he really cares about. The tower can even reproduce a custom weapon like the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella. Jiangshan explains that the heaven-reaching tower scans a candidate's gear, recreates self-made weapons with standard-like stats, and still preserves special functions like the umbrella's transformations. That finally puts Mo Xiao at ease, because he has spent more than a month mastering the umbrella's many forms and did not want that effort wasted inside the exam. Just as Mo Xiao is thinking it through, Jiangshan tells him to stop daydreaming and go make his final preparations for departure this afternoon. Mo Xiao is caught off guard when Jiangshan reminds him they have to leave for the capital today because the exam starts tomorrow. Jiangshan can only sigh at Mo Xiao's cluelessness, then orders him to meet at the teleportation array at 2 o'clock sharp. Mo Xiao agrees and leaves, while Jiangshan watches him go with a crooked smile and quietly hopes this strange kid can bring Yicheng a strong result. Back in his shabby room a few minutes later, Mo Xiao drops onto the bed and lets the reality sink in that the college entrance exam is finally here. He immediately opens his character panel and dumps all 10 new free points into strength before the trip. Looking at his absurdly inflated stats, Mo Xiao grins, but he still wonders how brutally the heaven-reaching tower will cut them down. The Sword Emperor drifts out and bluntly tells him the tower will leave him with less than a tenth of that panel, though his skills should still carry him. When Mo Xiao presses for details, the Sword Emperor says the tower sounds simple on paper but only feels terrifying once you enter it yourself. He gives one example. Even a first-floor task like killing 10 monsters becomes hard when the environment and sealed-down stats are working against you. Mo Xiao accepts that he will only understand the test once he sees it tomorrow, so there is no point worrying over unknowns tonight. Asked if he is nervous, Mo Xiao says he truly is not, because exam rankings will not decide whether he can keep living and growing stronger. The Sword Emperor thinks that mindset is a little broken, but Mo Xiao just shrugs it off and admits he is more excited to test how high he can climb. The Sword Emperor confidently says his guidance should get Mo Xiao to the 20th floor in one run. Mo Xiao answers by setting his own goal even higher at the 30th floor, saying people need dreams in case one actually comes true. After that bold claim, Mo Xiao tells the Sword Emperor to wake him later and falls asleep almost instantly. Left alone with his thoughts, the Sword Emperor gazes into the distance and murmurs that he has not seen the heaven-reaching tower in hundreds of years. 3 hours later, Yicheng's teleportation square is packed with noisy examinees gathering to leave for the capital. Mo Xiao arrives right before 2, ignores the noise, and slips into a quiet corner to wait with his eyes closed. The moment Jiang Shan appears and shouts for silence, the whole square snaps quiet and all eyes turn toward him. Mo Xiao takes one look, realizes this is just another official speech, and goes right back to half-dozing instead of listening. Jiang Shan gives the candidates a long lecture, boasting that some among them have already reached level 30 and warning the overconfident not to assume the exam is in the bag. After dragging it out for half an hour, Jiang Shan finally activates the array and starts sending candidates to the capital in batches of 100. Mo Xiao waits until the final batch, then steps into the array just as Jiang Shan calls out that Yicheng's reputation is in his hands. Before leaving, Mo Xiao learns Jiang Shan is staying behind in Yicheng, and that Fang Chang will lead the team from here on. Mo Xiao tells Jiang Shan to wait for good news, and the last flash of blue light carries him away with the rest of the batch. When Mo Xiao opens his eyes again, he finds himself in the gigantic teleportation square of the capital, Yanlong Bay City, far grander than anything he has seen before. Above the square, floating illusion screens sort the arriving cities by strength, and Yicheng is stuck near the bottom as one of the weakest. With Yicheng's array going dark as the last arrival, a powerful voice suddenly booms over the entire plaza to welcome the candidates. Chu Feng, the capital's city lord, appears in the air and formally welcomes everyone to Yanlong Bay City before tomorrow morning's exam. Chu Feng tells them to rest well in the capital today and save their strength for the test starting at 9 tomorrow. Dozens of officials move in immediately after the speech and start guiding the sea of candidates toward the residential area. Once the crowd thins, Chu Feng lands and asks for the final headcount, learning that 4,271 candidates from 36 base cities made it this year. The lower number bothers Chu Feng, and the official reminds him the demon attacks on base cities this year made a sharp drop unavoidable. When Chu Feng checks the exam preparations, he hears that the heaven-reaching tower is ready but the first 2 test grounds are still being built out. The official admits those extra tests are taking so long because they were only added this year and need heavy manpower. Chu Feng reveals why he insisted on adding them. The tower only admits 10 people at a time, so they need early elimination rounds or the exam would drag on for more than 10 days. Asked if that risks filtering out hidden talent too early, Chu Feng coldly says anyone who cannot clear those tests would only waste time in the tower anyway. After ordering final preparations for tomorrow, Chu Feng ends the briefing and the official hurriedly obeys. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor circles Mo Xiao in amazement at the scale of the capital, and Mo Xiao agrees that this one square alone feels nearly half the size of Yicheng. The Sword Emperor guesses humanity may once have been packed into one huge city before expanding outward, but Mo Xiao shrugs off the history and keeps his focus on the exam ahead. At the heaven-reaching tower entrance, Chu Feng arrives and immediately bows to the graceful archmage Yao Shura with old-fashioned respect. Yao Shura finds his formality funny, and Chu Feng awkwardly changes the subject by asking where the fire god went. Yao Shura points behind her and casually reveals that Yan Zhantian went into the tower himself just to play around. A moment later, the tower doors open and Yan Zhantian strolls out, joking that he only made it to around the 60th floor before getting kicked out. Yao Shura instantly calls him lazy and threatens to drag him to the Tianyuan battlefield for proper training after the exam. Caught between 2 arguing war gods, Chu Feng nervously asks what brought them here in person. Yao Shura says they are only checking how the college entrance exam preparations are going, which lets Chu Feng relax a little. Chu Feng explains that all candidates have already arrived, they rest today, and the testing starts the next morning. When Yan Zhantian asks about the 2 extra tasks this year, Chu Feng admits he added them to cut people faster and save time before the tower test. Yan Zhantian shrugs and leaves the management to him, so Chu Feng quickly promises he will handle the assessments properly. Then Yan Zhantian suddenly asks whether the examinees from Yicheng Base City have arrived. Chu Feng confirms Yicheng's candidates are here, and Yan Zhantian casually tells him to reserve 2 observer seats for them. Yao Shura then raises it to 3 seats because she plans to bring her disciple to watch too. Yan Zhantian follows up with one more order, put Yicheng Base City first in the preliminary assessment. The two war gods walk off still bickering, leaving Chu Feng staring after them and wondering what is so special about tiny Yicheng. A nearby subordinate suggests the war gods may have spotted a disciple candidate in Yicheng, and that rumor instantly sharpens Chu Feng's thinking. Jealous and calculating, Chu Feng orders the Yicheng candidates to face stricter selection and pushes his people to eliminate them all if possible. The next morning, Mo Xiao and the other candidates are led to a huge square divided into many crude wooden assessment rooms instead of going straight into the heaven-reaching tower. As confusion spreads through the crowd, Mo Xiao also realizes this exam is already different from every normal tower test. Chu Feng steps out before the examinees and starts explaining why this year's college entrance exam is not beginning inside the heaven-reaching tower. He explains that he added 2 extra assessments first, and only the people tough enough to survive them will even get a chance to enter the tower. Then Chu Feng calls Yicheng Base City first, and the square erupts with instant ridicule from candidates who have never even heard of the place. Hearing the contempt around him, Mo Xiao quietly frowns, already sensing the mood turn hostile toward Yicheng. The Sword Emperor's remnant soul appears beside Mo Xiao and warns him that something about these sudden rule changes feels wrong. He cannot prove it, but his battle-hardened intuition says that putting Yicheng first is definitely bad news. Mo Xiao dryly mocks that strong intuition, and the Sword Emperor puffs up and insists it has saved him from danger countless times. Mo Xiao lands one more sarcastic jab, and the Sword Emperor is still glaring when he suddenly senses someone nearby and freezes. The moment he realizes Su Jiner is here, the Sword Emperor panics, dives back into Mo Xiao's body, and hurriedly tells him to be careful. Mo Xiao looks around in confusion, but still cannot spot Su Jiner, so he stops dwelling on it and follows the crowd into the assessment area. On the north viewing platform above the square, Su Jiner sits beside Yao Shi and keeps searching the crowd for Mo Xiao anyway. Yan Zhantian teases her for obviously looking for Mo Xiao, and Su Jiner instantly bristles and denies it. Yao Shi gently tells Su Jiner to sit still because once the assessment starts, she will be able to lock onto the person she wants to watch. As they wait, Yan Zhantian notices Chu Feng is still missing and asks where he has gone. Yao Shi says Chu Feng is probably still arranging personnel, and right then he comes through the door apologizing for the delay. Yan Zhantian does not care about the apology and asks straight out what today's first assessment actually is. Chu Feng only smiles and says they can wait a little longer, leaving the 3 observers with nothing to do but watch for the assessment to begin. Inside one of the partition rooms, Mo Xiao meets a single uniformed proctor who greets him as Candidate 124. Mo Xiao is surprised there is a one-on-one proctor for each person, and the man calmly tells him to just call him teacher. When Mo Xiao asks what he is supposed to do, a small blue magic circle suddenly lights up under his feet. The proctor explains that this is only a staging room, and the real test site lies somewhere else entirely. That answer immediately brings back the Sword Emperor's warning, and Mo Xiao's bad feeling gets stronger. The proctor tries to reassure him that the exam is safe, but still refuses to reveal the rules before teleportation. With no better option, Mo Xiao stops pressing, closes his eyes, and waits in silence for the exam to start. About 10 minutes later, the proctor calls his full number and name and tells him to step into the array because the assessment is beginning. Mo Xiao strides into the circle, and a countdown flashes as the teleportation array erupts in dazzling blue light. In the next instant, Mo Xiao and the other Yicheng examinees vanish together in synchronized blue teleportation light. When the light fades, Mo Xiao opens his eyes inside a dense primeval forest where even the sunlight can barely get through. A system announcement names this place Assessment Zone 1, the Death Forest, and lays out the brutal rules in front of him. The exam turns out to be a shrinking survival match. Reach the center, avoid the poison perimeter, and outlast everyone until only 10 candidates remain. Mo Xiao quickly recognizes the setup as a battle royale, and he is calm about it because he does not think any Yicheng examinee can stop him. Without hesitation, Mo Xiao heads deeper into the Death Forest to start the hunt on his own terms. Outside the test, Chu Feng secretly opens a private chat and asks whether the special arrangements inside the forest are ready. His people report that they boosted the Death Forest's monster density and strength, planted 10 level 2 professionals as hidden obstacles, and even lowered the number of passing spots. Satisfied, Chu Feng orders them to keep it up and says that once he identifies the person the war gods care about, they should do everything possible to eliminate him in this round. Before Chu Feng can continue, Yan Zhantian calls over that the exam has begun and asks him to explain the rules to the observers. On the viewing platform, Yan Zhantian agrees that the Death Forest is a real test, but he still asks Chu Feng if the exam is too dangerous for the candidates. Chu Feng answers coolly that danger is normal in a world ruled by strength, and only people who can survive that danger deserve to carry the future. Chu Feng adds that every student is being watched and will be teleported out if their life is truly in danger, which finally eases Yan Zhantian a little. Yan Zhantian pulls up Mo Zhao's screen at once, and behind him Chu Feng watches that image with a quiet, nasty smile. Inside the Death Forest, Mo Xiao casually blows apart a level 15 wild boar with a fireball and immediately feels that this test is easier than expected. When he checks the result, Mo Xiao realizes the trial gives no experience and no drops, so to him the whole setup already feels dull. A terrified candidate suddenly runs toward him begging for help, but before the man can finish, the surrounding trees whip around and trap him. Mo Xiao calmly speaks to the hidden proctor watching the exam and tells them to teleport the trapped man away before his damage kills him outright. A blue flash takes the candidate out, and Mo Xiao confirms that the people monitoring the test really can hear him. He knows he could kill people before any rescue arrives, but since this is only an assessment, Mo Xiao decides there is no need to be that ruthless yet. That quiet moment ends when the ground starts to tremble, and Mo Xiao turns to face the pitch-black forest ahead. A whole herd of wild boars bursts out of the trees and charges straight at him, but Mo Xiao does not even bother to step back. He draws 2,000 mechanisms umbrellas, reshaping one into a bow and the other into an arrow as if the herd is barely worth his attention. With a single rain of arrows, Mo Xiao turns one shot into a storm and wipes out the entire boar pack in seconds. When the arrows fly back into his hand, Mo Xiao only wonders if he overdid it before walking on, still bored. 20 minutes later, outside the stands, Chu Feng finally loses patience and demands to know why every random event thrown at Mo Xiao has failed. The staff admit they already used the special events, but Mo Xiao even blocked lightning with his shield, so none of it worked. He learns that 3 level 2 professionals already tried to take Mo Xiao down and were all beaten back, which leaves him openly stunned. When even Mo Xiao's attribute panel cannot be detected, Chu Feng grits his teeth and orders all 10 level 2 professionals to surround him instead. He goes even further and orders death breath prepared, deciding that the area can be wrecked as long as Mo Xiao is not killed on the spot. Back in the forest, Mo Xiao stands at the map's center with nobody daring to approach, because the remaining candidates all know fighting him is suicide. Since force and persuasion both fail on him, the other I Ching candidates simply avoid him and fight each other instead, leaving Mo Xiao with nothing to do. That stalemate breaks when a fireball suddenly flies at Mo Xiao's face out of nowhere. Mo Xiao does not even dodge, and the hit lands for a pathetic -1. A black-robed mage steps out in disbelief, shocked that the ambush did nothing to him. Mo Xiao answers with his own exploding fireball, and only a hastily raised shield keeps the mage from being blown apart. An arrow follows right after, but Mo Xiao leans back, snatches it out of the air with his white-gloved hand, and sends it straight back. The archer yelps and stumbles out, and Mo Xiao dryly counts the enemy lineup, already expecting the rest of the team to show themselves. A heavy sword suddenly crashes toward his face, and Mo Xiao instantly brings up a long sword to block it without any strain. Watching the screen, Yan Zhantian quietly points out to Yao Shura that Mo Xiao is obviously being singled out, even if Su Jiner has not noticed it yet. Yan Zhantian explains that almost every special difficulty has been piled onto Mo Xiao, and the events hitting him are several times harsher than what anyone else is facing. Once Su Jiner checks the other screens and sees Mo Xiao facing 10 level 2 professionals alone, she is instantly furious at how unfair it is. Yao Shura stays calm and says a disciple chosen by all 3 of them should survive even harsher trials, because their real standard is reaching level 30. Su Jiner still hates the unfairness, so Yao Shura finally soothes her by promising that if Mo Xiao really becomes their disciple, they will make this up to him later. Back in the forest, Mo Xiao faces all 10 level 2 professionals and asks them flatly if they really have to come looking for trouble with him. The team feeds him a fake story about bad luck, and Mo Xiao almost laughs in their faces because nobody could seriously believe that excuse. When they stop pretending and admit they are here to kill him, Mo Xiao's face goes completely cold. The instant one warrior finishes speaking, Mo Xiao vanishes so fast the man cannot even track him. A string of system alerts rings in the last survivor's ears as all 9 of his teammates die before they can even be teleported away. Before the last man can beg for mercy, Mo Xiao drives a short blade through his chest and ends the ambush with one final overwhelming strike. He calmly turns the short blade back into the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella and openly mocks the people watching from outside for sending such weak tricks after him. Outside the arena, Yan Zhantian bursts out laughing because Mo Xiao clearly figured out the setup, while Chu Feng goes pale under that reaction. Instead of stopping him, Yan Zhantian goads Chu Feng on and says a proud brat like Mo Xiao should be hit even harder, so he should feel free to keep going. That leaves Chu Feng wondering if he guessed wrong about Mo Xiao's importance, and after a hard pause he decides to escalate all the way anyway. Chu Feng finally sends the command to activate the highest level death breath. Back in the death forest, the ground around Mo Xiao suddenly starts shaking much more violently than before. The earth splits open under him in spreading purple cracks, and the eerie light rising from them gives the whole area a deeply wrong feeling. Mo Xiao recognizes the danger at once, drops the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella into his hand, and turns it into 2 giant shields. He immediately activates dragon wings and lifts off the collapsing ground, choosing the air before whatever is buried below can reach him. Watching the spreading purple disaster, Yan Zhantian asks if Chu Feng is trying to wipe out everyone at once, and Chu Feng answers that he already warned the others to hide in safe zones. On the viewing platform, Yan Zhantian sees Chu Feng openly grinding his teeth at Mo Xiao and realizes this local suppression of outside candidates has probably been going on for a long time. Yao Shura quietly agrees this exam culture needs a cleanup, and Yan Zhantian says letting people like this keep control will rot Dragon Nation from the inside. Inside the Death Forest, Mo Xiao shoots upward into the sky, using the arena's lack of height limit to buy himself a little space from the incoming death breath. Half a minute later, a deafening roar erupts below him and a huge purple beam blasts straight up through the forest toward the sky. Instead of fleeing again, Mo Xiao suddenly stops in midair and raises his shield head-on, betting everything on one brutal block. Watching from outside, Chu Feng sneers that even third-rank professionals could die to this death breath, while Su Jiner gets so angry she wants to hit him herself. Yan Zhantian stops Su Jiner and tells her to wait, because revenge is better when the person wronged settles it himself. The first death breath slams into Mo Xiao, and he swings his shield hard enough to trigger a giant red turtle phantom that bends the beam completely back toward the ground. But the trap is nastier than expected, because a second purple pillar follows right behind the first, and gives him no time to breathe. Mo Xiao shouts for his shield to block again, but this time the impact blasts him upward and tears 24,000 HP off him in one hit. When the light finally vanishes, Mo Xiao is still alive with only 600 HP left, and even he exhales in shock at how close that came to forcing his life-saving skill. Outside the arena, Chu Feng stares in disbelief because 24,000 damage should have killed any normal level 30 examinee several times over. Yan Zhantian answers coolly that Mo Xiao simply has absurdly high health, then flips the pressure back by asking why an exam for fresh graduates contains a weapon this lethal in the first place. He presses even harder, pointing out that Mo Xiao's shield reduced most of the damage, which means the original attack power may have exceeded 100,000. Yan Zhantian pats Chu Feng's shoulder with a cold warning and tells him to spend the exam time thinking up a decent excuse before they deal with this for real. Yao Shura cuts in and orders the next batch prepared, adding that after an assessment this dangerous the examinees inside need time to rest. Now thoroughly cowed, Chu Feng nods again and rushes off to make arrangements. Su Jiner still complains that they let Chu Feng off too easily, but Yao Shura repeats that some grudges are better left for the victim to settle personally. Bored of waiting, Su Jiner declares she's going to find Mo Xiao and heads out at once. After she leaves, Yan Zhantian and Yao Shura decide this round is no longer worth watching and drift off together for a quieter talk. As they leave together, Yan Zhantian asks what Yao Shura thinks of Mo Xiao, and she admits the boy's showing was genuinely unusual. What impresses her most is the shield counterattack, because even she did not expect Mo Xiao to bounce a death breath back like that. Yan Zhantian grins that Mo Xiao has grown a lot in just a month, and both of them agree a talent like this deserves real cultivation. 10 minutes later, a blue flash sends Mo Xiao back to the small return room, where the proctor now stares at him like he just watched a monster walk out alive. When Mo Xiao asks if something is wrong, the rattled proctor hurriedly congratulates him on passing and tells him to go rest while waiting for the next assessment notice. Mo Xiao starts to leave but turns back with a pointed warning, making it clear he has noticed people were targeting him and expects no tricks about the second exam. After leaving the room, Mo Xiao walks away from the square planning to rest, but two guards suddenly step in front of him and block the exit. Their move puts him on edge instantly, and Mo Xiao grabs the myriad manifestations umbrella on his back, ready to attack if this turns ugly. The guards say Chu Feng ordered that no examinee may leave before the day's exam ends, and their smug tone makes it sound more like a provocation than a rule. Before the standoff can escalate, Su Jiner arrives from behind and sharply warns the guards not to offend someone they cannot afford to offend. The guards' attitude changes on the spot, and Mo Xiao is genuinely surprised to see Su Jiner here at all. Su Jiner says she came with her master and that Yan Zhantian also watched his fight, and both of them seemed satisfied with what they saw. Then she grabs his arm and decides the matter for him, dragging Mo Xiao off to meet Yao Shura in person. Left behind, the two guards can only stare and realize too late that the candidate they just provoked is close to the Archmage's disciple. Meanwhile, Yan Zhantian and Yao Shura have drifted into the sky above the exam square, where he lazily claims standing in midair is better than finding a seat. Yao Shura teases that his artistic mood has already been ruined, because Su Jiner has successfully tracked them down and is bringing Mo Xiao up. Su Jiner arrives cheerfully, complains that they picked too hard a place to spot, and openly presents Mo Xiao to her master in advance. Yao Shura mildly reminds her that she still has not agreed to accept Mo Xiao as a disciple, but Su Jiner answers with full confidence that she will. Prompted by Su Jiner's pleading look, Mo Xiao steps forward and formally greets Yao Shura with proper respect. Yao Shura tells him not to be so stiff around them, but the moment she studies his face more closely, she suddenly freezes. She says she feels like she has seen him somewhere before, and even Mo Xiao can only deny it because he has never left Yicheng in his life. What really catches Yao Shura's attention is his eyes, because they remind her of someone buried deep in her memory, and that thought makes Yan Zhantian silently narrow his own eyes. After a brief pause, Yao Shura asks Mo Xiao to come with her because she wants to question him in private. Su Jiner immediately tries to listen in too, but Yao Shura firmly leaves her behind with Yan Zhantian and promises this is only a conversation. Yao Shura turns and flies off into the distance, and Mo Xiao follows without argument. Su Jiner pouts and tries to chase after them anyway, but Yan Zhantian stops her and says her master has reasons for asking that boy alone. Su Jina says she knows her master will not hurt Mo Xiao and admits the real problem is simple curiosity, ending the moment still frustrated and nosy. Away from the others, Yao Shura drops the polite distance and tells Mo Xiao to call her Aunt Yao. Mo Xiao immediately calls out her tactic, asking if she is trying to get close so he will not lie to her. Instead of denying it, Yao Shura smiles brighter and admits he is right, which makes the exchange feel even more serious. Mo Xiao tells her to ask directly, because he has nothing to hide. Yao Shura starts with the simplest question and asks whether Mo Xiao is really his true name. Mo Xiao says he has used that name for more than 10 years and has no other one. She presses on and asks whether he moved to Yicheng, or has lived there since childhood. Mo Xiao answers truthfully that as far back as he remembers, he has always lived in Yicheng, and anything earlier is blank to him. Then Yao Shura asks about his parents, and the question lands harder than the others. Mo Xiao calmly says he is an orphan and has been alone for as long as he can remember. That answer changes Yao Shura's expression, and she stares at him like the pieces are starting to fit somewhere she does not like. She asks one more time whether he has ever seen any parents or relatives, and Mo Xiao confirms he has always been alone. Yao Shura suddenly asks his age and exact birthday, and this time even Mo Xiao stops her to ask why. She brushes it off as boring gossip, and after a brief pause Mo Xiao tells her he was born on September 1st, 2697. The moment she hears the date, Yao Shura quietly says that is enough and turns the conversation toward leaving. Mo Xiao is not satisfied and asks why she questioned him so closely if she was going to stop there. Yao Shura finally gives him a piece of the truth and says he resembles someone she once knew a long time ago. When Mo Xiao asks whether she reached any conclusion, Yao Shura refuses to say and tries to bury the whole subject. She warns that some things are not good for him to know yet, but that only makes Mo Xiao more determined. Mo Xiao says that if it concerns his own background, he deserves to know no matter the cost. After seeing he will not back down, Yao Shura offers a deal. If he can meet the standards they set for him, she will tell him everything she knows. Mo Xiao accepts the bet on the spot without any hesitation. Satisfied, Yao Shura says they should head back before Su Jina gets anxious. As she flies ahead, Yao Shura sneaks one more look back at Mo Xiao, and her eyes turn grave. The moment they return, Su Jina rushes up and demands to know what secret talk needed to happen out of earshot. Yao Shura casually says it was nothing important, just a small bet with Mo Xiao. Su Jina perks up at the word bet, only to be disappointed again when Yao Shura keeps the details vague. To shut her down, Yao Shura makes up an excuse that the topic was not suitable for girls to hear, and Su Jina gets even more annoyed. Later, after they part ways with Mo Xiao and Su Jina, Yan Zhantian asks Yao Shura what she really learned. Yao Shura tries to downplay it as ordinary life questions, but Yan Zhantian sees at once that she came back disturbed. Pressed for the truth, Yao Shura brings up their first trip to the Tianyuan battlefield more than 10 years ago. Yan Zhantian remembers that she was separated by a trap back then and returned with the Archmage class after completing some trial. Yao Shura reveals that during that incident she ran into a boss that had broken past level 1000. Yan Zhantian is stunned that she survived at all and demands to know why she never said this before. Yao Shura says she cannot even remember what that horror told her, only that her current profession came from it. When Yan Zhantian jokes about whether the boss was handsome, Yao Shura says the face was almost identical to Mo Xiao's. That explains her interrogation, but even after saying this much, Yao Shura admits she is still deeply confused and cannot tell him everything. Back in the exam resting area, Su Jina notices Mo Xiao staring at the ranking screen and asks what has him so focused. Mo Xiao says he is watching the list of candidates who cleared the assessment, even though he already passed himself. Su Jina teases him about worrying over future rivals, but Mo Xiao quietly reminds her there is always someone stronger. Then the screen refreshes with 20 new qualifiers, and even Su Jina can see how blatantly the exam organizers are bending rules. Mo Xiao says he does not care about their targeting anymore, because the real problem is the name at the top of the board. Everyone else on that list lasted 10 to 20 minutes, but the first place candidate finished the whole group in just 5.5 minutes. Su Jina finds that timing almost impossible, and suspects the whole group may have thrown the test to push one person through. Mo Xiao gives only a non-committal reply, then keeps watching the board for hours as the rest of the assessment plays out. Several hours later in the city lord residence, Chu Feng asks for the day's assessment report with Mo Xiao already on his mind. The subordinate says every candidate was manageable except Mo Xiao, whose strength was far beyond what someone his age should have. When Chu Feng demands Mo Xiao's level, the answer is even worse. Their methods cannot read it because Mo Xiao blocks detection and stands too high for their tools. Chu Feng curses their incompetence and shifts the conversation to Little Tian, the candidate his side has been quietly backing. The subordinate reports that Little Tian cleared his field in under 6 minutes with their help, which explains the suspicious result Mo Xiao saw on the board. Even so, when Chu Feng asks whether Little Tian can beat Mo Xiao, his own assistant hesitates and says they should avoid that matchup if possible. Chu Feng drops that topic and asks about tomorrow's monster assessment instead. The report says tomorrow's trial is prepared with 270 level 35 elite monsters, which sounds normal until Chu Feng asks for the strongest creature they have. When he hears they also have a level 60 boss in reserve, Chu Feng smiles and decides to swap it into Mo Zhao's test by calling it a simple mistake. His assistant protests that it is blatantly unfair, but Chu Feng coldly says Mo Zhao is only an orphan and nobody will seek justice if he dies. Even after being reminded that Mo Zhao is close to major figures like the War God and Su Jiner, Chu Feng insists that once Mo Zhao is dead none of that will matter. He silences the last objection with a hard reminder that he is the city lord, and the order stands. At the same time in Yao Shura's residence, Su Jiner bursts in and complains that the Yanlong side is clearly bullying Mo Zhao. Yao Shura answers dryly that the one doing most of the bullying is usually Su Jiner herself. Su Jiner ignores that and worries that tomorrow's monster test could be rigged with something far too dangerous for Mo Zhao. Yao Shura coolly replies that if Mo Zhao is as strong as Su Jiner has claimed, one terrifying monster should not be enough to break him. Before Su Jiner can keep arguing, Yao Shura asks a sharper question: can Yanlong Base City even summon level 80 or 90 monsters? When Su Jiner admits they probably cannot, Yao Shura reminds her that she herself once bragged that Mo Zhao wiped out a level 80 plus centaur force alone. Su Jiner hastily confirms that boast was true, and her own words leave her with less and less room to panic. Yao Shura drives the point home and says that if Mo Zhao cannot handle this much pressure, he is not worth becoming the disciple of 3 war gods. With that blunt conclusion, Yao Shura ends the discussion and leaves Su Jiner alone to sigh over a worry she can no longer justify. Early the next morning, Mo Zhao returns to the exam square and sees that only 270 of the original 4,000 candidates are still standing. The square itself has changed too, shrinking from hundreds of small test areas into 4 large sections, which tells Mo Zhao the next round will be open combat. Mo Zhao quietly guesses this round will be arena fighting, but he still cannot tell whether the enemy will be other people or monsters. Before long, Chu Feng rises over the square again and starts the second day's announcements from the air. He briefly comforts the eliminated students, saying their earlier performance will still be scored for admission, then turns to today's real test. Chu Feng announces that after yesterday's survival test, today will measure their actual combat against monsters. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng projects the status panel of a level 35 elite shadow demon for everyone to see. The whole square erupts in shock, because almost all of these students are still in the teens and a level 35 elite sounds completely impossible. Chu Feng quickly calms the panic and explains they are being graded on combat performance, not expected to kill the monster. He adds that professionals will score their combat performance, only the top 100 will advance, and rescuers are standing by if anyone is in real danger. Once the noise dies down, Chu Feng officially starts the second round and calls the first batch into the field. 4 examinees step into the arenas, and giant screens above them begin showing their names and live battle feeds in real time. Watching the first battle screen, Mo Zhao realizes candidate number 1 is Yanlong Base City's top examinee, Chu Tian. At the spectator stands, Yan Zhantian suddenly asks Chu Feng to let him and Yao Shura handle the grading themselves. Chu Feng hesitates, but Yao Shura presses him with a cool smile until he has no choice but to agree. Yan Zhantian casually promises fair grading, then throws Chu Feng a pointed remark that makes the city lord lower his head and laugh awkwardly. Down in the arenas, the released elite monsters are so fast that most examinees can only dodge desperately, and try not to be killed on the spot. Only Chu Tian looks relatively comfortable, weaving around the monster and landing occasional counterattacks while everyone else struggles. Yan Zhantian notices the difference immediately, asks if Chu Tian is Chu Feng's son, and gets an eager confirmation. Then Yan Zhantian gives his verdict with brutal bluntness: not bad, but only 60 points. Around the square, local candidates start praising Chu Tian like a prodigy for fighting a level 35 elite without taking damage. Su Jiner nearly laughs, because to her this so-called amazing performance is nothing compared to what Mo Zhao can do. Her comment immediately offends the nearby Yanlong candidates, who snap that outsiders from a small place like Yicheng have no right to judge their young city lord. Mo Zhao does not bother arguing and simply tells Su Jiner they can leave, because this fight is not worth his attention. When Su Jiner asks if he at least wants to study the monster's attack style, Mo Zhao coolly says a level 35 monster teaches him nothing. He goes even further and says that based on how this exam has been run so far, he may not even get a normal level 35 opponent at all. Su Jiner asks if he is not worried at all, and Mo Zhao replies that even if Yanlong somehow brought out a level 80 monster, he still would not be afraid. That last remark draws out Chu Tian, who steps in front of them and sneers that Mo Zhao is bragging too hard. Mo Zhao recognizes the arrogant newcomer as the first examinee from earlier, but he still looks at him like someone unimportant. The young city lord keeps boasting that even he only took 60% of the elite monster's health, so he mocks Mo Zhao from Yicheng for talking big. He even reveals that Chu Feng told him to pay attention to Mo Zhao, then sneers that maybe the famous Yicheng candidate is only good at bragging. Su Jiner cuts in with a sharper insult, asking Mo Zhao if this non-stop chatterbox is supposed to be his friend. Mo Zhao says he does not know the arrogant young city lord at all, and with his own turn coming soon, he walks off without giving him any face. Being brushed off like that leaves Chu Tian furious, but during the exam he can only grit his teeth and endure it. He swallows the humiliation by fixating on one goal, becoming a war god's disciple so everything else stops mattering. About 20 minutes later, a system panel appears in front of Mo Xiao and calls him to exam room number 1. Mo Xiao tells Su Jiner it is finally his turn, and she lights up at the chance to see what tricks Yanlong Bay's city will try on him. He reassures her one last time that unless they simply throw him out, no monster they release can beat him. The moment Mo Xiao enters the room, staff around the arena start secretly passing urgent messages that the target is in place and everything is ready. Their checklist is ugly: surrender disabled, monsters prepared, traps prepared, and the whole room set to become a death match. Up on the observation platform, Chu Feng cannot hide a satisfied smile now that Mo Xiao has stepped into the rigged arena. Yan Zhantian instantly notices and dryly asks why Chu Feng looks so happy when it is Mo Xiao, not his own son, going out there. Caught off guard, Chu Feng quickly claims he is only happy because Mo Xiao is a hope for humanity, and he wants to see him succeed. Yan Zhantian laughs at that excuse, and Yao Shi follows with a quiet warning that people of the same country should not tear each other down. Chu Feng dodges the point again and hurriedly pushes them to focus on watching the match. Inside exam room number 1, Mo Xiao stands alone at the center of the field and waits for the rules to load. The system suddenly announces that the rules have been changed, and Mo Xiao is no longer allowed to surrender. A second notice cuts off all sound transmission, and a third reveals that the arena formation will boost the monster's attributes by another 20%. Mo Xiao reads the trap for exactly what it is and smiles, realizing they are openly trying to make this exam as hard as possible for him. The countdown begins anyway, and Mo Xiao stays perfectly still as the exam finally starts. At the end of the countdown, the room releases a boss instead of a normal elite monster, the Dark Night Wolf King. The giant wolf lands with green eyes glowing through its black fur, and Mo Xiao calmly sizes up the boss now crouching in front of him. Inside examination room 1, Mo Xiao calmly scans the monster in front of him and realizes the exam rigging has escalated all the way to a level 60 boss, the Dark Night Wolf King. Even after reading the boss stats, Mo Xiao stays almost bored, because a level 60 boss still does not feel dangerous to him. Outside, the other examinees erupt when they notice room 1 has a monster far stronger than anything they faced, and some already assume Mo Xiao is about to die. Su Jiner reacts the complete opposite way and excitedly urges her junior brother to insta-kill the boss just to smash everyone's disbelief. From the spectator stands, Yao Shi sees the level 60 boss and realizes someone is deliberately trying to ruin Mo Xiao's future for the sake of political favoritism. Yao Shi asks whether they should stop the assessment, but Yan Zhantian shocks her by saying the fight should continue because this is free experience for Mo Xiao. When Yao Shi still doubts it, Yan Zhantian reminds her he personally watched Mo Xiao kill level 89 centaurs and says this boss will drop the moment Mo Xiao feels like ending it. Right on cue, Mo Xiao raises his sword and unleashes shattering mountains and rivers, sending a brutal sword sheath straight through the Wolf King's head. A damage number over 30,000 pops up, and the boss dies with its eyes still wide in disbelief. The whole exam ground goes dead stunned, because a student who changed class only 2.5 months ago just hit like a high-level veteran. As the crowd starts shouting that this has to be cheating, Su Jiner basks in the chaos like she won the argument herself. On the platform, Yan Zhantian calmly notes that Mo Xiao's damage has climbed again, and Yao Shi starts wondering what special ability is hiding behind numbers that absurd. Their talk turns practical when Yan Zhantian warns that Mo Xiao's overwhelming stats may not help in the heaven-reaching tower, where raw attributes and gear lose their value. Even so, Yan Zhantian immediately declares that if Yao Shi won't take Mo Xiao, he will, only for her to coolly reveal that Su Jiner has already set her sights on this disciple. Yao Shi presses the advantage by saying Mo Xiao has already spent so much time with Su Jiner that, if he joins anyone, their side naturally has the inside track. Yan Zhantian blurts out an insult in frustration, and Yao Shi's gentle face turns cold enough to make even him instantly back down. After scolding him, Yao Shi admits the final choice still belongs to Mo Xiao, and Yan Zhantian can only sigh that she is still the better fit for a lone genius like him. Yao Shi ends the debate by saying everything depends on whether Mo Xiao can clear the tower's 30th floor, because that is the real test of whether his talent is exceptional enough. Back in the exam room, Mo Xiao gets the kill rewards and immediately grumbles that this level 60 boss dropped less than the monsters he farms outside. Since the fight is over, Mo Xiao calls for the staff to let him out, not realizing the people outside are now scrambling because their plan just failed in public. In the control area, the staff panic because their trap just failed, and Chu Feng is left watching Mo Xiao still locked inside room 1 after one-shotting the boss. When an assistant asks whether to throw in even more monsters, Chu Feng has to swallow the idea because 2 war gods are watching, so he orders Mo Xiao released. Chu Feng refuses to let the humiliation end there and decides to flood the public with a fake explanation that Mo Xiao only fought a glitch level 1 mutant no one could properly inspect. He openly admits the lie only needs to stir public opinion for now, because if they can poison Mo Xiao's mindset before the heaven-reaching tower, that may be enough. 20 minutes later, Mo Xiao is finally teleported out of the exam room and instantly feels that the crowd's eyes on him are wrong. Instead of awe, Mo Xiao is hit by open contempt as examinees repeat the rumor that he only got lucky on a level 1 trash mob and should lose his result. The accusations escalate fast, with some people demanding he withdraw from the whole assessment or face punishment from the crowd. Mo Xiao is more puzzled than rattled, and before the mob can push further, Su Jiner slips in behind him and asks if he wants her to intervene. He declines the help, saying he just wants the truth first, and decides the easiest way to talk is to leave the noise behind. Mo Xiao suddenly vanishes with blink and reappears in midair, turning his brand new movement skill into a clean escape from the mob. Su Jiner follows him up at once and is startled that he somehow copied Blink without her even noticing when he learned it. Floating above the square where the shouting can barely reach them, Mo Xiao says the sky really is the best place to talk and asks Su Jiner exactly what rumor Chu Feng spread. Su Jiner confirms that Chu Feng told everyone Mo Xiao only fought a level 1 monster, and she points out how ridiculous that is because damage like his still needs terrifying stats. When Mo Xiao asks what Chu Feng is really trying to achieve, Su Jiner admits the trick is stupid on its face and guesses he only wants the crowd to keep attacking Mo Xiao's mind. Outside the viewing stand, Chu Feng quietly asks his assistant how Mo Xiao is reacting after the exam mess. The assistant awkwardly admits Mo Xiao already slipped away into the sky with Su Jiner, so nobody on the square can even call him back. Chu Feng can only let it go for now and quietly hopes Mo Xiao is just a lucky student with nothing but high stats. By nightfall, the last batch finishes, and the staff call every examinee back together for the final results. High above the square, Mo Xiao opens his eyes and realizes the exam is finally over. Su Jiner wakes up beside him, and Mo Xiao decides to go hear the results in person so nobody can quietly throw him out. Su Jiner leaves first, and Mo Xiao drops back into a square already packed with waiting candidates. Chu Feng floats up before the whole crowd and opens with a smooth speech about how everyone has worked hard. He says only 100 students will officially advance, but even the rest still have a chance because their scores and battle videos will go to the universities. Then the results screen appears behind Chu Feng, ready to reveal the names of the students who passed. The first name announced is Mo Xiao from Yicheng, ranked first with a perfect score of 100. The square explodes with outrage as the examinees shout that Mo Xiao only got lucky and demand his score be cancelled. Their protest turns into one loud chant for a retake, and the whole square starts moving as one against him. Chu Feng seizes the moment and asks whether Mo Xiao really wants to live with the label of cheater forever. Mo Xiao does not budge and flatly says those people mean nothing to him, including Chu Feng. Just as the exchange turns sharp, Yan Zhantian suddenly appears beside Chu Feng and quietly signals Mo Xiao to cooperate. Yan Zhantian publicly backs a retake, but he adds one hard condition: if Mo Xiao still gets full marks, Chu Feng must pay compensation. Chu Feng hates the idea, but Yan Zhantian bluntly reminds him this whole mess was the city lord's mansion's mistake. Before Chu Feng can dodge again, Yan Zhantian names the compensation himself: Yanlong's hidden treasure, the Tears of Time. Once Chu Feng realizes the item is that famous useless rainbow-grade gear nobody can equip, he happily agrees to the deal. Mo Xiao hears all this and immediately feels suspicious, because anything Chu Feng agrees to that easily probably has a catch. He still refuses on the spot, openly rejecting the retake even with Yan Zhantian standing there. Caught off guard, Yan Zhantian lowers his voice and insists he is actually trying to help Mo Xiao. Yan Zhantian finally reveals the key point: the Tears of Time needs a special profession, but Mo Xiao's solo class can use gear from every profession. Before Mo Xiao can think it through, Chu Feng barges back in and hides behind Yan Zhantian's name, forcing a choice: retake now or lose this year's exam qualification. Mo Xiao gives in at last, but only after asking the obvious question of what they even expect him to fight. Yan Zhantian cuts in before Chu Feng can answer and takes full control of the supplementary exam himself. Then he snaps his fingers, and a blazing vortex of fire blooms beside him in front of the entire square. When the flames die down, Yan Zhantian reveals the retake target at last: a towering summoned flame demon soldier. Mo Xiao immediately uses illusion-breaking technique and sees the ugly truth. This so-called test target is a level 60 summon with boss-like stats and brutal fire skills. Yan Zhantian announces the rules to everyone. Mo Xiao does not need to kill it, but if he survives 15 minutes under its attacks, he gets full marks. The examinees are instantly convinced this is fair, because a war god's summon feels far more real than Mo Xiao's earlier lucky one-hit victory. Chu Feng agrees out loud, but his face sours because he knows that without Yan Zhantian personally cheating, this summon still should not stop Mo Xiao. With that settled, Yan Zhantian starts the retake and seals Mo Xiao and the flame demon soldier inside invisible barriers. Inside the arena, the flame demon soldier's eyes flare red, and the supplementary exam truly begins. Meanwhile, high above the site, Su Jiner complains that all these big figures keep watching from the sky instead of going down. Yao Shura calmly says one war god interfering is already enough, and if she also shows herself, the whole place might panic. When Su Jiner asks what all this pressure is really for, Yao Shura finally says it outright: they are pushing Mo Xiao because they want someone who can activate the Tears of Time. At Yao Shura's place, Su Jiner finally asks what the mysterious Tears of Time actually is. Yao Shura explains that Tears of Time lets its owner control time, and how far that power goes depends on when Mo Xiao gets it. When Su Jiner blurts out that this might even reverse time, Yao Shura can only admit that maybe it could. Yao Shura points Su Jiner toward Yan Zhantian instead, revealing that he owns another item called Tears of Fire. That makes Su Jiner realize the tears are part of a hidden set, and Yao Shura says only the 3 war gods in Dragon Country understand how important they are. Su Jiner eagerly asks if her master has one too, but Yao Shura says no because her abilities are not suited to that kind of equipment. Su Jiner guesses that maybe the item is not that overwhelming after all, since Yan Zhantian still cannot beat Yao Shura. Yao Shura corrects her and says Tears of Fire is actually so destructive that Yan Zhantian avoids using it on his own people, because it can even bypass system rules and become hard to control. Su Jiner sits there stunned, and Yao Shura tells her to stop dwelling on it and ask Yan Zhantian and Mo Xiao once Tears of Time shows up. Before the talk ends, Yao Shura suddenly asks if Mo Xiao has some special ability, because his power looks too exaggerated to be normal. Su Jiner hesitates but keeps Mo Xiao's secret, saying only that she promised not to tell anyone and that Yao Shura should ask him herself. That answer is enough for Yao Shura, who quietly concludes that Mo Xiao really is hiding something unusual. Back in the exam area, Mo Xiao stares at the flame demon soldier with sudden excitement as his fire god talent starts paying off. The power of the fire god lets Mo Xiao copy Yan Zhantian's summon on sight and upgrade it straight into the stronger red skill flame demon general summoning. Grinning to himself, Mo Xiao realizes he nearly forgot just how broken his fire god talent is. Instead of backing off, he boldly walks straight toward the flame demon soldier and leaves the whole arena confused. The summon answers by blasting a wave of fire at him, but the attack lands for almost nothing. Yan Zhantian immediately sees the problem and realizes Mo Xiao has fire immunity, which makes his fire summon nearly useless here. Mo Xiao keeps walking through the flames and grabs the flame demon soldier's arm so he can copy another skill at close range. That touch gives him flame assault, and his fire talent upgrades it again into the movement attack flame weave flash. Satisfied, Mo Xiao tests a few more touches for extra skills, but when nothing else drops, he decides this retest has already paid out enough. He finally steps back and, in an annoyingly good mood, asks Yan Zhantian if he wants him to save some face before ending it. Yan Zhantian instantly gets irritated and snaps back that Mo Xiao should just finish it already instead of talking nonsense. Mo Xiao stops joking, swings his sword once, and his rare instant death effect triggers on the spot. A ridiculous grey damage number erupts, and the level 60 flame demon soldier screams before exploding into scattered sparks. The entire exam site freezes in shock, because nobody can believe Mo Xiao just deleted a level 60 summon with one hit. While the crowd starts shouting about cheating, Chu Feng understands what they do not. Grade damage like that means an incredibly rare instant death effect. Yan Zhantian looks fascinated instead of angry and tells Mo Xiao that, aside from Yao Shura, he has almost never seen another instant death effect like this. Mo Xiao briefly misunderstands and asks if Yan Zhantian means Su Jiner, but Yan Zhantian explains her build is mostly summoning and not this kind of direct lethal skill. As he drops the barrier around the arena, Yan Zhantian warns that instant death is terrifying but its trigger rate is usually too low to rely on. Mo Xiao agrees and says he does not treat instant death as a main move anyway, because for him it is just a passive effect. That nearly breaks Yan Zhantian's composure, because a passive instant death effect sounds absurd even to him. After a long beat, Yan Zhantian swallows the surprise and calls it a good kind of broken instead of asking further questions. Yan Zhantian turns to Chu Feng and pointedly asks whether there could possibly still be any problem with Mo Xiao's retest. Chu Feng can only back down fast and deny that a war god would ever help someone cheat. With no room left to scheme, Chu Feng publicly announces that Mo Xiao's retest score is still a full 100 and his first place stands. He adds that the retest was supervised by a war god, which instantly shuts down the remaining protests from the candidates. Satisfied, Yan Zhantian dismisses everyone and reminds them that tomorrow's third round inside the heaven-reaching tower will be the real fair test. The moment he finishes, Yan Zhantian turns into a ball of flames and vanishes from the site. After the crowd leaves, Chu Feng's unnamed assistant nervously asks whether they should interfere again in tomorrow's assessment. Chu Feng tears into his assistant for the stupid idea, because the heaven-reaching tower cannot be tampered with, and the 2 war gods would kill them first if they tried. All Chu Feng can do now is hope the tower's stat suppression weakens Mo Xiao enough to stop him there. When the assistant still asks whether they can help Chu Tian, Chu Feng finally explodes and tells him to shut up. Chu Feng storms off and leaves his unnamed assistant standing there alone in the square. Up in the sky above the exam site, Yan Zhantian appears beside Yao Shura and Su Jiner and says he knew they were watching the whole thing. He immediately asks Yao Shura about her own instant death skill, because Mo Xiao just triggered the same kind of effect on his summon. Yao Shura says her own instant death chance is about 2%, and even for her it is more like a lucky bonus than something dependable. Yan Zhantian says they need to ask Mo Xiao for his trigger rate next time, because if every attack can proc instant death, he could become a huge weapon on future battlefields. Yao Shura instantly sees the same possibility, and Yan Zhantian says powers like this are exactly what can truly wipe out the demon clan. Just as the two war gods get carried away, Su Jiner quietly ruins the moment by reminding Yan Zhantian that he forgot to ask Chu Feng for Tears of Time. On the second morning, the surviving examinees gather back in the square, and Mo Xiao stands at the front as yesterday's only perfect scorer. Behind him, Chu Tian keeps glaring and muttering curses, but Mo Xiao barely gives him one look and ignores him completely. Chu Feng steps up again and hypes the crowd, declaring that the real college entrance exam is starting now. The examinees answer with full energy, while Mo Xiao looks as unimpressed as ever. With a grand announcement about the human race's holy land, Chu Feng activates the teleportation, and the whole square floods with blue light. Even the observers vanish in the same transfer light as everyone is sent away together. When the glare fades, Mo Xiao and the others find themselves on a floating terrace above the clouds, facing a colossal tower that disappears into the sky. Mo Xiao looks up at the tower in silent shock, because he literally cannot see where it ends. Chu Feng reappears in front of the group and announces the next test at last. They must challenge the heaven-reaching tower itself. He admits the tower's difficulty by saying even he has only reached the 45th floor, then pushes the students to believe one of them might go even higher for humanity. The crowd gets fired up by his words, but Mo Xiao stays cool and watches without sharing the excitement. Chu Feng explains the key rule. Only 10 people can enter at once, and each challenger gets just one real chance unless they clear 20 floors in a single run. When Chu Feng calls the first group, Mo Xiao steps out without hesitation and heads straight for the entrance. At the giant doors, Mo Xiao gets the system prompt and chooses to enter immediately instead of waiting on anyone else. Inside the tower interface, Mo Xiao's identity is scanned, and the system starts checking what parts of his gear can be copied into the test. The tower confirms that his 1000 mechanism umbrella and beast spirit jade can both be replicated, which catches Mo Xiao off guard. When he asks about the beast spirit jade, the tower reveals the key restriction. He can keep it because it cannot be separated from his body, but half its power will be sealed. The next skin gives him the real bad news. The tower will only make weaker copies of his 4-symbol set and preserve the umbrella's transformation function, not its full power. With no more questions, Mo Xiao accepts the start of the challenge and lets the tower send him in. Blue light tears him apart and rebuilds him on the first floor, where he finds himself standing in a huge empty grassland. The tower announces that this is the first floor and gives him 5 minutes to prepare, even though the place looks completely barren. He checks his gear first and realizes his backpack has been gutted, leaving only the copied umbrellas behind. When he reads the replica umbrella's stats, Mo Xiao is stunned by how brutally the tower has cut its power. He switches the umbrella into sword form and gets hit with the same ugly truth again. The shape-changing utility is intact, but the stats are still miserable. His 4-symbol sacred armor turns out to be no better, because the replica keeps the look of the set but only a fraction of its real attributes. Then he opens his own status panel and nearly curses, because the tower has dragged him down to level 20 with painfully low base stats. With the prep timer running out, Mo Xiao drops all 190 free points into strength, choosing the same direct fighting route as before. The countdown ends, and the first floor test is finally revealed: kill 30 wild bulls or survive their assault for 30 minutes. Almost immediately, the ground starts shaking, and a dust cloud rolls toward him with a full herd charging inside it. Mo Xiao doesn't dismiss them as fodder anymore, because in his current weakened state even basic monsters could kill him. He uses illusion-breaking technique on the lead monsters and sees the problem clearly. Each wild bull has brutal strength and dangerous charge skills. Seeing their 350 strength, Mo Xiao realizes one clean hit from these bulls could flatten his reduced tower body. He quickly checks his options, notes that some high-cost spells are off the table, and pulls out both replica umbrellas at once. When his familiar buffs still respond inside the tower, Mo Xiao realizes his skills and talents are still usable, and that changes the whole fight. He transforms both umbrellas into cannons and opens fire at full strength straight into the charging herd. The explosions rip through the first wave, killing many bulls on the spot and leaving the survivors badly wounded, and Mo Xiao finally breathes easier now that he knows his talents still work here. Outside the heaven-reaching tower, Yan Zhantian notices something off in Mo Zhao's run and asks Yao Shura if she sees it too. Yao Shura confirms the issue. The tower somehow failed to seal Mo Zhao's talent at the start. Yan Zhantian sighs that the tower has already detected the mistake, so once Mo Xiao reaches the second floor, every talent that boosts his combat power will be sealed. Yao Shura actually likes that outcome, because if Mo Xiao loses his talent buffs, they can finally see what he can really do. Yan Zhantian grins and admits he'd rather watch Mo Xiao do something even crazier and clear the whole tower in one run. Yao Shura rolls her eyes at that and reminds him Mo Xiao is still just a kid, not some monster who should clear the entire heaven-reaching tower on day one. Inside the tower, Mo Xiao weaves easily through the last few wild bulls and finishes the first floor without much effort. After the last bull drops, Mo Xiao relaxes and casually says the heaven-reaching tower doesn't seem that hard. The tower immediately corrects its mistake and announces that Mo Zhao's major combat talents are now sealed for fairness. Mo Xiao explodes in frustration, because losing those talents means his strength just dropped by several levels inside the tower. The tower coldly replies that if he has a problem with its rules, he can clear the whole thing first and change them afterward. Still irritated, MO makes sure he does not have to restart from the first floor after the tower's error. When the tower confirms his progress still counts, a staircase up and a bright exit door appear side by side in front of him. MO does not hesitate and heads straight for the stairs instead of taking the easy way out. On the second floor, the mission appears: kill 59 wild bulls and one stronger wild bull elite, with only 5 seconds to prepare. He quickly judges the real problem. The bulls themselves are manageable, but without his talents the elite is going to be the dangerous part, and the tower is not giving him any rest between rounds. The instant the countdown ends, bulls spawn all around him at once and close in from every direction. Farther back, the larger wild bull elite stays still and watches him like it actually understands the battlefield. After checking the elite's stats and nasty skill list, MO realizes the enemy got stronger at the exact moment he got weaker. When the first regular bull reaches him, MO splits the 1000 mechanism umbrella into twin giant swords and cuts it, only to see his damage is nowhere near enough anymore. Realizing brute force will be too slow, he shifts the umbrella into heavy shields and starts controlling the herd instead of trying to one-shot them. He decides not to risk a long air fight with limited mana, transforms the weapon into twin staves, and unleashes dragon language, sea of fire across the arena. To lock the swarm inside the fire, MO follows up with earth control power and binds the bulls in place with masses of soil. MO starts to smile at the setup, thinking he finally has the fight under control. That confidence vanishes when the wild bull elite roars and blasts away more than half the flames in one shot. The roar also lands a debuff on MO cutting his attack power by 20% and making an already hard fight even worse. The surviving bulls scramble out of the weakened flames, and MO realizes the tower is built to punish any lazy shortcut. So he switches to a straight duel setup, reshaping the umbrella into a silver shield and a longsword before charging the elite himself. He stacks Bruto Power and Power Halo on himself, going all in before the elite can dictate the pace. The elite answers with a brutal charge, but MO steps aside at the last instant and deflects it with an angled shield instead of stopping it head-on. MO immediately adds Advanced Fire Resistance Halo, and the off-balance elite fails to break and plows straight into its own herd behind him. That crash finally gets him a few bull kills, but the count is still nowhere near enough, so he immediately keeps pressing the elite. He changes the umbrella again into gauntlets, rushes in from behind, and lands a pair of full-force punches that carve away a huge chunk of the elite's health. The enraged elite whips around for another horn attack, but MO calmly turns his left gauntlet back into a shield and uses the bull's momentum against it again. While spinning with that opening, he turns his other hand into a dagger and drives a vicious cloud-piercing thrust into the bull's most vulnerable spot. 5 rapid hits land in the same spot, and the elite finally collapses in pure agony. With the elite dead, MO instantly shifts to cleanup mode and sprints around the arena to pull the remaining bulls after him. Once the herd is tightly packed around the elite's corpse, MO leaps up and casts Flight Spell to hang just above the trap he built. Then he finally uses Corpse Explosion, turning the elite's body into a bomb right in the middle of the herd. The explosion wipes out the entire remaining herd at once and clears the second floor in one brutal finish. The tower announces his second floor clear time of 5 minutes and 34 seconds, fast enough to earn a bonus reward. After scanning the reward choices, MO picks the mana option and raises his MP cap to 1,500, already planning for his future Skeleton Lord summon. The tower grants him 500 more MP, and MO immediately notes he is now only one more reward away from being able to summon the Skeleton Lord. When the tower asks if he wants to enter the third floor, MO decides to wait and rest instead of charging in exhausted. Outside the tower, the examinees can only whisper among themselves because everyone else is still stuck on the first floor while MO battle replay dominates the big screen. Seeing that MO cleared the second floor first and even grabbed the quick pass reward on his first try, Yen Zhantian openly praises him as an extraordinary solo fighter worth nurturing. After 10 minutes of recovery, Mo opens his eyes in the tower and is relieved that his return to origin art still works here. He gets up at once and tells the system to open the path to the next floor. A staircase appears, and Mo heads straight up without hesitation. On the third floor, the tower warns him that this test is different. He has to kill a gatekeeper boss. The boss data appears, and Mo mood drops when he sees a level 20 Lord boss with 12,000 HP, crushing strength, thick armor, and elemental reflection. He checks the summoned bull data too, and the level 10 support mobs look absurdly strong for mere summons. Realizing the boss can probably keep summoning those bulls, Mo braces himself just as the final countdown starts. When the challenge begins, a giant bull boss crashes into view in blue light, its metal bright horns instantly standing out. Mo quickly judges the matchup and grimly realizes this thing resists both magic and physical damage, so the fight will be a slow grind. Before he can even test the boss, 3 smaller bulls appear beside it and turn the opening into a 4-on-1 fight. Outside the tower, Yan Zhantian teases Yao Shi about the third floor and brings up his own old humiliation against these same bulls. Yao Shi says the real trick is finding this floor's weakness, and she immediately checks whether Su Jiner secretly told Mo Xiao the answer. Su Jiner protests that she only warned him about the tower restrictions and never spoiled the challenge method. Satisfied, Yao Shi admits she wants to see how far Mo Xiao can really go without help. Yan Zhantian turns the watch into a wager and boldly bets that Mo Xiao can reach the 25th floor. Yao Shi accepts only after naming a brutal stake. If Yan Zhantian loses, he has to cover one full shift for her. Yan Zhantian nearly explodes at the price but still agrees and pushes the same condition back onto her if he wins. Yao Shi calmly sets her own prediction lower and says Mo Xiao will top out after passing the 17th floor at most. Su Jiner jumps in too and insists that her junior brother will definitely push past the 30th floor. When Yan Zhantian asks for her stake, Su Jiner grits her teeth and pulls out a red quality staff that shocks both of them. She doubles down and says that if she wins, both elders have to grant one condition each. Back inside the tower, Mo Xiao fights like flowing water around rampaging Ironhorn and its summons, refusing to let the slower monsters pin him down. The boss keeps raging and charging, but Mo Xiao either dodges cleanly or blocks with his shield until the bulls end up bloodied instead. 20 grinding minutes later, Mo Xiao finally scrapes the Lord Boss down, and rampaging Ironhorn crashes to the ground with a shrill death cry. The tower confirms his third floor clear, but Mo Xiao still refuses to rush ahead and chooses another rest instead. As he recovers, he quietly wonders whether the next floor will bring stronger normal monsters or another boss to jump. After 10 more minutes, he climbs again and steps into a fourth floor transformed by heavy rain. The new mission sounds simple on paper, just 5 ironclad lizards, but Mo Xiao pauses at how oddly low the count is. Then 5 armored lizard men with spears appear and instantly blur away across the grassland, revealing this floor is built around speed. Their stats confirm his read. These lizards are fragile assassin types with extreme agility and dangerous burst damage. Seeing that they rely on speed, Mo Xiao chooses the simplest answer and plants himself behind his shield to let them come. The tactic works perfectly, because every lizard that dives and gets smashed back by the shield instead of landing a real hit. In just a few minutes, Mo Xiao clears the 4th floor almost entirely by bouncing the lizards to death with his shield. Time keeps moving outside, challengers rotate through the other tower slots, and Mo Xiao alone keeps climbing floor after floor. 2 hours later, he has already reached the 16th floor and finally understands the tower's pattern. Each monster type lasts 3 floors as normal mobs, then elites, then a boss. He finishes the 16th floor by killing 10 skeleton mages, but this time the win clearly costs him real effort. Dropping to the ground to rest, Mo Xiao admits the tower's scaling is brutal and starts to see why even the Sword Emperor only expected him to reach around the 20th floor. The tower warns him that the floors ahead will be even worse, so Mo Xiao presses for more information. The answer hits hard. From the 17th floor onward, there will be a boss on every single level. He immediately asks whether there are still normal monsters mixed in, but the tower cuts him off and refuses any more answers. Left with no extra clues, Mo Xiao shuts his eyes and focuses on restoring himself before the next gamble. By this point, the tower rewards have pushed his mana pool up to 3,000, giving him more room to fight with skills. 10 minutes later, he climbs once more and steps onto the 17th floor. This floor gives him no setup time at all. Under a boss's interference, he must kill 30 flying mantises or survive for 30 minutes. The threat appears instantly as 30 black flying shadows fill the sky and a gigantic circular figure drifts in behind them with 5 mantises at its side. Even Mo Xiao instinctively steps back when he sees that huge thing, because it is less like a monster and more like a flying house-sized nightmare. He tries to inspect the giant thing with illusion technique, only to learn the truth. It is a diamond-level boss the tower makes impossible to attack or properly detect. That reveal leaves Mo Xiao staring up in disbelief, because the tower is asking him to survive a swarm while an untouchable diamond boss interferes overhead. Facing the giant mother nest and a flying mantis on the 17th floor, Mo Xiao steadies himself and checks the mantis first to see what kind of fight he is trapped in. The skin shows the mantis has jumped straight to level 30, but Mo Xiao grits his teeth and decides its stats are still manageable if the nest is not even worse. To buy himself room for mistakes, Mo Xiao flips the 1000 mechanism umbrella into staff form and immediately summons the skeleton lord, even though his mana is only 3,000. Before he can settle on a plan, the mother nest shudders and spews out a cloud of black insects that swarms around the mantis. Mo Xiao scans the new insects and learns they are low-level bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes that can dodge, suck blood, share life as a swarm, and even heal allies with stolen blood. The more he reads, the more disgusted he gets, because killing every mosquito in a swarm this huge feels almost impossible. His worry turns real when one mosquito lands on his arm without warning and starts draining his health in seconds. Mo Xiao smashes the mosquito flat, only to realize the swarm can immediately refill a dying mosquito by feeding it blood from the mantis. He barely has time to curse them before 30 flying mantises dive at once and force him into defense. Mo Xiao answers with shield counter, knocking their own attacks back into them and chopping down their health bars in one exchange. That small wound dies instantly when the mantises heal right back up, and Mo Xiao realizes he either has to burst all 30 down at once or slowly grind through their shared support. Outside the tower, Yan Zhantian leans forward and practically shouts at the screen for Mo Xiao to use fire because bugs hate fire most. Su Jiner and Yao Shura stare at his excitement in disbelief, because he is acting like this one floor already decides their wager. Yan Zhantian reminds them this is the 17th floor, and if Mo Xiao clears it, Yao Shura's side loses the bet. Yao Shura pushes back hard, saying Mo Xiao's biggest problem is not power but mana, because area fire spells will drain him before this floor ends. Yan Zhantian refuses to back down and fires back that people already underestimated Mo Xiao on earlier floors and were wrong then too. Yao Shura changes the subject just enough to tease him, asking why he is not checking other candidates if he supposedly has no disciple of his own. Yan Zhantian drops all pretense and bluntly declares that Mo Xiao's talent is unmatched and that he has already decided to take him as his disciple. Back inside the tower, Mo Xiao tests a burst of fire and immediately sees mosquitoes scorched out of the air, giving him the first real answer to this floor. He commits to a normal sea of fire instead of dragon language magic, because his mana pool cannot support the stronger version here. The fire scatters the mosquitoes and catches the big mantises, setting their bodies ablaze as if they were soaked in oil. But the mosquitoes suddenly go berserk and throw themselves at him through the flames, forcing Mo Xiao to retreat as fast as he can. When running is not enough, Mo Xiao releases fire from his chest and turns his whole body into flame. Outside, Yan Zhantian is stunned when he sees fire elemental form, because that is one of his own signature skills. He mentally runs through what the skill does, realizing Mo Xiao is now immune to physical hits, burns anything that gets close, and can even fly in this form. What really rattles Yan Zhantian is that only a handful of people should even know that technique, yet Mo Xiao is using it like it is his own. Su Jiner cannot help laughing under her breath because she knows exactly how Mo Xiao got that skill. Yao Shura catches that smile and asks if Su Jiner knows something, which makes Su Jiner hurriedly deny everything in a very suspicious way. Inside the tower, flame form Mo Xiao flies straight into the swarm and burns every bloodthirsty demon mosquito to char within half a minute. The same burning pass also leaves the flying mantises on fire, finally stripping away the support that kept dragging the fight out. Mo Xiao breaks away, lands at high speed, and snaps out of elemental form, but the instant he is human again the 30 mantises charge him all over again. He flips the 1000 mechanism umbrella back into sword and shield form and braces for close combat now that the mosquito healers are gone. Without the blood-sucking healers interfering, the mantises become much easier to handle and the fight starts moving in Mo Xiao's favor. 5 minutes later, that relief vanishes when another mosquito swarm, even bigger than the first, pours out of the nest and blackens the sky again. Mo Xiao freezes for a beat at the sight, then grits his teeth and uses elemental transformation again because it is the only thing stopping the swarm. He throws himself back into mosquito clearing duty, using that flashy elemental skill in the least glorious way possible, burning down level 1 pests. After a brutal half hour, Mo Xiao finally cuts down the last flying mantis, and the remaining mosquitoes drop dead with it. The tower confirms the 17th floor is cleared and immediately asks whether he wants to enter the 18th. He refuses to rush, complaining that this one floor alone took 40 minutes and praying the next floor does not have the same disgusting insects. As he catches his breath, Mo Xiao bitterly sums up the trap of this floor: leave the mosquitoes alive and they heal the mantises, kill them and another batch comes back 10 minutes later. After 20 minutes of rest, Mo Xiao still pushes onward and heads up to the next floor. From the 17th floor onward, the tower turns into an insect nightmare, with Mo Xiao repeatedly facing bug-filled levels under the same looming mother nest. The support bugs keep changing too, and on the 18th floor Mo Xiao has to deal with devil-devouring demon insects that drain mana instead of blood. The insect tribe gets under Mo Xiao's skin so badly that he starts wanting to blow up the mother nest itself, but he still forces his way through the next floors. 2 more hours later, Mo Xiao finally reaches the 20th floor, worn down by a climb that has already cost him 20 hours for just 4 levels. Then the real twist lands. The 20th floor's mission is not to survive the nest's support anymore, but to kill the mother nest itself. Mo Xiao jerks his head up just in time to see the house-sized mother nest break through the clouds and descend for the first time as an active enemy. The tower makes the rule even worse by stating he cannot clear the floor unless both the mother nest and every summoned creature die. That warning lands even harder because Mo Xiao already knows the mother nest is a diamond-level boss, and the support bugs alone have been torture to deal with. While he is still thinking, the mother nest's steel-like shell slowly opens and a thick rotten stench pours out. Mo Xiao does not even get time to react before the poison takes hold, and his health starts dropping at a brutal 20 points per second. With his HP still dropping fast on the tower plane, Mo Xiao immediately uses Sacred Radiance to purge the corrosive damage and finally stop the bleed. Now that he can think clearly again, Mo Xiao scans the bug tribe mother nest and sees why this boss feels so wrong. The stats make no sense to him. The nest is fragile enough to die in one hit, but its skill list is built to keep anyone from ever reaching it cleanly. Before he can test a plan, the mother nest shudders, seals its open shell, and starts opening rows of eerie little holes across its surface. Dozens of ant-like bug tribe warriors crawl out and ring the nest in a tight defensive wall instead of charging him. Mo Xiao reads their panel too and sees a swarm of decent fighters with shields, acid, stuns, charges, and a protection skill made for bodyguard duty. Half a minute is enough for the field to fill with 50 or 60 defenders, and their sheer numbers make the real problem obvious. He decides to probe the defense first and transforms the 1000-mechanism umbrella into a bow aimed straight at the nest. The arrow almost reaches the mother nest, but one bug warrior suddenly throws itself into the path and takes the hit for its queen. That interception confirms Mo Xiao's fear. Unless he breaks the guard wall first, the mother nest will never let him land a clean killing blow. Then the nest changes tactics again, closing one set of holes and opening another, as if preparing a completely different kind of attack. A red streak crosses the whole plane in an instant, and Mo Xiao only barely gets his shield up before the thing detonates in his face. Battered on the ground and missing 500 HP, Mo Xiao is stunned because this explosive hit was never listed on the nest's visible skill panel. He guesses the hidden threat must be another summoned bug just as two more red streaks appear from opposite sides to finish the job. He throws up shields on both sides, but the back-to-back blasts still hammer him and leave him one step from death. Now he finally catches the attacker's shape and realizes the tiny red bug explodes for fixed defense ignoring damage, which is why blocking barely matters. He immediately uses divine healing technique to refill his HP, refusing to let the mystery bugs whittle him down. Instead of rushing in blind, Mo Xiao slams the ground and raises earthen walls around himself, leaving one lane open so he can study the bomber bug's attack timing. When the next red bug shoots through that opening, Mo Xiao times a shield swing perfectly and bats it straight back the way it came. The repelled bug freezes for one precious instant, and Mo Xiao finally catches its identity with illusion breaking technique. The reveal is ugly. These bomber flying bugs move absurdly fast, self-destruct for damage equal to their own HP, and the blast ignores defense and block. The repelled bomber bug flies back over the nest to explode, but the bodyguard swarm instantly jumps in front of the blast and protects the mother nest again. That blast only chips the warriors, and before Mo Xiao can exploit it, the mother nest opens 9 fresh holes and spits out a new wave of bomber bugs. Mo Xiao answers the new wave with fire elemental transformation, turning into living flame and sprinting away in hopes of dodging the explosions. The plan fails immediately when the next blast still rips 500 HP off his flame body, proving elemental transformation does not bypass this damage. He cancels the flame form and lands back in human shape, visibly rattled because the tower has stripped away most of his usual escape options. With 8 bomber bugs closing in, he gambles on Shadowless and vanishes before they can reach him. The result is a breakthrough. The instant Mo Xiao turns invisible, every bomber bug loses him and hangs motionless in the air. After checking Shadowless, Mo Xiao realizes the invisibility makes him impossible to detect, and that finally gives him a way to turn the fight around. Still hidden, he rushes into the bug warrior pack and drags the waiting bomber bugs into the perfect blast zone around the nest's defenders. The moment he is deep enough in the crowd, Mo Xiao cancels Shadowless and makes himself the target again. As the 8 bomber bugs finally close to detonation range, Mo Xiao uses Shadowless again and slips away, leaving the whole swarm lined up for the blast. Once the bomber bugs are parked where he wants them, Mo Xiao drops Shadowless and steps out with the umbrella in staff form, ready to trigger the trap himself. He uses Thunder Strike not for damage, but because it is fast enough to touch one bomber bug before the rest can move. That tiny hit sets off every bomber bug at once, and the whole defensive ring around the mother nest erupts into 8 overlapping explosions. Mo Xiao sees the opening immediately and triggers corpse explosion on the bug bodies blown into the air, turning the blast into a second wave. More bug warriors rush in to shield the mother nest again, but that only feeds the combo, and the area collapses into a relentless chain of explosions. Outside the heaven-reaching tower, Yao Shura stares at the screen and dryly points out that this chain explosion style looks exactly like Su Jiner's favorite solution. Su Jiner can only laugh awkwardly, because she knows that familiar blast pattern all too well. Yan Zhantian confirms that Mo Xiao really did copy Su Jiner's usual method, but what catches his eye most is the strange disappearance skill Mo Xiao used just before the chain reaction began. Watching from outside, Yan Zhantian stares at the 20th floor screen in disbelief when Mo Xiao suddenly vanishes again. Yao Shire admits she cannot see through it either, and that makes the stealth even more unsettling because both of them have anti-stealth detection as war gods. Yan Zhantian can only grumble that Mo Xiao keeps pulling out absurd high-level skills, then jokes so wildly that Yao Shire shuts him down on the spot. Inside the tower, the corpse explosion chain keeps rolling through the bug army for more than 10 minutes until the weakened diamond boss, the bug clan mother nest, finally dies. The tower announces Mo Xiao's 20th floor clear, but he blurts out no before he even understands the reward prompt. Outside the tower, Su Jiner and the others are stunned because the 20th floor reward is famous for being one of the best in the whole tower. Mo Xiao finally realizes what happened and panics, immediately yelling that he wants the reward after all. The reward list appears, and Mo Xiao quickly discards the attack bonus and extra health because they do not solve his real problem deeper in the tower. His real dilemma is between long-term mana growth and a one-time free cast that could let Dragon God's Descent smash through a crisis. Outside, Yen Jiantian relaxes once he sees Mo Xiao is choosing seriously, and Su Jina bristles at the idea that her junior brother would ever throw the reward away on purpose. Yen Jiantian argues that Mo Xiao should take more mana, but Yao Shire counters that a no-cost cast could be better if he has one outrageously strong skill saved up. That reminder makes all three of them think of the same answer at once: Mo Xiao's top-tier fire summoning skill, Dragon God's Descent. Even then, Yen Jiantian warns that Mo Xiao still does not understand the deeper mechanics of summoning skills, so he may not get the full value out of that gamble. After a long pause, Mo Xiao makes his call and chooses the fifth reward. A beam of light sinks into his body, and the tower grants him a stored one-time effect that lets him cast one skill while ignoring both level and mana requirements. Mo Xiao quietly accepts the new trump card, closes his eyes, and spends 20 minutes recovering before moving on. When he stands again, he does not rush the stairs right away and instead stops to think through one more move. To everyone outside, the next surprise is even stranger. Before taking the stairs, Mo Xiao summons a massive skeleton lord. He calmly brings the giant skeleton summon onto the 21st floor and confirms his test worked, because summoned creatures are not reset between levels. 3 hours later, the mood outside the tower turns regretful because the screen shows Mo Xiao stalled on the 27th floor. Yao Shire says this may be where Mo Xiao finally stops, because splitterbugs are dangerous even for people at their level once they start multiplying. Yen Jiantian agrees and sighs that the real heartbreak is how close Mo Xiao already is, with only 3 floors left before the 30th. Su Jina refuses to give up that quickly and reminds them that Mo Xiao still has his one-use tower reward in reserve. Yen Jiantian pours cold water on that hope, warning that even with Dragon God's Descent, Mo Xiao would only have about 10 seconds without Fire God's support. He drives the point home by saying 10 seconds is nowhere near enough to smash through 3 floors, especially with the 28th floor waiting after this one. On the 27th floor itself, Mo Xiao looks terrible. He is panting on a small hill with only about 10% health left and no mana to spare. Since the 25th floor, every monster has been level 40 or higher, so even Mo Xiao can no longer erase the splitterbug's main bodies without spending huge attacks he cannot afford. Refusing to collapse, he slams both hands into the ground and forces up a stone pillar to launch himself into the air. At the same time, the grass below twists alive and binds the nearby bug mass in place, buying him a tiny window to breathe. Those earth and wood manipulations do not seem to cost mana, but the strain leaves Mo Xiao so drained that he can barely sit upright on the pillar. Even so, he squeezes out a minute and a half of recovery because every extra second matters now. The buzzing starts again far too soon, but the pause was enough for Mo Xiao to recover just enough mana to gamble everything. He rides the stone slab at full speed straight to the center of the 27th floor, setting up for one all-or-nothing burst. At the center, Missouri Xiao activates Dragon Language and Dragon Wings, then immediately calls on the tower reward he saved from the 20th floor. The tower accepts the activation, and Mo Xiao instantly spends that reward on Dragon God's Descent through Dragon Language. Before the summoned Fire Dragon God even fully appears, the heat alone wipes out the entire 27th floor bug swarm. Knowing every second counts, Mo Xiao cuts off the usual prompts and orders the tower to open the next floor immediately and suppress all notifications. The tower actually complies, a crack opens overhead, and Mo Xiao dives straight through without waiting. He lands on the 28th floor just as the black flame dragon from Dragon God's Descent fully manifests beside him, and Mo Xiao wastes no breath on anything except one brutal order. The Fire Dragon God's flames drown the 28th floor so completely that the way to the 29th appears in only 3 seconds. Mo Xiao charges onto the 29th floor and finds a giant boss waiting there, but he does not even have time to identify it. The black flame dragon crashes into the 29th floor boss in a storm of violent fire and burns it down in 5 seconds. With no time left to waste, Mo Xiao sprints again and reaches the 30th floor before the burst run ends. Outside the tower, Yen Jiantian can barely process what he just watched, because a level 20 Mo Xiao somehow bulldozed his way past the 29th floor boss. Su Jina lights up with excitement, and proudly reminds him that she said Mo Xiao could do it. Yao Shire is the first to name the real reason, and her calm mask finally cracks with excitement when she says it was dragon language magic. That finally clicks for Yen Jiantian too, and he realizes Mo Xiao's spell was far stronger than an ordinary version of Dragon God's Descent because dragon language amplified it. But the celebration stops there, because even after that miracle run, everyone knows the 30th floor boss will be much harder, and Su Jina can only watch the screen and hope Mo Xiao survives the next fight. The moment Mo Xiao reaches the 30th floor, his summoned Fire Dragon God lunges at the Guardian first. A sharp metallic ring cuts through the floor, and Mo Xiao freezes because he recognizes the sound of shield reflection. Before Mo Xiao can make sense of it, a rising sword light slams the Fire Dragon God backward. The Fire Dragon God keeps attacking for seconds, but every hit is useless against the 30th floor Guardian. After 12 wasted seconds, Mo Xiao's strength drops, and the fire dragon god breaks apart into sparks without doing any damage. Mo Xiao had expected an instant clear, so seeing that boss still at full health leaves him genuinely rattled. He quickly uses illusion breaking technique and gets a shocking answer. The boss is Sword Emperor's Remnant Soul. The status window makes things stranger, because the Remnant Soul's stats look exactly like Mo Xiao's own panel. That makes even less sense to Mo Xiao, because a guardian who shut down the fire dragon god should not have the same basic attributes as him. Then the Remnant Soul calmly puts away its weapon and starts walking toward him, which only makes the tension worse. Instead of attacking, the guardian says he senses a very familiar aura inside Mo Xiao. Now that he listens closely, Mo Xiao realizes the voice and clothes both feel familiar, and he blurts out that this boss is the Sword Emperor. The Remnant Soul confirms it, and Mo Xiao immediately tries to call out the Sword Emperor living inside him. Nothing happens, and Mo Xiao awkwardly admits the heaven-reaching tower seems to block soul-based summons. The Remnant Soul suddenly sends a strange light into Mo Xiao's body, and Mo Xiao instinctively holds still instead of dodging. At that exact moment, every outside viewing screen turns black, cutting the spectators off from whatever the Guardian just did. Inside the blackout, a gentle glow rises from Mo Xiao, and the Sword Emperor's spirit finally manifests beside him again. The Sword Emperor takes one look ahead and realizes he is face to face with another version of himself. The Remnant Soul explains that after reaching the tower's highest point in life, part of his soul was captured by the world's source and turned into a guardian of critical floors like 30 and 60. That answer shocks the Sword Emperor, who can barely believe the tower would seize a dead person's soul like this. The Remnant Soul says the tower is meant to select powerful human descendants, so brutal checkpoints like this are intentional. When the Sword Emperor jokes about whether this means he will go easy, the Remnant Soul shuts that down immediately. He says he can refuse to fight, but once a fight begins, the system forces him to use his full strength for this floor. He clarifies that his full strength here is only about 5% of his true self, which still sounds absurdly oppressive. Then the Remnant Soul reveals why he called the Sword Emperor out at all. He wants to test whether he can leave the tower together with Mo Xiao. But he adds one hard condition right away. Mo Xiao still has to defeat him first. Mo Xiao can only stare, because beating something that toyed with the fire dragon god feels close to impossible. The Remnant Soul gives him one mercy at least and says he can fully recover before the fight begins. When Mo Xiao asks if the tower seriously expects anyone to clear this, the Guardian explains that the 30th floor actually has 10 possible Guardians, and he is the toughest one. That means Mo Xiao did not just get a bad matchup by chance. The Remnant Soul says the Sword Emperor's aura on him probably triggered this draw. Even worse, the Guardian says if he had not tried to leave now, Mo Xiao would have met him again on a future attempt anyway. After cursing the tower under his breath, Mo Xiao finally sits down and starts recovering instead of panicking. While Mo Xiao restores himself, the two Sword Emperors drift aside and continue talking on their own. Outside the tower, Yan Zhantian keeps trying to fix the dead spectator feed and gets more anxious the longer the screen stays black. Yao Shura tries to stay calm and suggests a special monster skill might be interfering, but Yan Zhantian immediately rejects that idea. When Yao Shura asks what guardian Mo Xiao drew, Yan Zhantian admits it was the worst possible one, the Sword Emperor. That answer shocks Yao Shura too, and suddenly the fire dragon god's purr showing makes terrible sense. Knowing how brutal that guardian is, Yan Zhantian pushes for a softer judgment and asks Yao Shura to let Mo Xiao pass the floor based on performance if he fights well enough. Su Jiner instantly throws her support behind that idea, and Yao Shura agrees after admitting even war gods had a rough time with this floor. Right then, the black screen flickers back to life and shows the 30th floor again. They see Mo Xiao sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor, while the Remnant Soul waits motionless in the distance like it still has not activated. The weird calm throws Yan Zhantian off so badly that he wonders if Mo Xiao somehow bugged the tower. The calm ends the instant Mo Xiao opens his eyes, because the Remnant Soul opens his eyes too and rushes him in the same breath. Mo Xiao barely blocks in time with the 1000-mechanism umbrella and angrily accuses the Sword Emperor of pulling a cheap sneak attack. The Remnant Soul coolly reminds him that he only promised recovery time, and the attack started the second Mo Xiao was fully restored. Mo Xiao tries to counter with a direct punch to the head, but the Remnant Soul's sword appears in place as if it was waiting for him. He immediately switches tactics and uses Blink to vanish and reappear behind the Remnant Soul for another strike. Even that fails, because the Remnant Soul turns instantly, blocks the hit, and sends Mo Xiao flying back. For the first time, the Guardian sounds mildly impressed and points out that Mo Xiao used Blink even while fighting with non-mage gear. Then the Sword Emperor suddenly pops up beside the Remnant Soul, proudly starts praising Mo Xiao's tricks, and leaves Mo Xiao staring in disbelief at whose side he is on. In the middle of the tower duel, Mo Xiao snaps when the Sword Emperor's voice suddenly speaks up near the Remnant Soul, and he angrily demands to know whose side he is on. The Sword Emperor plays it off with a sly grin, but the Remnant Soul punishes Mo Xiao for getting distracted and fires another sword light at him. Mo Xiao blocks cleanly and even sends extra yellow and blue sword energies back, but the Remnant Soul cancels all three with 3 precise thrusts. The Remnant Soul coldly says Mo Xiao is only the second person bold enough to lose focus while fighting him, and Mo Xiao still cannot help asking who the first was. Instead of answering, the remnant soul unleashes Sword Qi Zongheng and floods the arena with countless sword energies. Mo Xiao instantly switches the thousand mechanism umbrella into twin swords and copies the remnant soul's trick, stabbing forward to disperse the incoming sword Qi. He steps in before the remnant soul can reset, flips the weapon into twin staffs, and hurls a huge explosive fireball straight at him. Mo Xiao secretly throws off the remnant soul's footing with terrain control, but the remnant soul still twists away at the last second and escapes the blast. After noticing that trick, the remnant soul gets even more careful and rushes into close combat from every nasty angle, refusing to let Mo Xiao breathe. No matter what Mo Xiao mixes into the fight, every counterattack and skill gets broken apart, and he is forced into a pure sword fight he never wanted. 10 minutes later, anyone watching can see the gap. Mo Xiao is being suppressed badly, even if his sturdy defense has only cost him around 100 HP so far. Outside the tower, Su Jiner says Mo Xiao is absurdly daring to compare swordsmanship with the Sword Emperor's remnant soul, and Yao Shura points out that he has no choice because he cannot get away to cast properly. Yan Zhantian backs that up and admits that even he was hacked to death by this same remnant soul before, which immediately makes the two women stare at him. Embarrassed, Yan Zhantian complains that Mo Xiao should be the focus, while Su Jiner cheerfully tells him to save that story for after the battle. When Yao Shura asks for the real answer, Yan Zhantian says he does not think Mo Xiao can clear this floor, though both admit his performance is already far beyond expectations. Back inside the tower, the fight keeps grinding Mo Xiao down as sweat pours, wounds multiply, and every block burns through more of his strength and focus. Mo Xiao even has to keep using wood and earth manipulation just to adjust positions and survive, and the mental strain starts becoming too much for him to bear. Sensing the end, the remnant soul praises Mo Xiao's talent and immediately follows with a killing move, its sword turning phantom fast as it slips behind him. At the instant the fatal strike should land, Mo Xiao's hand moves on its own and blocks behind his back with perfect timing. Then Mo Xiao's whole demeanor changes as the Sword Emperor speaks through his mouth, declaring that Mo Xiao is tired and now it is his turn. The remnant soul calls that cheating, and the Sword Emperor shamelessly answers that being one of Mo Xiao's abilities absolutely counts. The Sword Emperor pushes even harder by teasing that fighting your own copy should be especially fun, and the comment clearly gets under the remnant soul's skin. Once the taunting is done, the Sword Emperor drives Mo Xiao's body straight in, and the remnant soul responds with the exact same sword style. Their blades collide once and then explode into a blur of afterimages so fast that even Mo Xiao's own war god senses could not have followed it alone. Half an hour later, the remnant soul is almost dead while Mo Xiao still has half his health left, and the Sword Emperor finishes the duel with one final thrust. After winning, the Sword Emperor complains that the tower's copied body data and weapon feel wrong, saying otherwise he would not have needed 30 minutes to beat himself. The Sword Emperor's voice leaves Mo Xiao's body, and Mo Xiao faces the defeated remnant soul while that voice asks how it ever planned to leave the tower with them. The remnant soul reveals it is only copied data replicating the real residual soul's power, so the one Mo Xiao fought was never the true soul that wanted to leave. Before vanishing, the remnant soul gives one last warning that many expert souls exist inside the heaven-reaching tower and tells Mo Xiao to be careful. With the remnant soul gone, the tower finally announces that Mo Xiao has cleared the 30th floor and asks whether he wants to continue upward. Mo Xiao is baffled that a floor this brutal gives no reward, and the Sword Emperor's voice smugly says the guardian pool is random and not all of them are as impressive as him. Mo Xiao calls out the self-praise, then gives up on arguing and tells the tower system he will rest first before taking the next floor. He sits down cross-legged inside the tower to recover, still cut up and drained after barely surviving the 30th floor guardian. Outside, Yan Zhantian and Yao Shura stare at the screen and realize the swordsmanship they just watched was almost identical to the remnant souls, maybe even sharper. That makes Yan Zhantian uneasy enough to say this is not something a newly transitioned teenager should be capable of, and the two start wondering if Mo Xiao might not even be human. Su Jiner suddenly cuts in, surprised that the two of them are seriously suspecting that, because she thought they already knew about the powerful soul inside Mo Xiao. When they admit they had no idea, Su Jiner explains that Mo Xiao has a skill called Sword Emperor's Residual Soul, which lets an ancient Sword Emperor guide him and even possess his body in danger. She adds that the 30th floor remnant soul might even be a separated piece of the Sword Emperor inside Mo Xiao that somehow stayed behind in the tower. That explanation instantly lets Yan Zhantian relax, and he admits he was genuinely afraid Mo Xiao had turned into some kind of monster. When Yan Zhantian asks how she knows all this, Su Jiner says Mo Xiao told her, and more importantly, her own ability lets her see souls, which is why the Sword Emperor's remnant soul is especially wary of her. Yao Shura confirms the key point that the Sword Emperor fought on Mo Xiao's behalf at the end of the 30th floor, trying to sort out exactly how much was really Mo Xiao. Su Jiner firmly says the first part of the duel was Mo Xiao's own work, and only when he truly could not hold on anymore did the Sword Emperor step in to finish it. She finishes by defending him outright, reminding Yao Shura that those soul-based powers are still Mo Xiao's abilities, so his past should not be denied over that. Su Jiner nervously speaks up for Mo Xiao, but Yao Shura calmly assures her that since he already cleared the 30th floor, they will keep their promise. Yan Zhantian adds that the real wall starts after floor 30, and he doubts Mo Xiao can push much farther. A moment later, the tower proves him right when Mo Xiao is wiped out on the 31st floor in less than 5 minutes by shadow soldiers. Even with that abrupt loss, the tower announces a huge first attempt result. Mo Xiao reached the 30th floor and receives his rewards. Mo Xiao stares at the reward list and immediately feels underwhelmed, because the silver chest seems ordinary, and the tower ring looks almost useless at first glance. He grumbles that only the extra tower challenge chances seem truly valuable, because the rest looks cheap compared to what he just survived. Then Su Jinner's message pops up and changes the mood fast. She urges him to come out at once because Yao Shura and Yan Zhantian want to take him as a disciple. Mo Xiao first bristles at being summoned over right after his run, then catches the word they and realizes both war gods may want him without even fighting over it. Before meeting them, he decides to sort out his new items and takes out the heaven-reaching tower ring. When he uses his sublimation ability on the ring, the item keeps the same name and blue grade, which makes the upgrade look suspiciously unchanged. Then he reads the new description and realizes the ring can now send him to any location inside the tower and let him spend a challenge chance to jump directly to any floor up to 40. That sudden jump in utility stuns him, and he immediately wonders whether the war gods even know the ring can become this absurdly strong. Still bothered that the item is somehow only blue quality, he rubs the ring again to force another upgrade. This second sublimation still leaves the ring blue, but it evolves again into a 50-floor reward that can bring him to the tower from anywhere, and even pause his run once every 10 floors. Now genuinely excited, Mo Xiao realizes the ring is practically an extra life in the tower and finally puts it away with care. Next he pulls out the silver treasure chest, figuring that even an ordinary reward might become worthwhile after sublimation. The chest upgrades into a golden one, and when he opens it, he gets a profession change certificate. Because he is already level 30, Mo Xiao instantly understands this item matters for his next big step after the college entrance exam. The certificate also reminds him how hard profession change materials can be to get, especially since Su Jinner once struggled over a special item herself. Curious how far this item can go, he sublimates the certificate too. It becomes a profession change emblem that can either skip a profession change task outright, or make the change harder in exchange for stronger post-advancement stat bonuses. That final line hits him hardest, because boosting profession change bonuses sounds like a ridiculous long-term advantage, so he hurriedly locks the emblem away. With his excitement barely under control, Mo Xiao finally heads toward the spectator stands to meet the two war gods. At the stands, Yao Shura, Yan Zhantian, and Su Jinner are already waiting for him, and Su Jinner quickly waves him over. Mo Xiao arrives and respectfully greets Yao Shura and Yan Zhantian, even though the meeting clearly carries bigger weight than a normal courtesy call. Yan Zhantian gets straight to it and solemnly asks whether Mo Xiao is willing to become their disciple. Mo Xiao does not react with excitement, and Su Jinner immediately jabs him from behind to make sure he understands how absurdly rare this offer is. Instead of accepting on the spot, Mo Xiao asks the obvious question back: does this mean both of them want him? Yao Shura reveals it is even bigger than that, because a third war god is also willing to accept him with them. The moment Mo Xiao realizes that third person is the sword god, he finally shows real interest, which instantly irritates Yan Zhantian. Yan Zhantian complains that Mo Xiao ignored his offer but perked up for the sword god, and Mo Xiao bluntly asks whether Yan Zhantian can really compare. Mo Xiao presses the point by asking about strength and mystery, and Yan Zhantian actually gets talked into silence. Yao Shura steps in laughing and explains that even if he is below the sword god, Yan Zhantian is still a top monster of Dragon Country and far from ordinary. She even admits that if Yan Zhantian truly goes all out, only their boss, the sword god, can beat him, which sharply raises Mo Xiao's estimate of him. Yao Shura also assures him that even though the sword god is elsewhere, they have a way to contact him, so the offer is real. Mo Xiao finally gives an answer, but it is not a yes yet. He says he will wait until after the college entrance exam before formally accepting them as masters. Yan Zhantian is baffled that anyone would delay becoming a war god's disciple, but Mo Xiao says he needs to know what they can actually teach him first. He goes even further and says raw power alone is not enough proof, because if all they have are better stats, he might surpass them on his own one day. Su Jinner panics at those words and physically clamps a hand over Mo Xiao's mouth, horrified that he is talking like this in front of her master. But Yao Shura stops Su Jinner and lets Mo Xiao finish, because instead of taking offense, she is genuinely pleased by his thinking. Yao Shura agrees that if they want him, they should prove themselves after the exam, and Yan Zhantian has no choice but to accept that challenge too. With that temporary agreement settled, Mo Xiao tries to leave, thinking the strange interview is finally over. Yan Zhantian stops him and reminds him that Chu Feng still owes him the Tears of Time, and he offers to personally help collect it and teach Mo Xiao how to use it. That reminder makes Mo Xiao remember the bet at once, and when he sees how serious Yan Zhantian is, he realizes the Tears of Time must be far more important than he first thought. Mo Xiao agrees, and the two of them leave the spectator area together to go find Chu Feng. Outside the tower, Chu Feng is already seething over Mo Zhao's impossible first run, unable to accept that a newcomer really made it to the 30th floor. His assistant nervously points out that with a performance like this, Chu Feng's side probably cannot compete anymore, which only makes Chu Feng snap harder. Just as Chu Feng is still raging outside the tower, Yan Zhantian's voice cuts in at exactly the wrong moment. Inside Chu Feng's room, Yan Zhantian walks in smiling and needles him about being this angry before the college exam is even over. Chu Feng forces out a respectful smile, but Yan Zhantian casually says the interesting part is already over, which only stings him more because his own son is still taking the test. When Chu Feng tries to defend the other examinees, Yan Zhantian cuts off the small talk and says he came to settle the bet over Mo Zhao's tower run. Chu Feng clearly forgot the wager, and Yan Zhantian's face turns cold as he asks if the city lord plans to back out now that Mo Zhao won. After an aide whispers that the forgotten wager was the tears of time, Chu Feng finally remembers and hurriedly tries to delay delivery until the exam ends. Yan Zhantian refuses to wait even a few more hours, saying they will take it now because he does not trust Chu Feng not to meddle with it first. Grinding his teeth behind a polite face, Chu Feng contacts his people and brings up the item panel for the tears of time. Seeing the panel, Mo Zhao can only think the rainbow treasure looks like fancy trash, because every useful detail is hidden and it barely adds 1 point of spirit. Yan Zhantian confirms it, takes the tears of time from Chu Feng, and tosses the teardrop-shaped treasure straight to Mo Zhao. Before leaving, Yan Zhantian openly warns Chu Feng that he is deeply dissatisfied with this exam and that the city lord should stop abusing his control over the Skirich Tower. The moment they teleport away, Chu Feng drops the act and twists with fury, blaming Mo Zhao instead of the war god he does not dare offend. Outside in the sky near the heaven-reaching tower, Yao Shi and Su Jin are already waiting when Yan Zhantian arrives with Mo Zhao and the newly claimed treasure. Yan Zhantian says Chu Feng will not cause trouble now and tells Mo Zhao to try equipping the Tears of Time, because a solo player might actually meet its strange requirement. Mo Zhao admits the item looked useless on paper, so Yan Zhantian decides to show him its counterpart instead of just explaining. Yan Zhantian reveals the matching rainbow treasure on his wrist, the Tears of Fire, with the exact same vague description as Mo Zhao's item. He demonstrates the difference in a blunt way, first making an ordinary small fireball with his own power. Then he channels the Tears of Fire and fires a second blue flame so fierce it punches through the distant clouds, proving these tears can push even basic skills far beyond normal limits. Yan Zhantian explains that the Tears of Fire can amplify all fire skills to a level beyond red grade arts, and he refuses to show more because the full power is too dangerous here. Now looking at the Tears of Time differently, Mo Zhao realizes its hidden power must be just as terrifying and asks whether there are more treasures like these. After glancing at Yao Shi, Yan Zhantian decides to reveal the old secret behind them. He says the Tears of Fire and Tears of Time are both sages' tears, ancient power cores tied to long-gone sages and loaded with overwhelming energy. Yan Zhantian lays out the full set, 7 sages' tears in all, for wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, soul, and the especially rare time. Of the 7 sages' tears, Yan Zhantian says only 4 are known now: his Tears of Fire, the Sword God's Tears of Wind, the Tears of Time, and the Tears of Soul. Mo Zhao immediately wonders whether Yao Shi has one too, but she calmly says her profession does not match any sage's tear even though she uses many kinds of magic. That answer makes Mo Zhao pause and ask the obvious question: if these treasures are so special, how can he be sure a solo player like him can even equip one? Yan Zhantian bluntly admits he does not know, because nobody is sure whether Mo Zhao's unusual profession can bypass a sage's tear's hidden requirements. With no better option, Mo Zhao decides to test it and equips the Tears of Time directly. The item actually binds to him, but at first nothing obvious changes, leaving Mo Zhao staring at it in confusion. When Mo Zhao checks the item again, the hidden panel finally opens and reveals both its requirement and its power, Time Controller, with the ability Reversal. Yan Zhantian is delighted that the treasure recognized him at all, because that means Mo Zhao can really use a sage's tear even if he does not understand the skill yet. Yan Zhantian wants to test how the tear strengthens time skills, but Mo Zhao points out the awkward problem right away. He does not actually know any time-type skill to cast. The whole group goes quiet for a beat, embarrassed that nobody thought of that basic issue until now. Su Jin suddenly points at Yao Shi, remembering that her master does have a time-type spell. Yao Shi confirms she knows one, but she still cannot use the Tears of Time herself, which makes Su Jin realize what she is really suggesting and clamp a hand over her mouth. Mo Zhao understands immediately, and tells Su Jin to just say it, opening the door to a secret he had not planned to reveal so openly. Su Jin blurts out that Mo Zhao has a special talent that lets him copy other people's skills. That one sentence snaps everything into place for Yan Zhantian and Yao Shi, who finally understand why Mo Zhao keeps showing up with impossible borrowed abilities. Yan Zhantian presses him for the rules, and Mo Zhao explains that contact is enough to trigger the copy, though he still does not fully understand the exact second step condition. Once that is out, Yan Zhantian asks straight up whether Mo Zhao's fire elemental transformation came from him, and Mo Zhao confirms it did. Mo Zhao goes one step further and admits he also copied the power of the fire god itself, which hits Yan Zhantian like a thunderclap. Yan Zhantian can barely process that Mo Xiao duplicated the top talent he only awakened after his final class advancement. After a quiet beat, Yao Shura makes the practical decision and tells Mo Xiao to copy her time skills so they can finally test what the tears of time really do. She even names the spell for him at the very end, calling it time acceleration and warning, with dry honesty, that it is actually a pretty useless skill. Yao Shura starts by showing Mo Xiao her own time skill, calling it time acceleration and warning that it speeds up everyone inside its area. So she mostly uses it to shorten cooldowns instead of fighting with it. Mo Xiao says the skill sounds useful enough, and Yao Shura tells him to do whatever he needs because she will cooperate with the copying test. Her wording makes Mo Xiao blush on the spot, and he awkwardly backs up before asking if they should just shake hands first. Yao Shura smiles, offers her hand, reintroduces herself as the Archmage, and gently reminds him she still hopes he will become their disciple after the exam. Mo Xiao says he will seriously consider it, and finally takes her hand to begin the copy attempt. The handshake works too well, and Mo Xiao copies Yao Shura's Blood Demon Source instead of the skill he wanted. Once he understands the talent lets health and mana cover for each other, Mo Xiao is stunned because it is an absurdly strong survival ability for him. When Yao Shura asks what he copied, Mo Xiao answers honestly, and she freezes because he just replicated one of her most important innate talents. Yan Zhantian can only complain that Mo Xiao somehow keeps copying the strongest things people have, while Yao Shura shrugs it off as random luck and asks how to try a second time. Yan Zhantian blurts out that Yao Shura should just slap the boy, and all three of them look at him like he has lost his mind. After that awkward beat, Yao Shura decides a simple pat on the head should count as contact, and Mo Xiao agrees. The second touch copies enchantment instead, giving Mo Xiao a powerful weapon buff that turns physical hits into magic-powered damage. Yao Shura notes that enchantment is strong too, but she is still annoyed that Mo Dao's random copying makes it hard to target the exact skill they want. Su Jiner suggests that Yao Shura should touch him while time acceleration is already active, hoping that will improve the odds. Yao Shura says Su Jiner is probably right even if she phrased it strangely, then activates time acceleration again, and reaches out to touch Mo Xiao's face. This time it finally works, and Mo Xiao blurts out that he has copied time acceleration at last. Yan Zhantian immediately urges him to test it, but Mo Xiao stops to ask how the tears of time is supposed to amplify the skill first. Yan Zhantian tells him to focus his mind on the tears of time, so Mo Xiao closes his eyes and concentrates on the pendant hanging against his chest. A clear chime rings out, the jade pendant flashes with golden light, and the tears of time announces that it has enhanced his time skill. The new description is far better than expected, turning his skill into a controllable field with up to 5-fold acceleration in a 30-meter radius at the cost of mana. Mo Xiao immediately experiments by shrinking the field to just himself and pushing the acceleration to the limit. He blurs forward in a few steps and reaches them at startling speed, but because he narrowed the area perfectly, none of them are dragged into the acceleration with him. When Mo Xiao drops the skill, he is openly excited because the tears of time did not just strengthen the effect, it gave him precise control over it. But right after celebrating, Mo Xiao suddenly freezes in thought because he felt another strange effect during the movement that did not seem like ordinary speed at all. Yan Zhantian notices his weird face and jokes that he only slapped lightly, and Mo Xiao immediately asks him to do that light slap again so he can test the strange effect. Yan Zhantian warns that a real slap from him could kill someone, but Mo Xiao deadpans that he only wants the same light hit as before and insists on the test. So Yan Zhantian swings again, and Mo Xiao slips past the slap with ease. The moment he dodges, the world drops into a slow-motion state around him, as if everything has been slowed more than 10 times while his own body and senses stay completely normal. Mo Xiao realizes this is not ordinary speed at all but a special tears of time effect that gives him about 3 seconds inside a slowed world after a successful dodge. When normal time snaps back, Mo Xiao is visibly thrilled because he has just found the real combat value hidden inside the treasure. He explains that after dodging, his senses and movement both accelerate enough to let him act freely while everyone else seems trapped in slow motion. Yao Shura immediately turns that excitement into another test and tells him to try using a skill during the slow world state and see how far he can actually move. Yan Zhantian slaps again, Mo Xiao dodges again, and the slowed world returns exactly as before. But the instant Mo Xiao tries to cast a skill inside that state, the effect collapses and normal time returns, proving he cannot use abilities while it is active. Mo Xiao also confirms he cannot escape far in those 3 seconds, because the movement is limited to just a step or two around his original position. Yan Zhantian tells him to stop looking disappointed, because even 3 extra seconds of reaction time would be terrifying in a real fight between experts. Mo Xiao admits he understands that, but what really grabs him now is the unknown special skill hidden inside the Tears of Time. Yan Zhantian says nobody has ever seen the special ability of Tears of Time, then casually tosses out a piece of ore and tells Mo Xiao to use it as a target. Mo Xiao activates the treasure's special move, and everything around him freezes completely instead of merely slowing down. Even Mo Xiao cannot move inside that frozen instant, and only his gaze remains free as he watches the floating ore get marked by a dark golden light. When time starts moving again, the ore suddenly rewinds along its previous path and slams right back into Yan Zhantian's head. Yan Zhantian clutches his head and demands an explanation, but Mo Xiao is already piecing together what the skill actually did. Mo Xiao concludes that the special move is time reversal, a power that sends objects back along their own past motion. That answer immediately lights up Yao Shura's eyes, because as soon as she hears time reversal she recognizes how frighteningly valuable that kind of power could become. Mo Xiao still thinks the ability feels useless for now, but Yao Shura calmly tells him the problem is not the power itself, only that he has not yet learned the right way to use it. After the first exam day ends, Mo Xiao finally leaves the heaven-reaching tower and heads back to his temporary room to rest. Su Jiner follows him inside and happily congratulates him for clearing the college exam and even reaching the tower's 30th floor on his first try. Mo Xiao answers honestly that the tower was brutal, and Su Jiner backs him up by admitting even she only made it around the 50th or 60th floor. Looking down at the Tears of Time, Mo Xiao wonders if he can bring it into the tower next time, because that would make his runs far safer. Su Jiner says it probably will work, because she once saw Yan Zhantian use the Tears of Fire's special power during a tower challenge. That makes Mo Xiao curious about Yan Zhantian's own Sage's Tear, but Su Jiner admits she has never seen its true special skill because he says it is too lethal to show. She still praises Yan Zhantian's raw power, saying the Tears of Fire plus his Fire God talent already make him overwhelming even without the hidden move. Then Su Jiner suddenly sits bolt upright with a new idea and stares at Mo Xiao in excitement. She confirms Mo Xiao is unspecialized and can learn every class's skills and equip every class's gear. Su Jiner blurts out the real point: if he has enough slots, Mo Xiao might be able to wear every Sage's Tear by himself. Mo Xiao is stunned, then quickly realizes she might be right, since nothing on the Tears of Time says only one Sage's Tear can be equipped. That possibility fires him up, and he decides he should test it with Yan Zhantian later because a full set of Sage's Tears would be absurdly strong. Su Jiner reins him back in and reminds him to master the Tears of Time first, because just learning this one properly should raise his fighting power by a full tier. Just as he is about to start practicing, Mo Xiao remembers something even more important. He equipped the Tears of Time earlier, but he never tried rubbing it first. Realizing how ridiculous a rubbed Sage's Tear might become, Mo Xiao takes the pendant in hand and prepares to test it on the spot. He rubs the Tears of Time, and a system notice reveals it has upgraded into Tears of Time Plus. Mo Xiao is caught off guard by the simple little plus sign, and the item screen shows the rainbow grade Tears of Time now has 2 named abilities instead of 1. The new description explains that Reverse Heaven and Earth sends an item back to its previous position while preserving maximum kinetic energy, and Time Halt can pause a chosen item in time. What really shocks him is Time Halt's hidden trick: if he takes a hit during the pause, that force can be stored and released the instant the pause ends. He immediately asks the system if Time Halt works on living creatures too, because that would make the skill far more broken than he expected. The answer is yes, with a limit. Living targets can be frozen for only about 1/5 as long as ordinary objects. That is still enough to make Mo Xiao thrilled, because freezing monsters for even a moment feels like gaining another life in battle. He laughs out loud and calls the Sage's Tear absurdly powerful, which leaves Su Jiner staring at him in total confusion. Mo Xiao tells her he just rubbed the Tears of Time, and even though the quality stayed the same, it unlocked a frightening new skill. Su Jiner gets curious at once and asks him to show her exactly what the new ability does. To demonstrate, Mo Xiao casually tosses the 1000 mechanism umbrella into the air in the middle of the room. Golden chain-like restraints suddenly appear around the umbrella, and the weapon hangs frozen in midair, as if time itself has locked it down. With a snap of his fingers, Mo Xiao releases the pause and the umbrella drops neatly back into his hand. Su Jiner admits the skill looks impressive, but she doubts it would matter much in a real fight unless it can also stop living targets. Mo Xiao confirms it does work on living creatures, just for a much shorter time than objects. That answer blows Su Jiner's mind, because she never thought a time ability this outrageous could directly affect other living beings. Half envious now, Su Jiner says the Sage's Tears really are unfair treasures and jokes that she wants one too. Mo Xiao suggests that the Tears of the Soul might suit her, since Yan Zhantian mentioned that one by name earlier. Su Jiner smiles bitterly and points out the problem right away. That Sage's Tear is in the beautiful country, not Dragon Country. Mo Xiao answers bluntly that if they will not hand it over, they can just take it, showing how little patience he has for political niceties. Su Jiner pushes back, saying humanity still needs to stay united against monsters, so things with the beautiful country cannot be wrecked that easily. Mo Xiao says nothing, but inside he dismisses all that talk of human unity and trusts only himself. Seeing he does not want to keep arguing, Su Jiner drops the topic and the two just pass the time chatting. The next couple of days drag badly for Mo Xiao, because he has already finished his exam but is still stuck in the city with no permission to leave or enter dungeons. On the evening of the 3rd day, the last examinee finally steps out of the teleportation array, and this year's college entrance exam officially ends. With all the candidates assembled in the square, Chu Feng appears again and opens the closing announcement from above. Chu Feng congratulates the examinees, reminds them that universities will now review their performances, and tells even weaker students not to give up on their futures. He officially dismisses the crowd and even announces that Yanlong Base City will cover the teleportation cost home. The quiet breaks instantly as recruiters and school representatives in uniform flood the square and charge straight for Mo Xiao. Different schools shout increasingly desperate offers at him, making it obvious that every major academy wants the same top prize student. The other students keep their distance, because after seeing his performance earlier, none of them even feel qualified to stand beside Mo Xiao now. Mo Xiao hates the noise and is just about to take off to escape when a hand lands on his shoulder. He turns and finds Yao Shura beside him, calm and gentle, which makes him realize the war gods are about to make their move in public. Before anyone else can press closer, Yan Zhantian drops in from the sky and blasts the crowd backward with a ring of fire. With the square suddenly cleared, Yan Zhantian grins and declares that only war gods are qualified to teach someone with Mo Xiao's talent. Mo Xiao does not answer, and that quiet stare makes the moment feel heavier instead of settled. Yan Zhantian suddenly steps to Mo Xiao's side, and golden light begins gathering in front of them. A moment later, the golden light condenses into a humanoid figure right in front of Mo Xiao, ending the scene on a sudden cliffhanger. A mass of golden light gathers in front of Mo Xiao, and he instinctively steps back when a new figure starts taking shape. The golden figure calms him down, then looks around in surprise at the huge crowd that has gathered. Yan Zhantian explains that they brought him out now to crush the rumors that the sword god had died. The academy leaders recognize the war gods at once, and the whole exam square erupts when people realize all three war gods are here together. The sword god publicly introduces himself, apologizing for only being able to appear as a projection. He says he has been watching the exam, praises the students as Dragon Country's future, and pointedly glances at Mo Xiao while saying this generation may end humanity's calamity. Then he releases a shower of golden light that sinks into everyone present like a blessing. Mo Xiao stares at the new message in shock when he sees the blessing gives everyone 5% more experience for 3 days. Yan Zhantian quickly explains that this is not the sword god's own skill, but a special merit reward only his current state can bring here. With the square now cheering wildly, the sword god asks to leave the noise behind and talk somewhere private. Yao Shura snaps her fingers, and the whole group vanishes from the square in an instant. A moment later they reappear in a quiet room, and Mo Xiao immediately realizes Yao Shura used targeted teleportation. Yao Shura casually jokes that if Mo Xiao wants that teleport skill, he can just copy it, and the sword god immediately asks what she means. Without hiding it, Yao Shura tells the sword god that Mo Xiao's special talent lets him copy other people's skills. The sword god accepts that answer at once and says a boy who cleared the 30th floor on his first try was bound to have something extraordinary. Yan Zhantian jumps in to defend him, insisting Mo Xiao did not reach the 30th floor on talent alone but on real ability. When the sword god asks his name and hears his surname, he pauses and says the Mo name feels strangely familiar. That stray comment makes Mo Xiao even more suspicious that his hidden family background matters, but he wisely keeps his mouth shut. The sword god finally reveals that the three war gods agreed long ago to take Mo Xiao as their disciple if he could pass the tower's 30th floor, even softening the original condition because Su Jina thought it was too strict. Since Mo Xiao actually cleared it on his first attempt, the sword god declares that from now on he is the disciple of all three war gods. Instead of accepting on the spot, Mo Xiao coldly says they still have to prove they can truly guide him. He pushes further, saying raw level suppression proves nothing because at the same level, victory would not be so simple. After a brief glance between the war gods, the sword god smiles and agrees to prove it the straightforward way. Golden light gathers in the sword god's hand and condenses into a gleaming sword as he invites Mo Xiao to attack. Seeing no one stop the test, Mo Xiao summons 2,000 mechanism umbrellas and rushes in. Right in the middle of the swing, both umbrellas snap into sword form to catch the sword god off guard. The sword god praises the mid-attack weapon switch even while effortlessly blocking both strikes before Mo Xiao can even see how he moved. Mo Xiao admits he sensed the movement but still could not see or answer it, and that answer makes the sword god visibly impressed. The sword god attacks again at terrifying speed, and this time Mo Xiao triggers time acceleration the instant he senses it. Even inside the slowed world, the sword god's light sword still comes in absurdly fast, but Mo Xiao barely manages a backflip dodge. As he dodges, the tears of time on his neck glows dark gold, and Mo Xiao realizes with sudden excitement that its effect can stack with his copy time skill. He immediately counters, but a violent gust erupts from the sword god and blasts him across the room. Mo Xiao slams into the wall hard enough to rattle the room, and Yan Zhantian blurts out in alarm that this was supposed to be only a test. The sword god calmly says he did not even attack, and everyone realizes Mo Xiao was thrown back just by a wind wall defending him. When Yan Zhantian pieces together that Mo Xiao dodged and counterattacked in that tiny gap, the sword god confirms it, and notes that Mo Xiao is already using the tears of time in real combat. Su Jina helps the battered Mo Xiao back onto his feet, while he quietly acknowledges just how absurd the sword god's power is. The sword god explains that wind wall comes from the tears of wind, and that full mastery of the tears of time can directly counter those wind abilities. Mo Xiao assumes the sword god's speed must come from overwhelming level advantage, but the answer hits harder than the fight did. The sword god says no, the attack speed he just used is close to Mo Xiao's own current level and comes from special technique, not brute stat suppression. He follows that up with the real hook, saying Mo Xiao absolutely can learn this method if he wants it. Yan Zhantian jumps on that opening and bluntly reminds Mo Xiao that the three of them became war gods through real battle, not empty titles. The sword god asks him one more time whether he wants to become their disciple, calling it a position no one else in Dragon Country could match. Mo Xiao answers just as plainly that he does not care about status, only about becoming stronger. The sword god promises that making him stronger is exactly the point, because humanity needs someone who can lead it out of its current crisis. Yao Shi gently tells him the choice is still his, while Yan Zhantian immediately tries to poach him and says he can just choose him alone. Mo Xiao looks at the three war gods, glances once at Su Jina beside him, and finally makes his decision. At last, Mo Xiao bows and formally accepts all three of them as his masters. After a brief pause, Mo Xiao bows and formally greets all three masters, accepting the offer at last. Yan Zhantian instantly lights up, hauls Mo Xiao back to his feet, and happily claims him as his disciple. The sword god officially names Mo Xiao his third disciple and says he can only offer an auxiliary power in his current condition. A blue jade pendant appears in the sword god's hand, and green light pours into Mo Xiao as the blessing takes hold. Mo Xiao immediately realizes this blessing is the same wind wall that blasted him away earlier. The sword god confirms it, and reminds Mo Xiao that even a defensive skill can become deadly in the right hands. His projection starts to flicker, and the sword god says goodbye, leaving Mo Xiao to train under the fire god and the archmage for now. Then the sword god breaks into star-like motes and vanishes from the square. As soon as the sword god is gone, Yan Zhantian grabs Mo Xiao in a fierce hug and loudly promises revenge on anyone who bullies his disciple. Mo Xiao pries himself loose and puts out his hand, making Yan Zhantian blink in confusion. Mo Xiao bluntly asks for his apprenticeship gift too, refusing to let Yan Zhantian act stingy after the sword god already paid up. Yan Zhantian protests that helping Mo Xiao get the tears of time should already count, but Su Jina jumps in and rejects that excuse on the spot. Yao Shi calmly settles the matter by producing her own apprenticeship gift first, a purple skill book called Gravity Control. Mo Xiao thanks her at once, and even before testing it, he can tell this plain-looking control skill has huge potential. With her own gift given, Yao Shi turns back to Yan Zhantian and pointedly says it is his turn now. Yan Zhantian awkwardly offers to help him level, but Mo Xiao instantly refuses because he can grind faster alone. His next idea is to teach fire control, and Mo Xiao shuts that down too by pointing out a master should do that anyway. Seeing Yan Zhantian cornered, Mo Xiao goes straight for the impossible request and asks for the Tears of Fire. Yan Zhantian flatly refuses, saying the Tears of Fire is his last trump card against the beast tide, but he slips and admits he just cannot hand it over yet. Mo Xiao immediately picks up on that crack, realizing Yan Zhantian actually does see a future where the Tears of Fire could be passed to him. Pressed to explain, Yan Zhantian says Mo Xiao can inherit the Tears of Fire if he graduates, and can truly take over the war god's post. Su Jina pops in with a wicked grin and says there is one other way Mo Xiao would definitely get it, when Yan Zhantian dies. Yan Zhantian explodes at the joke, and Su Jina only laughs harder while teasing him for being petty. Unable to give a treasure, Yan Zhantian finally offers something broader, one future request, as long as it does not cost him the Tears of Fire or betray Dragon Country and humanity. Mo Xiao accepts that promise, knowing the backing of a war god could become priceless later. With the gift settled, Yao Shi asks Mo Xiao what he plans to do next now that the exam is over. Mo Xiao says his answer is simple. He is already level 30, so his first priority is completing his profession change. Yao Shi agrees at once and decides Su Jina should accompany him on that trip. Mo Xiao tries to politely decline, but Su Jina cuts him off and insists she is free and will personally take him through the second advancement. Under her intense stare, Mo Xiao gives up and agrees, and Su Jina looks openly delighted. Once that is settled, Mo Xiao asks the basic question he still lacks: where exactly do people even go to change professions in this world? Yan Zhantian explains that Dragon Country has a special building in its center called the Profession Advancement Tower, where all professionals must start their advancement quests. Mo Xiao follows up by asking whether that tower serves foreigners too, and Su Jina instantly snaps that overseas professionals can forget about entering Dragon Country. Yao Shi smooths that answer out by explaining other countries have their own advancement towers, though smaller nations often have to share them. That makes Mo Xiao wonder why no one objects to Dragon Country keeping its tower to itself. Yan Zhantian answers with pure arrogance, saying no one dares object and that he would not mind paying another visit to the Hall of Heroes. Mo Xiao catches that word again and realizes there is a real story behind it. Su Jina happily supplies the story. 5 years ago, Cherry Blossom Country tried to pressure Dragon Country into sharing, so Yan Zhantian stormed their Hall of Heroes and smashed the idols inside. She adds that the attack stripped tens of thousands of Cherry Blossom Country citizens of resurrection and nearly let monsters wipe the whole nation out. Mo Xiao looks at Yan Zhantian in open amazement, and Yan Zhantian immediately complains that his disciple should at least call him master. Yao Shura cuts off the boasting and gets everyone back on track, warning that the Profession Advancement Tower cannot be reached by direct teleportation. She explains they will need to reach a nearby base city first, because she must return to guard the Tianyuan battlefield before monsters exploit the gap. Mo Xiao and Su Jiner both answer respectfully, accepting the plan without argument. Yao Shura then tells Yan Zhantian to come with her for a private talk, and he follows despite clearly wanting to stick around. The two masters vanish in blue light, leaving Mo Xiao alone with an eager Su Jiner. The moment they are gone, Su Jiner excitedly asks whether Mo Xiao wants to rest first or leave right away. Mo Xiao says they should sort things out first, because he still needs answers about profession advancement itself. He asks the question that matters most now: how hard are profession advancement missions really? Su Jiner explains that the answer depends on the class itself. The rarer and stronger the profession, the harder the advancement mission. Using herself as an example, she says her necromancer advancements just require drops from special undead, with the real pain being the miserable drop rate. She adds that life professions can have it much easier, like blacksmiths forging strong enough gear for their advancement and practically cheating the system. That explanation makes Mo Xiao's face darken, because a solo player class like his can use everything and fit nowhere, which probably means his own advancement mission will be a nightmare. Su Jiner notices his sudden gloom and teasingly asks if he is actually scared now, even after clearing the heaven-reaching tower. On the way out, Su Jiner explains that the class advancement tower sits near Yangqing Base City, one of Dragon Country's top cities because of that tower and its direct teleport link from Yanlong. She casually asks if he wants to return to his city first now that the college entrance exam is over. Mo Xiao immediately asks why he would go back there at all. Su Jiner blurts out that she meant going home to share his exam success with family, and the moment turns awkward fast. Mo Xiao quietly reminds her that he is an orphan, so there is no family waiting for that news. Su Jiner panics and apologizes on the spot, clearly guilty for touching that wound by accident. Mo Xiao cuts the topic off without making a scene and says they should head straight to Yangqing instead. Relieved, Su Jiner quickly leads him toward the teleportation array so they can move on. Far away on the Tianyuan battlefield, Yan Zhantian stares at a terrifying mass of demon creatures and realizes something is badly wrong. He asks Yao Shura how so many monsters suddenly appeared here. Yao Shura says the surge started a few days before the college exam, but even she does not know the cause. When Yan Zhantian asks about other countries, Yao Shura reveals the worst part: this abnormal surge is happening only on Dragon Country's battlefield. Yan Zhantian wonders if the timing has anything to do with their boss being away, but Yao Shura rejects that and suspects a new demon clan scheme aimed at Dragon Country. That answer is enough for Yan Zhantian to end his leave early and return to the front for real. Yao Shura says her two disciples are already commanding the battle, and once Su Jiner and Mo Xiao finish their class advancement, she plans to send them here too. Yan Zhantian immediately pushes back, worried that sending Su Jiner into the battlefield before level 40 is too dangerous for a rare talent. Yao Shura stays firm and argues that Mo Xiao's talent is too high for ordinary training, while the battlefield's secret realms and trials can raise levels much faster anyway. Yan Zhantian does not agree yet, but he shelves the argument until the others return. Before he can breathe, Yao Shura adds one more urgent problem: a level 4 beast tide is about to hit. An hour later outside Yangqing, Su Jiner marks the route from the west gate and tells Mo Xiao the tower lies about 50 kilometers northwest. Looking at the map, Mo Xiao is struck by how the area around the class advancement tower jumps straight into monster zones above level 40. Su Jiner guesses those monsters exist specifically to block people from reaching this unique tower. Mo Xiao cannot believe ordinary people are expected to cross level 40 to 70 monster territory just to reach a class advancement site. Su Jiner admits she once tried walking the route herself, and would have died there without her master's help. That only makes Mo Xiao more confused, because if even she struggled, he cannot see how regular people are supposed to make the trip at all. Su Jiner answers with one simple word that catches him completely off guard: they drive. Mo Xiao is genuinely stunned that cars are still part of life after the game world's descent. Su Jiner explains that the game may have wrecked the world, but Earth's technology never vanished, and a base city this huge could not exist without it. She adds that professions cannot replace everything, because things like circuits still need ordinary engineering and manual installation. To Su Jiner, this is not a world ruled only by professionals anymore, because human technology is still advancing fast alongside the game system. That makes Mo Xiao ask the obvious question: if modern tech still works, why is it not already wiping out beast tides? Su Jiner cannot answer every detail, but she says scientists have already started combining game materials with technology, and stronger anti-monster weapons are coming. And Mo Xiao falls quiet at that, clearly turning the idea over in his head. Su Jiner cuts off the detour and cheerfully says it is time to set out, adding that this time she wants to see how far Mo Xiao can force his way through on his own. Mo Xiao accepts the challenge with a light laugh and says he might just cut straight through everything. Su Jiner teases him not to come begging for help later, and the two of them head toward the professional advancement tower together. The route is only 50 kilometers, and for professionals like them the real obstacle is not distance but the monsters packed all along the way. But with Mo Xiao's absurd stats and Su Jiner's support, those monsters never really become a serious barrier. 2 hours later, Mo Xiao casually cuts down a level 41 thunder lizard glowing yellow and waits for the usual reward. Instead, the system gives him nothing because level 30 is capped until he completes his profession change, and that dead-end message annoys him all over again. Sujina laughs it off at first, saying this pre-advancement EXP lock is normal and that level 31 should not need much effort anyway. Mo Xiao stares at her and finally says the problem is much worse than she thinks, because he needs an absurd 20 million EXP to reach level 31. Sujina is so shocked she blurts out that even at level 60, she only needs a little over 2 million EXP herself. To prove he is not joking, Mo Xiao throws his status panel in front of her. Seeing the panel for herself, Sujina can only stare at that insane requirement in disbelief. Mo Xiao admits he always assumed everyone leveled this slowly, so hearing otherwise makes his whole situation feel even more absurd. Sujina explains that stronger professions do need more EXP, but what Mo Xiao has is not just different, it is outrageous even by that rule. Mo Xiao presses for the rule again, trying to make sure he heard right that profession quality changes the leveling cost. Sujina confirms it, adds that her own profession already needs more EXP than her master's, and says she has still never seen anything like Mo Xiao's solo player growth curve. That math is enough to make Mo Xiao imagine an even worse future, and he bitterly complains that this broken game feels like it is targeting him. Seeing his mood drop, Sujina quickly says there is still a way to help and points him towards special EXP boosting gear from the Hall of Heroes. She specifically mentions the experience medal, but Mo Xiao immediately pulls out his own gold one before she can build any suspense. When Sujina reads the medal's effects, she realizes Mo Xiao is already carrying a farming artifact better than the Hall of Heroes version she meant. Awkwardly scrambling for another answer, Sujina switches to special experience spirit fruits, only for Mo Xiao to pull one of those out too. The fruit can boost current level EXP by 1% without any level limit, but Mo Xiao says he is saving it because he only gets 10 uses total. Sujina agrees that wasting those rare fruits now would be a bad trade, even if his leveling problem is clearly brutal. Then, right in the middle of worrying over his impossible EXP curve, Sujina suddenly remembers another place and lights up. When Mo Xiao asks what she just thought of, Sujina names the place that might solve his leveling nightmare, the Tianyuan Secret Realm. When Sujina says the Tianyuan Secret Realm gives percentage-based experience, Mo Xiao is interested right away but doubts anyone can actually reach it. Sujina explains that the Secret Realm sits in the dead center of the Tianyuan battlefield, where monsters control most of the land and even a demon king guards the middle. That makes Mo Xiao even more curious, so he asks how Sujina ever got inside a place like that in the first place. Sujina admits it was pure luck. While fleeing before, she used a random teleportation scroll and got dumped right at the Secret Realm's entrance. She says she did not even know it was a secret realm at first, but with the Demon King's monster army all around her, she rushed inside without thinking and only learned the truth later. Mo Xiao immediately spots a bigger mystery. If that place levels people by percentage, why do the top masters not just go there and power up? Sujina stalls because she had always just assumed the war gods were too busy fighting in the Tianyuan battlefield to go level on purpose. After thinking it over, she remembers hearing that the war gods are blocked by something and cannot keep leveling, even though they are all already level 100. Mo Xiao wonders if they might also need another profession change, but Sujina points out the known tower only goes up to level 90, 4th rank, and nobody has ever heard of a 5th rank. The answer still feels wrong to Mo Xiao, but he cannot place what is missing, so Sujina cuts off the speculation and pushes them to keep moving toward the tower. As they go deeper, the lonely road turns lively, not because of more monsters, but because more and more human teams are heading the same way. Mo Xiao is surprised that so many people are marching for one tower, and Sujina reminds him that this is the Dragon Kingdom's only profession change tower. She adds that if the surrounding monster zones could be cleared for good, people would have built a full base city here already. Mo Xiao proposes the obvious fix of a teleportation array, but Sujina says the tower's surroundings have a strange property that makes formations fail, even for top array masters. He grimaces at how inconvenient that is, but Sujina stays relaxed and says the local monsters are manageable, so second transition professionals can usually just team up and walk in safely. A little later, they reach a shelter-like outpost near the tower, where special uniformed personnel stand guard around a massive metallic machine. Mo Xiao stops dead when he sees it, because the machine looks like a tank straight out of modern warfare. The thing shocks him even more up close. It is bright silver, fitted with twin oversized barrels covered in array-like patterns, and it even has a health bar like a living unit. Sujina laughs because she expected that reaction, and Mo Xiao can only ask the obvious question, is that thing really a tank? Sujina proudly explains that it is close, but not exactly a normal tank. It is a special weapon called Guardian, forged from post-ascent metals by combining blacksmith work with human technology. She says Guardian is built like a level 80 tank in defense and can hit like a level 70 fire mage, which makes Mo Xiao realize technology here never stopped changing after the game's arrival. The catch is cost. Every shot burns special materials, so it is used sparingly, mostly for transport and for probing places nobody has mapped yet. Sue Jenner gets even more excited when she says Dragon Country scientists still think bigger, and if someone can create the right formation, Guardian could truly fight alongside humans on the battlefield. Mo Xiao asks what powers Guardian right now, and Sue Jenner answers with a joking tone that it still runs on old-world electricity and petroleum, with electricity doing most of the work after the game cut off oil extraction. She guesses they ultimately need a formation that converts magic power into movement, but since nobody has found it yet, they still have to make do. That makes Mo Xiao think about formations himself, but he can only admit inwardly that having the skill means little when he still does not know any actual formation designs. Sue Jenner points at the Guardian with a teasing smile and asks whether they should ride or walk, even offering Mo Xiao an excuse if he is secretly nervous. Mo Xiao sees right through the low-level provocation and chooses to walk anyway, heading straight past the crowd and into the forest trail. Sue Jenner raises an eyebrow at the route he picked but follows him without complaint into the shadowy path ahead. The moment they step in, system text declares the place a special map called Trial Canyon, which catches Mo Xiao off guard. Now more alert, Mo Xiao studies the quiet forest path with fresh curiosity because Sue Jenner had warned him this route was dangerous enough to nearly kill her the first time. Before he can think further, a monkey-like monster suddenly appears right in front of him. Mo Xiao instantly uses illusion-breaking technique and reads the enemy cleanly, a level 40 ironclad crazy monkey elite built around brute strength, toughness, and aggressive mobility. Its stats might bully ordinary people, but to Mo Xiao they are nowhere near enough. Without any tension at all, Mo Xiao gives a lazy yawn and flips the 1000 mechanism umbrella into cannon form. One shot is enough. A huge damage number flashes, and the ironclad crazy monkey is blasted into dust before it can even react. The system confirms the kill but gives him 0 experience because he is already capped at level 30 until his class change, so Mo Xiao dryly tells Sue Jenner that her dangerous monster went down in one instant. At the start of the trial, Mo Xiao casually mocks the area's strength after wiping out the first threat almost instantly. Sue Jenner warns him to hold back early, because if he shows too much power now, he will regret what comes next. Mo Xiao steps forward anyway, but the ground suddenly shakes and the whole jungle flips into a barren, narrow canyon. When Mo Xiao turns back, Sue Jenner is simply gone, and the team map no longer shows where she is. Before he can figure it out, yellow sand starts swirling nearby and rapidly gathers into a giant humanoid monster. He uses illusion-breaking technique and finds out this thing is already a level 60 elite boss with sand skills and physical immunity. That is when Mo Xiao finally understands Sue Jenner's warning. The trial scales enemies to his earlier performance, and even counters the way he attacked. Instead of playing safe, Mo Xiao gets excited and decides to push the map harder just to see how strong it can make its monsters. He transforms the 1000 mechanism umbrella into twin staves and immediately stacks dragon language with dragon wings. Mo Xiao unleashes soul-extinguishing black flame, and a huge black fire dragon slams straight into the yellow sand giant. The hit triggers absurd damage, and the level 60 boss is erased before it can even switch into sand form. The boss drops with absurd damage, but the trial gives Mo Xiao no experience at all, leaving him more annoyed about wasted EXP than the fight itself. Still curious, he challenges the trial to show him its next monster, but the space does not spawn one normally this time. Instead, the whole trial starts cracking apart with chaotic mosaic glitches, like the map itself has just crashed. As rainbow light probes into the broken space, Mo Xiao instinctively brings out the platinum key and braces for whatever is examining him. The glitches vanish, the world turns into a dark corridor, and a single platinum door appears at the far end after that eerie light seems to examine him. A quick check confirms the door needs a special key, and Mo Xiao realizes the platinum key in his bag matches it perfectly. He unlocks the platinum door, revealing a shimmering passage that looks like a hidden map route, and chooses to step inside. As Mo Xiao passes through the gate, the entire trial canyon darkens and twists for a moment like the space itself is being dragged after him. Outside the canyon, Sue Jenner notices the disturbance and immediately realizes something is wrong with Mo Xiao's position. She frantically checks the team map, but Mo Xiao's marker is gone even though his name still remains in the team's system. With no better answer, Sue Jenner suspects a hidden space inside the canyon and decides to wait there in case Mo Xiao finds his way back. Meanwhile, a platinum door opens in an incredibly dark unknown space, and Mo Xiao steps out into a map the system itself labels as unknown. The moment he leaves the doorway, the space ripples, the platinum door slams shut, and it starts sinking into the ground before he can react. Mo Xiao instantly activates Tears of Time and uses Reverse the Universe to drag the sinking door back upward against the space's rules. A single finger snap cuts his time reversal short, and the door drops away even faster, proving something here can overpower Tears of Time. Then a voice with Mo Xiao's exact own tone apologizes and says it did not realize the new Sage of Time had arrived. A mass of 7-colored light rises from the floor and finishes turning into a perfect copy of Mo Xiao, giving him an identical face-to-face opponent. Mo Xiao tries illusion-breaking technique on his identical double, but the skill returns no target at all, which makes the fake even stranger. When Mo Xiao demands answers and raises his weapons, the identical stranger stays relaxed and says either of them can hurt the other for now. To prove his point, the identical stranger flicks a finger and makes Mo Xiao's twin umbrellas vanish straight back into his inventory. When Mo Xiao tries to pull the umbrellas back out, a system notice blocks his backpack completely in this space. Mo Xiao immediately switches to casting instead, but the space changes rules again and now forbids all skills too. The identical stranger says he only blocked Mo Xiao's gear and skills so they can talk, then effortlessly rewrites the black void into a sealed room with a luxurious sofa. Before he can resist, Mo Xiao's body suddenly softens and drops onto the sofa, making it obvious the identical stranger can directly control him. Keeping his composure as best he can, Mo Xiao asks the obvious question again: "Who are you, and what do you want from me?" The identical stranger finally gives his answer. In Blue Star terms, he is the world's main system, and in this world he is the source of its laws. Mo Xiao is stunned, and the system explains that his abnormal power crashed Trial Canyon, so it came down personally to inspect the problem. The system adds that it originally meant to compensate Mo Xiao with the reward linked to the key, but changed plans after realizing who he is. Mo Xiao instinctively asks what reward he missed, but the system brushes it aside and says that can be changed anytime, while this conversation matters more. Trying to correct the misunderstanding, Mo Xiao insists he is not the Sage of Time and only used the Tears of Time through his profession's special ability. The system calmly shuts that down by stating the rule outright: the first person to use a Sage tier becomes that Sage until death. In the strange system space, the main system tells Mo Xiao the first person to use a Sage's tier becomes that generation Sage until death, which means he is now the Sage of Time. When Mo Xiao asks why the Sage of Time matters so much, the main system says each Sage's tier holds part of the world's origin. The explanation gets sharper when the system compares the Sage's tier to equipment that can interfere with the system itself, leaving Mo Xiao visibly stunned. The main system reigns in his imagination and says it cannot rewrite rules or data, but it can force map changes and the environment to obey, like the earlier stopped collapse. Once Mo Xiao understands the basics, he cuts straight to the point and asks what the main system actually wants from him. The main system immediately assigns him a task tied to the world's origin, and a bright accept window appears in front of him before he can even argue. Mo Xiao sighs at the lack of a real choice, but he still accepts the mission. The task title makes him pause hard, because it is not just about a relic or dungeon anymore but saving the world's origin itself. Seeing his doubt, the main system admits this appearance is temporary because it is actually sealed away. Mo Xiao cannot believe the world's own main system could be sealed, but the answer is even darker: stronger beings used its own power against it. Mo Xiao connects the dots and guesses the seal came from the Sage's tears, and the main system confirms the demon race used that power to lock it away. When Mo Xiao points out he only has one tier and cannot possibly help, the main system says one is enough to start. A stream of rainbow light pours into the pendant on Mo Xiao's chest, and 6 new points suddenly light up on his map. The main system reveals those new markers are the coordinates of the other Sage's tiers. It adds a crucial rule for him specifically. Because of his unique solo player profession, Mo Xiao can use the Sage's tiers himself instead of hunting down their current owners. Mo Xiao notices the coordinates are spread frighteningly far apart, but the main system only answers with eerie patience that it has already waited thousands of years. Instead of being moved, Mo Xiao goes cold and asks the real question: why should he bother helping at all? The main system tries every heroic argument it can, urging him to save humanity, end the crisis, and become a hero of the race. Mo Xiao shuts that down without hesitation and says he does not care about humanity's grand cause unless there is enough profit in it for him. Caught completely off script, the main system stares at him in disbelief. To win him over, the main system finally offers something absurdly huge. Once freed, it will hand over control of the entire world to Mo Xiao. It even describes that reward as authority over the world's rules and the power to erase all life with a thought. But Mo Xiao still does not bite. His answer is brutally simple: he does not believe a word of it. When the system asks why, Mo Xiao points out the obvious flaw: if it gives away the world, shouldn't that destroy it? The main system explains it was originally just unconscious world origin power, only forced into awareness to survive, so handing over control would not kill it. It adds that being sealed has left it trapped in place and unable to grow while its scattered power remains outside, which is why it is desperate to break free. Mo Xiao stays wary, but after thinking it over, he finally agrees to believe it for now. Relieved, the main system says it cannot help much while sealed, so it decides to at least give him a treasure chest. Countless 7-colored lights gather in front of Mo Xiao and condense into a bizarre rainbow treasure chest. The system explains this is the highest level chest, and when opened it will try to produce whatever he wants most, as long as that thing can truly exist. Back outside at the entrance of the Professional Advancement Tower, Sujiner has already spent hours waiting and is getting visibly anxious. Just when she is about to ask someone else for help, a 7-colored light suddenly flares in front of her. Mo Xiao steps out of the rainbow light at last, right in front of Sujiner. Sujiner runs at him in relief, but Mo Xiao instinctively dodges and leaves her hanging mid-charge. She snaps at him for disappearing for hours without a message, making it clear she has been genuinely worried. Mo Xiao checks the time and is startled to find that 4 full hours have passed outside, even though it felt like barely a dozen minutes to him. When Su Jiner guesses he must have entered some special space, Mo Xiao simply confirms it, and is quietly relieved she does not press for the dangerous details. Instead, Su Jiner gets excited and immediately asks if he brought back anything good. Mo Xiao answers by summoning the rainbow treasure chest into the space between them. Su Jiner is instantly amazed, because she recognizes it as a legendary highest-level rainbow chest she has only ever seen described in books. She casts a detection spell on it, but even that only confirms the chest is rainbow level and says nothing useful about what is inside. Su Jiner urges him to open it quickly, hoping whatever comes out can help with his upcoming profession advancement task. Mo Xiao places his hand on the chest and first confirms it really cannot be enhanced any further, which proves it has already reached the top tier. Remembering the main system's rule, he silently asks the chest for something that could completely solve his leveling problem. The chest flashes white and immediately fails, telling Mo Xiao that what he just asked for does not really exist in this world. He quickly understands the reason, brushes off Su Jiner's confusion, and decides to make a more realistic request. This time Mo Xiao clearly asks for an item that can strengthen one specific talent. The chest responds properly at last and produces a talent sublimation scroll right in front of him. The scroll's description is already incredible, because it can raise a chosen talent to the highest level. Then Mo Xiao rubs the scroll, and his enhancement ability upgrades it again into an ultimate talent sublimation scroll. Su Jiner is nearly shouting now, because even the original scroll was rare enough to be shocking, and Mo Xiao just pushed it even higher. For Mo Xiao, the best part is not random luck this time but choice, because now he can deliberately upgrade the talent he values most. Su Jiner asks which talent he plans to strengthen, but Mo Xiao is already too focused to answer and uses the scroll on the spot. The scene ends with a system prompt hanging before him, asking Mo Xiao to name the exact talent he wants to sublimate. Mo Xiao nervously decides to upgrade his unique talent, worried that a strange power like his might refuse to evolve at all. The scroll bursts into multicolored light and pours into Mo Xiao's body as the upgrade succeeds. The new description stuns him. iRub can now upgrade items even further, break level caps, and let him choose how it affects living targets. Mo Xiao quickly understands the item part, but the line about living targets leaves him completely confused. Su Jiner leans in, notices his reaction, and bluntly tells him the easiest answer is to test the talent right now. When Mo Xiao asks for her help, Su Jiner instantly turns it into teasing flirtation and tells him to be gentle. Ignoring her tone, Mo Xiao simply puts a hand on Su Jiner's shoulder and activates iRub. A new choice window pops up, and Mo Xiao is stunned that iRub can now strengthen or weaken a person and may even replicate talents or skills. He hits a replication limit he still does not understand, and then glowing halos spread across Su Jiner's body to mark different contact levels. The system makes it even more awkward for him. Every time he replicates a skill or talent, the required contact level goes up. Realizing he would need something as close as a hug just to go further, Mo Xiao flushes red and hurriedly kills that line of thought. He takes the safe route and chooses strengthen instead. The buff lands immediately, and Su Jiner feels her magic power jump by 500 points for 10 minutes. Su Jiner gets openly excited, because Mo Xiao's talent is no longer just for equipment and can now boost other people too. When she asks what controls the bonus, Mo Xiao admits it depends on contact level instead of his own attributes. The moment he explains contact level, Su Jiner jumps to the obvious idea that a kiss should give an even bigger boost. Mo Xiao turns bright red and backs away fast, warning her not to push it. Su Jiner laughs it off as a joke, but she also sounds faintly annoyed that he treats her like something dangerous. Before the mood drifts any further, Su Jiner cuts the banter short and reminds him that his profession change matters more right now. Mo Xiao finally notices the professional advancement tower behind them, and its plain appearance catches him off guard. As Mo Xiao walks toward the tower, Su Jiner quietly checks a small mirror and grumbles that she is not ugly, so his panic still bothers her. Mo Xiao asks if she is coming too, and Su Jiner explains that only someone changing professions can enter, though the place itself is perfectly safe. With that settled, Mo Xiao reaches the tower door and places his hand on it to enter alone. The system confirms the tower is a special map, and Mo Xiao immediately chooses to go in. Blue light wraps around him like a teleportation array, and Mo Xiao vanishes from outside the tower. When his vision clears, he finds himself inside a tiny 10-square-meter room instead of the huge interior he expected. As Mo Xiao wonders why the tower is so small inside, the array in the center suddenly flares to life. An emotionless illusory figure rises from the lit array and introduces itself as the tower spirit. Mo Xiao asks who it is, and the tower spirit calmly ignores the question and tells him to extend his right hand. Mo Xiao obeys, but the instant his palm meets the tower spirit's, iRub automatically replicates a special array from it. The copied effect turns out to be the Professional Advancement Spirit Array, a formation that can summon the profession change spirit directly. He instantly realizes how outrageous this is, because it could let him start profession changes without ever coming back here. Before he can celebrate for long, blue light flashes in the spirit's eyes and Mo Xiao's full character panel appears for the profession change process. The spirit confirms that Mo Xiao has already met the conditions for his second transition and starts the profession change. Mo Xiao suddenly interrupts, because he remembers the profession change emblem and wants to use it before the task is finalized. He pulls out the profession change emblem, the rare badge that can either complete a task outright or make it harder in exchange for better rewards. The spirit recognizes the emblem and asks whether he really wants to use it to boost his post-change attributes. The warning gets even harsher. Mo Xiao's rare class is already difficult, and this choice will make both this profession change and even the next one harder. Even after hearing all that, Mo Xiao stays firm and tells the spirit to use the emblem anyway. The emblem dissolves into light and sinks into Mo Xiao's body, locking in the high-risk profession change. The profession change updates again, and this time the spirit fires a golden beam into Mo Xiao's forehead to deliver the new task. Mo Xiao receives the upgraded mission at last. He must go to the Fire Secret Realm and obtain the God Beast Jade. Inside the Professional Advancement Tower, Mo Xiao finally sees his first second transition task and goes stiff when it tells him to enter the Fire Secret Realm and obtain a God Beast Jade. The task hits hard because Mo Xiao knows exactly what that means. A God Beast Jade is rainbow tier gear, and even the one he already has was pure luck. Before Mo Xiao can ask anything, the Professional Advancement Spirit dissolves into light, and the tower immediately teleports him back outside. Mo Xiao stares at the very ordinary-looking tower in disbelief, annoyed that this grand profession change place was basically just a quest counter. Su Jina hurries over and asks how it went, and Mo Xiao dryly asks if this tower really exists just to hand out tasks. Su Jina explains that the tower only gives the task first, and the real profession change effects only appear later when the task is completed. When she asks whether he used the profession change emblem, Mo Xiao says yes and admits the resulting task is absurdly difficult. Mo Xiao asks if she has ever heard of a divine beast jade, and Su Jina immediately blanks because even she has never encountered that name before. So Mo Xiao quietly pulls up the panel for his own Dragonite Jade and shows her what a divine beast jade actually is. The rainbow quality stats leave Su Jina stunned, especially the attack and defense boost, the resurrection effect, and the divine beast summon. She blurts out that she has never even seen him use something this outrageous, and Mo Xiao casually answers that nothing he fights has been worth pulling it out for. Once the shock settles, Su Jina realizes his task must be tied to this kind of item and asks him directly what the quest wants. Mo Xiao confirms that his first task is to go into the Fire Secret Realm and retrieve a divine beast jade. He reasons that the Fire Secret Realm's divine beast jade should be the Vermilion Bird Jade, but the real problem is that he has no idea where the realm is. Su Jina can't believe he is treating the theft of a rainbow turquoise treasure like a manageable errand, but Mo Xiao says they still have to try and he thinks there is a chance. She admits she does not know the exact coordinates either, but points him to Yan Zhantian, the fire god, who should know the Fire Secret Realm better than anyone. She adds that Mo Xiao carries Yan Zhantian's fire power, so a fire realm should be one of the few places where he might actually pull this off. Even so, Mo Xiao is already worrying about the next nightmare possibility. If Task 2 also demands another divine beast jade, this profession change could spiral out of control. Far away on Dragon Country's Tianyuan battlefield, Yan Zhantian is already locked in a deadly standoff, standing on a fire dragon and facing a Murloc-like foe riding a water dragon. Yan Zhantian notices the glowing blue Magatama on the monster's hand and immediately realizes the enemy is carrying the tears of water. That sight tells him the monsters are not holding back anymore, because they have sent out the water sage for a real all-out assault on humanity. Right before the fight breaks loose, a message from Mo Xiao pops up asking for the Fire Secret Realm's coordinates. Yan Zhantian immediately guesses this is Mo Xiao's profession change task, sends over the coordinates, and can only regret that the battle will keep him from accompanying him. With the matter settled, Yan Zhantian draws a huge machete and openly provokes the water sage to start the fight already. Back outside the tower, the coordinates appear in front of Mo Xiao and Su Jina, and even she is surprised by how straightforward Yan Zhantian was this time. Mo Xiao figures Yan Zhantian must be tied up by something more important, and Su Jina agrees that helping him finish his profession change has to come first now. Su Jina half jokes that if a second transition already wants rainbow gear, the third one might ask him to collect a sage's tear next, and the thought is uncomfortable enough that even Mo Xiao cannot dismiss it. Mo Xiao shuts that line of thought down fast, deciding there is no point worrying about future disasters before they even reach the first one. When they check the map, the route turns strange fast. The Fire Secret Realm sits far in the south, with the nearest base city still hundreds of kilometers away. Su Jina identifies the closest city as Sanxia Base City, and that is when both of them realize it is an island city. The two of them stare at the map in shared disbelief, because the so-called Fire Secret Realm appears to be in the sea instead of on land. With no better answer, Su Jina decides they should head there first and figure the rest out on site, starting by returning to Yangqing Base City. As soon as they are about to leave, Mo Xiao remembers the route back and asks if they seriously have to cross Trial Canyon again. Su Jina tells him the canyon only tests people the first time, so now it is just a return route unless he reaches the next profession change tier. Satisfied, Mo Xiao heads into Trial Canyon with Su Jiner following behind him without a fuss. The moment Mo Xiao enters, the scenery blurs, and instead of another trial he is instantly teleported back to the original camp. Mo Xiao is briefly puzzled by the jump, and Su Jiner explains that Trial Canyon is a trial space, so this kind of teleportation is built into the place. Back at the camp, Mo Xiao's attention catches on the huge tank-like chariot again, and Su Jiner notices his interest right away. She offers to show it to him later after his profession change is done, and Mo Xiao brushes it off as simple curiosity. Then the plan lurches again when a sudden message from Yao Shura reaches Su Jiner, ordering her back because the Tianyuan battlefield is in urgent trouble. Su Jiner goes pale at the message, and when Mo Xiao asks what happened, she tells him the Tianyuan battlefield is in crisis. At the start of Mo Xiao's trip, Su Jiner suddenly turns grim and says the Tianyuan battlefield is in trouble, so she can no longer stay with him for his class advancement task. Mo Xiao is caught off guard and asks how that can be possible when their master and the others should already have reached the battlefield. Su Jiner explains that their master sent the warning and that the monsters seem to have launched a full-scale attack, so she has to rush back first and update him later. Not wasting another second, Su Jiner crushes a teleportation scroll and vanishes in blue light before Mo Xiao can say much. Mo Xiao recognizes the teleport scroll and stays calm on the surface, since traveling alone actually suits him better. Even so, a vague sense of danger keeps nagging at him, and he pauses with a troubled look as if something bad is about to happen. He pushes the feeling aside, checks his map, and starts back toward the next teleport route on his mission alone. About 20 minutes later, Mo Xiao arrives through another teleportation array and instantly gets hit by a brutal wave of heat in Sansha Base City. He blurts out in annoyance at the temperature, and the heat is so intense that even the air around the city looks warped. A nearby guard notices his reaction and casually asks if this is his first time in Sansha Base City. When Mo Xiao quietly confirms it, the guard explains that the city only became like this 2 years ago after a boss burst out of the secret realm and threw the climate out of balance. Mo Xiao asks what kind of boss could do that, and the guard says the rumors describe a giant fire lizard that no one has been able to find or kill. The guard adds that even the fire god came personally, but the hunt still failed because the creature's location remains unknown. Before Mo Xiao leaves, the guard gives one practical tip: go to the dungeon hall and get an ice-type protection spell, because the heat outside the city is even worse. Mo Xiao thanks him and realizes his fire god power only blocks true fire damage, not this miserable natural heat, so his current skill set is not enough for the environment. Once he steps deeper into Sansha, the streets themselves tell the story, almost empty except for a few professionals hurrying through the furnace-like city. As he wipes off sweat and speeds up, Mo Xiao quietly admits that any boss strong enough to warp a whole base city's climate has to be terrifyingly powerful. He finally reaches the dungeon hall, and the moment he steps inside, the cool air hits him so hard it almost feels heavenly. Inside, the hall feels like a small city of professionals, and an ice mage quickly approaches after spotting the overheated newcomer. The man offers an ice barrier in a friendly, sales-like tone, and Mo Xiao immediately reaches out to introduce himself instead. As Wang Bing shakes his hand and gives his own name, Mo Xiao's replication talent activates on contact and copies ice barrier on the spot. Then Mo Xiao gets even luckier, because the copied skill instantly sublimates into ice protection, a stronger frost shield that cuts physical damage and punishes attackers with ice damage. Mo Xiao is mildly surprised that sublimation procced on his very first try, since he expected that effect to be much harder to trigger. When Wang Bing asks why he came all the way to remote Sansha, Mo Xiao plainly says he is here to change class and needs the fire secret realm for his advancement task. That answer shocks Wang Bing, who blurts out that Mo Xiao looks like someone who only just finished the college entrance exam, not someone already changing professions. Wang Bing quickly pivots into business and offers to guide him to the fire secret realm for 500 yuan. Mo Xiao refuses right away, because he already has the coordinates, and only came inside to look around the dungeon hall. Wang Bing still tries to sell himself as useful in this climate, saying an ice mage companion would at least keep Mo Xiao cool on the way. Mo Xiao turns him down a second time and walks off, leaving Wang Bing muttering that he can go roast on his own if he wants. Instead of hiring help, Mo Xiao spends time inside the hall approaching other ice mages and copying several more ice skills for himself. The later copies are useful but ordinary, so the first lucky sublimation remains the big win. About 20 minutes later, he reaches the hall entrance again and notes that Sancha's dungeons can go as high as level 70, making the city stronger than Yichang and worth revisiting later. Before the outdoor heat can hit him again, Mo Xiao activates ice protection and wraps himself in a cool layer of frost. The change is immediate, and with the worst of the heat finally dulled, he heads out through Sansha far more comfortably. Once he leaves the city itself, the outside air turns even more savage, and Mo Xiao realizes he could barely have lasted a minute out here without his new protection. The conditions feel wrong even for a boss-created disaster, but Mo Xiao decides it is not his problem unless a task drags him into it, so he focuses on finding the fire secret realm. Following the coordinates for half an hour, he reaches the edge of Sancha's island and finally sees the open sea stretching out in front of him. For a moment, the mission gives way to wonder, because this is the first time Mo Xiao has ever seen the sea in either life. Then he checks the map again and realizes the fire secret realm is not on land at all but somewhere out over the water. He finds it strange that a fire secret realm would sit in the middle of the sea, but with no other option, he prepares to cross anyway. Mo Xiao activates flight technique, and a surge of wind lifts him off the shore toward the offshore secret realm. But the moment he flies out over the water, a yellow lightning bolt suddenly slams into the exact spot he had just left on the beach. In the scorched spot beneath that strike, a bizarre bug appears out of nowhere on the beach, revealing that something hidden had been waiting for Mo Xiao there. A thick yellow thunderbolt slams onto a lonely beach, and a bizarre giant flying insect appears as if it just tracked something down. The insect scans the beach, fails to find its target, and quickly shrinks into a strange girl in insect armor. She mutters that she felt the target here a moment ago, and the thought of failing her mission clearly rattles her. Refusing to lose the trail, she spreads huge wings, wraps herself in crackling yellow lightning, and blasts off to continue the hunt. Far out over the ocean, Mo Xiao suddenly sneezes mid-flight, and jokingly wonders if someone is talking about him. He shrugs it off and keeps going, but the deeper he flies over the sea, the more he feels why this place is considered the world's most mysterious and dangerous zone. A terrifying memory from just moments earlier sticks with him, a level 100 shark leaping up to swallow a much smaller high-level fish in one bite. That sight leaves Mo Xiao grimly aware that if a monster like that notices him, he will die before he can even fight back. Then a bubbling roar interrupts his thoughts, and he spots a patch of ocean ahead boiling hard enough to throw off hot steam. At first he thinks it might be an underwater volcano, but when he checks the map, the truth hits him somewhere worse. The fire secret realm is not on an island at all. Its entrance is somewhere below sea level, inside that boiling water. Mo Xiao gulps at the idea of diving in, because from where he is standing this looks less like an entrance, and more like a pot ready to boil him alive. Before he can decide what to do, a huge column of scalding water erupts from below, and shoots straight at him. Mo Xiao barely dodges the boiling water column, but the attack is already chaining into something nastier. Countless bubbles whistle up from the sea and spread wide enough to trap nearly the whole surrounding surface. The first bubble bursts and sets off a chain of explosions, forcing Mo Xiao to throw up layers of ice wall in an instant. As the shattered ice falls back into the ocean, Mo Xiao guesses from the water attacks and bubbling shots that the secret realm guardian might actually be a crab. The sea answers him immediately when a gigantic red pincer bursts out of the water and snaps toward him. Mo Xiao blurts out that it really is a giant crab, and for one absurd second he is more impressed by the monster's size than scared of it. He still attacks without hesitation and ignites the pincer with soul-extinguishing black flame. Instead of damage, a healing number pops up, and Mo Xiao's face turns cold when he realizes his fire attack just restored 50,000 HP. That confirms the problem fast. The hidden crab is fire attributed, which is bizarre enough in the sea, and fire skills are useless against it. So Mo Xiao drops the fire plan on the spot and flips the 1000 mechanism umbrella into twin giant swords for a straight physical kill. The ocean surges even harder as the boss takes the threat seriously, and starts rising out of the water in full. When the full monster surfaces, Mo Xiao finally gets a proper read on it through illusion-breaking technique. The Flame Pincer Devourer, a level 70 silver rank boss. The panel makes the danger clear enough that Mo Xiao admits most people would run immediately, especially with the sea ruining their mobility. Still, he steadies himself, remembers he has beaten brutal enemies before, and gets ready to stack every buff he has. Mo Xiao starts chanting dragon language buffs one after another, piling speed and power onto himself for a burst attack. With dragon wings and his other enhancements active, he turns into a shadowy blur and charges the crab head-on. The giant crab meets the rush with a named pincer strike, both claws igniting as they slam toward him. Mo Xiao instantly switches one weapon into a shield and blocks hard enough to knock the giant pincer away. The boss follows with magma erupting upward to drown the airspace around him in fire. Instead of retreating, Mo Xiao charges straight through the magma because the power of the fire god makes him completely immune to fire. He appears right in front of the stunned crab before it can react to what just happened. At point-blank range, Mo Xiao unleashes shattering mountains and rivers. The slash tears straight through the giant crab and drops absurd damage in a single hit. The dying boss lets out a shrill scream and erupts with wild flames from the wound, blasting fire across more than 100 meters of sea. Mo Xiao does not even bother dodging the final blast, because fire cannot hurt him anymore. When the flames finally die down a few minutes later, the giant sea crab has literally roasted itself to death. Mo Xiao flies over with a dry joke that the boss even handled its own cooking after death. He gives the corpse a confirming kick and decides the guardian is definitely dead now. Then the system confirms the real reward. By defeating the realm guardian, Mo Xiao has earned permission to enter the realm of fire. What throws him off is that there is no loot at all, only the access itself, so he ends the fight puzzled by the strange reward. After killing the level 70 silver crab boss, Missouri Xiao stares at the empty water in disbelief because it dropped absolutely nothing. The explanation only makes him madder. and he vents by kicking the crab's corpse for cheating him out of the reward. He opens the map again, follows the marked route, and quickly realizes the fire secret realm is even deeper below him. With no other route left, Mo Xiao takes a breath and dives straight into the scorching ocean. An oxygen timer pops up underwater, and Mo Xiao learns that once it runs out he will lose 10% HP every second and cannot heal until he breathes again. Realizing the timer is brutal, he pops back up for one full breath before making his real descent. As he plunges downward, Mo Xiao realizes the target is more than 2,000 meters below sea level and starts cursing the absurd depth. Worried that the game might actually simulate crushing pressure, he keeps forcing himself deeper anyway. To beat the oxygen limit, he activates Dragon Language and Shadowless and rockets downward even faster. At 1,000 meters, crushing water pressure slams into Mo Xiao, cuts his movement speed, and starts draining his HP. He snaps at how realistic this game is, but with his oxygen almost gone, he has no choice except to retreat to the surface. He bursts back up in about 15 seconds, panting on the surface and feeling thoroughly defeated by the ocean itself. While grumbling about Yan Zhantian somehow managing this dive before him, Mo Xiao suddenly thinks of a workaround: his fire elemental transformation. He immediately dives again at top speed, determined to test whether turning into living fire can beat the water pressure. The moment he reaches the 1,000-meter threshold again, Mo Xiao triggers fire elemental transformation before the pressure can pin him down. His body turns into flame, the pressure vanishes, the oxygen drain stops, and the risky plan actually works. Encouraged, he keeps charging down through the abyss because the fire form has its own short time limit. At 2,000 meters, the deep sea hits him again, and Mo Xiao realizes he still has more than 400 meters left to go. Before he can push onward, a huge black shadow suddenly sweeps past in front of him and leaves him badly rattled. He searches the darkness and even uses illusion-breaking technique, but whatever passed him is completely gone. With his oxygen running low, Mo Xiao gives up on the mystery and starts descending again. Then he passes through something invisible, and in an instant the pressure vanishes, his HP steadies, and breathable air starts returning. A gentle voice speaks from the strange shelter and tells the startled Mo Xiao not to panic because she only wrapped him in bubbles to save him. When Mo Xiao asks who she is, the rescuer introduces herself as Milia of the Merfolk clan and says she thought a drowning human needed help. A huge whale-like creature glides up outside the bubble, and the startled Mo Xiao realizes his rescuer has finally appeared. The whale form shifts into a Merfolk woman inside the bubble, and Mo Xiao is left staring as Milia greets him face to face. Mo Xiao awkwardly blurts out a question about a mermaid named Maifa because Milia looks uncannily familiar to him. Milia does not know that name, and the two share a brief awkward exchange before she asks why a human came this deep alone. Mo Xiao explains that he is here for his profession change task and needs to enter the fire secret realm. That answer makes Milia tense up because the Merfolk clan and the fire spirits are mortal enemies, and she admits she would have drowned him if he belonged to them. She bitterly explains that water does not automatically crush fire because strong enough flames can evaporate it, and right now her people do not know how to stop the fire spirits. Her words trigger a new mission for Mo Xiao to investigate how the fire spirit clan can be defeated. Mo Xiao tells Milia he can look into it once he reaches the fire spirits, since he already expects trouble with them anyway. When he mentions that his real target is the vermilion bird jade, Milia is genuinely confused because she has never even heard of that item. What Milia does know is far more useful. The vermilion bird lives at the center of the fire secret realm, and it was recently seriously injured. That news instantly changes everything for Mo Xiao, because an injured vermilion bird means his chance to seize the divine beast jade just got much better. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Xiao asks Milia to escort him to the entrance of the fire secret realm since he has already killed the giant crab guarding the way.